pool. He smiled and retorted, "Everyone competes fairly for opportunities at the jade pool. How can you say it was stolen?" Facing the Qilin Saint Sun directly without any regard, Qin Shu questioned, "You are useless, yet you claim others robbed you? Are all you God race people so shameless?" He stammered, unable to speak. He suddenly called out, "Soul Silkworm." It appeared at the summons. Qin Shu threw the Soul Silkworm straight at the Qilin Saint Sun, passing through him. Before the Qilin Saint Sun could react, he was stunned. Qin Shu gathered his legs and rushed toward him as he held his head, screaming, "Not good. My divine soul is actually..." Before he could compose himself, the Qilin Saint Sun was kicked far away by him, causing him to cough up blood. Qin Shu scolded loudly, "Get lost." Green auras surrounded the Qilin young master. He threatened emotionlessly, "If you want to commit suicide here now, this young master will fulfill your wish." Lin Yu nearby also chimed in, "Arrogant." "Qin Shu, it's best you continue to be arrogant, so the Qilin young master can finish you off decisively." He angrily retorted, "Godly body battle armor." Then looking towards him, he said, "This divine sun shall suppress you." People around were surprised. Godly body battle armor. This is a sign of the godly body reaching great completion. The 18th divine sun is so young, yet his godly body is nearly at great completion. How unexpected. On the other side, the Qilin young master was no slouch either, his hands forming a circle of green energy. Dragon soul. Appearing at the call. Qilin. He also summoned an elephant's soul, covered in golden power. Dragon elephant. Qin Shu stood on top of the elephant's head, using his move to attack. Hell-suppressing force. The Qilin young master did not fall into a disadvantage, immediately responding with another move, Stomp. He seemed to find it interesting, thinking to himself, "This Qilin young master has some skill." Qin Shu began to get more serious. "I don't need to hide anything anymore." He unleashed a powerful attack, green spiritual energy radiating around, with the silhouette of a dragon spirit beast behind him. The Qilin young master was very surprised by this situation. What? Qin Shu gained momentum on the cliff, powerful rays of spiritual energy flying out. He smiled, his whole body soaring high up, looking down at him. Qin Shu's face grew even more excited, his eyes emitting a strange golden aura, shouting, "You get down too." The Qilin young master was even more astonished, staring with his mouth open. Then, a bloody scene appeared before their eyes, blood splattering in midair, with broken stone fragments flying about. Qin Shu looked with satisfaction at him, lying on the ground after taking the full force of his attack. The divine phoenix goddess was very surprised, and the others hadn't anticipated this situation either, their jaws dropping. Qin Shu spoke to the divine phoenix goddess and the Qilin young master he had just defeated. "You two bunches of celery. This divine sun only used 30% of his power just now. Now, both of you come at once." The people around were terrified by his arrogant attitude. What? Such might. And the 18th divine sun only used 30% of his power? Is the 18th divine sun trying to defy the heavens? His emotions changed drastically, emitting pressure down to the ground. Then, the Qilin young master was extremely furious at those words, roaring, "Unforgivable." The green dragon soul appeared again, starting to roar on command. Qilin roar. The roar pierced straight through Qin Shu's body. Everyone was in pain from the sound, groaning, "My head hurts so much." Is this the strongest roar of the Qilin god race? Legend has it that when the Qilin roar is cultivated to great completion, a single roar can destroy the divine soul of a god king. Stop talking, my divine soul is already shaken. Contrary to that miserable scene, he seemed calm, just picking one ear and clicking his tongue. The dragon's roar couldn't do anything to Qin Shu. It shattered as it approached him. Another person covered their ears and pointed. "Look, it seems the 18th divine sun isn't affected." On the other side, Qin Shu was gently moving elsewhere. The dragon's soul also didn't expect this. "What? The Qilin roar has no effect on you?" Hearing that, he paused for a moment. Qin Shu angrily threw a punch at the dragon. "Damn it. What are you screaming for? Don't you know you have bad breath?" He continued punching and complaining. "I'll beat you to death, you unhygienic guy." The others were terrified, only able to cry out, "Here!" Then silently observed the situation. The Qilin young master was furious, never expecting to be humiliated like this. "Damn it. What do you think this young master is? Get lost. Qin Shu continued to mock. What are you? In front of this divine sun, you're just a bunch of fresh celery. Then, he continued to dodge back and forth, evading attacks, ceaselessly teasing. Do you think this can harm this young master? This young master's god race body is extremely tough. Qin Shu provoked him even more. Relying just on you, you basically can't break this young master's defense. You're truly as confident as that bird person. Immediately, a golden-orange spear appeared, covered in flames. He used it to attack, shouting, "Pierce through." The spear tip stabbed in, and streams of moss-green fluid sprayed out. The green dragon spirit beast screamed in disbelief. How is this possible? The sharp part continued to drill deeper. Suddenly, the system panel appeared, causing Qin Shu to pause slightly. It reminded, you have obtained a small amount of Dao luck. On the other side, the Qilin young master also realized the problem. This weapon of yours is a problem. He smiled, unconcerned. Sure enough, there was Emperor Dao luck. Qin Shu held the spear and continued attacking. He stood on top of the Qilin young master's head, jokingly saying to him, "Continue." Qin Shu smiled sinisterly and stabbed the spear down, while the dragon divine beast screamed in panic from the pain. The spear stabbed into the dragon's head, blood spraying everywhere. Seeing this scene, his eyes widened, smirking. The streams of orange-red fire and blood scattered all over his clothes made people even more terrified. The system appeared again, a bunch of notification panels with the same content repeating. Those witnessing the scene couldn't believe this violence. Too brutal. I didn't expect the 18th divine sun to look gentle, but have such a cruel side. The divine phoenix goddess was no exception, exclaiming with a shocked attitude. Pervert. A moment later, Qin Shu's face remained calm, indifferent to people's gossip, only caring about the luck, which hadn't changed. He continued to try stabbing again to verify, then drew a conclusion. No more Emperor Dao luck. The Qilin young master in dragon form collapsed. Qin Shu held his spear and turned to leave decisively. His figure gradually reverted to human form. The Qilin young master was indignant and unconvinced by this result. 18th divine sun, you are despicable. If you have the skill, put down the weapon in your hand, and we'll fight another round. He laughed comfortably and replied, I've finished pulling up your celery. When more grows, come challenge this divine sun. Then, Qin Shu shifted his target to another direction. Your turn. The divine phoenix goddess mocked. You are just a pervert. I don't want to let you ride and stab me. He didn't understand why he was a pervert, just exclaiming, why does that sound so strange? Continuing to show attitude? If you have the guts, put down the weapon in your hand. Today, I will definitely hack you to death. As soon as the words were spoken, a blazing stream of energy erupted from the high platform, spiraling into the sky like a tornado, causing everyone below to watch in astonishment. Qin Shu was slightly surprised, observing the situation. The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom commented, the immortal steel has birthed a phenomenon. He shouted louder, the time has come. Begin the Dongyue grand ceremony. The others were also happy about this. It's starting. The king continued to call out loudly, everyone, let us worship the immortal king together. He returned to his position on the platform with the previous people, and Sheng, Yuan Hong, Tong Ming, Ling Tong, saying to them, it's starting. Qin Shu smiled with satisfaction. Finally, this divine sun's great undertaking can be completed. Then, the king of the ancient kingdom and Lin Yu knelt down, showing a respectful attitude. Kneel to the immortal king. The people of the Qilin god race knelt down on command, chanting in unison, bow to the immortal king. The Qilin young master also followed suit. Bow to the immortal king. All the remaining people also knelt down and shouted, bow to the immortal king. One of the kneeling people suddenly spoke up. Immortal steel phenomenon. We are truly lucky to encounter this wonder. He and the others clasped their hands and prayed, may the immortal king protect us, and let our martial arts prosper. Meanwhile, Qin Shu's group still stood tall, watching. The king asked them in surprise, 18th divine sun, why don't you kneel? Qin Shu rubbed his chin, wondering, why should I kneel? He explained, the immortal king is the co-lord of the eastern wasteland. This has been the etiquette since ancient times. Whether human race or god race, everyone must kneel and worship the immortal king at the grand ceremony. As described, the image of an old man holding a fly whisk emitting an aura appeared, receiving the bows of a human race and monster race. Hearing that, He curled his lips. Ridiculous. Qin Shu gave his reasoning. That is your master. What does it have to do with this divine son? Hearing that, Lin Yu scolded him in annoyance. Hateful. He loudly criticized him. 18th divine son, you are truly too arrogant. Lin Yu pointed at Qin Shu and shouted, disrespecting even the immortal king. Be careful that the immortal king gets angry and destroys your 6 souls. The Qilin young master also joined in the reproach. 18th divine son, my god race also reveres the immortal king. How can you be so rude to the immortal king? He excitedly said to him, truly too arrogant and domineering. After the grand ceremony, I will definitely kill you. Just as he finished speaking, the stone steel suddenly erupted with immense power. The top of the stone steel glowed, transmitting magical power downwards. Someone shouted, the immortal king has manifested. Others covered their faces and stammered. This is. The stream of magical power passed over a man, and he said excitedly, I feel my cultivation has increased a lot. A person from another tribe also happily thanked the immortal king. Thank you, immortal king, for the blessing. My cultivation has also increased a lot. Meanwhile, Lin Yu said smugly to Qin Shu, 18th divine son, do you see now? He believed that kneeling to the immortal king would grant blessings, and that someone like you will never receive the immortal king's grace. Lin Yu spoke to him with a contemptuous voice, let alone the heaven-defying opportunity the immortal king left here, the taboo supreme bone. The king also announced that after the grand ceremony, the 18th level Hell Cave would also be opened. He told of the legendary immortal bone. It is heard that back then, the immortal king used the strongest immortal bone, the taboo supreme bone, to suppress the demons in the 18th level Hell Cave. Now the demons have long since dissipated. The king also made it known that as for the taboo supreme bone, only those with destiny could encounter its phenomenon. Hearing about the taboo supreme bone, Qin Shu was startled and stunned. He rubbed his chin, muttering, taboo supreme bone. Qin Shu suddenly mused, I currently have the taboo supreme armor. It works very well. He thought about the moment he would obtain this taboo supreme bone and pondered, if I add the taboo supreme bone, my combat power will reach a higher level. The king and the participants knelt under the stone steel. One person spoke on their behalf. We, the heroes of the Eastern Wasteland, hope for the immortal king's blessing. Another man also happily paid respects, worshipping the immortal king, hoping for the immortal king's blessing. Then, the stone steel radiated many rays of light of different colors. The participants cheered upon seeing this. There is 9-colored light emitting from the immortal steel, so much immortal destiny. The Qilin young master suddenly felt something unusual. The rays of light were being absorbed into his body. He laughed gleefully and exclaimed, worthy of being immortal destiny. Not only are my wounds healing quickly, but my cultivation is also increasing. Then the Qilin young master turned to provoke Qin Shu, 18th divine son. Such an opportunity has nothing to do with you. You don't even know what you have missed. Hearing this, he remained silent and did not respond. At the same time, the divine phoenix goddess also flew over, clasping her hands to pay respects to the immortal king. Divine phoenix goddess pays homage to the immortal king. She quickly landed and knelt respectfully before the stone steel. Then she expressed her surprise. The immortal king is truly miraculous. Initially, I was half doubting, half believing. Now it seems the immortal king is truly in existence, surpassing everything in the world, mysterious and unpredictable like a great emperor. Qin Shu looked at the two of them and smirked slightly, thinking to himself, very good. He was smug. These two chais are growing very well. Lin Yu continued to mock Qin Shu. It is useless for the 18th divine son to admire such immortal destiny. He said with delight, for those who go against the tide and are arrogant like the 18th divine son, the immortal king will only hand down punishment. How could he bestow blessings? Seeing that Lin Yu was foolish, he sighed and did not bother to pay attention to him. Qin Shu was busy wondering, the system still hasn't prompted that I've signed in successfully. It seems the sign-in location is incorrect. He immediately jumped up high, thinking, let's try standing on that stone steel. That jump shocked everyone. Even Lin Yu was panicked by this action. The king was also stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Qin Shu landed gently on top of the stone steel. Everyone looked up at him in panic. Qin Shu stood calmly with his arms crossed, looking down at them. The participants exclaimed in shock, 18th divine son, What are you doing? Are you crazy? He smiled excitedly. Someone shouted up, how bold! That is the immortal steel. They looked up at Qin Shu in astonishment. At this moment, the system announced, System congratulates you on signing in successfully at the Myriad World's Danhua Grand Ceremony. Congratulations on obtaining the reward. A piece of taboo supreme bone. He said smugly, sure enough, I got the taboo supreme bone. Lin Yu criticized from below, 18th Divine Son, you are truly hopeless. You even dare to trample on the immortal steel. Then he stood up, pointed at the stone steel, and warned Qin Shu, be careful, or the immortal king will send down punishment upon you. Those present also joined in the reproach. That's right. This action has offended the immortal king. Even if you are a noble divine son, you cannot be forgiven. A man continued, look, the immortal king has manifested. The 18th divine son will definitely receive the immortal king's punishment. At this moment, Qin Shu felt his chest beginning to feel uncomfortable. There was a very strange sensation in his chest. He confusedly touched all over his body and was surprised to realize the taboo supreme bone has appeared as one of my ribs. Cracks began to appear beneath Qin Shu's feet, and many strange rays of light emitted from within the stone steel. He looked down at his feet in surprise and said, this is? The people below, witnessing such a strange phenomenon, were also panicked. Why is it like this? Someone pointed at the stone steel and said, that is the 9-colored light of immortal destiny. Why is it directed at the 18th divine son? Moreover, this power is many times greater than the previous 9-colored light. Could it be that the immortal king is bestowing blessings upon the 18th divine son? Lin Yu said irritably, what on earth happened? Why would the immortal king bestow blessings upon this person? Qin Shu was absorbing the 9-colored light and said to them, it seems I have obtained the taboo supreme bone. It is because it has absorbed the 9-colored light here. He laughed arrogantly and thought, whatever opportunities that so-called immortal king left behind have all been absorbed by me. Qin Shu quickly sucked all the rays of light into his body. He even gloated and praised, Dharma Realm's 2nd layer, 3rd layer. This 9-colored light is not bad. Cultivation is upgrading very quickly. Dharma Realm 4th layer, 5th layer, 6th layer. A moment later, he had completely absorbed the 9-colored light into his divine sun body. Qin Shu smugly announced to the group of people below, all the 9-colored light left by the immortal king has been absorbed by me. My cultivation has also reached the peak of the 9th layer, truly not bad. Then he gleefully mocked those who had looked down on him. Crown Prince Lin, Qilin young master, are you envious? He expressed with self-satisfaction. Compared to those who only know how to kneel and worship, it seems the immortal king values this divine son more. Lin Yu gritted his teeth in anger, looking at him and cursing, damn it. Only then did he call his father, royal father. Lin Yu wanted to ask him a deal with Qin Shu. Can we kill the 18th divine son right here? I really can't stand it anymore. Hearing this, the king of the dragon elephant immediately reminded him, do not speak nonsense. The feathering sect is the strongest force in the eastern wasteland and cannot be provoked. The 18th divine son absolutely must not die at our hands. Lin Yu then shouted excitedly, but he cut off my legs first, and he was disrespectful to the immortal king. The king interrupted, but if the 18th divine son dies due to an unexpected accident, then it has nothing to do with us. He asked suspiciously, what does royal father mean? He replied, after the grand ceremony ends, the 18th level hell cave is about to open. Lin Yu was startled by his father's words. He realized and agreed, that's right, Senior Prison King is still waiting. The king turned to address everyone, ladies and gentlemen, heaven's prides, heroes of the eastern wasteland, the Danhua Grand Ceremony, this time sacrifices to the immortal king. The immortal king has bestowed more blessings than previous times, proving the immortal king's regard for everyone. Other divine sons heard this and looked annoyed, saying, it is indeed a lot. But the immortal destiny has basically been monopolized by the 18th divine son. The important thing is that the 18th divine son did not kneel to the immortal king at all. It is truly absurd. He immediately soothed them, but those are just small opportunities. A large pit suddenly opened on the ground. Next, the 18th level hell cave opens. A strange red light emitted from the pit. The king introduced it. The 18th level hell cave was created to suppress demons. The creation within is boundless. He presented, among the most important supreme treasures of the immortal king, The taboo supreme bone is right inside this 18th level hell. This is the greatest creation the immortal king bestows upon you all. After obtaining it, you will have myriad opportunities, too many to count. Hearing this, the divine sons became excited and said, ordinary items cannot bear the two words taboo and supreme. Even a great emperor cannot easily touch those two words. The bone left by the immortal king bears the title taboo supreme bone. It must be a heaven-defying opportunity. Others also added cheerfully, I must go to this 18th level hell once. If I am destined to obtain it, I will ascend to the heavens on the spot. The Qilin young master nearby also expressed excitedly. This time, this young master came here for something more important. It is precisely this taboo supreme bone. If this young master obtains it, my physique will be upgraded significantly. He glared. At that time, whoever the 18th divine son is, I will trample him under my feet. Seeing them boasting like that, Qin Shu suddenly spoke up. A bunch of idiots. Your opportunities were already obtained by this divine son long ago. He blatantly teased them, but this 18th level hell still needs to be visited. After all, that old dog's relative is still inside. Qin Shu mentioned another treasure, also the dragon elephant precious jade. This divine son also wants to get another piece. The king said, for years, my dragon elephant ancient kingdom has always managed the 18th level hell. He revealed the pieces of dragon elephant precious jade that the ancient kingdom possesses also originated from here. The deeper you go, the greater the chance of obtaining the precious jade. The king suddenly recounted, however, my dragon elephant ancient kingdom has always only excavated the upper 5 levels. He explained, because only the upper 5 levels can be entered by mortals. After the 5th level, the deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. The king's words echoed, stirring people's hearts, that even if one could not touch the heaven-defying immortal destiny that is the taboo supreme bone, the deeper one ventured, the more priceless the spoils of war would be. The flame of desire flared up in the eyes of those present. Impatience was evident on one person's face as he urged, King, we cannot wait any longer. Can we enter yet? Responding to that expectation, the king majestically extended his hand towards the deep pit, his voice deep and heroic as he blessed, you may enter now. I wish you all prosperous immortal destiny. Immediately, figures rushed straight into the abyssal hell pit without hesitation. Right at the center, a sphere of fiery red fire vibrated like the eye of a storm, exploding with a stream of furious primordial power, tearing through space, sweeping along countless debris, flying wildly in the whirlwind of destruction. The Qilin young master paused, his face showing a hint of annoyance. He frowned and called out in a gritty voice, 18th divine son. Hearing the noise, Qin Shu was slightly startled. He tilted his head, his eyes scanning quickly before stopping where the Qilin young master was standing. The Qilin young master roared, his eyes blazing, his whole body tense like an arrow on the string. He took a step back to gather strength, his hands clenched tight. 18th level hell cave. Wait until I seize the opportunity. I will come back here to kill you. The Qilin young master gritted his teeth, his eyes spitting fire locked onto the stream of red energy swirling in midair. He voiced a threat, his voice disdainful mixed with killing intent hissing out, then rushed straight down. The divine phoenix goddess spread her fiery red wings, gliding to the middle of the high sky, her expression cold as a sword blade. She emphasized every word. I will step over your corpse to make my name famous in the eastern wasteland. Having finished speaking, she immediately flapped her wings, slipping through the narrow gap, rushing into the energy pit and disappearing. Qin Shu just stood motionless below, his eyes thoughtful, quietly observing. The graceful figure of Mei Er glided to Chu Li's side. She leaned over and whispered, 6th divine son, let's go too. He heard the call, turned his head slightly to glance, then lowered his voice, okay. The battle with the god race heaven's pride. I deeply felt my own lack. Chu Li approached her, his eyes sparkling with determination. His hand clenched into a fist. He raised his head, his voice low but decisive. This time I will definitely find an opportunity to improve my own strength. Mei Er stood opposite, her eyes steadfast, her voice gentle but no less profound. 6th divine son, I greatly admire this unyielding spirit of yours. Mei Er looked at Chu Li, her eyes steadfast like a sword drawn from its sheath. Her voice rang out decisively, without hesitation, like a vow carved into the bone marrow. I will do my utmost to help you. He gave a slight smile of gratitude, looking at Mayer, his voice deep and decisive. Mayer, thank you. I believe that I, truly, am absolutely not inferior to anyone. She smiled slightly, her eyes shining with faith. I believe in you. Mayer tilted her head, her gaze sweeping past Chu Li, her voice calm. Let's go in. And Sheng, Zhu Zhu, and Qin Shu strode together, their appearance leisurely yet majestic. An invisible but violent force suddenly knocked down the Qilin Crown Prince, causing his body to fall sprawling on the cold ground, struggling. Qin Shu tilted his head, the corners of his lips curving slightly, his eyes sweeping over with a bit of surprise. Is this the Qilin Crown Prince? The Qilin Crown Prince clenched his jaw tight, raised his head to look straight, his voice deep and hoarse, gritting out every word. Here I am. Zhu Zhu stood with her back straight, her posture heroic and unflinching, one hand on her hip, the other gripping a wooden club tightly. The moment the Qilin Crown Prince's eyes landed on the weapon in Zhu Zhu's hand, he froze instantly, a flicker of terror crossing his face before vanishing. The Qilin Crown Prince acted stubborn, clenching his fist and pounding the ground, even though he was still sprawled out with no intention of getting up. I like lying on the ground, lying here for fun. Can you manage that? Qin Shu stood beside him, looking helplessly at the scene before him, his voice low. Fine then, you just take your time playing. Qin Shu's expression darkened, his eyes icy, his voice sharp as a knife. If the 18th level Hell Cave is an opportunity, then you guys go in too. On the opposite side, Yuan Hong, Song Ming, and Ling Tong were exchanging glances and signals. Song Ming and Ling Tong simultaneously leaped into the deep energy pit. As he jumped, he curled his lips in a smug smile. Divine Son, we'll go in first then. Yuan Hong immediately followed, excitement evident on his face, his eyes blazing like fire. Ling Tong dove down, thousands of thoughts intertwining in her mind. The 18th Divine Son was born extraordinary. Indeed, he had special qualities. Having obtained the opportunity on the immortal steel today, his strength had likely increased significantly. Ling Tong frowned slightly, her mind in turmoil, a thought surging in her heart. If I want to escape him, I must find a stronger opportunity in the 18th level Hell Cave. The image of the white skeleton floating, shrouded in brilliant golden energy, suddenly flashed through Ling Tong's mind, sparking a thought in her, such as the legendary taboo, Supreme Bone. If she could obtain it. A hint of apprehension passed, but ambition overwhelmed Ling Tong's mind. The 18th Divine Son and I will switch statuses. He will become the servant of me, Duan Ling Tong. Qin Shu glanced down into the deep pit. Behind him, a voice rang out, calm but firm. I won't go in. Zhu Zhu knelt casually, reaching out to grab the giant, fiery red wings that still held heat, her lips curling slightly. I have to stay here and roast bird wings. Qin Shu sighed softly, helpless, his voice lowering. I was just joking earlier. You actually want to roast him to eat? Soft footsteps echoed on the silent ground. And Sheng slowly approached Qin Shu from behind, his posture slightly hunched. He bowed his head, his voice low, carrying both caution and respect. Divine Song. Qin Shu suddenly reached out, gripping in Sheng's shoulder tightly, his eyes darkening as if covered by a layer of cold mist. Old dog, follow me. His gaze turned solemn, his words decisive. Your family, this Divine Son will save them for you. He bowed low, raising his hands to his forehead in an ancient ceremonial greeting, his voice deep and full of reverence. Many thanks, Divine Son. A voice suddenly cut through the atmosphere. 18th Divine Son. Qin Shu didn't turn his head, only glancing sideways, his gaze indifferent like a blade skimming over water, chilling to the bone. Lin Yu and the King of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom walked over slowly. With a stern look, the King of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom lowered his voice. Everyone has gone in. The Divine Son should also make haste to enter. Qin Shu stood straight with his arms crossed, his demeanor cold as a statue. His sharp gaze swept over them, and he smirked slightly. His voice rang out, ice cold. The king cares about me that much? I cut off your son's legs. Hearing this, the man turned purple with rage, unable to hold back a loud shout. 18th Divine Son, you dare mention this? I will make you pay sooner or later. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yu took a full-force, invisible slap straight to the face. Blood spurted from the corner of his mouth, leaving him bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Qin Shu stood tall, waving his hand to control a giant, invisible hand that moved with his gestures, then suddenly lunged forward, sweeping powerfully and knocking him to the ground. Qin Shu raised his hand, golden energy surging around him. He curled his lips, his eyes cold and full of disdain. "You are worthy of speaking nonsense to me?" Lin Yu was knocked down, lying sprawled on the cold ground. He gritted his teeth, clenching his hands into fists, veins bulging on his face. "Damn it." "Ah!" The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom shouted, his majestic voice resonating. "Crown Prince, stand down." This made Lin Yu freeze, his eyes wide with shock, not yet understanding what was happening. The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom hurriedly spoke to diffuse the situation. "Children don't understand manners. I hope the divine son forgives him." He continued slowly, his voice deepening. "Actually, within the 18th level hell, the time the 10th level remains open is limited." The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom looked at Qin Shu, speaking with hidden meaning. This king couldn't help but remind the divine son. Hearing this, Qin Shu merely smirked, a hint of mockery in the corner of his eyes. He crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze calm, yet sharp, the corner of his lips raised arrogantly. His deep voice rang out, enunciating every word clearly. No need for the king's reminder. This divine son doesn't want to go in yet. Lin Yu scrambled up from the ground, looking up with a sneer, his voice full of ridicule. 18th divine son, the old dog's family is still mining inside. Don't tell me you don't want to save this running dog's family? He laughed maliciously, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Go in late, and they might be buried in there forever. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, a flash of tension in his mind. Damn it, no matter what, I must get the 18th divine son inside. And Sheng ground his teeth, clenching his hands until they sweated. Damn it. Suddenly, a giant golden hand tore through space and slithered out. The giant golden hand grabbed Lin Yu and hoisted him high into the air. Qin Shu waved his hand, controlling the giant hand to squeeze Lin Yu tight as he flailed in midair. His eyes icy, he growled, provoking this divine son? Qin Shu narrowed his eyes, his aura deepening like a gale before a storm. Do you think that in the dragon elephant ancient kingdom, this divine son wouldn't dare to kill you? As soon as he finished speaking, he drew a sharp sword, golden light swirling around it, surging with momentum. Seeing this, anxiety welled up in the king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom's heart, and he couldn't help but plead, 18th divine son, please show mercy. Qin Shu completely ignored the plea. His face darkened, his hand gripping the sword hilt tight as he shouted in a low voice. This divine son must teach you a lesson. Qin Shu swung the sword without hesitation, the steel blade slicing through the wind and chopping down onto Lin Yu's arm. A scream of pain echoed, and fresh red blood stained the ground dark. Lin Yu writhed, clutching his bloody arm. His whole body trembled, tears streaming ceaselessly, his face twisted in excruciating pain. The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom took a step back, eyes bulging, his voice trembling and stuttering. 18th divine son, you. Fury rose like a raging fire. He gritted his teeth, swinging his arm as he rushed forward, shouting, Do you not put this king in your eyes? Qin Shu glanced sideways, his gaze sharp as a knife. You dare to touch me? His voice was low, hissed through his teeth, full of killing intent. Qin Shu looked coldly at the king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom rushing towards him, speaking calmly. Do you think the ancestors of the feathering sect are vegetarians? Do you think my father, Qin Fation, wouldn't dare to slaughter your dragon elephant ancient kingdom? Qin Shu's voice rang out with a majesty that suppressed the void. It is your son who lacks ability, yet dares to provoke this divine son. Hearing this, the king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom's face turned purple. His entire body froze as if crushed by an invisible pressure until he suffocated. Qin Shu continued to speak coldly, each word like a sharp blade slicing through the void. Even if he is killed by me, so what? The surging killing intent drained the blood from the king's face, causing him to retract his hand in panic. Every word from Qin Shu thundered like a bolt from the blue, cold and murderous. If you dare to strike, the ancestors of my feathering sect will kill your entire family. The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom's face suddenly fell, a hint of confusion crossing his eyes. He took a step forward, bowing his head in apology, his voice hoarse but decisive. It was this king who was rash. Divine son, please forgive me. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice cold. Forgive how? The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom suddenly bowed his head, his face pale, cold sweat pouring down like rain. He sincerely reported, recently, in the 5th level of the 18th level Hell Cave, the dragon elephant ancient kingdom found a piece of dragon elephant precious jade, and we offer it to the divine son. Lin Yu clutched his shoulder tightly, his body trembling in waves. Tears of indignation flowed as he screamed in despair. Imperial father, no. The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom glanced at Lin Yu and shouted angrily, shut your mouth. Hearing this, he suddenly froze, his face pale as a sheet, his body shaking with despair, unable to utter a word. The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom closed his eyes with regret and let out a sigh. The jade is still in the 5th level. He opened his eyes, his voice lowering. I invite the divine son to go and retrieve it personally. Qin Shu spoke with satisfaction. Consider your dragon elephant ancient kingdom sensible. He smirked slightly, revealing a proud, triumphant smile, his eyes radiating unshakable confidence as he lowered his voice to give the order. Let's go. Enter the 18th level Hell Cave. Qin Shu and Sheng quietly stepped forward toward the deep energy pit, leaving behind the contemplative gazes of Lin Yu and the king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom. Lin Yu spun around, his face pale, forehead drenched in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth in endurance, blood spurting in dark red streams from his severed shoulder, his remaining hand clutching the bleeding wound. His voice was harsh with rage and pain. Father, that thief Qin Shu cut off one of my arms again. Why did you offer him the dragon elephant precious jade? The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom spoke with a helpless expression. If I didn't offer him the jade, would he enter the 18th level Hell Cave? He narrowed his eyes slightly, his aged face cold and devoid of emotion, his voice slow but firm. Each word struck like a hammer on cold stone. Crown Prince, you and the 18th divine son are of the same generation. Being inferior to others is something you can only blame yourself for. The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom's voice still echoed in Lin Yu's ears, each word slicing into his self-esteem like a knife. Never mind him cutting off one of your arms. Even if he killed you, do you think I would really kill the 18th divine son to avenge you? The king narrowed his eyes, his voice deep and raspy as if rising from an abyss. His distant gaze conjured a figure that made him shudder. Ignoring the feathering sect, Qin Fation alone is someone no one dares to offend. The invisible pressure from those memories pressed down, making the surrounding air seem to solidify. Standing beside him, Lin Yu's spine went cold. He clenched his fist, biting his lip until it bled, finally unable to hold back his voice. It was deep and hoarse, carrying both unease and resentment. But if we really let him get the dragon elephant precious jade, won't he be even harder to deal with? With a calm expression, the king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom smiled faintly. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. He curled his lips slightly, his smile cold as a blade grazing flesh, his eyes full of calculation, his voice dropping lower. The person guarding the 5th level is Elder Huang's biological younger brother, Huang Tong. Since Elder Huang was killed by the 18th divine son, Huang Tong has always wanted to avenge his brother. The opportunity Huang Tong obtained in the 18th level hell is far greater than Elder Huang's. The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom recounted in a low voice. He entered the 18th level hell cave 50 years ago and has never taken a step out. So the 18th divine son is seeking his own death. Moreover, although the dragon elephant precious jade was discovered on the 5th level, it hasn't been retrieved yet. Taking a step back, even if the 18th divine son escapes Huang Tong's hands, if he wants to obtain the dragon elephant precious jade, there is only a path of death. Crown Prince Lin heard this and laughed heartily, his eyes flashing with arrogance. Every time the dragon elephant precious jade appears, it requires the sacrifice of over 100,000 people to be retrieved. A trace of cruelty flashed across Crown Prince Lin's face, his eyes cold as if piercing through others' hearts, and he sneered. His voice rang out with smugness. This is exactly why people are always needed to be sent into the 18th level hell. The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom spoke in a deep voice, his eyes burning with extreme gloating. The 18th divine son has a personality that fears nothing in heaven or earth. He will definitely go to retrieve the dragon elephant precious jade himself. At this moment, Qin Shu and Ensheng rushed out of the energy abyss, their bodies falling straight into a strange, dark, and cold land filled with an unusual aura. Both quietly scanned their surroundings, their gazes taut as bowstrings, wary of every strange wisp of aura in the darkness. Qin Shu frowned slightly, his eyes full of vigilance, and said in a deep voice, "Is this the 18th level hell?" Indeed, there is evil energy everywhere. Around them, flickering green phantom shadows drifted in the gloomy space, like wandering souls, silently watching every step of the two men. Suddenly, a phantom shadow shot forward like lightning, reaching right in front of Qin Shu in the blink of an eye, its eyes revealing cold, killing intent. He gallantly waved his hand, his aura surging like a towering mountain, showing no sign of fear. Qin Shu's hand waved lightly, like a wave tearing through space, dragging the phantom shadow to vanish into the air like mist. Qin Shu frowned, his expression unchanged, and judged coldly. Too weak. And Sheng sweated with anxiety, his voice tense. Divine Son, the upper 5 levels of the 18th level Hell Cave are relatively safe. The evil spirits here won't attack ordinary people, which is why minors exist. As he and the old man walked slowly, his eyes steadfast, and Sheng suddenly spoke up, his voice low but decisive. Although evil spirits will attack cultivators, they are too weak, so usually there's no danger. Starting from the 6th level onwards, the real danger begins. Suddenly, a familiar sound rang in Qin Shu's mind. Ding, temporary sign-in task. Sign in at the 18th level of the 18th level Hell Cave. A thought flashed through his mind. Indeed, in such important places, there would be temporary sign-in tasks. Qin Shu spoke with a helpless expression. "Let's go, we'll search for your family floor by floor." And Sheng, sweating with worry, followed silently close behind. All the men, from old to young, were swinging their pickaxes hard against the cave walls, sweating profusely under the strict supervision of the soldiers. The tall captain of the King's Guard, with a face full of murderous intent, shouted loudly, "Move faster, all of you." He swung his whip high, roaring a threat. "Dare to be lazy, and I'll beat you to death." And Fun and his father, and Sheng's father, bent their backs carrying heavy baskets of purple stones, sweating profusely, panting as if about to collapse from exhaustion. A noise suddenly rang out. A figure fell to its knees, collapsing onto the cold ground. Infant panicked and turned to look. The basket of stone had tipped over, purple fragments scattering on the ground. And Sheng's father knelt down, his aged and weary body collapsing onto the ground, his arms tightly embracing the layer of dust. The old man gasped for breath in broken spurts, each breath seeming to tear his chest apart, exhaustion reaching its limit. Infant frantically put his basket of stones on the ground and shouted, "Father!" Then he rushed over in panic, his face pale, his eyes filled with fear for his father's safety. Before he could reach him, Infant saw the fierce captain of the King's Guard rushing over, the whip in his hand raised and lashing straight down onto the thin, frail back lying helpless on the ground. The captain of the King's Guard gripped the wrought-tan whip tightly, gritting his teeth brutally as he threatened, "Get up immediately." Infant hugged his father's thin body, covered in bleeding wounds on his back. Heart-wrenching pain mixed with indignation, he screamed, "What are you doing? My father is old. He basically can't carry the year anymore." The captain of the King's Guard glared, angrily kicking in Fun. "What? Dare talk back?" Struggling up in pain, he gritted his teeth and uttered, "Damn it, my brother will definitely come to save us." Tears and snot streamed down in Fun's face in choking sobs and resentment. He gritted his teeth tightly, emphasizing every word. "You just wait." The captain of the King's Guard lowered his voice in mockery with a look of contempt. "Who the hell is your brother? This 18th level Hell Cave is controlled by the king of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom himself. If your brother comes, there is only one situation." His voice was as sharp as cold steel, his eyes cold and full of sarcasm. "That is being sent here to work as a miner." Having said that, the captain of the King's Guard turned abruptly, his voice shouting clearly, "Men, He strode forward, his cold command echoing through the cave. "Beat this kid to death for me." The soldiers behind him grinned sinisterly, their faces full of viciousness as they began to close in. And Fun's face turned pale, his eyes panicked. Before he could react, the captain of the King's Guard had already turned his head back, smiling with delight, and growled, "Teach him a lesson." The sound of whips lashing rang out, stinging blows raining down one after another. And Fun couldn't resist. He could only curl up, hugging himself in numbing pain. The captain of the King's Guard watched from a distance, the corners of his lips curling into a savage smile, his eyes full of smugness, as if enjoying an interesting show. And Sheng's father struggled to crawl over, his hands trembling as he grabbed the hem of the captain's clothes, tears streaming down his face as he begged, "My lord, spare his life. Please spare my son." The captain of the King's Guard looked down, sneering contemptuously. "You were just lying down. How come you're crawling so fast now? Spare him?" Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled into a cruel, sinister smile as he spoke. "Fine." The captain narrowed his eyes, his face full of interest, and growled, looking at Sheng's father with pleasure, as if enjoying a pastime. "Kowtow to me 18 times. Infant tried to sit up, ignoring the cruel whiplashes still tearing at his flesh, and gritted his teeth, screaming, "Father, don't listen to him. I'd rather die than accept humiliation from them." And Sheng's father clenched his jaw tight, his eyes red, his whole body trembling with suppressed grief. A moment of choked silence passed. Then he nodded, his voice hoarse and bitterly sorrowful. "I'll do it." And Sheng's father bowed his head sincerely, his voice full of desperation. "As long as you spare my son." The savage captain of the King's Guard, with eyes sharp as knives and a voice full of authority, lowered his tone and ordered cruelly, "Each time you kowtow, I must hear the sound, otherwise it doesn't count." And Sheng's father bowed and kowtowed, his forehead hitting the ground hard, making chilling, thudding sounds. And Fun was in extreme pain, only able to watch silently as his father was humiliated, his fists clenched tight, his eyes bloodshot with resentment and helplessness. The captain of the King's Guard crossed his arms, his eyes half challenging, half mocking. "Didn't hear it, doesn't count." And Sheng's father used all his strength to smash his head down, each heavy blow causing blood to splatter. He wheezed in despair, blood oozing from his forehead, dripping heavily onto the ground. "My lord, is that enough?" The captain of the King's Guard tilted his head slightly, putting his hand to his ear pretending not to hear, and glared as he shouted, "Enough my ass. Still haven't heard anything." Infant screamed in a fit of rage, tears of resentment flowing hot. Disregarding everything, he rushed straight forward like a cornered beast. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the death." The captain of the King's Guard suddenly turned around, drawing a sharp sword from his waist, and shouted coldly, "You're seeking your own death." And Sheng's father screamed in despair. "Don't." The captain's sword blade shot forward like a lightning bolt. Infant didn't hesitate to rush up, risking his life to face it. Suddenly, from somewhere, a red-hot energy ball shot forward, flying into the captain's face, knocking his hat far away, leaving him dazed and unable to react in time. The energy ball shot into the soldier, knocking him flying far away in a diagonal line, slamming hard against the rock wall. Both Fun and his father stood frozen, bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. The subordinate soldiers' expressions changed briefly, their eyes flashing with unease as they panicked and glanced at each other. Under the pile of rubble, the captain of the King's Guard lay sprawled, his long hair matted and hanging down over his pale face. He groaned softly, his voice hoarse with pain. "Who?" The answer was the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. Qin Shu and Sheng walked over, both their faces cold and solemn. In Qin Shu's hand, a stream of red energy swirled like fire, blazing with murderous intent. Qin Shu frowned slightly, his sharp, cold gaze sweeping across like an invisible sword, making the air seem to freeze. Beside him, Sheng was burning with murderous intent, his eyes flashing with extreme indignation, a silent warning. When they saw the people who had just arrived, and Fun and Sheng's father were stunned, their faces shocked before lighting up with indescribable joy. The boy exclaimed, his voice choked, "Brother!" Beside him, Sheng's father was also teary-eyed, calling softly, "Sheng!" He stared wide-eyed, his face a mix of surprise and extreme joy, his mouth trembling as he called, "Father, brother!" Supporting his trembling father, and Fun turned with him, looking emotionally towards Shang. Without hesitation, he rushed straight towards the two of them like an arrow. And Fun's eyes filled with tears. His voice choked as he called, "Brother." He gently wiped a tear rolling down his cheek, his voice trembling but his eyes flashing with absolute trust. "I knew you would come to save us." Qin Shu crossed his arms, his eyes half smiling, half provocative as he glanced at the guard captain who was scrambling to get up. He tilted his head, scrutinizing him. The captain of the king's guard screamed in anger, pointing straight at Qin Shu's face, gritting his teeth and threatening. "Dare to ambush this official? Do you really not know how the word death is written?" He gritted his teeth, shouting furiously, "Men, arrest them all for me." Hearing those words, and Shang's face darkened, his eyes shining with disgust. And Shang's father wheezed, and Shang. His breath was thin, shattering in his exhausted chest. His eyes looked at his son filled with silent emotion, a despair that wrenched the heart. The soldiers rushed in like a storm, weapons gleaming high, surrounding them tightly amidst the sound of hurried footsteps. And Shang's father warned softly, "These people are all the king's guards. They are not easy to mess with." And Shang spoke sternly, his eyes steadfast, decisive. "Father, don't worry." He lowered his voice, calmly reassuring his old father, looking at Qin Shu with eyes full of trust. "With the divine sun here, no one can hurt anyone today." Just as the soldiers swung their weapons preparing to rush in, a majestic shout cut through the air. "Kneel down, all of you." He waved his hand, a stream of energy swirling like a ribbon, winding through the air and then shooting forward. Qin Shu raised his hand, energy blazing and sparking with golden electricity, and he barked the order, "Kneel down." The stream of energy suddenly surged forward, spinning and wrapping tightly around a soldier, freezing him in place. The tearing pain made it impossible for him to resist. His body was bent and slammed hard onto the ground in a prostrate position. The soldier's entire body froze, trembling in waves as if his vitality were being drained, his eyes darting around in terror as he gasped. "What is happening?" Qin Shu's eyes were cold as ice, his lips curling in disdain. "Reckless fools." A soldier roared in anger. "He dares to resist." The soldiers screamed in unison, their shouts echoing through the space. Each face was flushed with hatred as they charged forward like a turbulent wave, shouting together, "Get him together! Kill him!" Qin Shu clenched his fist, his eyes burning with fury, and behind him, flames erupted violently. Qin Shu spun around, and a burst of energy exploded, shining brightly and pouring out like a waterfall of fire. A wave of power lashed out like a furious dragon, causing the soldiers to collapse and kneel as if facing the killing intent of the heavens. One soldier panicked. "What?" Another stammered in fear. "This pressure is terrifying." The captain of the king's guard turned pale, shouting in panic, "Who exactly are you?" Not bothering to speak, Qin Shu merely glanced at him, standing tall with an imposing aura. Qin Shu slowly lowered his hand, retracting the energy. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and sneered with utter contempt. "Does a dog slave like you deserve to know my identity?" And Shang's voice trembled, his hands clenching as if to grasp the last shred of hope. "Where are the others?" His eyes darted around, filled with anxiety. And Fun and Shang's father sat silently for a long time. No one spoke. Only exhaustion and despair weighed heavily in their eyes, making words superfluous. Tears welling up, and Fun screamed in choked agony. They were all by these beasts. He sobbed painfully, lowering his voice, tortured to death. Nearby, the soldiers scrambled to their feet, their faces bruised, glancing around in fear. Hearing this, and Shang's face darkened, his brows furrowed tight, his voice dropping to a dry rasp. "What?" Qin Shu stepped forward majestically. Behind him, and Shang silently turned his head to look back. The captain of the king's guard was furious. His expression changed, sweat breaking out as he roared with a look of deep anxiety. "Do you know who we are? How dare you treat us like this?" He shouted angrily. "Are you asking for a beating?" Qin Shu didn't even care, calmly turning away and lowering his voice. "Old dog." Qin Shu walked past and Shang, his eyes cold and emotionless as he gave the order. "You handle these people yourself." And Shang drew his sword, the metallic sound ringing out sharply. His eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, and Shang gritted his teeth, his voice sharp as a blade, his eyes burning with the fire of hatred. "For exterminating my clan, You must pay with your lives. He stepped forward, his hand gripping the sharp blade tightly. The metal reflected a cold light, making the soldier tremble in fear. You. The soldier snapped, "Dare you?" Before he could finish, and Shang swung his blade. The sword cut through the air, stabbing straight into his stomach. Blood sprayed up like a fountain, dyeing the air red. The filthy blood splattered onto his face. Infant witnessed it all, tears flowing ceaselessly, but in his eyes was ultimate satisfaction, as if all the pain of the past had been soothing. He looked at his brother, smiling coldly, his voice hoarse with emotion. "Great cut. Kill them. Wipe out these beasts." The soldier fell back, eyes rolling back. The soldiers were in chaos, their ranks disarrayed amid screams and chaotic footsteps, every face pale. Sweat pouring down, their eyes fixed forward in panic. Suddenly one soldier yelled, "We are the personal guards of the king." He roared, eyes rolling back, hair standing on end as if pouring his last bit of strength into the threat. "If you dare touch us, your 9 generations will be executed." And Shang ignored the threat, rushing forward like a whirlwind. His blade slashed across the soldier's neck, his face dark and exuding a terrifying murderous intent. The captain of the king's guard clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "You have some nerve." And Shang's face darkened, his eyes flashing with uncontrolled anger. The captain screamed uncontrollably, his eyes red with fury. "Killing us means offending the king of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom. The king will not let you off. This is important territory of our Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom. We are all the king's men." Qin Shu crossed his arms, his sharp cold eyes looking straight at the guard captain, his thin lips curling slightly. "The king." Qin Shu stood straight, his cold gaze sweeping over, his voice deep like thunder. "I'll give you a chance. Contact your king immediately. This divine son will show you what despair is." He closed his eyes slightly and flicked his sleeve. The captain of the king's guard was knocked down by the blow, his body slamming hard onto the cold ground, bewildered as to what was happening. He gritted his teeth, struggling to sit up, his eyes red with hatred. "You said it." After speaking, he reached into his robe as if searching for something important. The captain pulled out a gold stone carved with a raised dragon image. A faint golden light flickered from it as he gritted his teeth threateningly. "You will regret this." The captain clutched the gold stone tightly, and the energy radiating from it exploded like burning light. He shouted loudly, "Daring to run wild here, the king will surely pull out your tendons and bones and destroy your 3 souls and 6 spirits." Qin Shu kept a cold face without a trace of emotion, his eyes glancing over as if he didn't care about the presence of the person in front of him. The captain gripped the energy-emitting stone, and suddenly the voice of the king of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom, who was outside, emitted from it. He spoke up, his voice arrogant and full of authority. "Your Majesty, I'm the captain of the 5th-level Divine Guard. I have a matter to report." Outside, the king of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom spoke softly. "What is it?" At the same time, beside him, Lin Yu was kneeling, his face anxious and weary as he sighed. From the gold transmission stone in the king's hand, the urgent voice of the captain rang out, mixed with anger and confusion. "Reporting to your Majesty, someone is running wild on the 5th level, completely disregarding our Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom." Qin Shu quietly approached behind the captain of the king's guard, the corner of his lips curling slightly, his cold eyes fixed on the gold transmission stone in the other's hand. On the other side, the king of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom merely glanced sideways, his voice echoing out cold as ice. "Who is it?" From behind the captain, Qin Shu leaned over to look at the transmission stone, raising one hand in a stylish greeting, a smug smile on his lips. "It is this divine son." The captain's eyes flashed with fiery rage, his voice grating through the transmission stone. "Your Majesty, this person is extremely arrogant. He dared to kill the guards of our Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom. I beg your Majesty to execute this man." The king of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom remained silent for a long time, deep in thought. He gripped the glowing gold transmission stone in his hand, his voice shouting like thunder in a clear sky. "Impudent." The captain frowned slightly, his whole body tensing, waiting silently for the reaction from the other side. The king of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom, burning with rage, shouted, "Daring to be disrespectful to the 18th Divine Son, you deserve death." Qin Shu draped his arm over the captain's neck, the corners of his lips lifting in amusement, as if watching a good play. Meanwhile, the captain's face went pale as he stammered. What? He narrowed his eyes, his voice remaining calm and majestic. 18th Divine Son. It is all because this king did not discipline them strictly enough. These people will be handed over to the 18th Divine Son to handle. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately reached out and crushed the gold transmission stone hovering in front of him. The captain of the king's guard froze, his face turning pale as he threw the transmission stone onto the cold ground in panic. The sound of the impact echoed in the tense space. Bowing his head and trembling, he stammered as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. What? Cold sweat poured down the captain's forehead, his face as white as paper. His voice rang out in panic. How is this possible? The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom apologized to this person? How is this possible? Extreme terror made him forget to stand straight. He frantically rushed forward and collapsed, kneeling at Qin Shu's feet. A trembling, pathetic sound escaped his throat. Spare my life. I shouldn't have offended the Divine Son. Please, Divine Son, spare me this time. From above, Qin Shu's cold gaze swept down over the prostrate figure, the corners of his lips curling into a smile full of hidden meaning. He leisurely stated his condition. I can spare you, but I have a condition. Facing the only ray of hope for survival, the guard captain was like a beast cornered, hurriedly lifting his head and screaming in panic, promising desperately. I agree to everything. Whatever the condition is, I agree. Amidst the chaotic scene, and Sheng still gripped the blood-stained sword that had just struck down the soldier. Behind him, Anfun was anxiously supporting their old father. The old man's voice rose uneasily, and Sheng, the king's personal guards have all been killed. If the king blames us. And Sheng turned his head slightly, reassuring his father with a calm smile. Father, rest assured. With the Divine Son here, the king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom won't dare do anything to us. Standing beside them, Anfun also spoke up softly, his voice full of trust. Father, you heard it just now. The king was extremely respectful to the 18th Divine Son. Believe in brother, believe in the 18th Divine Son. Not far away, in the open space outside, Lin Yu was squatting on the ground. He tilted his head, lowering his voice to ask the person beside him. Imperial Father, they are all loyal personal guards of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom. He continued, his voice full of confusion. Loyal to you, so why let the 18th Divine Son kill them at will? Doing so is no different from slapping yourself in the face, Imperial Father. Lin Yu's face was pale, his eyes widening as he asked in panic. If this spreads, where will the dignity of our dragon elephant ancient kingdom be? A majestic roar rang out, like thunder blocking Lin Yu's words. It was the king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom. Enough. He gripped the armrest tightly, his voice lowering. With the 18th Divine Son's personality, even if we wanted to stop him, could we? The king calmly analyzed every ruthless move in his plan. The important thing now is to let him step into the trap we've set. I have notified Huang Tong. He will personally kill the 18th Divine Son. Lin Yu clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with cruelty, and he laughed sinisterly. The 18th level hell cave. That place will be the hell of the 18th Divine Son. He definitely won't walk out of there alive. Inside the cave, a gloomy purple mist swirled like poisonous fog, covering every corner, surrounded by heavily guarding soldiers. They were strictly controlling a group of people lining up towards a door emitting billowing black smoke. Amidst that scene, a soldier shouted loudly, his voice echoing everywhere. Line up properly for me. Enter one by one. From a distance, Qin Shu and Sheng's family stood hidden behind a large rock, silently observing everything. He and the man remained silent for a long time. The soldier's threatening shout rang out again. If you don't obey, not only will you perish, but your families will be implicated. The crowd bowed their heads in fear, despairingly trampling over one another to take steps toward the door covered in dark energy. The door before them billowed with pitch-black smoke, eerily thick and dense. The soldier gritted his teeth and delivered a hard shove, causing the person at the front to stumble into the door that was spewing dark energy. He snarled, "Get in there now." The people queuing behind could not hide their panic, their eyes anxiously following every movement ahead. An old man with disheveled hair knelt before the door, tears filling his eyes as he pleaded. "No, please spare me. I have a newborn child at home." He screamed in despair, his voice wretched with begging. If I am gone, how will they survive? Before he could finish, the soldier swung his blade, a cruel strike stabbing straight into the frail old chest. He turned around, ordering coldly, "Throw him inside." Enfun frowned, suspicion flashing in his eyes, then turned to speak to Qin Shu. "Divine Son, the dragon elephant precious jade was discovered here earlier." The group of soldiers suddenly approached their position. One of them lowered his voice to interrogate. "Who are you?" Qin Shu did not reply, simply waving his hand to launch a lightning-fast strike. A powerful burst of energy erupted from his hand, rushing forward and knocking down the entire group of soldiers in the blink of an eye. Qin Shu strode forward decisively, closing in on the soldier lying sprawled on the ground. The soldier looked up, gritting his teeth. "You dare cause trouble in this place?" He looked down, his gaze sweeping over the soldier like a sharp sword, his voice cold as ice. "Where is the dragon elephant precious jade?" The soldier sprang up, clenching his fists, and shouted in anger. "This is a vital area of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom. What do you intend to do?" "Such impudence! Are you tired of living?" Without a wasted word, Qin Shu swung his hand, unleashing a powerful strike. Flames erupted from his arm, surging like a violent waterfall, scorching the very air. The soldier's face turned pale, and he retreated in panic. Qin Shu shouted, "Speak." The soldier was so terrified he could not retreat further. Finally, he opened his mouth, stammering with trembling fear. "The dragon elephant precious jade is still inside the void soul space." The soldier's voice choked out, "It hasn't been retrieved yet." As soon as he finished, Qin Shu glanced sharply at the door, where dark energy was coiled like deadly ropes. He turned back to look at the soldier trembling at his feet, interrogating him coldly. "Void soul space, explain it." The soldier looked up at Qin Shu, slowly explaining every detail. "The dragon elephant precious jade was born within this void soul space, which is the dark cave ahead." He spoke, his voice trembling, not daring to look directly at the dark cave. "The void soul space is extremely dangerous. It will swallow souls. The only way to retrieve the dragon elephant precious jade is to fill it with human lives." Qin Shu tilted his head, listening intently to the soldier's account. "As long as there are enough people to feed the void soul space, it will no longer be dangerous, and we can enter to retrieve the jade." Qin Shu's voice turned cold, his gaze frosty. No wonder the dragon elephant ancient kingdom recruited such a large number of commoners here. This piece of dragon elephant precious jade has been bathed in the blood of the innocent. Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out from behind. "Who dares to cause a disturbance in this place?" As the sound faded, he glanced back with vigilance. From the deep darkness, a figure slowly stepped out, appearing composed, his entire body shrouded in gloomy black smoke. Upon seeing Huang Tong, the soldier immediately rushed over to cry for help. "Guest Elder Huang Tong, save me!" he screamed as he ran. "This person is very audacious, daring to cause trouble here. Please, Guest Elder Huang, kill this man." Huang Tong's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted out a question. His face was stern and terrifying. "You are the 18th Divine Son?" Qin Shu frowned slightly, his eyes cold, offering no reply. Outside, the king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom and Lin Yu were intently observing the scene in the cave through a fiery energy block that reflected the image clearly. Lin Yu smiled smugly, a cruel glint in his eyes. Huang Tong is about to strike. The good show is about to begin. Qin Shu furrowed his brows and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Huang Tong tilted his head slightly, narrowing his eyes as he spoke with resentment. "I'm the elder brother of Huang Lao." Huang Tong trembled with rage, his hands clenched tight, blood vessels bursting in his red eyes, his voice hoarse with fury. "Do you remember my younger brother, whom you killed?" Qin Shu curled his lips in a scornful smile. "So you want to follow in your brother's footsteps and seek death?" Huang Tong erupted with aura, his glaring eyes looking as if they wanted to incinerate everything, as a violent surge of dark energy burst forth from his body. "Arrogant!" Huang Tong spread his arms wide, his sharp gaze surrounded by dark, gloomy energy, and roared with power. "In this place, no one has ever dared to say they can kill me, Huang Tong." And Sheng, standing beside Qin Shu, spoke with sharp eyes and an urgent tone of warning. "Divine Son, be careful. This person is full of evil energy. I fear he won't be easy to deal with." Huang Tong waved his hands to gather energy, Purplish-black smoke swirled, and a distorted skull shape manifested amidst the gloomy mist. His voice boomed like thunder. "I will imprison your divine soul." Saying this, he quickly lowered his stance, channeling all his power into the monstrous skull hovering in the air, causing its mouth to split open. A terrifying sound resonated through the space, promising eternal torture. Infant could not hide his fear, his voice choking up. "Brother, it's so scary." Beside him, his father, and Shung's father, also spoke up in worry. "And Shung, will the 18th divine son be all right?" And Shung spoke softly to reassure them. "Father, little brother, believe in the divine son." The monstrous skull closed in on Qin Shu, emitting a gloomy black smoke that seemed to devour everything, making the surrounding air stifling and frozen. He clenched his fist, compressing his power to the limit. A set of golden ribs suddenly appeared, encasing the burning lightning fire. Qin Shu roared, "Get lost!" Huang Tong's dark energy was overwhelmed by his internal force. A brilliant light erupted violently, seemingly swallowing the old man's dark aura. Huang Tong stood frozen, staring blankly, unable to believe what had just happened. He stammered, "What?" Qin Shu waved his hand, energy surging like a tidal wave. He thought to himself, "The taboo supreme bone is indeed no ordinary object. I only just utilized its power, and my aura alone dissipated the evil energy on Huang Tong." The old man lowered his voice in admiration. "Worthy of being the divine son of the feathering sect." Then he cast a glance full of hidden meaning, the corners of his lips curling slightly in a sarcastic tone. "Indeed, not easy to defeat." Suddenly, Huang Tong smiled cruelly. But he paused, slowly raising his hand to summon his power. "Today you." Internal force surged violently in Huang Tong's hand, blazing with dark, stormy winds. He gritted out, each word hissing through his teeth, "That will absolutely not leave this place alive." Huang Tong waved his hand, hurling a chaotic blast of energy straight at Qin Shu. He spun around and waved his hand. A brilliant golden spear appeared in the blink of an eye, enveloped in burning energy. Qin Shu lowered his stance, channeling power into the spear, absorbing the raging fire, then gave a decisive command, "Go." The sharp spear tore through the wind, flying straight toward Huang Tong's chest, leaving the old man panicked and unable to react in time. Huang Tong froze, frowning in horror. "What?" The spear tip plunged into his chest, crimson blood gushing out. The spear pierced right through Huang Tong's body, causing him to stagger, while bright energy enveloped the wound. He stammered in pain, "What kind of weapon is this?" And Fun, eyes brimming with tears, cheered joyfully, "Brother, he won. The divine son is amazing." Opposite them, the soldier's face was purple with shock, his voice filled with disappointment and disbelief at what had just occurred. "Guest Elder Huang Tong, how could this be?" Suddenly, a dry, malicious laugh rang out. Hearing it, Qin Shu immediately glanced over with vigilance. Huang Tong was unharmed, despite the spear still being firmly lodged in his chest. He laughed gleefully. "Do you think just this much is enough to defeat me? How naive." Qin Shu frowned, his voice snapping coldly. "Stop your prattle. Show your true ability. Do not waste this divine son's time." Huang Tong's entire body emitted a dark, gloomy gas, the cold spear still skewering his body. Huang Tong suddenly transformed into a hazy mist, causing the spear to lose its hold and fall to the ground. From the thick smoke, a booming voice echoed out. "I, Huang Tong, have bitterly cultivated in this 18th level of hell for 50 years. He gradually materialized, a monstrous figure hovering in midair, purple dark energy swirling violently around him. His body had long been completely mutated by the evil energy of this place." Qin Shu swung his hand to catch the spear, lowering his voice. "Come a try." Huang Tong roared, his pitch-black eyes terrifying. His monstrous form shot forward, crawling and slithering like a wild beast toward Qin Shu, who held his spear ready for battle. Qin Shu aimed the spear tip straight, launching a precise strike at the enemy. The spear tip passed straight through Huang Tong's body, as if piercing smoke, completely ineffective. The old man laughed triumphantly. 18th divine son, I told you, I am now formless and bodiless. I am immortal." Qin Shu frowned slightly, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Huang Tong waved his hand, and a black shadow darted forward like a living arrow. Dark purple flames erupting violently around him, swallowing the surrounding light. Huang Tong spoke with malice and menace. "You cannot kill me, but I can kill you." The purple dark energy spread and enveloped Qin Shu, causing him to freeze in momentary shock. Then, the old man waved his hand, unleashing a stream of dark energy that rolled forth like thick, solidified darkness. Qin Shu hurriedly swung his spear to block, his movements decisive and powerful. Qin Shu glanced over, speaking with utter disdain, formless and bodiless. "Interesting, but that is all it is." Huang Tong burned with rage, murderous intent blazing in his eyes, his voice grinding out like thunderclaps. "That is all it is? On what basis do you say that? On what grounds are you so arrogant? You cannot even wound me." Huang Tong's internal force flared up violently, his momentum rising like a hurricane. He closed in on Qin Shu, threatening, "I will drain you until you are a dry corpse." Lin Yu, standing outside, witnessed the entire event through the projection bridge and smiled coldly. Huang Tong's cultivation is inherently much higher than the 18th Prince's, and his unique technique is unbreakable. He can kill enemies far above his level. Qin Shu's gallant figure appeared on the reflection. Lin Yu lowered his voice in contempt. "I do not believe the 18th Divine Son can survive and escape this time." The corners of Qin Shu's lips curled up in disdain. He raised his hand, staring intensely at Huang Tong, who was rushing in with evil energy. "Can't wound you? Ridiculous." The palm of Qin Shu's hand suddenly glowed, and a raised golden character appeared with immense power. His deep voice resonated softly. "Suppression character seal." Qin Shu suddenly commanded coldly, "Go." The character in his palm sprang forth, rushing out with a flash of energy. The character spiraled forward, exploding into a dazzling golden mass. The giant raised character pressed down with powerful internal force, crushing Huang Tong. The old man's face turned pale, his eyes bulging in terror. He shrank back as if being suffocated, stammering, "What is this now?" Qin Shu gave a low shout, his hand waving with great power. "Suppress him for me." The golden stone fragment carved with raised characters immediately crashed down, slamming onto Huang Tong's figure. Under the terrifying pressure, the old man was flattened to the point of immobility, roaring in fury. "Why? Why can this thing suppress me?" Qin Shu lowered his head, narrowing his eyes to glance at him. He thought to himself, "The system said the suppression character talisman has the effect of terrifying evil spirits. Looking at it now, Huang Tong has cultivated into an evil spirit in this place, which is why he is being suppressed by the suppression character talisman." Huang Tong's body gradually dissolved into the thick black evil energy. He trembled and begged, "Spare me. I, Huang Tong, swear that in the future I will definitely not seek trouble with the 18th Divine Son." Infant spoke up fiercely, "Divine Son, this Huang Tong has devoured countless human lives. He is vicious and cruel." He gritted his teeth tightly, shouting with a pleading expression, "Please do not forgive him." Qin Shu turned around, waved his hand vigorously, and coldly ordered, "Suppress and kill." The raised character on the stone shone brilliantly, illuminating the entire sky and churning the surrounding dark energy. Huang Tong's face was distorted and cracked as if being torn apart. Gloomy black energy erupted from within his body, devouring every piece of flesh and blood. A choked, broken scream rang out. "No!" Huang Tong's eyes flared with bright purple fire, his face twisted and deformed, and he spoke viciously. "If that is the case, then let us die together." From Huang Tong's gradually vanishing body, the gloomy smoke suddenly emitted a grotesque moaning sound. "Burn my life force, transform into sharp blades." Qin Shu frowned, glancing over with a look of shock. Clusters of gloomy, purple energy swirled like arrows, accompanied by a spine-chilling echo. "Destroy." The sharp, gloomy energy rushed forward, heading straight for where Qin Shu stood. "Come on." He raised his head, his sharp, cold gaze sweeping over as he prepared for battle. Qin Shu furrowed his brows and slightly lowered his center of gravity. Suddenly, a golden, shining bone appeared within his chest, swirling with brilliant energy. Qin Shu gritted his teeth and shouted, "Taboo Supreme Bone." A sphere of blazing red energy flared up, surrounding Qin Shu like a sturdy shield. Huang Tong transformed into a column of gloomy black smoke and rushed forward, but was immediately overwhelmed by the internal power and could not attack. The old man was furious. This is terrifying en abnormal. Could this be the legendary taboo, Supreme Bone? Huang Tong's resentful voice echoed through the space. I searched for 50 years and never found it. How could you possess it? I am not resigned. He decisively waved his hand, releasing a powerful source of energy that spread out, dispelling the gloomy atmosphere surrounding Huang Tong, causing the old man to vanish forever. Qin Shu glanced with utter contempt and spoke coldly. So much talk. Scatter into smoke and dust. Outside, the king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom and Lin Yu watched intently through the projection sphere. Their faces suddenly changed color. Speechless with astonishment at the scenes that had just appeared, Lin Yu stammered in panic. What? He widened his eyes in a daze, speaking with skepticism. Huang Tong has been destroyed? Lin Yu was furious, his hands clenched into fists as he hissed. Imperial Father, can the 18th Divine Sun not be destroyed? The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom glanced slightly and lowered his voice to reassure him. My son, do not panic. If this 18th Divine Sun wants to obtain the dragon elephant precious jade, he must enter the void soul space. Gloomy, deadly images appeared as he spoke. The void soul space is a dangerous place born from the accumulated essence of the 18th layer of hell. Other than filling it with human lives, there is no other way. Lin Yu frowned and asked suspiciously, what if the 18th Divine Sun really uses human lives to fill it? His voice was tinged with worry, the tone slightly choked, as if struggling with heavy thoughts. After all, to a divine sun, how much are the lives of commoners worth? The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom stated sternly, he will not. His voice resonated deeply in the quiet space, carrying majesty and unshakable determination. The Feathering Sect is a celestial sect that always leans towards the righteous path and has never allowed any disciple to kill innocent people. The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom seemed absolutely certain. He spoke with conviction. Moreover, today, he came to save people. Within the 5th layer of the Hell Cave, the space here was covered by a thick layer of gloomy energy, cold and suffocating. Qin Shu walked heavily towards the door, covered in thick black smoke, from which a strong, bizarre, moldy smell was rising. His eyes suddenly flashed with interest. This place is quite interesting. This divine sun will go inside to take a look. Enfen bit his lip tightly, trembling as he reached out to stop him. Divine Sun, you must not. He stepped closer to Qin Shu, his eyes gleaming with fear, and slowly explained. This void soul space has swallowed countless lives. No one has ever come out of there alive. Enfen's voice was full of worry. Only by filling it with human lives can the dragon elephant precious jade be retrieved. Qin Shu had a distant look in his eyes. He quietly raised his hand to rest on his chin and whispered, fill it with human lives? Suddenly, Qin Shu spun around and glanced over. The captain of the king's guards, upon meeting that gaze, suddenly turned pale, a sense of unease rising within him, and he spoke in a choked voice. Not good. His eyes gleamed with fear mixed with panic. The captain of the king's guards stammered, this great lord, I will throw all the civilians into the void soul space on your behalf. The civilians, upon hearing those words, immediately had a change of expression. One trembled and spoke up. What? Another shook his head in fearful protest. We don't want to. Qin Shu's face darkened as he shouted, speaking icily. No need. The soldiers opposite him changed color upon hearing this, anxiety clearly visible on their faces. He clenched his fists tightly, every muscle on his face tensing with anger. His voice rang out full of indignation. You helped the king do evil, committing so many inhumane acts. This divine sun prefers to take your lives to fill that pool. The suppressed soldiers knelt down, stammering in fear. Oh. One soldier froze and exclaimed, eyes bulging in terror. You dare? Another gritted his teeth, growling angrily. We are the personal guards of the king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom. You cannot touch us. Qin Shu turned his head to look at Sheng and ordered, old dog, throw them inside. He obeyed, hurriedly grabbing the collars of the soldiers one by one. And Sheng tightly grabbed the clothes of the soldiers who were kneeling motionless, lifted them up, and threw them straight into the door. Miserable screams rang out from behind. One lowered his voice to beg, no, please spare my life. Another knelt down to cry for help. King, save me. Someone else yelled in anger and threatened. Our dragon-elephant ancient kingdom will definitely not forgive you. Outside, the king of the dragon-elephant ancient kingdom and Lin Yu strained their eyes to follow the images reflected through the fireball. Lin Yu was so angry that his voice turned into a growl. He shouted, "Damn it, he dares to use the lives of the dragon-elephant ancient kingdom's personal guards to fill the void soul space." Lin Yu pointed his hand straight out, his eyes suddenly flashing with cruelty. If the void soul space is truly filled, wouldn't that dragon-elephant precious jade easily fall into the hands of the 18th divine son? Besides, after so many years of excavation, that is probably the last piece of dragon-elephant precious jade that the 18th layer of hell will produce. The king of the dragon-elephant ancient kingdom lowered his voice to reassure him. "My son, do not panic. Naturally, I will not let the 18th divine son obtain it." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed to observe the round orb hovering in his hand. Suddenly, the king of the dragon-elephant ancient kingdom tightly gripped the glowing red orb in his hand, squeezing with such force that the orb shattered into fragments. At the same time, the soldiers suddenly clutched their heads, screaming in pain and writhing. And Sheng, standing beside Qin Shu, spoke softly. "Divine son, these personal guards of the dragon-elephant ancient kingdom are all personally managed by the king. Perhaps the king wants to eliminate them." His voice continued to resonate. Now the void soul space is not yet filled. Regarding the dragon-elephant precious jade, we must think of another way. Having said that, both of them simultaneously turned their eyes down to the swirling vortex of evil energy, full of hidden dangers. Qin Shu was not shaken by those words. He just smiled coldly. "It's fine." Qin Shu lowered his hand. A stream of purple energy swirled violently, wrapping tightly like a mysterious tornado in the palm of his hand. Qin Shu stepped forward, slowly thrusting his hand into the swirling energy pit, and spoke calmly. "Let this divine son go in and try." He curled his lips in a triumphant smile, thinking to himself, "The void soul space mainly consumes human souls. Now that I have achieved the second transformation of the 9 divine soul transformations, my divine soul is extremely tough. This void soul space surely cannot shake my divine soul." Qin Shu slowly stepped into the pit of dark energy. He gradually disappeared behind the door of the void soul space. Lin Yu stood outside, his eyes gleaming, a smile full of delight appearing as he observed every movement inside. Lin Yu sneered, his voice full of challenge. The 18th divine son walked in by himself. This arrogant and conceited fellow has indeed stepped inside. The king of the dragon-elephant ancient kingdom observed intently and spoke in a deep voice. Inside the void soul space, it is vast and boundless. Even if the 18th divine son has a dharma treasure to protect his body from death, he will still get lost in that vast space and never be able to return. The image of Qin Shu standing proudly amidst the strange space was reflected through the fireball. The king of the dragon-elephant ancient kingdom glanced over. He calculated. This is all the 18th divine son seeking his own death. The feathering sect cannot blame the dragon-elephant ancient kingdom. Qin Shu dazedly looked around the strange space, muttering silently. "There's a very familiar aura in here." Qin Shu's eyes suddenly widened, flashing with astonishment, and he blurted out, "It's the underworld." No mistake, it's the aura of the underworld. Why does this place have the aura of the underworld? The entire space was submerged in a thick black curtain, as if swallowing all directions. Qin Shu looked around and remarked, "It's pitch black in here. How am I supposed to find that dragon-elephant precious jade?" A small sphere suddenly zoomed past his face, causing Qin Shu to pause and look after it in confusion. He stared at the hovering sphere, his eyes full of suspicion before gradually turning to astonishment, and he whispered, It is a location marker of the underworld." Suddenly, the sphere flashed and then zoomed away. Qin Shu immediately chased after the sphere, muttering to himself, "Last time, my breakthrough caused the underworld to appear. That mysterious voice said it would give me a chance to enter the underworld and would leave a location marker for me. What does it mean for that location marker to appear now?" A while later, cold footsteps rang out. Qin Shu stood proudly observing, asking suspiciously, "A sacrificial altar?" In front of Qin Shu, a glowing sacrificial altar appeared in dazzling radiance. In the center of the altar was a green dragon body coiled majestically. The green dragon body curled up on the altar, its scales shimmering like jade, sparkling under the brilliant light in the form of a two-headed dragon. Qin Shu glanced over in shock, stammering. That is. He calmly walked towards the altar, following the path connected by a bridge of fire blazing on both sides. He grasped the dragon body tightly in his hand, his gaze sharp as he lowered his voice. The location marker of the underworld not only guided me to find the dragon elephant precious jade, but unexpectedly, it also led the way to the great emperor's path. Qin Shu turned his head slightly, looking towards the violently swirling black hole. When I arrived here, it was pitch black with no guidance. I feared I would be lost in this dark space. He leaned forward, eyes full of smugness, a smile blooming on his lips. It seemed he could only step onto this great emperor's path. Qin Shu lowered his voice amidst the thick smoke. I wonder if Nine Dragon, Senior Nine Dragon Man, is here? Red flames covered everything, filling the space. He glanced briefly, quietly observing. Qin Shu walked amidst the sea of fire on the bridge, hands behind his back, his voice low. This great emperor's path is completely different from the path I walked in Jiaoji. He suddenly stopped in the misty cold path, Qin Shu's eyes scanning both sides of the bridge. Where waves of fire didn't bring warmth, but radiated an illusory temperature, this path seemed filled with evil, aura, very much like the underworld. Footsteps echoed on the bridge as he walked proudly, his cold voice sounding. If an ordinary cultivator walked a few steps here, I fear they would be eroded to death by the evil aura. Qin Shu was naturally unconcerned, his steps steady as he continued along the bridge. He lowered his voice helplessly. However, I have the taboo supreme skin and divine soul protecting my body, so it's no problem. An hour later, Qin Shu's steps were still firm, without hesitation. He curled his lips, eyes flashing sharply, thinking, having walked for so long, except for the aura, there is no other danger. This seems like an abandoned great emperor's path. Qin Shu walked boldly, his sharp eyes looking around, his voice low, having walked for so long, except for the aura, there is no other danger. This seems like an abandoned great emperor's path, or perhaps a broken great emperor's path. Qin Shu froze and frowned slightly, his face showing shock. In front of Qin Shu, a giant stone blocked the way, golden light surging in flashing lightning. At the foot of the stone, a bright line suddenly appeared. Rank 16, feathering sect 18th divine, Sun Qin Shu. He looked up, sighing helplessly, running into this golden stone again. Then, another line gradually appeared at the foot of the stone. Rank 15, feathering sect 18th divine, Sun Qin Shu. He frowned slightly, his eyes showing a hint of suspicion. Went up one rank. What is this ranking used for? A while later, Qin Shu stood in a land dyed gold by fire, where light flashed like a spiderweb filling the space. He suddenly froze, discovering something, his eyes widening in shock. In front of Qin Shu was a figure sitting with his back turned, holding a fishing rod quietly over the water, a wide hat covering most of his face. The figure wore a straw raincoat fluttering in the wind. The shape made Qin Shu speak up involuntarily, his voice containing both surprise and familiarity. Senior angler, sure enough, you're still here. Qin Shu rushed from behind, waving his hand, calling happily, Senior. Hearing this, the Nine-Dragon Man immediately rolled his eyes, panic clearly visible on his face. He frowned, eyes full of suspicion, asking, Why is it you brat again? Qin Shu's eyes brightened, full of joy mixed with surprise at seeing the person in front of him. He exclaimed, Senior, long time no see, didn't expect to meet again so soon. The Nine-Dragon Man pointed straight at Qin Shu, speaking with a helpless expression. That's right, it's been too soon. Even if others want to step on the great emperor's path again, it takes hundreds, even thousands of years. Only a short time has passed. Why are you back already? Qin Shu approached with a beaming face, a warm smile on his lips. Senior, didn't I miss you? Hearing the cheesy words, the Nine-Dragon Man immediately frowned, his voice deepening with disgust. Hurry up and leave, I don't miss you. Qin Shu thick-facedly teased, his tone cheeky without reservation, tilting his head with a playful look. As if to provoke the person opposite, Senior fishing for dragons alone here. Aren't you bored? Let me talk to you for a bit. The Nine-Dragon Man turned around sharply, shouting sternly, Stop beating around the bush. Speak if you have business. Qin Shu lowered his voice, asking suspiciously, Senior, this great emperor's path isn't the one I walked before. He pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly in a low voice. No, there are 9 great emperor's paths in total. This time you stepped on a different one. Qin Shu bowed his head, his sharp gaze mixed with curiosity, his voice light. So many great emperor's paths. What for? The 9-Dragon Man answered him decisively, to fight. Qin Shu looked confused, smiling foolishly, asking, Fight? Fight who? He didn't intend to stop, lowering his voice to ask further. Is it that tentacle monster that dragged the great emperor away? Hearing this, the 9-Dragon Man's eyes suddenly widened, a look of panic appearing as if he had been splashed with cold water. Seeing his face change, Qin Shu frowned and asked, Senior, what's wrong? The 9-Dragon Man frowned tightly, questioning through gritted teeth, You met a great emperor on the great emperor's path, and even met that tentacle monster? He replied seriously, without hiding anything, I saw it. At that time, a great emperor was dragged away by that monster. The 9-Dragon Man suddenly stood up, pointing straight at Qin Shu, shouting angrily, Brat, you really aren't normal. Normal people can't see the great emperor. He gradually regained his calm, lowering his voice to ask, What did the great emperor say to you? Qin Shu rested his chin on his hand, his eyes thoughtful, as if searching through memories. The great emperor said, The emperor's path cannot be broken. The world cannot be without an emperor. The emperor suppresses the world. Only then can the world be peaceful. The 9-Dragon Man looked forward, his gaze seemingly piercing through space, his voice cold. The path you walked before originated in Jiaoji. So that person appearing must be the heavenly cloud, great emperor Jiaoji. The mysterious figure reached out to summon a magical energy, appearing through the 9-Dragon Man's admiring narration. Back then, the heavenly cloud great emperor was talented beyond others, founding Jiaoji, blessing his descendants for 1,000,000 years. Thinking of the majestic image of the great emperor, he sighed. If the heavenly cloud great emperor could. Never mind, this is impossible. Qin Shu tilted his head looking at the 9-Dragon Man, smirking foolishly. Senior, you haven't answered me yet. Fight who? He frowned, his gaze glancing over indifferently, grumbling annoyedly. Brat, don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Asking is useless. It's not time for you to know those things yet. Qin Shu put his hands on his hips, not bothering to hide the stubbornness in his eyes, speaking resolutely. Senior, then let me ask one more question. His voice was low, echoing through the space. I walk on this great emperor's path, and it's all very dilapidated, almost abandoned. Why is this? The 9-Dragon Man still held the fishing rod tightly, the hat brim covering half his face, his voice cold, resonating in the void. This is indeed an abandoned great emperor's path. He looked up, frowning slightly. I'm also very curious how you stepped onto this path. Theoretically, this path is in a sealed state. Qin Shu waved his hand in the air, asking seriously in a low voice. I entered from a place called the 18th layer of hell. Do you know of this place, Senior? He seemed driven, constantly seeking hidden answers, his voice suspicious. Also, I felt the aura of the underworld on this path. The 9-Dragon Man seemed to try to hide his anxiety, sweat beading on his forehead, his voice trembling. You felt the underworld, aura too? You've seen the underworld? That is one of the 3 great lands of creation in the world. Qin Shu smirked slightly, speaking calmly. I have the location marker of the underworld. Hearing this, the 9-Dragon Man immediately shuddered in panic. Qin Shu smiled mysteriously, waving his hand to emit a sparkling blue energy, lowering his voice. That is my biggest secret. I see you're a good person, Senior, so I told you. Watching the 9-Dragon Man's panicked face, Qin Shu thought to himself, the underworld aura is weird, giving me the location marker. I still don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. It's a good time to probe if Senior Dragon Angler knows anything. Opposite him, the 9-Dragon Man stared, stammering, underworld location marker. His face clearly showed shock. Not believing his eyes, he spoke blankly. It really is. The 9-Dragon Man's eyes flashed with suspicion, shouting harshly, Who exactly are you? Qin Shu backed away in fright, stammering hesitantly. Huh. He bowed with hands clasped, smiling with a hint of helplessness. This junior is feathering sect 18th divine, Sun Qin Shu. The 9-Dragon Man was silent for a moment, then suddenly swung his hand, a burst of red energy rushing straight forward. The Nine-Dragon Man pressed the red energy firmly against Qin Shu's forehead with one hand, causing him to stagger, his mouth stammering, "Senior." Qin Shu's face turned pale, breaking out in cold sweat. His whole body was stiff as if frozen, unable to move. A chaotic current ran through his head, his body completely immobilized. The Nine-Dragon Man suddenly withdrew his hand, the energy vanishing, and he exclaimed softly, "Imperial Dao Luck." The Nine-Dragon Man sighed helplessly, explaining slowly, "Your body contains so much Imperial Dao Luck. No wonder your experiences and destiny are different from normal people." He frowned, his eyes sharp as a blade piercing straight into the other, asking in a low voice, "This is probably the reason you were able to get the underworld location marker, right?" Qin Shu bowed respectfully, his demeanor hiding the storm swirling in his heart. "I have been taught." Qin Shu stood straight, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes like icy blades, seeming to want to tear through the void as he spoke in a cold voice. "This abandoned great emperor's path used to go to the underworld. Later, people fought here, so the path to the underworld was cut off here." The Nine-Dragon Man narrowed his eyes slightly, his deep voice resonating powerfully. "You obtaining the underworld location marker is a great opportunity. Since ancient times, emperors basically proved the Tao with strength. No one became an emperor via divine soul." Beside him, Qin Shu observed, silently imagining the scene described. The image of an old great emperor fighting fiercely against a giant monster appeared vividly through the Nine-Dragon Man's words. So, to fight for the underworld, fierce battles happened on this great emperor's path. He reached up to stroke his hat brim, his voice becoming distant. Later, the underworld disappeared for a long time, tens of thousands, maybe millions of years, possibly existing only in legends. The Nine-Dragon Man turned to walk away, his voice thundering in the ghostly realm. The fact that the underworld allows the divine soul to become an emperor has also been gradually forgotten by many. His back was still turned, only his voice echoing back softly like a reminder, "Kid, about the fact that you obtained the underworld location marker, don't speak recklessly. This is truly a huge secret." Qin Shu stood dazed, unconsciously scratching his head, his blank face hiding deep thoughts. The underworld is indeed extraordinary, actually related to the divine soul becoming an emperor. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have even told you. Qin Shu asked curiously, "Senior, last question. Are you present on every great emperor's path? Who exactly are you?" The Nine-Dragon Man just bowed his head, with no intention of answering, his voice deepening. "Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Asking is useless." The Nine-Dragon Man glanced meaningfully, lowering his voice. "Not leaving yet?" Behind him, Qin Shu's face darkened, his eyes glancing gloomily. Qin Shu pouted, his eyes glittering with expectation, his finger timidly pointing at the fishing basket and rod. "Senior, last time you said that the second time I step onto the great emperor's path, you would give me the basket and fishing rod. Shouldn't you fulfill that promise?" The response to that expectation was just a cold answer. "No." Qin Shu's face immediately fell, switching to a sugary sweet tone, trying hard to flatter. "A secluded immortal like Senior is extremely noble, a man of his word. Would you renege on a debt?" The Nine-Dragon Man seemed annoyed enough to grind his teeth. "Flattery is useless. I am reneging," he snapped, ruthlessly refusing. "If I give it to you, I won't even have a pastime here." Qin Shu spread his hands slightly, frowning as he complained, his tone full of grievance. "Senior, I came all this way. Are you saying I should leave empty-handed?" Nagged to his limit, the Nine-Dragon Man helplessly reached into the fishing basket, pulling out a small object, snapping. "Fine, I'll give you a dragon I caught." Saying that, he angrily threw the small dragon at Qin Shu. "Take it and go." Quick as lightning, Qin Shu caught it without hesitation. In his palm was a tiny green dragon, distinct with two bright red horns protruding from its head. He leaned in, his eyes focused as if examining a rare artifact. "Is this a true dragon?" Hearing this, the Nine-Dragon Man frowned, his voice filled with undisguised disdain. "Nonsense. True dragons were mounts for great emperors in ancient times. After the emperors vanished from the world, true dragons disappeared simultaneously." His voice held a trace of regret, mixed with bitterness. "A few still exist on the great emperor's path. This is a small dragon. Take it back and raise it." Qin Shu bowed slightly, clasping his hands respectfully. "Thank you, Senior." This junior takes his leave. On his shoulder, the small dragon obediently looked back. Qin Shu turned, walking decisively on the path burning with red, a joy flashing in his heart. Not a bad harvest. I got a small dragon. Qin Shu gently touched the head of the small dragon in his palm, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. True dragons haven't appeared for many years. This small dragon of mine might be the only true dragon in this world. He frowned slightly, looking a bit dazed. It's just that a true dragon takes a long time to mature. I don't know when we'll grow up. Qin Shu gently placed his hand near his shoulder, letting the small dragon slowly climb up, smiling slightly. Seems you and I have some destiny. In my past life, I wanted to raise a pet too, but missed out for various reasons. Qin Shu's eyes brightened, looking at the small dragon with interest, and he exclaimed, I didn't expect to raise a true dragon as a pet in this place. Qin Shu stepped up to a giant boulder blocking the way, thinking, is this the end of the great emperor's path? Is it cut off here? Suddenly, a swirling purple energy appeared from the cliff, coiling like a tornado. Qin Shu froze, his eyes watching every movement in shock. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Goensheng waved his sleeve vigorously, retorting angrily. Impossible. The divine son is peerless. He is fundamentally not someone you can imagine. Opposite him, Lin Yu frowned deeply, his eyes filled with suppressed anger. He gritted his teeth, spitting out each word with utter contempt. Bullshit. You old dog are quite loyal to that Qin Shu. Lin Yu sat perched on a wooden beam, looking down arrogantly. He extended his arm, pointing down disdainfully, his voice hissing like a cold blade. Then I'll tell you, even if he's lucky enough not to die, he will be lost in the endless dark space. A smug smile slowly appeared on Lin Yu's lips, as if he held the whole game in his hand. Wanting to get out in this life is just a dream. The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom was furious, his face darkening. He roared, his voice thundering in the clear sky. Goensheng, your family has committed treason. His hand clenched until muscles bulged, his voice choked with resentment. Killing the royal guards of my dragon elephant ancient kingdom. The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom, face burning with rage, stared fiercely. An unforgivable crime. Goensheng's father was anxious, frowning in worry, his voice stuttering. What do we do now? Goensheng stepped forward, lowering his voice firmly. Your Majesty, this started because of me. Whatever happens, I, Goensheng, will bear alone. The king of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom frowned slightly, smiling provocatively. You can bear it? His eyes burned with angry red fire, his hand raising a strange purple energy swirling like a hurricane. The king's voice rang out with authority. Meeting this king, and you still won't kneel? Another crime. The king used his spiritual power to wrap around Lin Yu, turning to leave, saying, let's go. Although Lin Yu was unwilling to accept the humiliation, he ultimately obeyed his father. And Sheng approached Qin Shu, stammering, Divine son, ah. But before Sheng could say anything, Qin Shu interrupted. No need to say anything. Take your father and younger brother and leave first. This divine son will continue to explore the 18th level of hell. And Sheng immediately obeyed his arrangement, responding respectfully. Yes, divine son, please be careful. Then he turned to leave. Seeing his younger brother still standing in front of Qin Shu, refusing to leave, and Sheng immediately. And Sheng hurriedly grabbed his hand, advising, let's go. Unexpectedly, the younger brother not only disobeyed, but suddenly knelt before Qin Shu. This unexpected action stunned both his father and brother. And Sheng's brother spoke seriously, Divine son, please accept me as your disciple. And Sheng saw his brother speaking nonsense and immediately warned, Go and fun, don't be reckless. However, Qin Shu raised his hand to stop him, signaling and Sheng not to say more. He turned his stern gaze to Infun, asking, tell me, why do you want to bow to me as your master? Infun immediately answered honestly, I don't want to be an ordinary, weak mortal. I don't want to be looked down upon by others. I don't want to watch my family being beaten in front of me while I can't resist, only able to watch them collapse before me. The male lead calmly asked further, anything else? Infun raised his head, eyes determined, answering loudly with a powerful voice. Also, the divine son's demeanor today. I, Goenfun, truly admire, respect, and am shaken by it. I also want to become someone like the divine son. He coldly replied, you cannot become me. This blunt answer confused Goenfun greatly, asking why. Qin Shu explained, lies are different. I was born the 18th divine son of the feathering sect. My father is a hero of a region. The starting point between you and me is not the same. Finishing his words, he thought to himself, the important thing is you don't have a system. Hearing those words, Goen Fun's expression changed, becoming dejected and depressed, asking, is that so? Qin Shu continued, therefore, you cannot become me. On this vast continent, no one can replace this divine son. Hearing the explanation, Infant seemed to understand. Though covered in wounds and sweating profusely, he still responded eloquently, divine son, I understand. Qin Shu kept a straight face, asking coldly, then, tell this divine son, what are your thoughts now? Infan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination. He spoke loudly and clearly, I want to become stronger. I don't want to become anyone else. I just want to become stronger now. Only by becoming strong will I have the right to do certain things, to decide certain things. Please fulfill my wish, divine son. Saying that, he prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing, earnestly begging Qin Shu. Hearing these words, the male lead smiled gently, replying, very well. For now, just follow this divine son. Whether I accept you as a disciple or not, we'll calculate later. Hearing this sentence, Infan was overjoyed, immediately speaking up, thank you, divine son. Then the male lead turned to Insheng, saying, Old Go, later on, have your father follow you back to the feathering sect to settle down. Insheng was so happy he was speechless, only smiling and bowing. Thank you, divine son. Insheng's father was also extremely grateful, clasping his hands respectfully. That's wonderful. Elsewhere, Lin Yu was extremely angry and annoyed, gritting his voice. A place as dangerous as the Void Soul space, and Qin Shu still didn't die. Why is he so lucky? I truly hate it. He spoke with a tone full of jealousy, his face etched with bone-deep resentment. The king immediately reassured him, my son, don't be hasty. However, Lin Yu didn't listen, turning to scream, Father Emperor, my limbs were all cut off by Qin Shu. How can I not be hasty? A crown prince of an ancient kingdom falling into a state like mine, suppressed and insulted by others, humiliated. From ancient times to now, there's only me. Seeing his son's uncontrolled attitude, the king said, a few days ago, Qin Fatian suddenly returned, just to back the 18th divine son. The feathering sect divine temple killed the patriarchs of the 5 great families, shocking the wilderness. Thinking of the big picture, our dragon elephant ancient kingdom cannot let the feathering sect and Qin Fatian get a handle on us. Fortunately, the 18th level of Hell Cave is the territory of Senior Prison King. I promised to give him the living souls of 3 cities for him to absorb. As he spoke, the king put on a terrifying expression, darkening then laughing with amusement. Hearing this, Lin Yu also couldn't help but get excited, laughing delightedly. I have witnessed Senior Prison King's formidability, his power rivals creation. If Qin Shu touches him, he will surely lose his life. Skull-shaped streams of evil aura became increasingly dense, floating in the air. Their weirdness was beyond anyone's comprehension. The male lead walked in, smiling with interest. This is the 6th level of the 18th level of hell. Indeed, the evil aura is increasing. Although surrounded by those streams of evil aura, Qin Shu wasn't affected in the slightest, walking calmly and leisurely. Suddenly, his origin bead appeared on its own, making Qin Shu feel confused. His small dragon slowly crawled out from that origin bead. Seeing it, he spoke up, I put the baby dragon in the origin bead before. I didn't expect it to run out on its own now. The small dragon seemed to want to say something, keeping on crying squeak squeak. But he didn't understand anything, asking back, what do you mean? The small dragon continued to respond happily, squeak squeak. At this moment, Qin Shu felt extremely helpless, pointing at the small dragon and saying dejectedly, I don't understand dragon language. Just as his sentence finished, the small dragon bit his finger, making him startle, asking in annoyance and confusion, why did you bite me? However, just a moment later, a transparent, pure source of energy appeared around the two of them. Qin Shu was extremely astonished, speaking up. My whole body is warming up. Being bitten once, the connection between me and the baby dragon has become clearer, as if I'm sensing another body of mine. Then the dragon floated in front of him, saying, hungry, baby is hungry. Hearing those words, he could finally understand, replying, I understand what it's saying now. What do you want to eat? The baby dragon answered innocently, hungry, hungry, baby is hungry and wants to drink milk. However, a second later, Qin Shu felt helpless, scratching his head in defeat. I'm a dignified man. Where can I find milk for you? Do newborn true dragons even drink milk? That's not right. Let's try feeding it some energy. Saying that, he concentrated energy on one of his fingertips, then held it out in front of the baby dragon. It opened its mouth wide, swallowing that energy ball whole. Its belly suddenly swelled up round like a ball. After eating, the baby dragon was happy, smiled, and said, want to drink more milk. He held out all 5 fingers accumulating energy balls and said, this divine son lacks everything else but has plenty of energy. A while later, he was still sitting in one spot feeding the little dragon. Qin Shu's face was now so bored, he didn't want to do anything. He muttered to himself, I can't keep feeding it like this forever. It's too time-consuming, and this baby dragon never seems full. As he spoke, he watched the baby dragon engrossed in eating the energy from his finger. Qin Shu continued, if it wants to absorb energy, why not try putting the baby dragon into the eternal Dantian to see what happens? Let's try. I was bitten earlier anyway. I feel it has acknowledged me as master. The connection between us is second only to the connection between me and my own body. There surely isn't any danger. Then, the little dragon immediately burrowed into his body. He felt it for a moment, then spoke up, it's not that uncomfortable. Qin Shu just needed to hook his finger, and the Dantian appeared. The little dragon was sleeping soundly inside. Looking at it, Qin Shu smiled and said, it's asleep. The baby dragon has no issues. It seems this method works. As expected of the eternal Dantian, it solved my child-rearing problem. An hour later, the main character was still moving forward, speaking boldly, 10th floor already. Around him were countless evil spirits and strange evil aura. They appeared with high density, all surrounding Qin Shu. This made him feel puzzled and surprised, saying, more and more evil spirits. However, Qin Shu's little soul silkworm was ceaselessly absorbing those evil spirits, opening its mouth wide to devour them. Seeing this scene, Qin Shu couldn't help but feel happy, saying, but thanks to killing evil spirits, I've absorbed quite a bit of physical strength and soul power. Saying that, he took advantage of the source of evil spirits to focus on absorption, clenching both fists, then gathering power into them. He said seriously, one dragon power. A giant figure suddenly appeared behind his back. Qin Shu spoke calmly. One dragon power is the unit of measurement for physical strength. Ordinary people, without opportunity or special training to enhance physical strength, must reach the post-spirit realm before it can increase with their cultivation base. For the body to reach one dragon power, although physical strength isn't as hard to enhance as soul power, is still extremely difficult. Because great emperors basically rely on strength to prove their Tao. A great emperor's specialty is enhancing physical strength to the extreme, so ordinary cultivators naturally find it very hard to follow. But the number of evil spirits here seems limited. The more I kill, the fewer there are. Plus, they're scattered everywhere, and the area of each floor is huge, making them hard to find. Saying this, he turned to look at the little soul silkworm still busy opening its mouth to devour evil spirits. Sighing in boredom, and spoke, the soul silkworm hasn't eaten enough soul power yet. Feeling dissatisfied? Suddenly, the soul silkworm showed strange behavior, its body radiating a massive power. Qin Shu looked at this image, feeling startled and puzzled. Right after the soul silkworm released a burst of massive energy, he said, the soul silkworm is releasing soul power. This is... Then he turned to look all around, suddenly discovering strange black shadows had appeared out of nowhere. Looking at them, Qin Shu got goosebumps and lamented, truly formidable. The soul silkworm attracted the evil spirits right to this spot. Is this the soul silkworm's special ability? Or perhaps it's the ability of the second transformation of the divine soul. These evil spirits are essentially soul bodies, so they were attracted here. As he spoke, he looked at his tiny soul silkworm. Immediately after, Qin Shu took out his weapon and slowly slaughtered the evil spirits one by one. His movements were extremely agile and decisive. In just a moment, he killed all of them. While attacking, The main character smiled with delight. Since it's like this, I'll take them all. The soul silkworm didn't lag behind either, also gorging itself on those evil spirits. An hour later, Shu was still busy killing the few remaining evil spirits. After finishing, he smiled with satisfaction, saying, "To dragon power. My physical realm has increased." Suddenly, a huge oppressive force appeared accompanied by a giant foot with long, sharp claws. The main character was still looking around, saying this is... In front of him now was a giant, muscular monster. Its entire body was bright red. It had large, strong, solid horns, and its weapon was incredibly powerful, covered in countless sharp spikes. However, Shu wasn't scared at all. He just stood staring and said calmly, "So big. Is this the boss evil spirit of this floor?" Before he could finish looking, it roared and attacked with its weapon. He jumped into the air, quickly dodging. While dodging, he held his weapon and spoke, "Even if you were the boss, you can't withstand a single spear strike from this divine sun. Begone." He confidently swung his spear, attacking it. Just a second later, his spear arrived, splitting the monster in two. The monster gradually disappeared, leaving only a few faint auras. After defeating it, Shu landed on the ground. The main character was happy and satisfied. 3 dragon power, as expected of a boss. Then he stood up and continued, "I've probably dealt with all the evil spirits on this floor." Next floor, the 18th level of Hell Cave, 12th floor. Traces of slaughtered evil spirits appeared. The 4th divine son was in misery, his face dark as he dealt with them, unable to take it anymore. The evil aura here invades the body too aggressively. Just preventing the evil aura from entering my body has consumed nearly all my strength. As he spoke, sweat poured down his face. The number of evil spirits increased, surrounding the 4th divine son, making him cry out, "Damn it, I have no strength left to fight back. I can only give up." Suddenly, a burst of energy approached from behind, making the 4th divine son surprised and astonished. Just that single attack was enough to kill the evil spirit standing in front. The 4th divine son quickly became alert and turned to look. He was extremely shocked to see the person standing in front of him and called out loudly, "18th divine son." The main character held his weapon, standing before the crowds of evil spirits, and spoke boldly, "This divine son has come to destroy them." The very next second, his figure disappeared. Instead, Shu moved very quickly, getting close to the evil spirits to attack. The soul silkworm wasn't lagging behind, constantly opening its big mouth to suck in the evil spirits. The 4th divine son stood aside witnessing this, unable to help but exclaim in astonishment, "Is this the strength of the 18th divine son? This is already the 12th floor, yet the evil aura here seems to have no effect on him." Shu turned back to look at him and said coldly, "I'll go up ahead to take a look." Standing amidst the thick evil aura, as Shu boldly moved forward, the 4th divine son still stood there, sighing heavily. He lamented with a dejected face. Divine son comparing to divine son. It's enough to anger a divine son to death. A while later, the main character was still busy fighting the evil spirits surrounding him. The aura enveloping him became stronger and stronger. This made the main character endlessly happy, smiling and saying, "All evil spirits on the 12th floor have been dealt with. My physical strength has reached 11 dragon power." At the 18th level of Hell Cave, 13th floor, the 9th divine son was standing there amidst the strange surrounding evil aura. Her body also emitted a glittering, powerful golden light. Looking at herself, the 9th divine son muttered, "Although reaching here is my limit, this divine son has attained 5 dragon power. Relying solely on physical strength, the 18th divine son is definitely not my match." While busy calculating, suddenly a voice called out, making her startle and panic, "9th divine son, over here." Seeing the main character standing before her with a smug smile, she was extremely puzzled and asked, "18th divine son?" Then she became incredibly happy and spoke, "18th divine son, you arrived at the perfect time. Right now, I, Duan Lingdong, want to challenge you. You dare to make me, Duan Lingdong, your maidservant? Are you even worthy?" As she spoke, she raised her fist and confidently approached Shu. He didn't hesitate either, immediately clenching his fist, eyes full of alertness, attacking Duan Lingdong. He said firmly, "Satisfying your request to get beaten." Their fists collided, creating a huge impact. Under his power, Duan Lingdong was a bit dazed at first, feeling very confused. Immediately after, she was sent flying far away. Having just been hit, she felt completely bewildered and astonished, crying out, "What?" Unwilling to yield, even while lying on the ground, Duan Ling Dong struggled to speak. This strength. It must be at least 10 dragon power. Why did your physical strength increase so quickly? Qin Shu stood in front of her, looked down with a smug smile, and replied, "Wanting to rebel under this divine son's command? Keep dreaming. For the rest of your life, you will be this divine son's maidservant." After he left, she still stared after his retreating figure, her heart filled with doubt. Is the gap between him and me that large? No, absolutely impossible. Elsewhere, the 12th prince and Zhen Tongming were being beaten by evil spirits until they had no strength left, seemingly falling into a passive state with no way to fight back. The evil spirits were getting closer and closer to the two of them. Both were seriously injured, blood flowing everywhere. In this situation, Zhen Tongming still tried to resist, speaking wearily, "Can't fight anymore. The evil aura here invades and suppresses cultivation. We can only use physical strength, and I'm reaching my limit." Seeing the evil spirits coldly approaching, the 12th prince was also panting heavily, sweating profusely as he replied with difficulty, "I can't take it anymore either. Let's retreat." Suddenly, the two evil spirits attacking them were sliced in half by a sharp weapon. This made both the 12th prince and Zhen Tongming stare wide-eyed and open-mouthed in astonishment. The very next second, Qin Shu appeared in front of them. The main character smiled coldly, his eyes darkening, and said, "Humph, found you." Seeing him, they couldn't help but feel surprised and stunned, evident joy appearing in their eyes. "Divine son?" Qin Shu pulled out the weapon he used to attack the evil spirits and replied happily, "Follow me. This divine son will take you flying." A while later, the soul silkworm was still diligently eating the strange, evil spirits. Their aura was then successively transmitted into the 12th prince and Zhen Tongming. They leisurely and comfortably absorbed that aura, happily speaking up, "Following the divine son really means there's meat to eat." Qin Shu held a weapon in his hand, speaking boldly. 13th floor, evil spirits cleared. On to the next. 18th level of Hell Cave. 14th floor. The 6th divine son is standing in front protecting Fairy Yin from surrounding evil spirits. He held two phantom weapons in his hands, coldly saying, "Humanoid weapon." Then he moved forward. Fairy Yin, standing behind, couldn't help reminding him, "Kill as many as you can." Suddenly, the evil spirits in front of them stiffened, every single one trembling. This made the 6th divine son feel startled, surprised, and confused. Those evil spirits suddenly turned their backs and left, all gradually disappearing. Watching their retreating figures, the 6th divine son couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why did all the evil spirits run away? Fairy Yin witnessed this scene, sensing something wrong. Her face full of vigilance said, "Abnormal, let's follow and see." The 6th divine son and Fairy Yin stood aside, witnessing the fierce battle between the male lead and the evil spirits. Zhen Tongming was joining forces to help him. While speaking to the 12th prince, "Awesome, the physical strength absorbed this time is even more than the two of us combined before." Fairy Yin saw this, couldn't help staring in astonishment and surprise, saying, "The evil spirits have all been attracted by the 18th divine son. That 18th divine son is indeed not normal. He definitely has a great secret on him." Witnessing that image, combined with her words, the 6th divine son felt even more annoyed, uncomfortable, and hateful. "The 18th divine son is snatching away my opportunity. I am confident that I am currently no worse than the 18th divine son. I will defeat him right here." However, before he could go, Fairy Yin held his sleeve with her hand, whispering softly, "6th divine son, now is not the time. Let's yield this place to the 18th divine son. We will go to the next floor to kill evil spirits." Looking at that enchanting beauty combined with that sweet tone, the 6th divine son couldn't help but stand there staring blankly, his face turning completely red. The male lead's group was still standing before a massive evil spirit. It seemed injured by their attacks, with a large gaping hole in its abdomen. Suddenly, the power within Qin Shu broke through. This made him feel incredibly happy. Speaking up, floor 14 cleared. 23 dragon power. My body is now overflowing with strength. Outside, many people were gathering, waiting while looking down into the deep abyss below, chatting, which floor of the hell cave did you reach? I couldn't make it. I couldn't hold on past the 11th floor. What a pity, such a great opportunity to harvest physical strength, yet I didn't get much. I only reached the 12th floor too. While they were talking, the ranking board changed, names slowly replacing each other. Everyone pointed at the board, commenting, "Now I fear only the two prodigies of the God Clan and the divine sons of the Feathering Sect remain inside." The Immortal Tablet shows they are on the 15th and 16th floors, worthy of being the prodigies of the Eastern Wasteland. I wonder who will make it to the legendary 18th floor. I heard the 18th floor holds peerless opportunities and earth-shattering secrets one cannot imagine. Lin Yu stood aside listening, unable to help speaking up in annoyance. "Father Emperor, Qin Shu has entered the 15th floor. Most people have already come out. Why hasn't Senior Prison King made his move yet? Isn't he very interested in the 18th Divine Son's flesh and blood? What if the 18th Divine Son escapes?" Seeing his son's nervous state, the sovereign calmly looked at the projection mirror in front of him, replying, "The later stages of the 18 floors are increasingly dangerous. The evil energy also becomes more severe. One can only use physical strength, hardly touching cultivation base. If Senior Prison King is interested in the 18th Divine Son, then he certainly won't let him go. Rest assured, even if the Prison King's true body isn't here, the 18th Divine Son will struggle to escape death." Inside the 18th level of hell, the 6th Divine Son was still engrossed in using his weapon to decisively attack and slaughter evil spirits. However, only a few evil spirits stayed to attack. The rest all turned away. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable and annoyed. Speaking up, "I just killed a few, and now these evil spirits are being sucked away by the 18th Divine Son again. It's absurd." Fairy Yin remained very calm in this situation, replying, "Times and destiny. Right now, the 18th Divine Son's destiny is strong, unmatched by anyone. If the 6th Divine Son wants to surpass the 18th Divine Son, you must hide your strength and accumulate it slowly." Hearing her words, the 6th Divine Son calmed down, replying coldly, "I understand. Let's go to the next floor." The evil spirits gradually faded away. Zhen Tongming and the 12th Prince were only standing there absorbing their power. Yet they felt it was difficult, straining with all their might, sweat pouring down. The 12th Prince complained, "The pressure is huge." Zhen Tongming also chimed in, speaking wearily, "Divine Son, even with your help, we can't hold on anymore. Floor 15 is our limit." The 12th Prince agreed, "Divine Son, continue onward. We will exit first." The male lead heard their words and replied coldly, "All right." Then he went on alone, a lone wolf. 18th level of Hell Cave, floor 16. Qin Shu lowered his center of gravity, one hand on the ground, slowly moving forward. Suddenly, feeling the surrounding space was strange, eerie, and empty, he spoke suspiciously. Are there no evil spirits to kill on this floor? The evil energy is still 100 times denser than the previous floor." Suddenly, countless boulders flew out from nowhere. They aimed straight for him. The male lead felt startled and astonished for a moment. However, he quickly used his bare hands to smash those boulders. While punching, he said, "The throwing force of these rocks is quite large, at least 10 dragon power. Normal cultivators, under the condition of their bodies being invaded by evil energy and the attack of boulders, could never pass the 16th floor. However, for this Divine Son, it is extremely easy." Saying that, he smiled with amusement, rushing up to fight the boulders with bare hands. He fought with a face full of interest and excitement. "With just 35 dragon power, I can collapse everything here." A while later, the male lead looked up at something, suddenly startled. An incredibly huge boulder appeared right in front of him. Seeing it, he couldn't help crying out in astonishment. "Too big, this boulder must be over 35 dragon power." Saying that, Qin Shu poured all his power into it. His face and attitude became unusually serious. The very next second, using just his hand, he was able to shatter the massive boulder with complete ease. Watching the small stone fragments fall from air, Qin Shu was extremely delighted, happily speaking. So the Taboo Supreme Bone combines with physical strength. With the help of the Taboo Supreme Bone, I threw a punch of at least 50 dragon power. The feeling of exploding everything is so satisfying. After a long while, Qin Shu suddenly stood before a massive staircase, stretching endlessly, surrounded by an aura filled with eeriness. He looked up with confusion. Does this count as clearing the level? It seems the last 3 floors of the 18th level of Hell Cave are the greatest challenge. Outside, the Qilin Saint Sun and the Heavenly Phoenix Goddess had both exited the 18th level of Hell Cave. The Qilin Saint Sun, having just landed on the ground, spoke arrogantly. Huh, this young master is out. He spoke with an incredibly smug and confident tone. This young master fought straight to the 16th floor. My physical strength increased by 18 dragon power. Let's see who can compare. As he spoke, the Qilin Saint Sun revealed his own power. The Heavenly Phoenix Goddess stood beside him, her face calm, seemingly emotionless, and chimed in. It must be said that the last 3 floors of the 18th level of Hell Cave are the real challenge. I also failed at the 16th floor. The 16th floor likely requires over 50 dragon power to pass. No one can do it. The Qilin Saint Sun turned to ask everyone around. Where is the 18th Divine Sun? Where's the trash from the Feathering Sect? Did they escape early? Probably didn't even get a taste of those legendary last 3 floors, right? While he was engrossed in talking, suddenly a voice echoed out from inside the entrance of the 18th level of Hell. What's with the arrogance? Our Divine Sun hasn't come out yet. Hearing that, the Qilin Saint Sun couldn't help feeling suspicious. Hasn't come out yet? Suddenly, another person's voice rang out, catching his attention. Look over there, someone entered the 17th floor. Neither the 18th Divine Sun nor the 6th Divine Sun of the Feathering Sect has come out. Could it be that the 18th Divine Sun has entered the 17th floor? They spoke with tones of utter surprise and astonishment. The Qilin Saint Sun was also panicked by this, grinding his teeth in annoyance. The 18th Divine Sun really hasn't escaped? How is this possible? A while later, the 6th Divine Sun and Fairy Yin also appeared outside. Seeing the two of them, everyone couldn't help buzzing with discussion, commotion. 2 more people came out. It's the 6th Divine Sun. It seems the person entering the 17th floor is the 18th Divine Sun. No mistake. The Heavenly Phoenix Goddess also couldn't believe what was happening, saying uncomfortably, is the 18th Divine Sun really this strong? Everyone pointed down into the deep, bottomless 18th level of Hell below, commenting, do you think the 18th Divine Sun can pass the 17th floor and enter the legendary 18th floor? It's very hard. The last 3 floors get harder and harder. Up to this point, no one has ever entered. If the 18th Divine Sun goes in without gauging his strength, there's a high chance he won't come out again. Lin Yu and the Sovereign also stood elsewhere, observing the situation through the reflection mirror. Lin Yu cried out in annoyance. Be destroyed, Qin Shu. Delusional about the 18th floor? You might not even pass the 17th floor. As he spoke, he laughed with great delight. At the 18th level of Hell Cave, floor 17, the male lead was standing before a giant broadsword, its tip pointing straight at the ground. Qin Shu utilized all his power, seriously defending. That slash came down with no small power, making the ground feel like it wanted to explode. Fortunately, he was able to dodge agilely. Standing before the massive oppression of that attack, Qin Shu felt no fear or hesitation, even smiling with amusement. Focusing power to attack, he said calmly, Soul Power Slash. The previous floor was about physical strength. It seems this floor tests soul power. The very next second, that giant broadsword continued to attack him. Suddenly, the soul silkworm flew out from nowhere, charging straight at the blade, causing Qin Shu to widen his eyes in utter astonishment and confusion. Looking at the soul silkworm scene right now, he gritted his teeth, his face darkening, and spoke. The soul silkworm wants to swallow the broadsword's soul power. I wonder if it can handle this 40-meter-long broadsword. Just as he predicted, the soul silkworm was knocked away by that broadsword, spitting blood from its mouth. Immediately after, the soul silkworm was blasted straight back into Qin Shu's palm. It curled up trembling, its face wrinkled in pain. Looking at the huge broadsword in front, he placed the soul silkworm on his shoulder, then seriously said, the soul power of this 40-meter-long broadsword is indeed extremely strong. The soul silkworm has been heavily injured. Saying that, suddenly Qin Shu seemed to transform, his whole body wrapped in a layer of armor. That was his divine body technique, his battle armor. After transforming, he immediately said, the battle armor body can defend against soul power attacks. I must take a slash to buy time for the soul silkworm. Then immediately, Shu used his bare hands to resist the broadsword attack. He used both hands to block, trying his best, sweat pouring down, the ground beneath his feet cracking from the impact. Shu said with difficulty, "This soul power is too massive. My whole body feels like it fell into an ice cave, but also like falling into lava. Is this the suffering of falling into hell? It's an extremely uncomfortable mental challenge. Basically, ordinary people cannot endure it." Suddenly, a blurry human figure appeared above his head. Seeing that person, Shu couldn't help but feel surprised and spoke up. "The second humanoid divine consciousness has appeared." The very next second, it stood in front, helping him block the attack from the broadsword. He sighed with relief, saying, "The pressure has decreased quite a bit." At this moment, the soul silkworm on his shoulder suddenly jumped up. With a face full of determination, it tried to bite and swallow the broadsword in front, causing the broadsword to be chipped significantly. Seeing that the soul silkworm could bite the broadsword in two, the protagonist wiped the sweat from his face, indescribably happy. Success. This floor requires resisting soul power attacks, which is even harder than the previous floor. The broadsword was bitten in two and fell to the ground, then immediately turned into two sparkling purple gemstones. Shu saw them and spoke up, "Soul power crystals." His eyes suddenly sparkled, and his face lit up unusually. Shu said, "Soul power crystals are legendary treasures that can promote the growth of the divine soul, rare items that only great emperors have possessed." Saying that, he reached out, absorbing the soul power crystals into his storage space to keep for now. Let the soul silkworm eat them slowly. With these soul power crystals, perhaps the soul silkworm will complete the third transformation of the divine soul. Now, Shu was standing before the final staircase, a staircase stretching out with giant steps. Above in the sky, a large swirling vortex full of lightning seemed to be appearing. He calmly walked up slowly, saying casually, "The final floor of the 18th level of Hell Cave, I have arrived." Everyone outside was also waiting for the result, discussing noisily. The 18th Divine Sun has been in the 17th floor for a while now. The 17th floor is already a miracle. If he really steps into the 18th floor, then the 18th Divine Sun will be my idol from now on. Qilin Saint Sun heard those words and felt extremely annoyed and frustrated, saying loudly, "I don't believe the 18th Divine Sun can step into the legendary 18th floor. That is the untouchable demon domain." Suddenly, the ranking on the board changed, leaving his face full of bewilderment, exclaiming in shock, "What?" Conversely, everyone was extremely interested, shouting excitedly, "It changed. The 18th Divine Sun has entered the 18th floor. Today, I am truly lucky to witness the scene of the 18th Divine Sun entering the 18th floor. This trip was not in vain." Lin Yu also felt extremely uncomfortable at this moment, his face wrinkling up, then said, "Entering the 18th floor, 18th Divine Sun, it is also time for you to die." The sovereign looked down at Lin Yu, reassuring him, "My son, rest assured. The 18th floor of hell, the demon domain, no living being survives." He spoke with a face full of seriousness and coldness, accompanied by bloodlust. At the 18th level of Hell Cave, the protagonist walked inside while looking around with vigilance. Inside, there was nothing unusual except for streams of eerie, evil energy. This made him feel even more that something was wrong. In the strangely quiet space, Shu did not sense any danger, but that very fact raised a suspicion in him, because the system also hadn't announced a successful check-in. Being the final floor of the 18th level of Hell Cave, this place surely hides something extraordinary. Amidst the silent space, a giant object loomed into view. It was a stone stele, both large and long, and on top of it, a dark magic vortex was churning with unpredictable, eerie energies. He observed intently, guessing in his heart, "A piece of the bronze wall? If I go there, the check-in will probably be successful." Suddenly, the ground shook with heavy footsteps. A demon with a muscular, towering body appeared. Its whole body was covered in skin red as fresh blood, with long horns on its head, sharp fingernails like daggers, and wide demon wings on its back. It stepped closer, smirking demonically. "Welcome to the 18th floor of hell." Facing that terrifying creature, Shu did not flinch. His eyes even flashed with interest. The aura of a blood shadow, but blood shadows don't have physical bodies. Is this an upgraded version of a blood shadow? Has it transformed into a physical form? This is a great tonic for the soul silkworm. Seeing his attitude, the opponent laughed heartily, his tone carrying unconcealed hunger. Kid, you have guts, want to eat me? I have the same thought as you. I also want to peel off your skin and flesh. Qin Shu replied in an icy tone. You have sharp eyes. Knowing this taboo, supreme skin of mine is not ordinary. Who are you? What is your relation to this 18th level of Hell Cave? Are the blood shadows that eat living beings all released by you? The muscular blood shadow laughed loudly. Taboo supreme bone skin. How do you have this taboo item? I have slept deep here for a long time and haven't obtained the taboo supreme bone yet. Why are you so lucky? However, now this skin of yours will be mine. Obtaining the taboo supreme skin, this king will be completely reborn. Junior, I will let you die knowing clearly. I am the prison king. King of hell. What stands before you now is just a blood shadow clone of this king. He spoke while crossing his arms, his blood-red eyes looking at Qin Shu, carrying the aura of the deep hell. His giant body was countless times taller than Qin Shu. Finishing his words, he swung a giant fist, carrying power enough to level mountains. Junior, take this move. The young man was no pushover either. He immediately raised his hand to engage in battle. But in the moment of collision, he was astonished to realize a terrifying force rushing in, knocking him far away. Qin Shu quickly dug his feet into the ground to maintain balance. Then, an amused smile bloomed on his lips. It seemed the stronger the opponent, the more excited he got. Upgraded blood shadow. The strength is indeed not bad. The prison king's blood shadow gave him no time to rest. A mass of destructive energy gathered behind him. He roared threateningly. Junior, this king wants you dead. Even if a god king or a quasi-emperor comes, they cannot protect you. Saying that, he rushed forward with amazing speed, his giant hand grabbing straight at Qin Shu. However, he had managed to draw his weapon, bravely engaging in battle. An earth-shattering clash took place, dust and tornadoes flying blindly. In the midst of the battle, he roared, God-splitting spear. An unimaginable scene appeared before his eyes, leaving Qin Shu stunned and astonished. The God-splitting spear, his divine weapon, was easily blocked by the opponent with just bare hands. The very next second, he seized the opportunity to grab him tight. Fortunately, thanks to his agility, Qin Shu managed to jump high to dodge. However, the impact against the rock behind also made him grimace in pain, causing the rock to cave in deeply. Seeing his state, the prison king's blood shadow spoke provocatively. If you have skill, don't run away. No longer hesitating, Qin Shu roared, activating his latent power. Brilliant golden divine armor wrapped around his body. Solar divine body, battle armor body. This sudden transformation made the prison king's blood shadow stunned with surprise. He clenched his fist, determinedly launching his strongest attack. Dragon Elephant Prison, suppressing scripture. Under that attack, the prison king's blood shadow also reached out to block. Two streams of power collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying power pierced through space, striking straight up to the hell levels above. Both were pushed back by the pressure of the battle. The prison king's blood shadow stood tall, eyes full of astonishment. The physical strength that just erupted reached over 50 dragon power. This is not a realm you can achieve at your age. Although this king is very surprised by your strength, to deal with me, you're still not qualified. He spoke while looking at him with blood-red eyes, full of hatred. However, Qin Shu was not afraid at all. He even smirked, his eyes full of provocation. Is that so? Try again and see. Finishing his words, he concentrated all his power. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and a giant circle of sharp spikes appeared around him. Immediately after, Qin Shu gathered momentum and flew straight towards the prison king's blood shadow, still with a mighty move. Dragon Elephant Prison, suppressing scripture. While attacking, he utilized his core power, Taboo Supreme Bone. This made the prison king's blood shadow startle, a look of wariness flashing in his eyes. The very next second, the two rushed at each other again. Each emitted their own terrifying energy, creating an immensely powerful battle. However, this time Qin Shu gained the upper hand. A heaven-shaking kick from him landed straight on the blood shadow's face, causing him to spray blood, fly backward, and fall face down on the ground, screaming miserably. The force of his fall also caused the ground to crack. Contrary to the opponent's miserable state, Qin Shu stood firm, a triumphant smile on his lips. Just now, Solar Divine Body, Battle Armor Body, Dragon Elephant Prison, Suppressing Scripture, and even the Taboo Supreme Bone, all combined with physical strength, erupted, once again surpassing the limit, reaching a new height. The Prison King's Blood Shadow, after being heavily injured, slowly stood up, his voice full of horror. 80 dragon power. How can there be such terrifying physical strength? That is, before he could finish his sentence, the very next second he was made to feel stunned and extremely bewildered. Suddenly, his eyes were glued to an object appearing and disappearing, radiating divine light inside Qin Shu's armor. He trembled and exclaimed, "Taboo Supreme Bone?" Then he immediately pointed at Qin Shu, shouting in frustration, "You actually obtained the greatest opportunity of the 18th level of Hell Cave." The protagonist just chuckled and said nothing more. The Prison King's Blood Shadow asked in panic, Why? Why have I slept here for 1,000 years and still couldn't find it? How can you be so lucky, obtaining both the Taboo Supreme Bone and the Taboo Skin?" The protagonist still stood tall in front of him, answering innocently and calmly, "Because this divine son is handsome." This answer shocked the Prison King's Blood Shadow on the spot, his face turning pale from helplessness, completely unexpected. However, the very next second, he revealed a sinister smile. "Good. This can be considered a surprise gift for this king. Both your bone and your skin. I will take them all." As he spoke, he advanced aggressively with a face smiling in delight, grinning from ear to ear, looking extremely terrifying. However, Qin Shu didn't put him in his eyes. He only needed one hand to knock the Prison King's Blood Shadow flying. He shouted clearly, "So much talk." In just an instant, the Prison King's Blood Shadow lost the strength to resist, accepting his fate as he lay still on the ground. Qin Shu smiled smugly. "This skin and bone of this divine son. Can you take it?" The Prison King's Blood Shadow propped his hands on the ground, trying to force himself up. "I am the king of hell. There is nothing I cannot take. If this king's Dharma body were here, a junior like you wouldn't be able to speak." Qin Shu paid no attention to that, immediately stomping his foot onto his face, then shouted, "Lie down for me." Immediately, the Prison King's Blood Shadow was suppressed by him, falling with a thud to the ground. Standing in front of the Prison King's Blood Shadow, the male lead put his hands on his hips, speaking clearly. "Full of nonsense, if you have the guts, call your Dharma body here." Then he used his magical artifact, Suppression Character Talisman. The next second, the Suppression Character Talisman appeared, heading towards the Prison King's Blood Shadow. While he was struggling with difficulty to stand up, he was crushed flat by the Suppression Character Talisman. Qin Shu ordered, "Suppress down." The male lead called upon his Soul Silkworm to appear. He said, "Soul Silkworm, delicious food is here. Eat this Blood Shadow. This guy is even more nourishing than the previous Blood Shadows. Eating one will keep you full." The Prison King's Blood Shadow had no strength to resist at this moment. Hearing those words from the male lead, he couldn't help but groan uncomfortably. Hateful. The Soul Silkworm listened to Qin Shu, immediately opening its mouth full of sharp fangs, biting and swallowing the Blood Shadow. Watching it gnaw seemed very delicious. However, it seemed nothing was eaten. Conversely, the Prison King's Blood Shadow was released. He smiled happily. "Hee hee, you're the first person who dares to be so arrogant in front of me. But this ends here. You have surprised this king greatly. The upgraded Blood Shadow is not your match. But you still must die." As he spoke, he lifted the male lead's Suppression Character Talisman to step out. After throwing the Suppression Character Talisman into a corner, he asked boldly, "Do you know what the most terrifying thing in the 18th level of Hell Cave is?" This sentence made Qin Shu a bit surprised and confused. The next second, the Prison King's Blood Shadow used his power, illusory reality projection. A terrifying, mysterious energy appeared surrounding him, intense and extremely furious. The male lead stood aside witnessing it, extremely puzzled. "What is that?" Just a moment later, in front of him was an image of himself. The Prison King's Blood Shadow had transformed to look like Qin Shu, the only difference being dark streaks on his face. He smiled smugly. Surprised? The Prison King's Blood Shadow stood before Qin Shu, saying smugly, "You are indeed very formidable, also very strong. My strongest blood slave actually wasn't your match." The male lead heard this, gritting his teeth in anger, extremely annoyed. Qin Shu looked at him, suspicious in his heart. What is going on? Why did this guy disguise as me? Even the divine body battle armor is exactly the same. The Prison King's blood shadow continued to speak. The most terrifying point of the 18th level of Hell Cave is that it can create an illusory projection. I can become you. This is also the reason why, even if this king's main body isn't here, I am confident I can strip this skin of yours completely. Even if you are strong, can you be stronger than yourself? As he spoke, he emitted a strange aura with a sinister smile. The next second, the Prison King's blood shadow used moves identical to Qin Shu's. Dragon Elephant Prison, suppressing scripture. That attack hit the male lead, sending him flying far away. After being knocked back, Qin Shu touched the ground with his hand to steady himself, shocked in his heart. The power of this Dragon Elephant Prison suppressing scripture is exactly the same as when I personally deploy it. It seems this imposter can completely replicate my moves. But immediately after, he gritted his teeth and spoke. I don't believe it. Qin Shu used his taboo supreme bone with all his might, speaking boldly. You can even replicate the taboo supreme bone? Ha! Laughing as he spoke, he took the initiative to attack the Prison King's blood shadow. He wasn't wary or afraid at all. On the contrary, he smiled with interest to block the blow. Then you try and see. The next second, the fists of the two connected, creating immense power. Waves of energy kept appearing around the Hell Cave. Both of them retreated after that exchange. Seeing the Prison King's blood shadow able to block that blow, Qin Shu couldn't help but feel confused. How is it possible? The Prison King's blood shadow, on the other hand, smiled smugly. The taboo supreme bone also appeared on his body at this moment. Qin Shu looked at him and spoke. What exactly is the illusory projection of the 18th level of Hell Cave? It can actually replicate even a taboo supreme bone? The Prison King's blood shadow answered happily. This is the power of the taboo supreme bone. Although only 1/10,000th can be deployed, this wonderful feeling is hard to describe in words. The taboo supreme bone and the taboo supreme skin on you are truly a waste of heavenly gifts. Only with this king's heaven-reaching creation can the benefits of this supreme object be maximized. As he spoke, he licked his lips, his face arrogant and smug. Qin Shu heard those words, his face becoming more serious than ever. He replied, Since it is so, today this divine son will fight a truly hearty battle with you. Qin Shu suddenly closed his eyes, reflecting in his heart. After coming to this world, rising from a piece of trash, under the assistance of the system, the whole journey can be considered quite smooth. But rationally speaking, this world is extremely cruel. Everywhere follows the rule of the strong eating the weak. There are too many strong people, too many unknowns. I still haven't honed enough regarding life and death. Thinking this, he used his foot as leverage to jump up, rushing straight towards the Prison King's blood shadow with a face full of determination. He declared boldly, And you, today will become a whetstone for me again. However, the Prison King's blood shadow could easily block and dodge Qin Shu's attacks. He smiled happily. You cannot defeat yourself. However, he didn't care about that, immediately using his leg to kick straight at his face. The confusing thing was that the Prison King's blood shadow was unharmed. He even smiled smugly. Let alone you when this king possesses it. This made Qin Shu startle, eyes widening in surprise. The next second, he used just one hand to exert power, knocking Qin Shu far away. Get lost. Both of them continued to stand facing each other, eye to eye. The male lead had no intention of giving up, continuing to gain momentum to move forward, with an extremely determined attitude. Continue. Everyone outside was intently looking up at the ranking board at this moment. Everyone felt uneasy and confused. The 18th Divine Son still hasn't come out. He's been in the 18th floor for 4 hours already. The red dot is still on the immortal steel, proving the 18th Divine Son is still alive. Don't know what he is experiencing on the 18th floor. Lin Yu turned to say to his father, Why does Senior Prison King take so much effort to handle the 18th Divine Son? The 18th level of Hell Cave is the Prison King's territory. Even if his true body isn't here, he shouldn't waste so much time. He spoke while showing a face full of annoyance. The sovereign heard this and replied coldly, Just wait. Perhaps the Prison King met some trouble and has used the illusory projection. Hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly turned pale, startled. Illusory projection? Father Emperor, Is the illusory projection really that powerful? Is it an unsolvable spell? The sovereign shook his head in reply. I don't know. Illusory projection is one of the 3 great firmament techniques. I don't know for what reason it fell into the 18th level of Hell Cave. I also don't know much about it. The prison king, because he was born in the 18th level of Hell, can only barely use this firmament technique. Hearing the explanation from his father, Lin Yu was extremely delighted, smiling smugly as he spoke. If my dragon elephant ancient kingdom could obtain this technique, then what is there to fear about the 18th divine son? I could definitely suppress him. The sovereign interrupted. Not to mention, if news of the firmament technique appearing spreads, countless people will covet it. Even if left for you to take, could you take it? Our dragon elephant ancient kingdom has mined for many years, at most only stepping into the 16th floor. At the 18th level of Hell Cave, 18th floor, both Qin Shu and the prison king's blood shadow were exhausted, panting heavily. Everyone was injured. The male lead, face drenched in sweat, spoke wearily, fighting continuously at high intensity for 4 hours straight. This is the most satisfying battle since I came to this world. Although the prison king's blood shadow was injured, he still held on, smiling in response. You are not this king's match, but you can fight on par with me. This fighting will of yours is very commendable. However, I still keep my word. You can never defeat yourself. Under the illusory projection, you are destined to die here. As he spoke, the prison king's blood shadow stood up, smiling smugly. Qin Shu heard this. His face turned serious, his eyes darkening. However, the next second, the corners of his mouth lifted. Is that so? As a whetstone, your use has ended. It can end now. Immediately after, the male lead stood up straight and flew into the sky. This made the prison king's blood shadow extremely confused, looking up around him. Qin Shu landed on top of a tall, sturdy stone stele. Watching his confusing action, the prison king's blood shadow couldn't help but wonder, what does he want to do? At this moment, the system suddenly appeared. Something bright gold suddenly emerged. The system announced, Myriad Worlds sign-in system congratulates you. Sign-in successful at the 18th level of Hell Cave. Congratulations on obtaining the reward. 1 bronze remnant piece. So that bright gold thing was a bronze remnant piece. The male lead held it, speaking coldly. Didn't expect the system sign-in to directly give a bronze remnant piece. Is there anything special? Seeing the item he was holding in his hand, the prison king's blood shadow was extremely happy, eyes shining bright. That bronze remnant piece has always been in this place. Its existence predates even the 18th level of Hell Cave. It weighs an unknown amount of dragon power to be able to lift it. This king has never been able to take it. I advise you not to waste your strength either. However, Qin Shu paid no attention to those words. Immediately grabbing it, he nonchalantly tossed it up and down in his hand. Is it very heavy? Seeing this situation, the prison king's blood shadow couldn't help but feel like he was struck by lightning, utterly astonished, staring with mouth agape as he spoke. You actually managed to take that bronze shard. The male lead jumped down from above, holding the bronze shard in his hand, and said, Did you say you didn't know how much dragon force this bronze shard weighs? As he spoke, he smiled sinisterly. Seeing the situation was bad, the prison king's blood shadow retreated, asking suspiciously, What do you want to do? The very next second, Qin Shu quickly leaped into the air, holding the bronze shard, gathering all his strength, and attacking straight down at the prison king's blood shadow. As he attacked, he replied, I'll let you know how heavy it is. That bronze shard shot straight toward the prison king's blood shadow, terrifying him, his face turning pale as he screamed. No! Just a second later, the bronze shard touched his face. A massive force suddenly erupted, a huge surge of power rolling out and shooting straight up into the sky. Seeing the scene before him, even Qin Shu couldn't help but be astonished, staring wide-eyed in surprise. This has such great power? Looking at the debris in front of him, a large hole had been created by the power just now, and the surroundings were heavily cracked. That bronze shard immediately returned to his hand. Looking at the thing in his hand, his face darkened, and he said with bewilderment, Just a remnant piece, yet it has a weight reaching 10 million dragon force. The prison king was directly crushed into pulp. Truly terrifying. I'm afraid this thing has a very great origin. Suddenly, a stream of green energy gathered, surrounding him, causing Qin Shu to startle in confusion. That stream of power gradually condensed into a sparkling green gem. Seeing it, the male lead couldn't help but be puzzled and asked, "What is that?" It formed after the prison king's strongest blood shadow died. Just as he was about to grab it, the gem rushed straight toward Qin Shu, merging into his head. After merging into his will, he was able to understand what it was. Firmament technique, illusory reality projection. Then Qin Shu felt incredibly happy and delighted. Is this the reward for clearing the 18th level of Hell Cave? Firmament technique. This is an extremely strong technique, the strongest skill in this world. Suddenly, the 18th level of Hell Cave shook violently. Countless large and small rocks fell to the ground. Seeing this strange shaking, the male lead was bewildered, looked around, and said, "It seems a mishap has occurred in the 18th level of Hell Cave too. Is it because I took the firmament technique and the bronze shard, or because I killed all the evil spirits here? This place is definitely not that simple. I'll escape for now and think of a way to investigate this land thoroughly later." As he spoke, he quickly dodged the large rocks falling to the ground. Then he tried to shoot straight up to escape. Ancestor Yang Ming used his ultimate move and spoke. "Prison King, you want to fight for the bronze ancient hall? Let's see if you can pass this old man's gate." The prison king used his giant arm with sharp, eerie claws and spoke. "I'm afraid you won't be enough to watch." Immediately after, a powerful battle ensued. It affected the whole sky. Countless people gathered around, standing there to watch. Thunder exploded loudly. The power was not small. People stood around watching and discussing animatedly. This prison king's origin is unclear. I heard he comes from the 18th floor of the Hell Cave of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom. His whole body emits an extremely evil aura, different from normal people. He has continuously defeated 3 figures of the sect master level. I wonder if Ancestor Yang Ming can stop him. Ancestor Yang Ming gathered power in his palm, the light behind his back blinding. He spoke calmly. "Prison King, I don't care about your origin. If you want to enter the Bronze Ancient Hall, you must follow the rules set by the major forces. Otherwise, this ancestor will teach you how to behave." The prison king appeared in the form of a powerful green bronze shield, emitting a gloomy, eerie red aura around him. He spoke. "Teach me how to behave. You talk big." This made Ancestor Yang Ming somewhat suspicious and surprised. Immediately after, the prison king rushed up to attack with a very vigorous attitude. "This king will chop you to death first." Ancestor Yang Ming immediately used his own strength to resist, replying, "Do you think this ancestor is easy to bully?" Just as he was about to attack, something seemed wrong, and the prison king suddenly stopped. What happened? Because of the distraction, he was hit by a painful blow from Ancestor Yang Ming and fell backward. That blow was not light, causing him immense pain. The mountain peaks he crashed into chipped, and many rocks shattered. Although he could withstand it, the prison king seemed no longer as strong as before. He spoke in confusion. Damn it, why did this king's aura suddenly become unstable? This also made Ancestor Yang Ming suspicious. He said, "Is this because you were scared by this ancestor's domineering aura?" The prison king suddenly started. Although he still emitted that eerie red power, it had actually weakened significantly. The prison king said, "Damn it, a problem occurred in the 18th floor of the Hell Cave. The connection with me was cut off. Who did it? Could it be some junior?" While he was not paying attention, Ancestor Yang Ming immediately attacked from above. "Take this." His attack struck the prison king's head, smashing him hard into the ground. The prison king spoke. "I was born in the 18th floor of the Hell Cave. Who destroyed my foundation? Wait until I return from the Bronze Ancient Hall. I definitely won't spare you." Hearing him say that, Ancestor Yang Ming on the side couldn't help but think to himself. The 18th floor of the Hell Cave is located in the East Mountain Hall. Could this prison king's injury be the work of that brat Qin Shu? On the contrary, he helped me greatly. At another place, everyone was still staring intently at the immortal steel in front of them. The red streak that was appearing suddenly gradually disappeared. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised, pointing up and discussing. "Look, the red light disappeared. That means the 18th Divine Sun." Before that person could finish his sentence, the Qilin Saint Sun interrupted with a very arrogant attitude. "So what if he entered the 18th floor? He still died inside. Only the living are geniuses. The dead are considered nothing." While the Qilin Saint Sun was speaking so vigorously, immediately after, he was startled in panic. Qin Shu appeared from above, causing the Qilin Saint's son to be utterly astonished. This is... The male lead looked at the Qilin Saint's son and smiled, saying, "Who said this divine son failed?" Everyone pointed up with blank faces. 18th divine son. Lin Yu at this moment was also surprised and startled. Qin Shu, he actually escaped. The sovereign's face also darkened, unable to say a word. The sovereign's face suddenly broke out in a sweat, and he said uneasily, "Several consecutive death loops, yet the 18th divine son could still escape. This person is not a great emperor. He simply has luck rivaling the heavens. My dragon elephant ancient kingdom has lost." Qin Shu stood in the air, looking down below, and said smugly, "Truly a cause for celebration. I can harvest another batch." Immediately after, he landed on the ground. As soon as he landed, he went straight to the Qilin Saint's son and the heavenly phoenix goddess. The male lead revealed his astonishing power and spoke. "Now you two come with me together." Seeing his smug attitude, the Qilin Saint's son was furious and extremely annoyed, replying, "18th divine son, you are provoking this young master. Don't think that just because you've entered the 18th floor, you have the right to be arrogant. This young master has obtained dragon force in the 18th floor of hell. I may not necessarily be weaker than you." The male lead paid no attention to those words of the Qilin Saint's son and immediately attacked. "Take this." His attack shot straight at the Qilin Saint's son, making it so he couldn't block in time. What? So infuriating. The very next second, he was knocked flying far away, coughing up blood. Suddenly, the system reminded, "You have obtained a bit of Imperial Dao luck." The male lead twisted his wrist and said with interest, "Leaks can indeed continue to be harvested." The Qilin Saint's son was beaten until he coughed blood, extremely angry, his face darkening. 18th divine son, I will not rest until one of us dies." Then he immediately wanted to attack him. However, the heavenly phoenix goddess came to his side and advised, "This guy seems to have become much stronger. Let's cooperate. Today we absolutely cannot lose the prestige of the God clan." She spoke with a very determined, cold tone. The very next second, both of them rushed up to attack Qin Shu. The male lead was not flustered or afraid at all, ready to receive the moves. Just in time. Then, the very next second, both of them were punched by him and flew straight away. This divine son still complains that I haven't fought enough yet. Both of them were beaten by him until they had no strength left, lying flat on the ground. The heavenly phoenix goddess was seriously injured, her whole body coughing up blood, too strong. However, before they could recover, Qin Shu jumped into the air, preparing for the next wave of attacks. Seeing this situation, the heavenly phoenix goddess immediately begged, "18th divine son, stop." However, Qin Shu paid no attention to that and continued to use his fist to attack them. The system announced at this time, "System notification, you have obtained a strand of Imperial Dao luck." System notification, you have obtained a strand of Imperial Dao luck. Everyone around witnessing this scene was astonished and surprised, discussing animatedly. The two geniuses of the God clan are completely suppressed and beaten by the 18th divine son. This time, the two geniuses emerged, originally to demonstrate power in the Eastern Wasteland. Who would have thought they would end up like this? The 18th divine son has a brutal temperament, killing people like it's a game. Once he strikes, there is no stopping. The Qilin Saint's son was beaten by him until he looked like neither human nor ghost, blood spewing from his nose and mouth, and spoke up, "18th divine son, if you have the guts, then kill this young master." The very next second, both of them were thrown far away by Qin Shu. He spoke coldly, "Kill you? It can't be that easy. This divine son still has to keep you around to harvest slowly." The heavenly phoenix goddess was heavily injured all over. "You are the first man to make me this miserable." Saying that, she spread her wings and flew away. "Blame me for underestimating the geniuses of the Eastern Wasteland. I have remembered your face." The Qilin Saint's son's face was also swollen from the beating. He pointed straight at Qin Shu's face and shouted loudly, "18th divine son, today you humiliated us, which is humiliating the God clan. This young master will not spare you. The 100,000 geniuses of the God clan will also not spare you. Just you wait." The male lead heard those threats without any fear, crossing his arms and speaking coldly. 10,000 geniuses? Nothing more than 10,000 leaks. Crown Prince Lin, right now your limbs have been severed by this divine son. Remember this, If you dare provoke this divine son again, next time it will be your head. Lin Yu was infuriated by his words, gritting his teeth in reply. You. However, the sovereign immediately interrupted, not letting Lin Yu speak another word. 18th Divine Son, what opportunities did you encounter on the 18th floor? The male lead asked back. One no? The sovereign immediately replied. This sovereign is very curious. The male lead simply said innocently, exchange a dragon elephant precious gem for it. Hearing this, the sovereign sighed heavily and replied. 18th Divine Son, you must be joking. Seeing this attitude, Qin Shu said, it seems the sovereign is reluctant to part with it. The male lead's friends had long been waiting for him outside. Immediately after, they all jumped onto a giant toad with ugly skin. The male lead stepped towards the toad and spoke. This trip was a success. Then his group flew away together. This divine son takes his leave. The sovereign stood below, looking at the toad in the sky, extremely annoyed. However, he still tried to shout loudly. 18th Divine Son, congratulations on obtaining the firmament technique from the 18th level of Hell Cave. The male lead up in the sky heard this, simply gave a dry laugh, and replied, That's truly deep. The people below, after hearing the sovereign say this, were astonished and amazed, everyone buzzing with discussion. What? Firmament technique? There are only 3 great firmament techniques in this world. Could it be the 18th Divine Son obtained one of them? Lin Yu spoke up at this moment. Imperial Father is indeed superior. This way, the news of Qin Shu obtaining the firmament technique will quickly spread, surely attracting the gaze of various forces. The sovereign's eyes darkened, replying coldly, This is a last resort. We can no longer reconcile with the 18th Divine Son. We must be careful with our schemes next. The sunlight still shone brightly, the wind rustling the leaves falling to the ground. Inside the house, Xiao Minghua was bound by iron chains in midair. Her imperial father stood below, speaking happily. Very good. This way you'll be more obedient. Xiao Minghua was covered in injuries, speaking with a voice full of grievance. Imperial father, I am your own flesh and blood daughter. Why do you treat me like this? However, as soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Minghua's father spoke up immediately. Shut your mouth. Ever since you became the 18th Divine Son's servant, you are no longer this emperor's daughter. Hearing this, Xiao Minghua replied, If that is the case, I, Xiao Minghua, will commit suicide to atone for my sins, to wash away the humiliation of the Moon Wheel God dynasty. She spoke with a tone and gaze of absolute determination. Hearing those words, Xiao Minghua's father was somewhat taken aback. The very next second, Xiao Minghua used her magic to burn her own body. Seeing this scene, Xiao Minghua's father was extremely furious, shouting loudly, You animal, stop it for me, you rebellious daughter. The flames were burning fiercely, scorching Xiao Minghua's body. However, her father did not let her have her way, immediately extending his scepter to save her. At this moment, after being burned, Xiao Minghua was extremely exhausted, but still struggled to speak. Huh? Can't bear to kill me? Imperial father, stop pretending and making excuses. You want to kill your own biological daughter, isn't it because of my Lunar King physique? You, the dignified ruler of a nation, dare not admit it? She spoke with a tone and eyes full of hatred. Hearing this, her father's cold eyes swept over his daughter. After a moment of silence, so quiet it was terrifying, he finally spoke. Minghua, originally you didn't have to die, but I truly didn't expect that coming to the feathering sect this time, you would awaken the Lunar King physique. Xiao Minghua gritted her teeth, eyes burning with hatred, and gritted out. I was able to become the Lunar King physique because the 18th Divine Son gave me a rare precious medicine on the floating island. Thanks to that, I could borrow the spiritual power on the island to cultivate. The 18th Divine Son did not hold grudges over the past. His attitude is extraordinary, his aptitude godlike. This is the reason I was willing to be a slave and a maidservant before the Divine Son. Hearing those words, the Imperial Father seemed to be provoked, roaring, Shut up, you shameless thing. A princess of my god dynasty actually saying such disgraceful words, then don't blame this emperor for being heartless. Every word of his was cold as ice, cruel to the point of ruthlessness. Just a moment later, Xiao Minghua's heart-rending scream echoed outside, signaling of brutal torture taking place. Inside, her fragile body was tightly bound by hundreds, thousands of chains, wrapping around her in pain. Contrary to that scene, her imperial father appeared extremely delighted, letting out a savage laugh. Manhwa accepted. The secret technique of my Moon Wheel God dynasty has been passed down from ancient times. It can absorb one's own kin. We share the same bloodline, so when I absorb you, I won't suffer excruciating pain to the point of death. Suspended in the air, Xiao Minghua looked down at her cruel father, her voice choked in despair. Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs, yet you treat your own flesh and blood daughter like this. You are not worthy of being my father. These words were like adding oil to the fire, making him even angrier, using the scepter in his hand to intensify the torture power. You cannot die yet. Although his words seemed merciful, the cruel flames still burned her body, and sharp needles cast from gemstones ceaselessly pricked into every inch of her flesh. Witnessing his daughter's agony, the imperial father's face darkened even more, growling, "Your life belongs to me. Not long from now, your Lunar King physique will be forced out by me." Finishing his words, he clenched his hand tight. Immediately, the needles, as if possessing spirituality, simultaneously pierced straight into Xiao Minghua's body, causing her to let out a cry of ultimate pain. Her imperial father then laughed delightedly, fully satisfied. "You princes and princesses were all born by this sovereign. Your lives all belong to me." In a hidden corner, Xiao Minghua's brother was trembling while eavesdropping, witnessing the entire tragic drama. He was so terrified that sweat poured down like a bath, hurriedly covering his mouth with his hand to avoid making any sound, his mind a chaotic mess of thoughts. Imperial father wants to kill ninth sister? What should I do? Is it possible Imperial father will kill me too? At the same time, at the feathering Sex Yangji floating island, the sunlight still shone harmoniously, clouds drifting lazily in the blue sky. Inside a house, Bai Juju was staring in astonishment at someone who looked exactly like her standing in front, her eyes unable to hide her surprise. Immediately after, she mischievously pinched the other person's cheek and exclaimed, "Really looks exactly like me. Even this part is the same." It turned out the person standing there was the male lead transformed. Embarrassed by the sudden action, Bai Juju hurriedly turned away, blushing, snapping, "Hooligan, did you intentionally turn into this?" However, Qin Shu seemed not to understand what she meant, only sweating as he spoke. Hey. Bai Juju turned back, asking curiously, "Haha." The very next second, Qin Shu transformed back to his original form, hands on his hips, replying, "You're overthinking it. I am practicing the firmament technique, illusory reality projection. But it's a bit strange. I can only transform into your appearance. Your other aspects, such as cultivation techniques and cultivation base, I cannot replicate. Right now, executing it is extremely exhausting, requiring a large amount of soul force. With my current second transformation of the divine soul, it's not enough to support me executing it for long. It seems fully mastering the firmament technique isn't that easy. I wonder how the young dragon is doing?" Finishing his words, he performed a technique to reveal his Dantian. Inside, the little dragon was still sound asleep. Seeing that scene, Bai Juju couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The cry seemed to have woken the sleeping dragon. It just opened its mouth to yawn when suddenly, a heaven-shaking aura appeared in the sky above Yangji floating island. The entire sky suddenly swirled, lightning bolts carrying destructive power striking down from nowhere. Everyone outside, along with the male lead and Bai Juju, were stunned, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? What happened? It seems someone is undergoing tribulation on Yangji floating island. This isn't a tribulation artifact, just a phenomenon of heaven and earth triggered by something. I don't know what the 18th divine sun is doing. Suddenly, a familiar figure flew over, cutting through the wind. It was Master Meow. Seeing him, the male lead asked, "Master Meow?" Master Meow saw the little dragon in his hand. Slightly surprised. "A little true dragon?" True dragons and great emperors are the same. They have disappeared from this world. How did it get here? Qin Shu held the little dragon and replied, "Got on the road of the great emperor." Hearing this, Master Meow was terrified to the extreme. "Road of the great emperor? You mean you stepped onto the road of the great emperor again?" He calmly replied, "That's right." Master Meow was stunned, utterly astonished, then spoke loudly, "18th divine sun, your luck truly leaves nothing to be said. I came here originally because I heard rumors outside saying you obtained the firmament technique, specifically coming to check it out. I didn't expect it to be a little true dragon, saying that the firmament technique, illusory reality projection, is also real. Qin Shu calmly confirmed. It is real. Master Miao continued. You are chosen by the heavens. I have been at the feathering sect for so many years. Never have I met someone with such opportunities. Go. Saying that, it used its wings to create a massive stream of energy, shooting straight into the little dragon. Seeing the strange scene, the male lead was somewhat confused. Master Miao, what are you doing? With sharp eyes, Master Miao explained, a true dragon is a matter of great importance. I am helping you conceal the true dragon's aura. This way, if the true dragon is seen by others in the future, bystanders will only think it is a normal dragon-shaped creature. The firmament technique is already a great taboo that will be coveted by countless others. Now you also have a little true dragon. Who knows how many people will covet it? For now, Master Miao can help you conceal it for a period of time. Hearing the thorough explanation, Qin Shu immediately bowed in thanks. Thank you, Master Miao. I wonder what brings Master Miao here today. Master Miao looked straight at him and said, I came to see your firmament technique, and incidentally to remind you, you need to go find a Dao Protector. Hearing this, the male lead was a bit puzzled and asked back, a Dao Protector? How do I find one? Master Miao replied decisively, go to the Feathering Sect's Old Book Mountain, Dao Protector Pavilion. 3 days later, Qin Shu and Ensheng were present at a towering rocky mountain. Ensheng walked alongside, speaking up. Divine Son, I have gathered some news. This time, the Dao Protector Pavilion seeking Dao Protectors. I fear something is about to happen. He replied calmly, tell me about it. Ensheng continued, according to the old rules of the Feathering Sect, after the Divine Sun Assembly, the Divine Sons who remain are allowed to enter the Dao Protector Pavilion to choose a Dao Protector for themselves. This is also because the Feathering Sect wants to ensure every Divine Son can mature smoothly. The male lead was a bit confused hearing this and asked, isn't that a good thing? Ensheng replied with a serious face, it is a good thing, but ever since you returned from the Eastern Peak Grand Ceremony, suppressing the God Race Heaven's Chosens with shaking prestige, almost every Divine Son views you as their top enemy. Among them, the 7th Divine Son is contacting other Divine Sons, planning to deal with you in the Dao Protector Pavilion. Hearing Ensheng say this, the male lead's face suddenly darkened, responding after a while, the 7th Divine Son, him again. Speaking of the most insidious among the Divine Sons, he would be the top one. Ensheng said, the 7th Divine Son hides very well. I only found out recently that he had already taken residence on a floating island early on. The house you burned down before was just a place for him to deceive people's eyes. Qin Shu said coldly, the Feathering Sect has a total of 7 floating islands. The 3rd Divine Son, the 7th Divine Son, and I each have one. Who occupies the remaining 4? Ensheng replied, the 1st Divine Son and the 2nd Divine Son. These 2 most mysterious Divine Sons, each have one. The remaining belong to the 5th Divine Son and the 8th Divine Son. A while later, both arrived in front of a towering building standing between heaven and earth. Looking up at the sign, the male lead asked, is this the Dao Protector Pavilion? Quite a lot of people. Seems like the disciples of the Feathering Sect haven't changed their habit of watching the excitement. At this moment, everyone was looking up at the sky, discussing animatedly. 1st Divine Son, 2nd Divine Son, 4th Divine Son, 5th Divine Son, 6th Divine Son, 7th Divine Son, 8th Divine Son, 10th Divine Son have arrived. All those whose names were just called appeared in the void, standing in a circle. The crowd buzzed again. So many Divine Sons arrived here at the same time. Seeing this scene, Qin Shu spoke up, is this ganging up to target this Divine Son? However, the crowd didn't care about that intention, only staring at the Divine Sons with glowing eyes, commenting, I didn't expect 8 Divine Sons to come here together. The 8 Divine Sons are all extraordinary. My Feathering Sect will definitely grow stronger. Why is only the 18th Divine Son missing? Just then, Ensheng shouted loudly, the 18th Divine Son has arrived. Every eye immediately turned towards him. The male lead smiled with amusement, saying, it's really lively today. The other Divine Sons stood there, looking at him with eyes full of admiration. The 18th Divine Son suppressed the God Race Heaven's Chosens at the Eastern Peak Grand Ceremony. Truly the strongest divine son of the Feathering Sect, the leader of the divine sons. The 18th divine son is a role model for us. He is the hope for the Feathering Sect to stand firm in the desolate region. Not just the Feathering Sect, in my opinion, the 18th divine son is still the strongest among his peers. Everyone surrounded him as they spoke. Qin Shu smiled, politely cupping his hands in greeting. You are too kind. This divine son is not as strong as everyone thinks, merely a backdrop for the other divine sons. Hearing this, the other divine sons were choked with anger. The fourth divine son could only force a smile, not knowing how to react. Hearing Qin Shu's words, the crowd admired him even more. I didn't expect the 18th divine son to be so humble. The 18th divine son is truly too perfect. The 7th divine son, standing in the air, witnessing this scene, was furious. His face darkening as he said, "Shameless. Fellow divine sons, you have seen it too. The 18th divine son is this strong. If we don't cooperate, the strongest Tao Protector in the Tao Protector Pavilion will definitely be taken by the 18th divine son. I wonder what everyone thinks of my proposal." The 6th divine son spoke up at this moment. Although I don't think highly of the 18th divine son, and even despise him quite a bit, this divine son is used to being alone and will not participate in this matter. Saying so, he left. The 4th divine son also responded, 7th divine son. This divine son fought alongside the 18th divine son at the Eastern Peak Grand Ceremony after all. Besides, I feel the 18th divine son's character is quite good, so I will not participate. The 7th divine son wasn't too angry hearing this, saying, missing 2 divine sons won't affect the big picture. Next, I asked the remaining divine sons to join together in pressuring the Tao Protector Pavilion, to let the Tao Protectors know that although the 18th divine son has potential, his chance of survival is very slim. Naturally, no Tao Protector will choose him, especially the 1st divine son and 2nd divine son. Everyone knows the 2 most mysterious are also the strongest. This time, the strongest Tao Protector will likely choose between you 2. Why not reveal your true selves now? How about defeating the 18th divine son? Hearing the 7th divine son's words, the 1st divine son replied, although the 18th divine son is strong, this divine son has never paid him any mind. Dealing with the 18th divine son alongside everyone is just going with the flow. The 2nd divine son also agreed, correct. As for when to reveal my true self, I have my own thoughts. No need for the 7th divine son to worry. The gatekeeper suddenly appeared at this moment, shouting, since all divine sons have arrived, let's begin. The gatekeeper spoke again, begin. Immediately, 18 bronze bells appear behind him, each emitting a powerful and dazzling aura. The gatekeeper explained, in the Tao Protector Pavilion, there are 18 Tao Protectors of our Feathering Sect living inside these 18 bells. Each one represents a Tao Protector. The higher the position of the bell, the stronger that Tao Protector is. Now, the divine sons will face the 18 Tao Protectors and display their own strengths. When a Tao Protector is willing to protect a divine son, the bell will ring. The male lead listened seriously from the side. The 6th divine son stepped forward, saying, I'll go first. Immediately after, he cupped his hands respectfully. Seniors, I am the 6th divine son of the Feathering Sect, Jolie. A voice rang out from the bells. 6th divine son, display your strength. Hearing that, the 6th divine son sighed, then channeled his energy, releasing a powerful wave of energy. Physical strength, 13 dragons power. Seeing this strength, a bell rang accompanied by a remark, physical strength. Physical strength is extremely difficult to increase. It seems the 6th divine son has had extraordinary fortuitous encounters. The people below saw a bell lighting up and commented, the bell rang from the lowest row. A Tao Protector has accepted the 6th divine son. However, the 6th divine son was not satisfied, saying coldly, only one rang? It seems I must show my true skills today. Seniors, please watch. Speaking this, phantom images of extraordinary weapons suddenly appeared from his hands. At the same time, the immemorial mortal physique also appeared. A colossal power pierced straight into the sky. Seeing this, the Tao Protectors couldn't help but be astonished. Immemorial mortal physique humanoid weapon. The cultivation method of humanoid weapon is a secret technique in the immemorial mortal physique. Although it is a mortal physique, with the word immemorial added, it is extraordinary. The immemorial mortal physique is an ancient constitution. There will definitely be great prospects in the future. Immediately, for other bells lit up. The gatekeeper announced, the sixth divine sun has caused 5 bells to ring, which means there are 5 Tao protectors in the Tao Protector Pavilion willing to protect the sixth divine sun. After all divine suns have displayed their strength, the divine suns will choose one Tao protector based on the strength and number. The 7th divine sun descended from somewhere, speaking up, "Next is my turn." He spoke with an extremely provocative manner. And Sheng, seeing him at this moment, said, "It's the 7th divine sun. Perhaps he is starting to deal with you, divine sun, preventing you from getting the strongest Tao protector." Hearing this, Qin Shu showed no fear, even mocking, preventing this divine sun? If it were before, this divine sun would hesitate a bit, but relying on this cunning guy now? Not enough caliber. The other divine suns in the sky looked down intently. The first divine sun said doubtfully, "Can the 7th divine sun succeed?" The second divine sun, standing nearby, replied, "The Tao protector choosing a divine sun will definitely choose the one who survives the longest." Another divine sun also spoke up, "The 7th divine sun is right. We absolutely cannot let the 18th divine sun get the strongest Tao protector, otherwise it will be very hard to kill him in the future." The 7th divine sun cupped his hands and bowed. The 7th divine sun pays respects to the seniors of the Tao Protector Pavilion. A voice came from the bells again, "Come, display your power." However, the 7th divine sun did not do so immediately but tried to say more, "Seniors, before displaying my strength, I have something to say to the seniors." Then he pointed to where Qin Shu was standing. "Seniors, you can see it too. Although the 18th divine sun is currently in a superior position, he has been isolated by 8 other divine suns. The 18th divine sun has always looked down on others. His character is extremely arrogant, so he has been ostracized by the divine suns. In the future battle of divine suns, as long as there is a chance, the divine suns will definitely join forces to kill the 18th divine sun. This is an irreversible trend. In front of the seniors, I also admit that the one who persuaded the divine suns to deal with the 18th divine sun together is this divine sun. As long as I don't die, the 18th divine sun will be the enemy of all divine suns." He spoke with an extremely arrogant tone. Suddenly, a bell lit up accompanied by a sound, "7th divine sun, your ambition is great, suiting this old man's taste. This old man will ring the bell for you." The first divine sun, standing aside, witnessing this, couldn't help but praise, a speech that moved a Tao protector. The 7th divine sun really has a way with words. The other divine suns also spoke up. Although not every Tao protector follows the 7th divine sun's view, they will consider it. It is certain that the strongest Tao protector will likely not choose the 18th divine sun anymore. At this moment, the 7th divine sun finally displayed his might. Glowing red streams of power flickered around him. The 7th divine sun, with an extremely confident attitude, said, "Spirit light physique, seniors. Although the resurrection ability of my spirit light physique has been used once, after the spirit light physique reaches great completion, the body is imperishable." He pointed a finger at the sky, and immediately a spatial cube appeared. The 7th divine sun said, "Besides that, I also cultivate the spatial divine talisman and the heavenly yang finger secret technique." Immediately, for more bells lit up, and Sheng couldn't help but be surprised. The 7th divine sun has caused the last row to ring. For bells, only one less than the 6th divine sun. The male lead stood watching with arms crossed, replying calmly, "The 6th divine sun probably didn't hide anything. But the 7th divine sun has always been secretive from the start. He will definitely hide his strength. I dare say he hasn't revealed any of his true cards yet." The 7th divine sun, after finishing, turned to Qin Shu, smiling smugly. "18th divine sun, today I am speaking well of you in front of the Tao Protector Pavilion. No need to thank me." He also sternly replied, "7th divine sun, your tricks are useless against this divine sun, just a waste of effort. Because in the face of absolute power, all your actions are just a joke." The 7th divine sun was not angered by those words, only walking over to the other divine suns, then turning back to reply, "Whether it is useful or not, wait until the 18th divine sun goes inside. Then we will know." The first divine sun finally descended to the ground, saying, "It is my turn, seniors. Please close the doors of the Tao Protector Pavilion." Immediately after, The door was shut tight by a force. Qin Shu witnessed this from the outside, smiling and speaking up, closing the Tao Protector Pavilion doors. It seems all information regarding this Divine Sun's interaction with the Tao Protectors will be concealed. And Sheng also said, Divine Sun must still guard against these Divine Suns who hide things. In the history of struggles between Divine Suns, those who laugh last are all Divine Suns who hide their true strength. Concealing identity and ability are all tactics to deal with other Divine Suns in the future. The main character also understood this, looking at Sheng and replying, You have considered correctly. Although this Divine Sun does not fear them, I cannot let them plot against me either. While he was speaking, countless bells rang out. This made Sheng extremely surprised. It seems this Divine Sun's strength cannot be underestimated. For the first time, a second-row Tao Protector rang the bell, and a total of 8 Tao Protectors rang their bells, nearly half. Everyone around also saw this scene, discussing noisily. So many bells rang. Guess which Divine Sun it is. Probably the first Divine Sun or second Divine Sun. I feel it's not. The first Divine Sun and second Divine Sun are both very strong. A moment later, the bells continued to ring, illuminating the whole area. Only the highest bell did not ring. The second Divine Sun stood outside watching, unable to help but feel confused, strange. The first Divine Sun went inside, and 10 bells rang, yet the strongest Tao Protector showed no movement. The seventh Divine Sun said, The strongest Tao Protector not coming out to protect the Tao. This is not rarely seen. In generations of disciple struggles, there are often Tao Protectors who, for the sake of their own cultivation, do not choose any Divine Sun. Rest assured, the first Divine Sun has no chance, and the 18th Divine Sun even less so. The gatekeeper then spoke up, 18th Divine Sun. All Divine Suns have completed the test. It is your turn. The main character stepped forward, standing opposite the gatekeeper who was shining in mid-air, saying, Senior, I want you to be my Tao Protector. This left everyone dumbfounded. The gatekeeper replied, This brat. Others began to doubt, what? The gatekeeper as a Tao Protector? The 18th Divine Sun really dares to think big. The gatekeeper is a pillar of our feathering sect. This is absolutely impossible. At this moment, the gatekeeper said, Wanting me to be a Tao Protector, you cannot do it. Qin Shu was puzzled, smiling as he asked, Senior, please state your requirements. Then he looked up. The gatekeeper stood in mid-air, radiating blinding light, answering eloquently. 18 bells ringing together. Hearing this answer, Qin Shu's face suddenly darkened, pondering, 18 bells ringing together. This is indeed very difficult. However, this Divine Sun is willing to test himself. Then he slowly walked inside. Watching Qin Shu's back as he entered, everyone couldn't help but discuss. The 18th Divine Sun is as arrogant as usual. This time, the 18th Divine Sun will definitely not succeed. The gatekeeper has witnessed so many years of the feathering sect. Getting him to be a Tao Protector is like talking in one sleep. The 7th Divine Sun stood aside smiling and said, This action of the 18th Divine Sun is equivalent to slapping the faces of the Tao Protectors in the Tao Protector Pavilion. Before I was a bit worried, but looking back now, our plan to suppress the 18th Divine Sun seems fine. At this time, the main character had entered the Great Hall. Standing in the center, Qin Shu bowed politely, 18th Divine Sun Qin Shu, greetings to the seniors. Sounds resonated from the bells. 18th Divine Sun, seeking the gatekeeper as a Tao Protector. Is it because we are not qualified enough to catch your eye? The 18th Divine Sun acting like this. No wonder the other Divine Suns gathered to target you. This is self-inflicted karma that no one can save. The 18th Divine Sun views us as stepping stones to show off to the gatekeeper, treating us as tools. Qin Shu stood to one side, still not moving at all, only sighing once, then coldly replying, If the seniors wish to think like that, then I can only say, you are quite right. Hearing him speak like that, the Tao Protectors were extremely furious, shouting loudly, audacious, insolent. I have never seen anyone so arrogant. Qin Shu remained calm, asking, Seniors, if you are finished speaking, can we start yet? Those Tao Protectors replied irritably, Start then. No matter how you perform, 18th Divine Sun, this old man will not ring the bell for you. The very next second, the main character revealed his power. A sturdy suit of armor covered his entire body, shining brilliantly. Qin Shu spoke up, solar divine physique. Everyone seeing this could not help but praise divine physique at great success. The solar divine physique was not rare before, but those who can reach great success are very few. The 18th divine son truly has some extraordinary points. Seeing no one ring a bell yet, his face darkened, asking, no one ringing the bell yet? More? Then a main character regained his spirit, continuing to perform. He declared heroically, physical strength eruption. Just a moment later, the ground was cracked by him, dust and smoke rising obscurely. Everyone outside was frightened by this scene, leaning back. This aura, the physical strength, is too strong. The barrier cracked. That's right, the barrier cracked. It could be seen that the entire Tao Protector Pavilion had now cracked in two, mist and smoke spreading throughout the space. Everyone also discussed noisily. The Tao Protector Pavilion is built from 10,000-year-old mystic wood, yet it was cracked by the eruption of physical force. Exactly how much physical strength does the 18th Divine Son possess? Truly surprising. Inside, the Tao Protectors seeing this scene were also startled, but still try to maintain their stance. Such immense physical strength. It is very hard to achieve at this realm. No matter how hard, this old man will absolutely not ring the bell. Hearing those words, Qin Shu said, "Seniors, watch this. True dragon hatchling, divine soul, divine consciousness come out." Immediately, all three things appeared right in front of the Tao Protectors. He said, "Seniors, how is it?" Inside the Tao Protector Pavilion, suddenly not a sound was made, strangely silent. Only after a while did they speak. "If I am not mistaken, are these the divine soul, divine consciousness, and a true dragon hatchling?" A second divine consciousness. How did the 18th divine son cultivate this? Isn't the true dragon extinct? Why do you possess one? Qin Shu let the true dragon play with his hand, then smiled and replied, "Do the seniors still feel I am arrogant? Do you still feel I am insolent?" The whole space suddenly fell into silence. After a while, the Tao Protectors spoke. "The divine soul, divine consciousness, and true dragon hatchling truly can allow the 18th divine son to say those words earlier. But to make us ring the bells, it is still not enough." Seeing the situation seemed difficult, his face immediately became serious. The divine soul, divine consciousness, and true dragon also disappeared. Qin Shu coldly asked, "Not enough, right? Then let's continue." Then he revealed his taboo supreme bone. An immensely large power appeared, spreading throughout the space, carrying a not insignificant oppressive influence. The Tao Protectors were extremely surprised by this. What is this thing? Powerful and strange. The aura of a supreme being, taboo, and something else. He spoke clearly. "Now, am I qualified enough for the seniors to ring the bells?" The Tao Protectors immediately replied, "18th Divine Son, do you know that the strength you display now has exceeded the ordinary? Reaching the realm above supernatural, even mostly touching upon taboos and unknown regions." Qin Shu did not care about that at all, coldly asking back, "So what?" The others replied, "Touching taboos and unknown regions, your future cultivation path will be 10,000 times more difficult. You could fall at any time. We are Tao Protectors, here to protect the Divine Sons so they can mature smoothly, not to protect a Divine Son who might perish halfway. In the future, when the Divine Sun shines across the realms, we Tao Protectors also benefit." Hearing that, Qin Shu lowered his face, laughing scornfully. "Ha ha ha, it seems I misjudged you seniors. Turns out, seniors, as part of the feathering sect, each of you is cowardly and dares not bet even once, just a bunch wanting to be safe." A series of curses rang out, audacious, insolent. "You dare to lecture us?" However, the main character was not afraid at all, only calmly replying, "Did I say something wrong? Or did I hit the senior's sore spot, making everyone so angry like that? Cultivators of my generation, especially the divine sons of the feathering sect, our goal from beginning to end is only one, and that is to become an emperor. The hardships to become an emperor need not be elaborated by me. Seniors know for themselves it is a path treading upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It is the highest position won after defeating tens of thousands of prodigies of the heavens. If seniors are so cowardly, this emperor's road need not be contested. Even if you contest, the final result will be becoming a stumbling block for others. Great emperors since ancient times who did not kill their way out from 10,000 dangers. who has not experienced 10,000 laws upon their body, then broke all laws to achieve the position of great emperor. Seniors say, I am arrogant, say I will die prematurely halfway. But as I see it, it is quite the opposite. This is this divine son's confidence. This is a clear awareness of this divine son's own goals. To become stronger, this divine son will not fear anything. Even if I die later, this divine son will at least have left glory for this world. But those who cling to life and fear death, even if they live, are nothing more than the light of fireflies, unworthy of the glorious years, unworthy to walk the path of emperors. He spoke with a tone full of certainty and resonance. Hearing those words, the entire space suddenly fell silent. Only after long was there a voice, forget it, waking the dreamer. The 18th divine son is not wrong. We have been peaceful for so many years. Indeed, we have lost much of our enterprising spirit. Although this old man does not like an arrogant brat like you, for the future of the feathering sect, this old man will ring the bell for you. The other divine sons waiting outside talked to each other. Just now, although the 18th divine son's aura erupted with great momentum, the ancient bell did not make a sound. Another long period passed, and the ancient bells still showed no movement. The 18th divine son, I fear, after this divine son assembly, will become the first divine son in history without a Tao protector. The 7th divine son spoke at this moment. This is the outcome of arrogance. Which of the 18 Tao protectors hasn't seen it all? The 18th divine son has some talent and thinks nothing of the Tao protectors. Naturally, the Tao protectors won't indulge him. As the 7th divine son's words fell, the bells began to ring one after another. Immediately after, countless bells lit up, illuminating the entire horizon. This created a tremor across the void, and a massive vortex formed in the sky above. It caused the 7th divine son to turn pale with disbelief, saying what? The people around also pointed at the phenomenon above, extremely astonished, saying before there was no movement at all. This time, 17 ancient bells rang out. The 18th divine son really makes people feel shaken. One of the divine sons spoke up, 7th divine son, I'm afraid we calculated wrongly, or perhaps we truly underestimated the 18th divine son. The 7th divine son was also a bit apprehensive, his face darkening as he replied, no rush, the ancient bell at the very top hasn't rung yet. The strongest Tao protector still hasn't acknowledged the 18th divine son. The 4th divine son stroked his beard and said, although the strongest Tao protector's ancient bell hasn't rung, the 17 bells at the peak have all rung, creating history. Heretofore, the most an ancient bell rang was once inside. Seeing only 17 bells ringing, he felt a bit uncomfortable. 17 have rung. There is still one bell that hasn't. Senior strongest Tao protector, why won't you ring the bell for me? That person answered immediately, very simple. Even though I acknowledge your destiny and talent, your words just now did not move me, or rather, they were not enough. Hearing this, he felt a bit anxious and uneasy, thinking to himself, my mouth is about to tear from talking, and you say I haven't said enough. This strongest Tao protector is truly difficult to deal with. The strongest Tao protector continued, 18th divine son, go out. I will not ring the bell for you. However, he did not admit defeat and asked back, senior strongest Tao protector, can I ask you a question? Speak. Then he boldly said, the ultimate dream of the feathering sect, do you still remember it? Standing in the void within the room, the male lead seemed to become very lonely. The space was immersed in silence. A moment later, the strongest Tao protector spoke up, the ultimate dream, correct. Fewer and fewer people mention the ultimate dream now. How many can even remember it? Qin Shu spoke up, I know, I am discussing a somewhat ethereal dream with Senior, but as a divine son of the feathering sect, not a single day have I forgotten the ultimate dream of the feathering sect. He said with eyes that were incredibly sharp and determined, the ultimate dream relies on the descendants of the feathering sect to realize. I dare not guarantee it will be this divine son, but I definitely will not forget. I know that to realize the ultimate dream, a great price must be paid, even having to pave the road with countless corpses. Even if in the end I am just one corpse among them, I will not retreat. This is the spirit I understand of a divine son of the feathering sect. Can be arrogant, can be domineering, can be unruly, but what is said gets done. Contrary to the silence inside, the atmosphere outside seemed to explode as the seventh divine son stared with mouth agape in astonishment, screaming in terror, 18 bells ringing simultaneously. What? How is that possible? The other divine sons could not keep calm and spoke up. In the end, it all went down the drain. The fourth divine son crossed his arms, throwing back a sarcastic remark. Seventh divine son, in the future, if you want to deal with the 18th divine son, don't come looking for us anymore. We're leaving. The seventh divine son's face darkened, his teeth grinding loudly, but he couldn't utter a word in response. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the heavy stone door creaked open. Qinshu walked out calmly, casually announcing, "It's time to come out." The moment he appeared, the eyes of everyone immediately gathered on him, like a magnet. The silent atmosphere was instantly broken by whispering discussions, which quickly turned into extreme jubilation. They surrounded him and talked happily. The 18th divine son is out. Ike and bells rang simultaneously. The 18th divine son is unparalleled. I see the struggle for the emperor child is no longer necessary. The 18th divine son has become the emperor child of the feathering sect, competing for the position of great emperor with the geniuses of the continent. Hovering in midair, the senior gatekeeper observed Qinshu with deep eyes and spoke, "This brat." Qinshu just gave a humble smile in return. "Senior gatekeeper, I did it." The gatekeeper replied, "I've always valued you from the start, but in the end, I still underestimated you." The Tao Protector Pavilion test, this time, saw the entire body of Divine Sons perform better than the previous batch, and the 18th Divine Son is especially more excellent. My feathering sect is prospering. He just asked curiously, "So, Senior agrees to be my Tao Protector?" The gatekeeper declared clearly, with aura towering to the sky, "Then I will be a Tao Protector one more time, once again fighting the myriad things of the heavens." Immediately after, Qinshu's sharp gaze shifted, locking onto the seventh divine son standing nearby, and he asked aloud, "Seventh divine son, how does it feel?" Hearing this, the seventh divine son's face turned red with anger, and he gritted his teeth in annoyance. 18th divine son, I want to know what power you deployed to make the strongest Tao Protector ring the bell. Could it be that you truly, as rumored, learned the firmament skill? He just curled his lips in a scornful smile, replying, "This divine son has tens of thousands of ultimate skills. What need is there for the firmament skill? This divine son only deployed 1/3 of my power, and 18 bells rang simultaneously. It's just a pity there are only 18 ancient bells in the Tao Protector Pavilion. Otherwise, this divine son's limit wouldn't be just 18 skills." Hearing those arrogant words, the seventh divine son unexpectedly smiled, trying to soothe the situation. "Then congratulations, 18th divine son. Actually, between you and me, there's no great enmity. Why don't we reconcile right now? How about it?" However, Qinshu didn't bother to reply. The aura around his entire body suddenly exploded. He clenched his fist, using power to resolve it. "Reconcile my ass. Take this." In the blink of an eye, he rushed forward, landing a thunderous punch on the seventh divine son, causing him to roll onto the middle of the courtyard without a shred of strength to resist. This sudden scene stunned everyone, and they exclaimed in horror, "Such terrifying physical strength. This must be at least the force of 30 dragons." Amidst the crowd's astonishment, the seventh divine son staggered to his feet. Though injured, his eyes still burned with hatred. Annoyed, 18th divine son, "What do you take me for? You want to hit me whenever you please?" Giving the opponent no chance, Qinshu leaped into the air, answering while attacking, "I see you as a pile of trash. Get down." Immediately after, a kick like a falling meteor struck straight down on the seventh divine son. He was beaten by this blow until blood spurted from his mouth. A sharp weapon appeared in the male lead's hand. He said coldly, "Time and again you plotted to harm this divine son. Watch if I dare or not. Today I will chop off your dog head." The seventh divine son had completely lost his fighting will by this point, only able to sit flat on the ground, stammering in despair. 18th divine son, you dare? Without a hint of hesitation, Qinshu swung his leg and kicked him straight in the face, sending him flying backward without a single ounce of strength to resist. Stepping on his body, Qinshu raised the sword high, the cold blade pointing straight at the opponent's face. Speaking with a voice like ice, "Today, I will kill you." Facing the god of death, The seventh divine son was terrified to the extreme, sweat pouring down like a bath, and hurriedly begged, 18th divine son. The feathering sect has a rule. After the divine son assembly and the disciple struggle, killing is not allowed within the feathering sect. Qin Shu turned to ask the gatekeeper, is there really such a rule? The gatekeeper replied, there truly is such a rule. Every divine son is a pillar. Trying not to kill is still better. Hearing this, Qin Shu closed his eyes tight. A moment later, he opened them, his eyes flashing with a ray of cold, killing intent, and he growled, rules are made by people, so change them. Instantly, he swung his sword, putting all his strength into the intended attack. The seventh divine son was scared out of his wits, eyes bulging as he could only watch, trembling as he said, no. But just as he was about to strike, a majestic roar like thunder suddenly echoed through the space. You dare? Qin Shu was startled by this sound, finding it incomprehensible. Hearing that voice, the seventh divine son was as overjoyed as if he had grabbed a lifeline, hurriedly calling out, old ancestor, save me. He stood tall in front of the seventh divine son, eyes full of defiance. An old ancestor has come? Humph. Ignoring the warning, Qin Shu still coldly swung his sword, a brilliant sword gleam slashing apart the incoming attack. Get lost. From within the thick cloud of dust, a figure emerged with a powerful aura, speaking with oppressive authority. Junior, daring to act against an old ancestor. Your guts are bigger than the sky. Today, I will deal with you, to let you know that old ancestors cannot be humiliated. That person was none other than Ancestor Manhwa. He roared and rushed straight toward him. However, the gatekeeper appeared in a flash, blocking the old ancestor's path, leaving Qin Shu somewhat bewildered. The gatekeeper? The gatekeeper spoke up. Manhwa, you're also no less bold. Did you think this Tao protector does not exist? Saying that, he immediately attacked Ancestor Manhwa. With just a gentle wave of his hand, the gatekeeper created a terrifying gust of wind, flinging Ancestor Manhwa far away, causing him to smash heavily into a boulder in pain. Ancestor Manhwa didn't quite understand and asked, Gatekeeper, what are you doing? The gatekeeper just replied coldly, I am the 18th divine son's Tao protector. If you dare to kill him, I will kill you. Witnessing this dominance, the male lead couldn't help but smile in admiration. This divine son indeed did not choose wrongly. The gatekeeper's combat power is the peak. Fighting an old ancestor is like playing. Ancestor Manhwa was extremely surprised at this moment, his face darkening as he shouted, the 18th divine son, wanting to kill the 7th divine son, has violated the sect rules of the feathering sect. You are the gatekeeper of the feathering sect, not the 18th divine son's Tao protector. The gatekeeper just coldly responded, as a Tao protector, protecting the person in the Tao is paramount, as long as the 18th divine son does not betray the feathering sect. Whoever dares to act against him without relying on the rules, I will kill that person. Members of the feathering sect are no exception. Hearing this, Qin Shu smiled and said, Senior is domineering. Then today, I will kill the 7th divine son. I respectfully offer Senior a human head. He finished speaking, looking at the 7th divine son with eyes cold as ice. The 7th divine son, sitting on the ground, listening to those words, was terrified to the extreme, stammering, Qin Shu, you cannot. However, he paid no heed to the plea, decisively swinging his sword to chop off the 7th divine son's head. The 7th divine son was shocked by this action, only managing to say a few words before dying. How could you? Ancestor Manhwa stood aside, watching helplessly, shouting in rage, 18th divine son. Everyone witnessing this turned pale, utterly astonished. How could this be? No way, right? A bloody scene unfolded right then. The 18th divine son stood firm, sword in hand, while the 7th divine son lay bloodied and breathless on the ground. Ancestor Manhwa, face dark with anger, shouted damnable. I, Ancestor Manhwa, have lived for thousands of years and have never seen such an arrogant junior. I am furious to death. Saying so, he used magic to carry the 7th divine son's corpse away, leaving behind a threat. This matter will not end here. Just you wait. Everyone witnessing this scene discussed excitedly. Another divine son has died at the hands of the 18th divine son. Invincible. I think no one can fight the 18th divine son now. Even the first divine son and second divine son are probably not his match. Elsewhere, in Qin Shu's room, he was sitting in meditation, focusing on cultivation. Suddenly, the system announced, "Sign in location refreshed. Please sign in at the ancient bronze hall." Hearing this, his face lit up. He said, "Sure enough, the sign-in location has refreshed again. It's just that, is this ancient bronze hall a place I can really go to? That is a battleground for sect ancestor-level figures like Ancestor Yang Ming and the Feathering Sect Master. If I go there, I wouldn't even count as cannon fodder." As he was thinking, and Sheng suddenly walked in and spoke up, "Divine Son, the seventh prince of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty requests an audience." He was somewhat surprised and puzzled. The seventh prince, Xiao Mingyue's older brother? Ninth princess, Xiao Mingyue has been gone for so long. Could something have happened? The seventh prince rushed in from outside in a hurry, calling out loudly, "18th Divine Son." He then knelt before him, pleading urgently, "Please save my younger sister, the ninth princess." Hearing this was like a thunderclap to his ears. He asked what happened to Xiao Mingyue. The seventh prince replied, "My royal father wants to kill her to extract the Lunar King physique from her body. I accidentally discovered it, and now royal father wants to kill even me." The seventh prince spoke with a terrified tone, his face distraught. Hearing this, the male lead's face turned serious. He said, "To lay such a vicious hand on his own daughter, truly a beast." The seventh prince knelt before him, begging, "Please, 18th Divine Son, save my sister. As long as the 18th Divine Son is willing, I will offer the Divine Son the strongest divine medicine of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty, the Dragon Whisker Ginseng." As he spoke, the seventh prince brought out a ginseng root and placed it in his hand. Seeing it, and Sheng spoke up, "Divine Son, Dragon Whisker Ginseng is a specialty of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty, just like the Dragon Elephant Precious Jade of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom. Dragon Whisker Ginseng is extremely rare. There are only 3 stalks in the entire world, growing in the ancestral land of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty. Legend has it that a root branch of the dragon-shaped immortal medicine fell to the mortal world and grew into the Dragon Whisker Ginseng. It has special effects on creatures with dragon bloodlines. He stroked his chin, thinking special effects on dragon bloodlines? Then it must have even more special effects on a true dragon. Then Qin Shu smiled and replied, "Even when beating a dog, one must look at the owner. Xiao Mingyue is already this divine son's maid. Naturally, this divine son will ensure her safety." Hearing this, the seventh prince was overjoyed and said, "The divine son is righteous and affectionate. Ninth sister indeed did not follow the wrong person. I am willing to lead the way for the divine son." The male lead slowly stepped forward, coldly saying, "Let's go." Before going to the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty, this divine son needs to visit the Ascending Immortal Platform. At the Ascending Immortal Platform, dancers were dancing passionately, peach blossoms drifting in the breeze. People were sitting around below, admiring the performance. The Dragon Crown Prince also sat to one side, but his face was incredibly bored. He said, "Not fun at all. Nothing interesting. Aside from drinking wine, it's all just women. What's the fun in that?" The person sitting next to him smiled and replied, "Dragon Crown Prince, this place is named the Ascending Immortal Platform. Legend has it that it was the place where a great emperor proved his Tao in ancient times. The great emperor ascended to the heavens directly from here and never returned, disappearing without a trace. However, recently the Ascending Immortal Platform has become famous because the 18th Divine Son broke through his realm here. Not only did he cause phenomena in the underworld, but he also attracted that human-shaped immortal medicine. It shook the entire eastern wilderness." Hearing the story, the Dragon Crown Prince was annoyed and extremely uncomfortable. He replied, "The 18th Divine Son again. Lately, this Crown Prince hears that 18th Divine Son's name everywhere. I'm sick of hearing it. Can we talk about something new?" The person sitting next to him said, "Dragon Crown Prince, it is truly because the 18th Divine Son's methods have pressured the geniuses of the same generation in the eastern wilderness. I heard that the sect ancestor-level figures exploring the ancient Bronze Hall also appeared because the 18th Divine Son attracted the immortal medicine." The Dragon Crown Prince asked, somewhat puzzled, "Pressuring the geniuses of the eastern wilderness? Isn't that too arrogant? Did he get this Crown Prince's permission?" The other person replied, "Crown Prince, you may not know, but the 18th Divine Son has a domineering personality. He has always looked down on geniuses of the same generation, considering them as nothing. Although the Crown Prince is a powerhouse of the divine race. Last time Qin Shu defeated the Qilin Young Master and the Divine Phoenix Heavenly Maiden. Hearing this, the Dragon Crown Prince took a sip from his cup and calmly replied, "Humph. That's because the Qilin Young Master and the Divine Phoenix Heavenly Maiden are both trash. How can they compare to me, the Dragon Crown Prince?" Saying that, he crushed the cup he had just drunk from. He said sternly, "Better not let me meet the 18th Divine Son. Otherwise, this Crown Prince will have some good fun with him and let him taste despair." The 6th Divine Son and Fairy you stood watching from afar, talking. The Dragon Crown Prince has an eccentric personality. He is a descendant of a divine race, almighty figure. His strength is indeed greater than the Qilin Young Master. The 6th Divine Son crossed his arms and watched, replying coldly, "I, Zhou Lu, have never feared anyone." Fairy Yu continued, "We can use the Dragon Crown Prince to test the 18th Divine Son's true strength. In the future, the 6th Divine Son will also have a way to deal with him. Of course, if he can defeat the 18th Divine Son, it would be much better. Right now, the 18th Divine Son's momentum is surging. Once this invincible momentum is defeated, his future will definitely not be as smooth as before." Hearing this, the 6th Divine Son replied, "I'm just afraid the 18th Divine Son won't come here anymore." His words had just ended when a massive force appeared from the sky, causing both the 6th Divine Son and the Dragon Crown Prince's group to be astonished and blown away. Everyone was terrified by this aura and fell to the ground. They shouted in annoyance, "Who is it, daring to be so arrogant, descending directly onto the ascending immortal platform? Don't you recognize it yet? With this style, who else could it be but the 18th Divine Son?" The Dragon Crown Prince was also lying flat on the ground, his face full of displeasure as he stared intently. The male lead just smiled and said, "Ascending immortal platform, this Divine Son has come again. I can make up for the temporary sign-in from last time." He stood firmly on the large back of a giant frog with rough, ugly skin. Behind him were many of his friends. The Dragon Crown Prince was furious, shouting, "Who is it? I'm furious to death. Step out here for this Crown Prince." His face was now covered in mud. The man standing next to him spoke up, "Dragon Crown Prince, this person is the 18th Divine Son." Seeing him jump down, Fairy Yu called out, "Divine Son, coming here today, do you need this servant to serve you?" she said with a seductive tone. However, Qin Shu paid no attention, walking past her and coldly saying, "Step aside. This Divine Son has no interest in you." Hearing this, the 6th Divine Son was extremely angry, gritting his teeth and asking, "What did you say?" Qin Shu smiled at the 6th Divine Son, asking, "6th Divine Son, are you angry? If you personally offer this little demoness to this Divine Son's bed, this Divine Son will let her serve." Hearing those humiliating words, the 6th Divine Son could not control himself and shouted angrily, "You! Great idea!" However, before the 6th Divine Son could act, Fairy Yu grabbed his sleeve and pulled him back. "6th Divine Son, if the 18th Divine Son doesn't need my company, then let's go." The male lead looked at them, smiling contemptuously, and said, "Humph, do you think this Divine Son is as naive as him and can't see through your evil heart?" The 6th Divine Son advised, "Mir, in the future, don't seek out the 18th Divine Son anymore. Seeing you suffer like this Divine Son cannot bear it." Fairy Yu replied with cold eyes, "6th Divine Son, everyone has their own path. Ever since the 18th Divine Son rejected Mir, the 18th Divine Son has become my inner demon. Mir must overcome the hurdle of the 18th Divine Son so that the future path can be smoother." Hearing this, the 6th Divine Son said with determination, "Mir, rest assured, I will try my best to cultivate. In the future, I will make the 18th Divine Son drink your footbath water to wash away today's humiliation." Fairy Yu smiled happily and replied, "Mir believes in the Divine Son." The male lead's group continued moving forward. Qin Shu spoke up, "This Divine Son is looking forward to what treasure I will get this time." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Stop right there for me." The male lead immediately turned around to look. The Dragon Crown Prince was slowly walking over, holding a handkerchief to wipe his face clean. Seeing him standing in front of him, Qin Shu asked, "You are?" The Dragon Crown Prince replied with an annoyed and uncomfortable tone, "I am the Dragon Crown Prince of the Divine Race. Just now you." However, before he could finish, he interrupted Dragon Crown Prince, right? This divine son is not free right now. I'll chat with you later. This made the Dragon Crown Prince extremely angry, shouting, "Who wants to chat with you?" However, the male lead didn't care and just kept walking. He enjoyed the atmosphere there, saying to himself, "The Tao traces existing at the ascending immortal platform are very strange, making one's spirit refreshed and spiritual consciousness sharp. Actually, the places the system chooses for sign-in are all extraordinary. I wonder what deep meaning the system's sign-in location has this time." Suddenly, the system notification startled him. Myriad World's sign-in system congratulates you. Sign in at ascending immortal platform successful. Congratulations, you have received the reward, Primordial Spirit Vein Pill. Looking at the pill in front of him, the male lead's face remained cold. Then he spoke, "Primordial Spirit Vein Pill, the strongest pill for building the foundation to break through from the Dharma realm to the spirit realm. Using this pill to break through to the spirit realm will grant the strongest default spirit realm foundation. Unless one is a pill emperor, it cannot be refined." Having said that, he immediately picked it up and ate it. The male lead closed his eyes. A moment later, when he opened his eyes, his power had broken through. "It has begun. I am now at the peak of the 9th level of the law realm. This pill came at the perfect time. Today, I will break through to the spirit realm right here." While he was breaking through and his power was surging violently, the Dragon Crown Prince slowly walked over with a menacing look. "Today, this Crown Prince must teach you a good lesson." The male lead was still focused on his breakthrough, emitting a powerful wave of energy. "Break through for me." This caused the Dragon Crown Prince behind him to startle in panic. What is going on? The very next second, he was blown back to the ground. The aura is too strong. Both his divine consciousness and soul silkworm appeared at the same time. Looking at the two things standing before him, Qin Shu said in bewilderment, "When ordinary cultivators break through to the spirit realm, their divine consciousness degenerates into a divine soul. But now, not only has my divine soul already condensed, but I have also generated a second divine consciousness. Now even I am curious. What kind of changes will occur when I break through to the spirit realm?" Fairy, you stood to the side watching and spoke coldly, breaking through the spirit realm with such speed. The 18th divine son can no longer be described with the word monstrous. The old man standing next to them also chimed in, "I hope the Dragon Crown Prince can cause him some trouble, making it impossible for the 18th divine son to break through successfully." The Dragon Crown Prince's face darkened as he shouted angrily, "Damn it, 18th divine son. Do you dare provoke this Crown Prince? I am the Dragon Crown Prince of the divine race, with a bloodline closest to the true dragon. What kind of thing are you?" However, Qin Shu paid no attention to that whatsoever. The sky suddenly turned a dark red, and a vortex swirled right above his center. Just a moment later, a blinding light beamed straight down onto Qin Shu's location. The Dragon Crown Prince was still busy standing there cursing, daring to break through in front of this Crown Prince? "Watch me knock you down to the mortal realm." Suddenly, a giant steel appeared from the sky. Qin Shu slowly floated up. Meanwhile, the Dragon Crown Prince ran hurriedly towards him, speaking as he ran, such a strong aura. Suddenly, in the next second, the giant steel crushed down onto the ground, right where the Dragon Crown Prince had run to, flattening him. He coughed up blood from his mouth. The Dragon Crown Prince couldn't help but be confused. What is this? The male lead stood to the side, seeing the giant token-like steel shining brilliantly before him, and said, "This is..." The others standing nearby were all sweating profusely, speaking in panic. "Heavens, is that the wordless steel?" Legend has it that there are 9 pieces of the wordless steel. Each piece contains the greatest secrets of the world. Once comprehended, one's cultivation participates in creation. In the past, only quasi-emperors on the path to becoming great emperors encountered the wordless steel. Qin Shu stared intently at the wordless steel before him and said, "There is something unusual." The soul silkworm standing in front of it was trembling ceaselessly. Seeing this, he was startled. The soul silkworm is trembling. Is it afraid of this wordless steel? Could it be that this wordless steel is not an opportunity, but a danger? As he was thinking, a light suddenly shot out from the wordless steel, aiming straight at the soul silkworm. Not only was the soul silkworm affected, but he also clutched his head and cried out in pain. This wordless steel indeed has a problem. The The soul silkworm did not want to be controlled by the wordless steel and immediately opened its mouth wide, screaming loudly. However, it couldn't do anything against the wordless steel and was even being pulled in by the steel's power. The male lead stood aside watching, bewildered. What is this? The soul silkworm is being pulled closer to the wordless steel. Is someone targeting my divine soul? Stop right there for me. Then, he immediately used his power to pull the soul silkworm back. Controlled by both forces, the soul silkworm cried out in agony. The male lead tried his best, his face drenched in sweat, saying, "Damn it. Only a divine soul can oppose a divine soul. I basically can't pull anything back. I can't continue like this." The soul silkworm is about to be swallowed by the wordless steel. Divine consciousness attack. Having said that, he controlled his divine consciousness to move forward. The divine consciousness held sword, slashing straight at the beam of light controlling the soul silkworm. Immediately, that beam of light was severed by the divine consciousness's sword. Seeing that he had succeeded, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Success." The giant wordless steel stood tall in the space, surrounded by clouds. It was so heavy that it crushed the Dragon Crown Prince, causing him to ceaselessly vomit blood. What was happening? A moment later, the wordless steel suddenly flew up into the sky, leaving him bewildered. Huh? What is this situation? The male lead was still standing there, staring intently as the wordless steel flew up. Only now did he immediately act. You try to capture my divine soul and still want to run? The male lead gathered momentum and jumped up. Standing right on top of the wordless steel, he said, "Stay here." In the sky, thunder and lightning suddenly erupted. Strangely, all the lightning bore a dark crimson color. The entire sky and clouds were dyed red. The male lead stood calmly on top of the wordless steel, smiling with interest. The Dragon Crown Prince down below struggled to stand up at this moment. Is this the legendary wordless steel? I don't know why it appeared here. Luckily, I'm free. The male lead stood in midair atop the wordless steel. Thunder roared and clouds covered the space. Shu tried to use his own strength to press down on the wordless steel, causing it to gradually crack. Go down for me. Dragon Elephant Prison suppressing force. Physical power explode. As he spoke, a massive energy appeared, taking the form of a giant elephant. In the very next second, the wordless steel immediately slammed into the ground. The Dragon Crown Prince below didn't have time to move. Just as he stood up, he was crushed flat again. He cried pitifully, "Who is it again? Do you have any morals? Why crush only this Crown Prince like this?" After completing his objective, Shu landed on the ground. He summoned, "Origin Absorption Bead, collect it for me." An origin bead suddenly appeared. It was gradually absorbing the wordless steel into itself. However, the wordless steel resolutely resisted. Seeing this scene, Shu said, "The wordless steel is struggling against the origin absorption bead. I don't know if the origin absorption bead can successfully absorb it." The origin absorption bead's color suddenly became more intense. Beams of light resembling steel wires tightly bound the wordless steel. A voice rang out, accompanied by anger. "You dare? Release the wordless steel." However, Shu paid no mind, smiled, and replied, "Release your head. Absorb it for me." In the next second, the origin absorption bead sucked the wordless steel into itself. Seeing that the origin absorption bead had successfully absorbed it, his face lit up with joy as he said, "The origin absorption bead is indeed a great emperor's item. Success." The gatekeeper up in the air witnessed this scene and thought coldly, "It seems there's no need for me, the Tao Protector, to act. I wonder which undying old man has no principles acting against a junior. Better not let me find out." The sixth divine son also witnessed this from the side, unable to believe it. How is that possible? He retrieved the wordless steel? Fairy Yunao also spoke up. This is the child of destiny. This is the posture of invincibility. This is the extraordinary figure that appears in every era. But in the future, the moment you, sixth divine son, trample the 18th divine son under your feet, you will gain even greater benefits. Hearing her words, the sixth divine son's face was initially a bit bewildered. However, in the next second, he clenched his fist tightly and said with determination, "Rest assured, I, Zhou Lu, am very confident." After Shu finished absorbing the wordless steel, he held the origin absorption bead and examined it. wondering there is definitely a conspiracy behind the wordless steel. Someone wanted to use the wordless steel to kill me. If that failed, they wanted to take my divine soul and ruin my Tao foundation. And the person holding the wordless steel is absolutely a major figure. I wonder if it's the same person who acted against me when I was still in the womb. That sewer rat better not let this divine sun investigate him. The real breakthrough has begun. At this moment, the sky was suddenly covered by dark red clouds, and thunder roared. Both the divine consciousness and the soul silkworm prepared themselves mentally for the tribulation. A blinding bolt of lightning carrying infinite power suddenly attacked them. The soul silkworm kept its eyes shut tight and rushed straight into the sky. The male lead also raised his head to look up, and in the next second, he exclaimed in astonishment. That is, a phenomenon appeared in the sky. Everywhere was dyed a blood-red color, and thunderbolts appeared from nowhere. Qin Shu widened his eyes, staring intently, and said, "It's the lightning tribulation. The soul silkworm wants to evolve within the lightning tribulation." The entire sky seemed to be swirling. That crimson color made the space look like the apocalypse. Lightning bolts continued to strike down with powerful force and might. Everyone below was astonished and surprised. Their faces turned pale as they discussed excitedly. After the wordless steel appeared, the lightning tribulation arrived. Is the 18th divine sun's single breakthrough this complicated? Normally, lightning tribulations only appear after the true person realm. Its appearance now only clarifies one thing. The 18th divine sun is too heaven-defying. This must be the difference between the 18th divine sun and us mortals. The lightning tribulation continued to descend upon the mortal world with powerful might. The soul silkworm also cried out in pain under this impact. Qin Shu stood aside watching and commented, "The lightning tribulation is getting stronger and stronger. Besides, everyone is unaware that this is a divine soul tribulation, not mine." In the next second, he clenched his fists tightly, releasing dozens of soul power crystals, and said seriously, "I'll use these soul power crystals from the 18th level of hell to lend the soul silkworm a hand." With the help of the soul power crystals, the soul silkworm became stronger. It tried its best to rush straight up into the air, enduring the attacks of the lightning tribulation. A massive energy radiated from its body. In the next second, the soul power crystals all shattered into pieces. The soul silkworm accumulated energy around itself, then shut its eyes tight to sense the energy source. A small circle appeared around it, seemingly to protect the soul silkworm. Just like that, the soul silkworm lay calmly inside amidst the myriad powerful lightning bolts outside. The Dragon Crown Prince witnessed this from the side, his face completely smudged with dirt. He spoke in annoyance. "Damn it. Everything this Dragon Crown Prince had to suffer today was caused single-handedly by you. I'll hack you to death." The Dragon Crown Prince spoke through gritted teeth, veins popping on his face. In the sky, dark clouds covered everything, and the lightning tribulation grew increasingly powerful. Seeing this massive power, Qin Shu couldn't help but be a bit wary. Thinking uneasily, this lightning tribulation is truly ferocious. My body might not necessarily withstand it. I must move to another spot first. Soul Silkworm, hang in there. Then he immediately left, leaving the Soul Silkworm standing there alone amidst the powerful lightning tribulation. The Dragon Crown Prince, standing to the side, was also startled and panicked by this event, saying, "Why is the lightning tribulation so strong? This isn't good." In the very next second, before he could do anything, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot straight at the Dragon Crown Prince, causing him to scream in pain. After absorbing energy for a while, the Soul Silkworm awakened. The Dragon Crown Prince was battered and tattered by the lightning, his clothes completely soiled. He was seriously injured, coughing up blood, and flung far across the ground. "Why am I always the one getting hurt like this? I refuse to accept this." As he spoke, the Dragon Crown Prince's body trembled violently. The very next second, he fainted right on the spot. Bai Juju stood to the side watching and spoke up helplessly, "This guy is really pitiful." Zhen Tongming and the 12th Prince watched intently from the side, discussing seriously, every time the Divine Sun breaks through, it leads to unpredictable situations. This must be because he was born different. If he can smoothly enter the spirit realm this time, his divine soul will surely be stronger than anyone in the same realm. That is indeed the case. The divine sun soul is even more terrifying than his body. I'm afraid it's about to catch up to the Soul Emperor's younger days in the legends. Looking at the soul silkworm transforming in the sky, Qin Shu thought to himself, the soul silkworm is fine. I can feel its overflowing vitality. It has absorbed all the soul power crystals and received the baptism of lightning. Right now, it is undergoing a metamorphosis. Indeed, the soul silkworm was now enveloped by a powerful aura of energy. It simply lay there, absorbing and waiting for the right moment. Looking at it, Qin Shu thought, 9 transformations of the divine soul, the 3rd transformation is complete. They all say the divine soul is hard to cultivate, but it seems I am more suited to cultivating the divine soul. Is this talent? Thinking this, he spoke up, this divine sun is looking forward to it a little. What kind of change will there be this time? The surrounding energy suddenly rushed toward the soul silkworm. While in a dormant state, it suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A shimmering circle of energy radiated in midair. Immediately after, something appeared. Seeing this object, Qin Shu was somewhat puzzled, that is. Upon closer inspection, the object looked like a shield talisman with exquisitely carved, majestic details. He was startled and astonished, exclaiming, Soul transformation, shield. That is a magical technique of the divine soul. Most cultivators, after breaking through to the spirit realm and awakening their divine soul, can only achieve soul transformation, sword, and only one type of variation. But my divine soul could already transform into a silkworm, and now it can transform into a shield, possessing a 2nd variation. Qin Shu slowly sensed his own body. Then he spoke happily and with satisfaction, it's here. The divine soul breakthrough is complete. It's time for me to welcome my own breakthrough. As he spoke, he spread his arms wide, sensing heaven and earth, waiting for his own transformation. Qin Shu opened his eyes wide and said firmly, start. A surging power suddenly welled up around him. Qin Shu said happily, when a cultivator breaks through to the spirit realm, apart from the divine consciousness transforming into a divine soul, the next step is to start strengthening the physical body, generating physical body power. Saying that, he focused on absorbing energy. Countless sources of power poured into Qin Shu. He cried out in pain as he absorbed it. Immediately after, Qin Shu said, 36 dragon power. 37 dragon power. The ascending immortal platform lives up to its name as an excellent place for breaking through. The physical power contained within this heaven and earth is being frantically absorbed by me. 38, 40, 50 continue. Qin Shu stood there, focusing on gradually increasing his combat power. The sight of Qin Shu suddenly expanding into a giant caused the surrounding crowd to be astonished and amazed. They discussed animatedly, not understanding what had happened to the 18th divine son. The 12th prince, standing nearby, spoke up to explain this is a high-level phenomenon of physical body power. Hearing this, Zhen Tongming also exclaimed with a face full of admiration, interjecting, the divine son is indeed a freak. Ignoring all the gazes, Qin Shu remained immersed in his cultivation state. The aura around him became increasingly violet, his eyes glinting with extreme coldness. 60 dragon power. It finally stopped. If I continued like that, I was worried my body would explode. But my physical body power has doubled. Moreover, the divine soul has completed its 3rd transformation. My base strength this time has not just leveled up and doubled. Snapping out of his thoughts, Qin Shu smiled with satisfaction as he felt the new power in his body. Immediately after, he decisively jumped onto the head of the giant toad, where his subordinates had gathered. They immediately announced, Divine Son, everyone has arrived. Hearing this, Qin Shu pointed straight ahead, his face solemn as he ordered, set off. Head to the moon wheel, Divine Dynasty. The giant toad immediately leaped into the air, creating immense pressure that sent everyone below flying backward. Trying to stand firm against the terrifying pressure, they resisted in fear while wondering, why does the 18th divine son want to go to the moon wheel, Divine Dynasty? A few days ago, he suppressed the geniuses of the divine race at the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom. He is the explosive calamity of the entire Eastern Wasteland. Another person quickly replied, I heard the 9th princess of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty took the 18th divine son as her master. Now that the princess's situation is tragic, The 18th divine son will definitely go to cause trouble. With such excitement, we definitely have to go watch the show. At this moment, the Dragon Crown Prince, his whole body heavily injured, was trying to push himself up. He watched with eyes full of hatred and a tone filled with rage. Moonwheel Divine Dynasty. Just wait for this Crown Prince. Meanwhile, at the royal palace of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom, the atmosphere was terrifyingly heavy. A maidservant was trembling as she fed Lin Yu spoonfuls of rice. She was so scared that her limbs were shaking as she stammered, "Crown Prince, please eat." Lin Yu's face darkened, devoid of any emotion. Seeing this, the other maids were terrified to the extreme and called out, "Crown Prince." However, Lin Yu didn't even bother to acknowledge them. He used his remaining strength to sweep all the food off the table, roaring in anger, "Bastards! This Crown Prince's limbs have been cut off. Are you all watching this Crown Prince as a joke too? You all deserve to be beheaded." The maids immediately knelt on the ground, panicked, terrified, and uneasy as they begged, "Crown Prince, spare our lives. Crown Prince, spare our lives. Crown Prince, forgive us." Lin Yu stood before them, his anger rising to its peak. "I'm dying of anger. 18th divine son, why are you still alive? Why can't I kill you?" As he screamed, he tried to channel his energy to fly into the air, but his crippled body caused him to lose balance and crash wildly into the walls, even smashing his head hard against the stone statue, breaking it in two. Resentment welled up in his heart, and Lin Yu gritted his teeth. "I hate it. You harmed me into this state to be laughed at by others. One day, I will hack you into 100 pieces." Suddenly, from inside the shattered stone statue, a blinding beam of light shot out, rushing straight into Lin Yu's body. Looking at the strange light manifesting before his eyes, he couldn't help but be confused. What is this? What is happening? Before Lin Yu could regain his composure, the light had completely entered his body. Realizing it was glowing incessantly within his chest, Lin Yu was astonished. "What is it?" An ancient voice suddenly rang out from within. "Junior, do not fear. I am the Dragon Elephant Ancestor." Hearing this voice, Lin Yu was a bit suspicious, thinking to himself, "Dragon Elephant Ancestor? Why does that sound so familiar?" Then, a look of amusement appeared on his face. "Could it be that you are the first ancestor of our Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom? Ancestor Long Xiang?" The light in Lin Yu's chest replied, "It is this old man." However, this made it even harder for him to believe. "That's not right. Why were you inside that wooden statue?" A story from ancient times began to be retold. 100,000 years ago, this ancestor failed in the struggle for the position of Great Emperor. My body was crippled by the feathering Great Emperor, leaving only a wisp of a remnant soul in the world. Afterwards, I resided and slept within a piece of Eanwood. Just now, by a stroke of fate, you shattered that piece of Eanwood, causing this ancestor to awaken. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't hide his astonishment, his face full of panic. "Ancestor, legend says the ancient kingdom was named Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom because the first ancestor was a great demon dragon general with an invincible body. Ancestor, are you really that great demon dragon general from the legends?" The light in his chest answered correct. The great demon dragon general specializes in cultivating physical strength. After achieving great success, relying solely on the body, one is comparable to a true dragon. Back then, if not for the feathering Great Emperor, perhaps this ancestor would have been the second demon emperor in the world. It is a pity. In the end, I was still lacking a little. Afterward, cultivators everywhere hunted great demon dragon generals to refine their bodies, and the dragon general bloodline in the descendants of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom became increasingly scarce. After listening to the story, the amused smile on Lin Yu's lips suddenly turned sinister. With the ancestor's return, we can definitely stir up a storm and recreate the glory of the past. However, the ancestor said, "I am but a wisp of a remnant soul. Recovering is very difficult. And you, as the crown prince of the ancient kingdom, why have you become so miserable with your limbs severed? Has the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom declined to this state?" Lin Yu's face clearly showed disappointment. Then he replied, reporting to the ancestor, "It is all due to the 18th divine son of the feathering sect. This person has immense luck and is incredibly arrogant and domineering. Not only did he steal my woman, but he also reduced me to this state. If he grows up in the future, I fear the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom will be destroyed by him." The ancestor was extremely displeased upon hearing this. Humph, the feathering sect again. In the past, the feathering great emperor suppressed me. In the future, his descendant suppresses my descendant. Truly unreasonable. Fine, since this ancestor has awakened, I will grant you a fortune to help you contend for the position of great emperor in the future. The very next second, an aura of destruction suddenly appeared, enveloping Linyu. The maids serving nearby had their life force drained by this aura, their faces becoming haggard and emaciated. Help! All of them were sucked dry, and then that source of energy was transmitted entirely into Linyu. He still didn't understand what was happening and was startled and terrified, thinking, A moment later, those maids turned to stone and collapsed to the ground, devoid of any strength. Linyu only had time to let out a cry of pain. Just a moment later, his limbs began to grow back. Feeling this miraculous change, Linyu thought, I am growing new limbs. After regaining his limbs, he was overjoyed, his face sinister as he said, Thank you, ancestor. I feel my body is much stronger than before. Haha, 18th divine son. In this world, you aren't the only one with great luck and great fortune. This crown prince is no less than you. Just wait for this crown prince to come and ruin your life. Meanwhile, in another location, a scene of tense confrontation was unfolding. Chun Fan held a long sword in his hand, his gaze sharp and cold, facing three men. A fatty sitting in the middle chair spoke up provocatively. Chun Fan, so what if I snatch your fiancé? A lowly vegetable farmer wants to kill me? What are you? Oh, let me tell you, she has already been killed by me. You cannot imagine what her end was like. Chun Fan stood opposite, listening to those insults, his face darkening, his eyes revealing a sky-high hatred. The fatty stood up, walking towards him with a smug expression. The other two also laughed gleefully, adding fuel to the fire. Haha, the air is absolutely right. That woman was indeed truly miserable. I want to ask if you're angry? Chun Fan merely glanced at them with eyes as cold as knives, then coldly uttered two words. Destroy. Slash. Having spoken, he charged forward with his weapon. The fatty was not afraid at all and channeled his own power to retaliate. Not knowing your own strength, today I will chop your dog head off and feed it to the dogs. The two immediately clashed in combat. However, the loser turned out to be the fatty, who had a large hole pierced through his chest by Chun Fan, blood splattering everywhere. Chun Fan simply said coldly, It's over. All three were stunned by this situation, unable to believe the truth, stammering. What? How could you? Before he could finish his sentence, the fatty's face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground. A small creature with red eyes, a large horn, spreading wings, and an aura full of eeriness rang out beside Chun Fan's ear. Ding! Demonic heaven, Dao, congratulates you on killing the heir of Marquis Wei Wu. Cultivation raised his spirit realm. Obtain the cultivation technique of the 10 swords of defying heaven. The remaining two sat dazed on the ground, trembling, looking at the corpse of the heir of Marquis Wei Wu in horror. The heir is dead? How is this possible? The heir was clearly ranked third among the elite youths of the Moonwheel Divine Dynasty. Someone has killed the heir. Suddenly, Chun Fan swung his sword, coldly pronouncing judgment. Destroy. Hearing this, the two of them turned their heads to beg. Spare us, don't. But by then, Chun Fan was no longer standing there. Instead, he had moved with his sword and slashed both of them to death. After acting, Chun Fan's blade was soaked in fresh blood. He spoke, his voice full of disdain. All trash couldn't withstand a single blow. If I hadn't had the destiny to encounter the heaven-defying machine, perhaps I would still fear you. But now I, Chun Fan, am the protagonist of this world. 10 years Hebei, 10 years Hunan. I, Chun Fan, fear no one. Today, the Marquis Wei Wu's household will be exterminated. Saying this, Chun Fan calmly walked out. The sovereign of the Moonwheel Divine Dynasty had been observing everything from afar. The old man's subordinate said irritably, Sovereign, this person is bold enough to kill within the Marquis Wei Wu's manor. I will send someone there. However, before he could finish, the old man smiled with amusement. No need. Not a bad youngster. Let him kill. Chun Fan struck decisively. You lose. Marquis Wei Wu had no strength left, lying gasping on the ground, blood ceaselessly flowing from his mouth. Before dying, he tried to say a few more words. Marquis Wei Wu's clan has been exterminated by you. Spare my daughter. A young woman sat in front of Chun Fan, trembling all over, her face suddenly turning pale. Spare my life. The system notification rang out again. Ding dong, demonic heaven, Dao congratulates you on beating Marquis Wei Wu to death. Cultivation upgraded to the 3rd level of the spirit realm. Completed cultivation of the 1st form of the 10 swords of defying heaven. The young woman, tears welling in her eyes, begged. I beg you. Chun Fan just looked at her with eyes full of coldness and asked, You are the daughter of Marquis Wei Wu, the biological younger sister of that heir, correct? Saying so, he advanced toward her. She was terrified, crying and saying, Don't. Chun Fan paid no heed, simply using his hands to strip off her clothes. Come here. Marquis Wei Wu's daughter continued to cry miserably, holding her clothes tight, screaming, What are you doing? I beg you spare me. Chun Fan held her shoulders firmly, saying coldly, If you dare move, I will slash you to death. Immediately after, a scene of intercourse ensued between the two. After finishing the deed, Chun Fan put his clothes back on, picked up his sword, and calmly said, A daughter of a marquis. Turns out she was nothing more than this. The daughter of Marquis Wei Wu, her clothes disheveled and torn, looked dazed. She spoke up, You have defiled me. I beg you to spare me. However, Chun Fan felt not a shred of pity. He immediately took his sword and slashed her to death. He replied, his voice emotionless, Dream on. Without killing you, how can it be called exterminating the clan? Time to go. Preparing to leave, Chun Fan suddenly sensed a strange aura. He turned around, speaking with a guarded tone. Who? The sovereign looked at him, smiling with amusement. Chun Fan asked coldly, Who are you people? The sovereign's subordinate, hearing him ask with such an arrogant attitude, was furious and shouted, Audacious! This is the sovereign of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty, and you still do not kneel? However, the sovereign immediately stopped him, speaking up, No need for formalities. What is your name? To have such strength at such a young age is truly rare. At the very least, my Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty does not have a genius like you. He calmly and seriously replied, My name is Chun Fan. Today, I destroyed Marquis Wei Wu's house for revenge. The sovereign replied, You do not need to explain. This sovereign will not pursue today's matter. The house of Marquis Wei Wu had piled up crimes. This sovereign had long found them an eyesore. Today you have removed a harm for the people. Starting from now, you will replace Marquis Wei Wu's position and become Marquis Wuan. Everything that previously belonged to Marquis Wei Wu now belongs to you, Chun Fan. This made Chun Fan feel astonished, exclaiming this. Before he could finish, the subordinate beside the sovereign interrupted, Why haven't you quickly knelt and thanked the sovereign? Hearing this, the sword in Chun Fan's hand suddenly vanished. He bowed his head, clasped his hands, and said, Many thanks. The sovereign continued, Marquis Wuan, you have now become a pillar of my Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty. The younger generation of my Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty will have to rely on you. Chun Fan kept a poker face and replied, Since the sovereign regards me so highly, I, Chun Fan, naturally will not push the responsibility onto others. The sovereign said, Very good. It just so happens that this sovereign heard a report that the 18th divine son of the Feathering Sect is on his way to my Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty. Coming to our door to challenge us hinders the rules of competition within the same generation. When the time comes, we will have to rely on Marquis Wu to uphold the prestige of our Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty. Hearing this, the system suddenly announced, Beep. Demonic Heaven Dao announces a mission. Killing the 18th divine son of the Feathering Sect will grant the Great Emperor technique. This caused Chun Fan to startle. Surprised, thinking to himself, Who is this 18th divine son? Killing him allows me to obtain a Great Emperor technique? Such a reward has never appeared before. The sovereign reminded him, Marquis Wu, and can take your time to think. The 18th divine son has been famous in the Eastern Wasteland recently. He is indeed not easy to deal with. If you can defeat or even kill that 18th divine son, this sovereign will reward you heavily. Saying this, the sovereign turned to leave. Suddenly, Chun Fan called out to stop the sovereign. Wait, I will definitely cut off his head to give to the sovereign for soaking in wine. Hearing this sentence from him, the sovereign laughed heartily and replied, You have spirit. On the main avenue of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty, people were moving about busily when suddenly a massive pressure descended from the sky, causing them to stagger and shout, What's wrong? The pressure is so strong. I can't stand anymore. Qin Shu stood on the back of a giant toad with rough skin, speaking loudly. The divine sun has arrived. Under the massive pressure from it, everyone below was flung far away. They stared at him with curious eyes. Who is this person, riding a great demon down from the sky? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? One look, and you know it's a descendant of an aristocratic family who hasn't been beaten by society yet. This is the imperial capital of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty. Even a dragon must behave. And Shang walked ahead to lead the way. Talking as he went, the seventh prince said he is waiting in the imperial capital for us. I don't know where he is now. As they were walking, suddenly a loud shouting voice echoed, causing Qin Shu to stop. Audacious. Several soldiers in armor riding horses aggressively approached with swords, shouting, "Who dares to be insolent in the national capital? State your name. Otherwise, we'll cut you down." The leader pointed his sword tip at the group, speaking bombastically. Suddenly, the sovereign's subordinate appeared, saying sternly, "Stop." Then he clasped his hands respectfully toward Qin Shu, speaking up, "Greetings, 18th Divine Son. The sovereign specially ordered me to come and welcome the Divine Son." Qin Shu smiled and replied, "The sovereign of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty knew this Divine Son was coming here? Interesting." And Shang moved closer to him, whispering, "Divine Son, do you mean the seventh prince intentionally told us to come here? Is this a conspiracy?" Qin Shu crossed his arms over his chest, replying clearly, "To speak accurately, it is a conspiracy." The sovereign subordinate continued, "Divine Son, in a few days, my Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty will hold a Dharma assembly in the ancestral land, specifically inviting the 18th Divine Son to participate." However, he didn't care about this at all and asked about a different topic. "Where's the ninth princess?" Hearing this, the man's face suddenly darkened, clearly showing anxiety and unease, and immediately chose his words to reply. "The ninth princess is a princess of my Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty and has no relation to the Divine Son. The Divine Son should not ask too much." Seeing that attitude from him, Qin Shu immediately used his power, projecting a large hand to crush him down onto the ground. He spoke heroically, "Suppress." The sovereign subordinate had not a bit of strength to resist, his face turning pale, thinking to himself, strongest physical body. No wonder the sovereign was so guarded against the 18th Divine Son. Seeing him being oppressed, the soldiers immediately rushed forward, shouting, "Audacious!" Before they could do anything, Zhen Tongming and the 12th prince advanced, knocking them all away. "Get lost. Do not hinder my Divine Son's business." A giant hand appeared from midair, simply pinning the sovereign subordinate to the ground. Qin Shu stood in front of him, saying coldly, "Will you speak or not? If you don't speak, I will destroy all of you." Under his threatening gaze and words, the man tried to force an answer, sweat pouring down his face. 18th Divine Son, the sovereign has spoken. As long as the 18th Divine Son does not pursue the matter of the ninth princess, the sovereign is willing to offer 3 cities to the Divine Son. However, Qin Shu didn't care about that at all. He just extended his hand to exert power, gritting his teeth as he questioned, "I ask you, where's the ninth princess?" The sovereign subordinate was crushed flat against the ground by his hand to the point of coughing up blood, hurriedly answering, 3 days later, at the Dharma assembly in the ancestral land of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty. My sovereign will give the Divine Son an answer." Hearing this reply, he immediately flicked his hand. Immediately, the giant hands gradually disappeared. Qin Shu boldly said, "Get lost." The sovereign subordinate and the soldiers scrambled to their feet and ran away on all fours. Qin Shu remained motionless, watching their retreating figures. The people on the roadside witnessing the scene couldn't help but be surprised, stunned, and gossiping. This is the left minister of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty, yet he was humiliated by the 18th Divine Son like this. The 18th Divine Son really has no regard for our Divine Dynasty. And Shang stood beside Qin Shu and spoke up, "Divine Son, the 7th prince tricked you into coming here. Clearly, the sovereign of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty is pulling the strings behind this. Should we temporarily leave and plan later?" Qin Shu replied coldly, "No need. Competition within the same generation. This Divine Son does not fear. If the elders make a move, this Divine Son also does not fear. No matter what tricks they play, this Divine Son will use strength to shake them. Let's go." Find a place to stay first. Saying that, he walked ahead to lead the way, while the others hesitantly followed behind him. As he walked, Qin Shu spoke up. Xiao Mingyue is following this divine sun after all. She is this divine sun's person. I cannot ignore this matter. Otherwise, how will I face those who follow me in the future? At the divine clan lands, amidst the vast space of heaven, earth, and hills, the Kirin Saint Sun stood there. One arm suddenly bulged with veins and dense dark green scales. He spoke happily. The newly born Kirin arm possesses power that nothing can compare to. Then the Kirin Saint Sun clenched that strange hand of his, and long, sharp claws appeared. He focused power into that hand, saying, "This power is exactly what I need. Break for me." As he spoke, the Kirin Saint Sun punched the ground hard, causing the ground to crack into layers. He held the crushed stone fragments in his hand, laughing with endless delight. The others standing behind saw this scene and finally spoke up. "Congratulations, young master, for cultivating the Kirin arm. One arm can sever the galaxy and overturn the sun and moon. Truly invincible." The Kirin Saint Sun heard those praises, feeling extremely excited in his heart. Immediately flew into the air, laughed confidently, and said, "Let's go destroy the 18th divine sun." He flew past the heavenly phoenix goddess's place. She was in the process of cultivation, her face wrinkled in pain. The heavenly phoenix goddess's wings were all broken, falling to the ground. Her younger sister stood beside her in illusion form, witnessing her scream in pain to grow new wings. Confusedly spoke up, "Sister, why must you suffer to condense the golden crimson feathers? You and I merge into one. We can sweep through the eastern wasteland." However, the heavenly phoenix goddess sternly refused immediately. "No need, I can do it myself." As she spoke, her new wings grew out. The wings carried a powerful force, spreading wide across the horizon. The heavenly phoenix goddess sat on the ground, touching the earth, focusing on casting her technique. The younger sister standing beside her smiled and said, "The 18th divine sun is at the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty. Sister congratulates your success in advance. If you fail again this time, commit suicide to apologize." The heavenly phoenix goddess flew up into the air with her new wings, turned back and replied, "Don't worry, I won't lose to him." At the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty, the sovereign was sitting on the throne in the middle of the divine hall. The 7th prince knelt down below, speaking up, "Imperial Father, the mission you assigned to me has been completed." The 7th prince spoke with a face full of fear and apprehension. Hearing this, the sovereign kept a stern face, replying without emotion, "You did very well. You may make a request to Imperial Father." The 7th prince bowed his head close to the ground, saying, "I beg Imperial Father not to kill me. That is enough." The sovereign coldly stood up, replying, "Stand up and speak. You are my biological son. As long as you don't learn from your 9th sister to rebel against Imperial Father, how could I kill you?" Change to another request. Hearing the sovereign say this, the 7th prince sat up straight, carefully and hesitantly said, "If Imperial Father, I'm only saying if Imperial Father obtains the 9th sister's extreme King physique. If 9th sister does not die, can you spare 9th sister's life?" The sovereign sighed heavily at these words, replying, "Forget it. For the sake of your deep sibling affection, Imperial Father will agree with you." The 7th prince sat in the middle of the divine hall, bowing at the sovereign's feet, speaking with a joyful tone, "Thank you, Imperial Father." Then he raised his head, saying, "Imperial Father, the 18th divine sun is famous in the eastern wasteland. What if?" Before the sentence could be finished, the sovereign sternly gritted his teeth and interrupted. "There is no what if. Anyway, sooner or later, the 18th divine sun would come knocking. I might as well take the initiative to settle this matter. Originally, I wanted to gift him 3 cities to end this that was already giving him enough face. Unexpectedly, he didn't want it, being so unappreciative." The sovereign turned his back to the 7th prince, his face darkening, speaking with an irritated tone. "That little beast should have died decades ago. Extremely arrogant. Does he really think he is some chosen one? This time, let's continue the unfinished business from 18 years ago." Ensheng and Qin Shu were now standing on the upper floor of a residential building. The sun shone brightly, leaves rustling in the wind. Ensheng pointed towards a grand and majestic high platform below, carefully saying, "Divine Sun, Over there is the ancestral land of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty. Legend has it that every full moon night, there will surely be strange phenomena. Hearing in Sheng's words, Qin Shu also became serious, replying seriously, I can feel it. There's a huge energy contained underground. Moreover, the form is somewhat familiar. While they were engrossed in conversation, suddenly the land below showed an anomaly, emitting a brilliant aura. It flew straight towards where Qin Shu was standing. Sensing something unusual, his face became more alert than ever. Then he spoke up. This aura is... It seems to be stirring something within my body. Saying that, Qin Shu's face suddenly turned pale. He collapsed to the ground weakly, screaming in pain. Seeing his unstable condition, and Sheng was extremely worried, asking in panic, Divine Son, what's wrong? Standing amidst the vast heaven and earth, Qin Shu tried his best to resist, his face scrunching up, struggling to reply. This feeling is... It's the fate calamity. My great fate calamity has erupted. Because of the excessive pain, Qin Shu's face was drenched in sweat. And Sheng heard this like a thunderclap, his face turning pale, asking, Fate calamity? Divine Son, I will immediately escort you back to the Feathering Sect. However, before he could do anything, the Feathering Sect gatekeeper appeared from nowhere. Seeing the gatekeeper, Qin Shu immediately called out, Senior. The gatekeeper didn't say a word, immediately stepped forward, placing both hands on Qin Shu's back to channel energy for treatment. The gatekeeper reminded, Don't talk, sit firm. Immediately regulate your breathing. Different streams of energy kept appearing. Qin Shu was in extreme pain, eyes wide open, mouth wide open, screaming. Streams of black energy kept surrounding him ceaselessly, making his face pale. Even the gatekeeper found it hard to cope. Damn it, this fate calamity is so strange, a ferocious fate calamity. The very next second, the gatekeeper applied more power, trying to treat Qin Shu. The Feathering Sect gatekeeper focused spiritual energy on his hands and said coldly, 18th Divine Son, try to endure a bit longer, suppress it for me. As he spoke, he cleared the energy meridians for Qin Shu. His energy merged with the strange aura emitting from Qin Shu's body, creating immense pressure radiating all around. Qin Shu was still trying to endure, but his face had turned completely blue, wincing and screaming in pain. It's too painful. Calling it the greatest pain in the world is no exaggeration. The green and black auras kept blending together, causing Qin Shu to scream in despair, face drenched in sweat. The Feathering Sect gatekeeper, while helping him suppress the fate calamity, wondered aloud, what kind of fate calamity is this exactly? To have such great, intimidating power, even I cannot suppress it. Suddenly, the wordless steel appeared from the sky. It slowly enlarged, becoming gigantic, hovering over Qin Shu's head. The Feathering Sect gatekeeper, while using his spiritual energy to help Qin Shu, looked up at the wordless steel and said, Quite complex. This is the wordless steel acquired by the 18th Divine Son. The heavenly steel is suppressing the fate calamity. As soon as the sentence finished, the wordless steel descended, rushing straight into Qin Shu's body. A powerful oppressive force surged. The aura radiating around was extremely chaotic. Qin Shu's face turned pale. He said tiredly and painfully, Finally, it has passed. The green and black auras were still blending, but it looked less chaotic. The Feathering Sect gatekeeper could now breathe a sigh of relief. A moment later, the gatekeeper still sat behind, withdrawing the regulating energy from Qin Shu. While withdrawing his power, he spoke up, It should be fine now. Qin Shu sat still, closing his eyes to rebalance himself. Then he opened his eyes, turned back to the gatekeeper, and said, Fortunately, Senior Gatekeeper was here. The gatekeeper asked him curiously, How is it? Qin Shu smiled, replying, Thanks to Senior, it's better now. And Sheng also stood aside witnessing. The gatekeeper stood up straight, saying, This time, it's lucky there was that wordless steel to suppress your great fate calamity. I have heard of your fate calamity, but I didn't expect it to erupt so violently. If not for the wordless steel, the consequences would be unimaginable. What exactly is going on? Why did the fate calamity suddenly erupt? Hearing his words, Qin Shu's face suddenly became unusually serious. He replied coldly, I'm afraid it has to do with the ancestral land of the Moonwheel Divine Dynasty. There's a problem with that place. As he spoke, he looked down at the land below, the spacious, magnificent, and majestic high platform. And Sheng asked thoughtfully, the ancestral land of the Moonwheel Divine Dynasty has a problem? Qin Shu's face darkened, replying, that ancestral land seems to have something or an aura that resonates with my fate calamity. Very evil. It was exactly what triggered my great fate calamity. The feathering sect gatekeeper, standing aside, spoke up at this moment. This earth demon really has a problem. I haven't sensed any abnormality in that place yet. Hearing that, Qin Shu continued. That place is probably related to the murder of my mother, almost costing me my life. Clarifying that place, perhaps I will investigate the truth of what happened that year. It seems this matter cannot be unrelated to the Moonwheel Divine Dynasty. This trip was truly not in vain. The sovereign of the Moonwheel Divine Dynasty probably wanted to use the ancestral land to harm me. But luckily, I have the wordless steel. As he spoke, he smiled with interest, looking into the distance, where the hills and architectural structures were vast and majestic. The feathering sect gatekeeper stood behind him and also spoke up. The wordless steel must be naturally born to counter your fate calamity. The origin of the wordless steel is very mysterious. There are only 9 in this world. If you can gather all 9 wordless steels, perhaps you can break your great fate calamity. In another place, seeing the crowd lying scattered on the ground, the 7th prince couldn't help but be stunned. Here, everyone has breathed their last. Both girls and boys have been killed. No breath left, their faces stiff, not a shred of spirit to be seen. Seeing that scene, the 7th prince gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, why is this Marquis of Martial Peace so cruel? I don't know why Father Emperor tolerates him. Then he slowly walked inside, seeing Chun Fan hugging many women, engrossed in drinking wine. The 7th prince stood before them, calling out, Marquis of Martial Peace. Chun Fan's face was flushed red from drunkenness. Hugging 2 maids with his arms, he asked, are you the 7th prince? The 7th prince spoke with a tone and face full of smugness. It is this prince, Marquis of Martial Peace. Father Emperor invites you to the palace for a banquet. Chun Fan hugged the women while reaching out for a maid to pour wine for him, replying, you are the one who lost to the 18th divine son and was even imprisoned by him, right? Hearing those words from Chun Fan, the 7th prince was extremely annoyed, speaking up, Marquis of Martial Peace, what do you mean? Chun Fan calmly continued drinking, saying with a drunken expression, I mean you, 7th prince, must thank me. If I meet that so-called divine son in the future, I will definitely chop him to death right there, taking revenge for the 7th prince. The 7th prince just replied perfunctorily, hope so, but I advise you not to underestimate the 18th divine son too much. He is not as easy to deal with as you think. However, Chun Fan asked a question. Do you think I'll be trash like you? Extolling the prestige of others. It seems you really were scared witless by the 18th divine son. Seeing Chun Fan's arrogant, provocative attitude, the 7th prince was extremely angry, pointing at Chun Fan's face and shouting, Chun Fan, don't be insolent. This is the Moonwheel Divine Dynasty. Suddenly, Chun Fan knocked away the wine cup and bottle the maid was holding, making her startled and panicked, then replied with a domineering attitude. So what if I'm insolent? I am a Marquis of Martial Peace. Even if I chop to death a useless prince like you, what can the sovereign do to me? Chun Fan pointed straight at the 7th prince, provoking him. The maid standing behind, hearing those words, couldn't help but be panicked and stunned. The 7th prince clenched his fists, annoyed and uncomfortable, gritting his teeth, saying you. However, before he could say anything, the maid standing next to Chun Fan cried miserably, panicking and speaking up. Marquis of Martial Peace, spare me. Ah, I will clean it up immediately. However, Chun Fan only coldly replied, no need to clean. Then, the very next second, he reached out towards the maid, making her teary-eyed and begging, don't. Chun Fan strangled the woman, lifting her up despite her struggling violently, his face unhappy as he said, even this small matter you cannot do well. The women nearby, having never seen such a scene, were terrified to the extreme, tears flowing down. Some were so scared they covered their mouths, not daring to make sound. But Chun Fan acted as if he didn't see, cruelly saying, what use is there in keeping you? The strangled woman stopped breathing, and Chun Fan, threw her to the side of the seventh prince. He looked down at the woman beside him in horror, thinking, this person is too brutal. While the seventh prince was still dazed, Chun Fan had already walked over. Just passing the opponent's shoulder, Chun Fan casually dropped a sentence, seventh prince. After a moment of pause, a cunning smile appeared on his face as his eyes glared. Go to the imperial palace. He casually walked on, leaving the seventh prince behind, who only knew to grind his teeth in anger. Not long after, at the banquet hall of the imperial palace, Chun Fan was gaining the upper hand in a duel. He launched a vicious kick, sending the opponent flying into the air, his mouth shouting loudly, "Scram, scram!" The muscular body of the man smashed hard onto the floor, making a loud, crashing noise. Fresh blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. His face wrinkled in extreme pain. In complete contrast, Chun Fan stood tall without a scratch, looking down arrogantly at the defeated lying scattered at his feet. He disdainfully dropped a sentence, "Trash." Unclear what Chun Fan was calculating, he just stood there silently. Suddenly, the sovereign from behind clapped his hands in praise, his voice happy. The Marquis of Martial Peace spent no effort to defeat the strongest of the young generation in my Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty, truly worthy of being the pillar of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty. He paused a bit, his eyes becoming serious. At the Dharma Assembly, this sovereign is confident you will destroy the 18th Divine Sun. Chun Fan remained silent and did not reply, but beside him suddenly appeared a demon of the heavenly Tao with a cunning voice. Beep beep. The heavenly Tao demon congratulates you for defeating the number one person of the young generation in the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty. The heavenly Tao demon seemed extremely excited as it announced. The reward is the second form of the Defying Heaven Divine Sword. Hearing this, the corner of Chun Fan's mouth finally lifted. He now turned around to reply to the sovereign with absolute confidence. Sovereign, rest assured, I will definitely step on the corpse of the 18th Divine Sun to make my name famous in the Eastern Wilderness. In his heart, he secretly gloated. With the help of the heavenly Tao demon, in this world, I am the protagonist. Chun Fan quietly glanced up, only to see the sovereign had stood up, stepping closer to him, his voice full of satisfaction. Very good. Today, this sovereign is very happy. Suddenly, he laughed loudly, and a stream of powerful blue spiritual power exploded from his body, spreading throughout the space, bringing a very refreshing aura. Let you see this sovereign advance to the divine king physique. Chun Fan just quietly observed the smug appearance of the sovereign, his eyes not leaving him. At the same time, in another place in the palace, the seventh prince was walking to a room at the end of the corridor. When the door opened, a miserable scene appeared. The ninth princess was chained by both hands hanging on the wall, her legs kneeling on the cold ground, her head bowed in resignation. The seventh prince couldn't help but call out, "Aunt, ninth sister." In the seventh prince's hand was a tray with some food. He advised with difficulty, "Eat something." Hearing seventh brother's voice, the ninth princess still bowed her head, her voice weak but full of sarcasm. "Seventh brother, I didn't expect you still dare to come visit me." The words were like a knife cutting into the seventh prince's heart. He walked closer, bending low, his voice full of nostalgia. "You and I grew up together after all. Ninth sister initially went to the feathering sect to save me, leading to the result we have now." The seventh prince closed his eyes tight, brows furrowed in torment, saying this and that. "It is also my cause. How can I bear to see you like this?" The ninth princess now looked up with tired eyes at him. She pleaded, "Seventh brother, if you really can't bear it, go find master for me." Hearing the ninth princess's plea, the seventh prince was confused, not knowing how to reply. The ninth princess spoke very decisively. "He will definitely come to save me." The seventh prince's mind was tangled like silk, words stuck in his throat. He could only utter, "Ah." The ninth princess looked up at him, weakly calling, "Seventh brother." Her eyes looked straight at the seventh prince, her brows furrowed pitifully. She said heavily, "I beg you." Seeing his sister begging him earnestly, the seventh prince's mind shook violently, his pupils contracting from fear. Finally, he knelt down, hands on her shoulders, tears falling. "Ninth sister, I'm sorry." The seventh prince closed his eyes tight, tears flowing down his pained face. He confessed, "Before, I listened to Father Emperor's order and tricked the 18th Divine Sun to the imperial capital. At the Dharma Assembly, Father Emperor will make a move on the 18th Divine Sun. finished speaking, the seventh prince gritted his teeth, tears ceasing to stop. The ninth princess couldn't believe her ears. She looked at her brother with eyes of extreme disappointment. Finally, she grit her voice in anger. Seventh brother, you are muddled. Despite the anger in her heart, the ninth princess still tried to keep calm. Even if you tricked him here, so what? Master is a genius. Father Emperor is not his opponent. I advise you to turn back early. Although hearing his sister say that, the fear in the seventh prince's heart did not diminish. He trembled, saying, Ninth sister, I'm scared. Scared Father Emperor will chop me. Also scared the 18th divine son will chop me. Finally, the seventh prince still couldn't overcome his own fear. He bowed his head, his voice whispering, Sorry, really sorry. Knowing she couldn't sway her brother, the ninth princess coldly said to the person opposite, If you're already like that, then go. The seventh prince raised his head, tears still streaming, and spoke his plan. Ninth sister, I requested Father Emperor that after he takes your lunar king physique, he will spare your life. But replying to him was only the ninth princess's cold sentence. No need. That made the seventh prince stunned. The ninth princess firmly continued, Becoming a crippled person, what meaning is there for me to live? Let me die comfortably. Just then, outside there was a voice announcing, The sovereign has arrived. The seventh prince turned around in horror. Father Emperor. From the door, 3 people walked in. Leading was the sovereign, followed by Chun Fan and a subordinate. The sovereign approached, seeing the seventh prince also here. He asked sternly, What are you doing? Seeing Father Emperor, the seventh prince was scared out of his wits, not understanding why he came here. The ninth princess beside him, just hearing her father's voice, revealed a face of resentment. The sovereign walked straight forward, passing the seventh prince. He hurriedly bowed, clasping his hands. Father Emperor, brows furrowed, face pale from worry. The seventh prince anxiously thought, What does Father Emperor want to do? Chun Fan and the sovereign approached the chained Xiao Mingwei. Chun Fan spoke, introducing, Sovereign, this is the ninth princess, once the #1 genius of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty, Xiao Mingwei. The sovereign glanced at his daughter's disheveled appearance, then replied, Correct. Xiao Mingwei looked at them hatefully, her appearance unyielding. Facing her murderous gaze, Chun Fan gloomily commented, The ninth princess looks not bad. Then he turned to the sovereign, saying, After the sovereign advances to the divine king physique, you can bestow the ninth princess to me. The sovereign looked at him, thought a while, then asked, Why? He only saw Chun Fan reply, without head or tail. No reason. He looked at Xiao Mingwei, his smile becoming more evil, his eyes lustful as if wanting to eat the girl in front of him alive, his words also extremely crude. Just haven't slept with a princess before. Hearing this, Xiao Mingwei immediately got angry. She didn't expect this guy could speak so shamelessly. The seventh prince standing behind was also equally angry. He shouted loudly, Audacious! But Chun Fan only glanced at him with disdain. Knowing he couldn't do anything to this Chun Fan, the seventh prince turned to say to the sovereign, Father Emperor, ninth sister is a princess after all. The Marquis of Martial Peace is truly audacious and lecherous. But the sovereign only calmly replied, It doesn't matter. This sentence immediately made the seventh prince collapse. He couldn't believe it, looking at his father. Then the sovereign turned away, raising his hand leisurely, saying, The current Xiao Mingwei is just a traitor of my Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty. The seventh prince disbelievingly chased after him, just reaching out to grab his sleeve when he heard the sovereign say, Wait until I take away the lunar king physique. I will bestow Xiao Mingwei to you. This was said to Chun Fan beside him, also said right in front of the chained Xiao Mingwei. Hearing the sovereign's assurance, Chun Fan immediately became excited. He said, Thank you, sovereign. As for the seventh prince, he was completely in despair. Thinking that his younger sister would have to be with Chun Fan later, he couldn't help but worry, screaming internally. Chun Fan is a perverted killer. If ninth sister falls into his hands, she will surely be toyed with and killed miserably by him. While the seventh prince was still lost in thought, the sovereign had already made his move. He excitedly announced, This sovereign is starting now. He extended one hand, controlling a stream of purple spiritual energy to invade the ninth princess's body, causing her to scream in pain. Immediately after, a golden object was extracted from her body. After a while, he was about to successfully extract the lunar yin-yang physique. His eyes looked at the revealing golden object with immense smugness. Meanwhile, Xiao Minghua was in endless pain. Her face went pale, the wound expanded, and she vomited blood incessantly. The seventh prince, standing behind Chun Fan, immediately shouted in worry, "Ninth sister." But Chun Fan maintained a cold expression, completely unconcerned. Suddenly, Chun Fan, standing in front, spoke up, his voice full of delight. "This heart-rending scream is truly melodious." These words immediately made the seventh prince freeze. He licked his lips, staring at Xiao Minghua, looking no different from those perverts. His words were vulgar and disdainful, much stronger than those women who only knew how to threaten until they were speechless. Then he exclaimed with interest, "The ninth princess is truly wonderful." On this side, Xiao Minghua knelt on the cold tiles, her hands chained behind her back. She screamed in pain as the sovereign's spiritual energy invaded her body and transmitted to his hand. Along the path of the spiritual energy, the golden object originally inside her moved closer and closer to him. The sovereign said excitedly, "It's out, the special physique." Now the lunar yin-yang physique was completely in the sovereign's hand. He looked at the lunar yin-yang physique before him, wrapped his layer of purple spiritual energy, and couldn't help but laugh proudly. "Haha, it's done." Then the sovereign pulled the lunar yin-yang physique into his own body. Immediately, a loud noise resonated around him. Golden lights appeared around him and were absorbed into the character Wang on his forehead. He then loudly proclaimed, "Today, this sovereign has achieved the divine king physique." Chun Fan and the left minister said in unison, "Congratulations, sovereign. Congratulations, sovereign. The divine king physique is fully accomplished." The sovereign seemed crazy with excitement. He raised his hand to feel the abundant power in his body. "Ha! Once I have the divine king physique, I fear no one. Even against the strongest of the feathering sect, I have a chance to win." Saying this, he restrained his joy and turned to leave, leaving behind the collapsing Xiao Minghua and Chun Fan standing there. He did not hesitate to say, "Chun Fan, Xiao Minghua is bestowed upon you." Pausing for a moment, he added, "At the Dharma Assembly tomorrow, this sovereign will watch your performance." Chun Fan glanced at the departing sovereign and left minister. The seventh prince, face covered in sweat and looking incredibly worried, called out, "Ninth sister." He walked closer to Xiao Minghua, who was sitting on the ground, covered in injuries. Her hands were released from the chains, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The seventh prince couldn't bear to ask, "Sister, are you okay?" Suddenly, Chun Fan walked over very quickly. He used one hand to lift the dazed Xiao Minghua's face, seemingly thinking about something. After evaluating her for a while, he said, "Worthy of being a princess. Her appearance has a flavor that common women don't have." The seventh prince stood by, watching Chun Fan squat in front of Xiao Minghua, lifting her face to evaluate her like an object. He couldn't help but cry out in anger, "You." Xiao Minghua looked at him weakly and said, "Seventh brother." Then, her face darkened, and she looked at her brother with desperate eyes. "Slash me to death." Hearing this plea from Xiao Minghua, the seventh prince trembled slightly, sweat pouring down from anxiety. He choked out, While the seventh prince was still hesitating, Chun Fan quickly grabbed Xiao Minghua and left before the seventh prince's horrified eyes. He said, "Ninth princess, follow me back to this marquise manor. We will play slowly." Xiao Minghua had lost all her strength by now. She hopelessly begged him, "Slash me to death." The seventh prince, eyes brimming with tears, watched his sister being taken away and gritted his teeth. Hoo-hoo, damn it. The seventh prince finally gathered all his courage. He stepped out to block Chun Fan's path. The two faced each other, and the surrounding temperature quickly dropped. The seventh prince spread his arms before Chun Fan's disdainful gaze. He said, "Marquis of martial peace." The seventh prince stood before Chun Fan and said painfully, "Release my ninth sister." Before he could finish his sentence, Chun Fan's hand slashed out. Chun Fan held Xiao Minghua with one hand and slashed the seventh prince away with the other, causing him to fall to the ground. He said indifferently, "Get lost." Chun Fan turned his head, looked at the seventh prince, and said, "Xiao Minghua was bestowed upon me by the sovereign. You dare to stop me? Believe I'll destroy you?" "No." The seventh prince sat up. His face was scratched, sweat and tears pouring down as he stammered, "This." Meanwhile, Chun Fan had already taken Xiao Mingyue and left, leaving the seventh prince sitting on the ground behind him. He left a fatal remark for the seventh prince. Yeah, trash prince. Chun Fan had left, but the seventh prince still sat there, the phrase repeating in his ears, trash prince. His eyes turned red, and his face darkened as if in anger. His hands trembled as he clenched them tight. I'm a dignified prince, yet I am called trash by a commoner. The more the seventh prince thought, the angrier he got. Tears streamed down his face as he gritted his teeth. Even when my sister is being toyed with by someone else, I can't stop it. Finally, the seventh prince reached his breaking point. He stood up and shouted with resentment. Why is it like this? Suddenly, the seventh prince's legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. A gloomy atmosphere radiated around him. The seventh prince bowed his head, muttering, I am not resigned. After a while, the seventh prince continued to kneel on the tiles. Then he suddenly spoke up. There is still a way. The seventh prince looked up, his brows furrowed, his sharp eyes filled with immense determination. At this moment, outside the room, Zhun Songming and the 12th prince were guarding strictly. Inside the room, Qin Shu was meditating, surrounded by faint golden lights. He thought to himself, my great fate calamity is related to the moon wheel divine dynasty. But how do I break the great fate calamity? Even the gatekeeper senior didn't have a way. Could be like Mother, obtaining another patching heaven pill? After a while, Qin Shu opened his eyes. Before she died, his mother had paid a huge price to help him get the patching heaven pill. His gaze looked forward firmly as he admonished himself. Regarding the reasons within, I should still ask Yangming old ancestor when I return. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from outside the door. You still dare to come here? Hearing the noise, Qin Shu opened his eyes wide in surprise. Then Xiao and Sheng abruptly opened the door and rushed in. He cried out, 18th Divine Son. Qin Shu stepped to face Xiao and Sheng and asked worriedly, what's wrong outside? Xiao and Sheng quickly pointed towards the door and said, the seventh prince is here, wanting to seek an audience with the Divine Son. Yuan Hong is dealing with the seventh prince. Then he let Xiao and Sheng bring the seventh prince in. At this moment, in the room, besides Qin Shu facing the seventh prince, there were also Zhun Songming and the 12th prince standing on either side. Then Qin Shu stepped forward to look at the seventh prince. Zhun Songming and the 12th prince also stood on the sides looking down. He said with a dark face, aren't you afraid I'll kill you? The seventh prince, all alone and with a bruised face, looked at them speechlessly. Then he suddenly knelt down in front of Qin Shu. The seventh prince looked up at him and shouted urgently, I beg the Divine Son to save my sister, Xiao Mingyue. Because he had been tricked once before, Qin Shu said somewhat helplessly, still using this trick. But in return, he saw the pleading and self-blaming appearance of the seventh prince. I am a prince of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty, yet extremely weak. I have long lived enough. In the end, he stated firmly, Divine Son, even if you kill me, I won't resent it. These words reached Qin Shu's ears and made him ponder. Finally, the seventh prince bowed his head low and shouted, I only beg you to save my sister, Xiao Mingyue. Feeling that his appearance was sincere, Qin Shu decided to step forward with the other two. He looked down at the seventh prince, who had straightened his back, and asked, what exactly happened to Xiao Mingyue? The seventh prince remembered the situation earlier, and tears flowed. He recounted painfully, my sister had her Lunar King physique taken by father, and was bestowed upon the Marquis of Martial Peace. Hearing these words, Qin Shu's face darkened. He unleashed his power, radiating golden light that forced Zhun Songming and the 12th prince to step back. Then he said angrily, these ignorant fools. Qin Shu couldn't hold back, treating this divine son's words as wind passing the ears. Do they not want to live anymore? Not waiting for Qin Shu to continue, the 7th prince kneeling below screamed in urgency. He begged, Divine Son, hurry and save my sister. Thinking of Chun Fan's personality, he said worriedly, this Marquis of Martial Peace is extremely perverted. If we go late, I fear my 9th sister. Meanwhile, outside the Marquis of Martial Peace's manor, the sky was blue with mountain ranges crowded together. In the front courtyard, Chun Fan was sitting before a sumptuous meal with a silent Xiao Mingyue beside him. He picked up a wine cup and said, why just sit there like that? Seeing Xiao Mingyue not respond, Chun Fan continued to raise his glass and said, 9th Princess, drink a cup of wine with this marquis. Beside him, Xiao Mingyue glanced over lifelessly. Then her eyes suddenly darted at him, and she said coldly, "Get lost." Xiao Mingyue seemed unafraid. She even shot a warning look at him. Chun Fan immediately got angry, 3 red veins popping on his face. "What did you say?" Then, without any mercy, he splashed the liquid from the cup onto her, saying, "Giving you face, but you don't want it." After that, Chun Fan stood up. He threw the wine cup behind him, acting as if helpless. "Seems like you prefer rough methods." Then he walked closer to Xiao Mingyue, who was covered in wine. Chun Fan approached and used his hand to choke Xiao Mingyue, causing her to say loudly with half-closed eyes, "Let me go." It seemed she had pushed him to his limit, making him choke her even tighter. "Do you think you are still a high and mighty princess?" Here, Xiao Mingyue, despite being choked, refused to submit. She provoked, "Someone like you is worthy of drinking with me." "Xiao Mingyue, what kind of thing are you?" These words provoked Chun Fan even more, and killing intent radiated around him. He didn't say much, but lifted her up, choking her harder, making it difficult for her to breathe as she shut her eyes tight. At the same time, he shouted, "Shut up." Chun Fan lifted her by the neck with one hand, surrounded by killing intent. He asked her with a dark face, "Do you really think I won't kill you?" Although being choked and lifted up, feet not touching the ground, Xiao Mingyue still challenged him very firmly. "Then kill me if you have the skill." After saying that, she disdainfully spat saliva downwards, landing right on Chun Fan's face, to his astonishment. He hadn't even reacted yet when she continued, "If you don't kill me, you are just a piece of trash." Chun Fan immediately lost control. He reached his hand back to channel internal energy while shouting angrily, "Damn you, how audacious." Hearing his words, Xiao Mingyue, still being lifted by her neck, laughed loudly, "Haha, if I die, Master will avenge me." Then she said fearlessly, "Come on then, trash." Chun Fan was provoked into losing his reason. He raised his hand, his eyes vicious as he said, "Weren't you talking big? I'll pull your tongue out first." However, Chun Fan didn't know that a golden red orb was rushing down from the sky. He remained calm, choking Xiao Mingyue as he added, "Then I'll slowly play with you." Having said that, Chun Fan sensed something and turned around, but it was too late. The orb rushed in too fast. Without waiting for him to defend himself, it slammed straight into his body, smashing him against a tree. Whoosh. Hearing this familiar sound, Xiao Mingyue shouted in surprise, "Is it Master?" Over there, the orb dissipated into smoke, leaving only Chun Fan standing up against the shattered wall behind him. He shouted angrily, "Who? Audacious." The smoke cleared, and Chun Fan saw 3 men in front of him, with the leader dressed in striking blue. Xiao Mingyue looked at him in a daze, while the 7th prince, seeing his sister, ran over in great anxiety. Xiao and Sheng stood behind Xiao Mingyue, squinting ahead. "Look up." Qin Shu stood in front to shield Xiao Mingyue. He stepped forward majestically and said, "This divine son." Xiao Mingyue looked up at Qin Shu, who had come to save her, choking back tears as she called out, "Master." Chun Fan watched as Qin Shu crouched down to talk to Xiao Mingyue, while Qiu and Sheng and the 7th prince stood by awkwardly, not knowing what to do. He frowned and asked him, "Are you the 18th divine son?" But Qin Shu did not reply. He looked at Xiao Mingyue and asked, "Are your injuries severe?" "No." Xiao Mingyue looked at him shyly and replied, "I am fine, master." Seeing Qin Shu not responding to him, Chun Fan immediately furrowed his brows in anger. Then he suppressed his rage, glared, pointed at Qin Shu, and shouted, "Rumors outside say the 18th divine son is extremely arrogant. Meeting you today confirms it." Not stopping there, Chun Fan aggressively stepped forward and scolded, "This marquis is speaking to you, yet you dare not answer." Hearing this, Qin Shu turned his head. The others, including Qiu and Sheng and the 7th prince, were standing in front to shield Xiao Mingyue. Qin Shu, standing nearby, glanced coldly at Chun Fan. "Xiao Mingyue is this divine son's person. You dare touch her?" Chun Fan immediately retorted smugly, "So what if she is your person? Right now, she's just a plaything for this marquis to toy with, not even a dog. I advise you to hand Xiao Mingyue over to this marquis immediately, then kneel and apologize." Hearing this, Qin Shu remained silent, but the surrounding temperature dropped to an extreme low. Qin Shu simply raised a hand, his eyes sharp as he said, "How do you wish to die?" On the other side, Chun Fan did not back down. He pulled a sword from the air and said, "Being arrogant with me is useless." At this moment, Chun Fan and Qin Shu were facing each other, surrounded by misty white smoke and flickering golden lights. Chun Fan raised his sword and said, "Because I will defeat you," turning your arrogance into regret. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Fan immediately rushed forward while shouting, "Slash!" He rushed quickly towards Qin Shu, slashing down, while saying with great confidence, "You cannot dodge this." In response, Qin Shu lightly jumped up, successfully dodging the slash. Realizing Qin Shu wasn't hit, Chun Fan immediately shouted in surprise. "What?" He didn't react in time to see Qin Shu's foot flying towards his face. Qin Shu leaned back and kicked Chun Fan in the face, sending him flying and causing him to cough up blood. He added a single word, "Scram." Chun Fan was knocked back. He used his strength to steady his feet and stand upright, still taunting Qin Shu while maintaining a defensive stance. "Is this the extent of your ability?" Chun Fan used his sword to support his body with one hand, letting the other hang loose, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was hit and injured significantly, Chun Fan continued to speak arrogantly. "Among peers, you are indeed the strongest I have ever met." Qin Shu simply stood silently, watching his stubbornness. Then Chun Fan stood up, holding the sword with both hands. The sword emitted a pale golden light. He said with great confidence, "But that was just the appetizer. The battle officially starts now." Immediately, the sword swung up, wrapped in a layer of golden, spiritual energy. Chun Fan swung the sword with both hands, shouting to activate his technique. Heaven-defying 10 swords, first form. Hearing the words and seeing Chun Fan's posture, Qin Shu was somewhat surprised. Heaven-defying 10 swords? It looks quite formidable. Chun Fan swung his sword, creating a golden arc-shaped shockwave rushing towards Qin Shu, adding, "Continue." Dust and the power radiating from his move forced Qin Shu to raise his hand to shield his face. Debris flew towards Qin Shu, forcing him to squint as he said in surprise, "This sword technique actually makes me, someone who has broken through the spirit realm, feel a bit of pressure." Then Qin Shu smirked, saying with interest, "Interesting." Immediately, Qin Shu rushed forward barehanded, clenching one fist and shouting, "My turn." He then threw a powerful punch at the golden shockwave, shouting loudly, "Get out of my way." The golden shockwave was dispersed, causing Chun Fan to stumble back a few steps, unable to stand firm as he used his sword to block in front. Dust swirled and trees shook from the impact, while Qin Shu stood with his head bowed, deep in thought. Chun Fan did not expect his move to be neutralized so quickly. He screamed in fury. What kind of power is that?" Pausing for a moment, Chun Fan seemed to realize something and said, "How can your physical strength be so powerful?" Hearing Chun Fan say this, Qin Shu just smiled smugly. From the start until now, he didn't have a single scratch on him. Qin Shu jumped up again, his body emitting a light like a halo, and he calmly asked, "Is it very strong?" Chun Fan felt something was wrong and took a defensive stance. Qin Shu opened his mouth and said, "That is because you have never seen it." Chun Fan didn't know what Qin Shu intended to do. He frowned and stared, sweat dripping down, gritting his teeth in anxiety. Suddenly, Qin Shu rushed in unexpectedly, shouting, "I'll show you something stronger." Chun Fan still hadn't managed to put up a defense. A massive power radiated from Qin Shu's clenched fist. Then Qin Shu swung his arm and threw a punch. He gritted his teeth and said, "Dragon power, burst." Chun Fan was stunned, his body completely unable to move. His eyes widened, sweat pouring down in streams as he was consumed by fear, screaming in panic. "What?" Suddenly, the demon Heaven Dao appeared in midair, emitting a dark aura. It observed the situation and announced, "Warning, Demon Heaven Dao reminder. Donji, evade immediately." But Chun Fan, terrified by Qin Shu's power, could only use his sword to block in front of his face. At this moment, Qin Shu struck the tile ground with one hand, shattering it into pieces and creating an extremely powerful shockwave. Chun Fan used what strength he had to dodge away from the strike, luckily avoiding death. Although he had dodged away, being closest to the powerful shockwave, Chun Fan still suffered significant impact. He was knocked back, his face grim as he said, "Damn it, why is he so strong?" With Qin Shu at the center, the surrounding ground had collapsed, creating a large crater. Chun Fan stood near the edge of the crater, looking down at Qin Shu. The Demon Heaven Dao hovered beside him and announced, Demon Heaven Dao reminder, the enemy is too powerful. Chun Fan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was furious, only to hear the Demon Heaven Dao beside him say, suggestion, run away like a dog immediately. Qin Shu looked at Chun Fan, making a thumbs-down gesture with his hand and taunting. Can't even take a single hit? A piece of trash like you dares to covet my handmaid? Today, this divine sun will refresh your understanding of what strong means. Chun Fan's face was dark, obscuring his expression, as he said gloomily, I am not trash. Then, as if going mad, his pupils constricted, and he shouted crazily, I am the protagonist of this heaven and earth. Next, Chun Fan gripped the sword tightly and raised it. Holding the sword above his head, flames flickered from it in mid-air as he shouted, Heaven-defying 10 swords, second form. Immediately, he charged with the sword towards where Qin Shu was standing. Qin Shu seemed to feel no fear before the direct attack. The sword in Chun Fan's hand radiated blazing red fire as he shouted, slash. Watching him crazily rushing in and showing off, Qin Shu simply said softly, Dragon Abyss Sacred Sword. Immediately after, Qin Shu also said, slash. His figure flashed past Chun Fan, emitting a blue light. Chun Fan's movements stopped instantly. Space seemed to freeze, and a sword had appeared in Qin Shu's hand. Sweat poured down Chun Fan's face. He glanced back in fear and cried out brokenly, No, Demon Heaven Dao, save me. Qin Shu coldly turned his head to look at him, his eyes murderous, radiating intense killing intent. It was then seen that Qin Shu had stabbed him through the heart from behind. His gaze was sharp and cold, while Chun Fan had no strength left. He tilted his head to the sky and cried out, Ah, how can this be? Right then, a stream of crimson blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Chun Fan looked resentfully at the sword tip piercing his chest and complained, Why is it like this? Why didn't the Demon Heaven Dao save me? Standing behind him, Qin Shu heard him say, The Demon Heaven Dao opportunity one obtained. How I got it doesn't matter. After speaking, he let his arms hang limp. Chun Fan still didn't understand what he had done wrong. His face became gaunt from excessive blood loss. Blood still flowed from his mouth, but he continued to speak, exterminated the entire family of the Marquis of Wei Wu, the handsomest cultivator of this moon wheel divine dynasty. Am I not the protagonist? After he finished speaking, Qin Shu pulled the sword out, causing Chun Fan to fall face first to the ground. He stood there and said coldly, You're the protagonist. Then he added coldly, This divine sun specializes in destroying protagonists. The Demon Heaven Dao, realizing Chun Fan was dead, flew away without a shred of pity, reckless and ignorant. It seems I must find the next child of destiny. However, it did not know that Qin Shu down below had seen it. Suddenly, Qin Shu's system spoke up, causing him to glance over. The system reminded him, You have obtained a strand of Emperor Dao luck. Qin Shu looked up at the sky and muttered, It seems something flew out of Chun Fan's corpse. Was this Demon Heaven Dao he spoke of? Putting that aside, Qin Shu went over to Qiu and Sheng, the seventh prince, and Xiao Mingyue, saying, Let's go back. As he passed by Xiao Mingyue, he said firmly, This divine sun will definitely demand justice for you regarding this matter. These words immediately moved Xiao Mingyue. It was unclear what she was thinking, but after a moment, Xiao Mingyue spoke again. Master. By this time, Qin Shu had already walked a bit far, but he suddenly stopped. Xiao Mingyue bowed her head, her voice sorrowful. My lunar solar body was taken by my imperial father. I am now a cripple, unworthy to follow the divine sun. However, she didn't expect Qin Shu to say, Do you know how to serve tea and pour water? These words immediately surprised the seventh prince and Xiao Mingyue. The seventh prince stared blankly at her, and she stared blankly at Qin Shu. Xiao Mingyue hadn't processed it yet. A question mark appeared over her head. She even allowed a huh? She only heard Qin Shu reply indifferently. Serving tea and pouring water, waiting upon this divine sun. Do you know how to do that? At this moment, Xiao Mingyue understood Qin Shu's meaning, and she replied, I do. Hearing the answer he wanted, Qin Shu turned to leave. If you know, then you are not a cripple. Come back with me. Behind him, Xiao and Sheng and the seventh prince followed. He turned his head and smiled at her as she stood still. Xiao Minghua looked at Qin Shu's figure with emotion and called out softly, Divine Song. The next day, at the ancestral land of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty, amidst a large courtyard paved with bricks, banquet tables were set up. Guests from all over arrived, making it extremely lively. On a high platform, the kingdom lord and the left minister were standing and observing the situation. Then the left minister stepped forward, clasped his hands, and reported, Kingdom lord, many cultivators have come uninvited to this Dharma assembly. Hearing this, the kingdom lord sneered. The left minister looked down at the young men below who were incredibly excited and said, Some heard the 18th divine son is here and wanted to come see the excitement. Then, looking at two people with powerful auras, he said, There are also quite a few who came to challenge the 18th divine son because of his huge reputation. Even the young master of the Qilin God clan and the divine phoenix heavenly maiden have arrived. The kingdom lord smirked. Then he looked smugly at the people below and said, Today will definitely be the day the 18th divine son dies. At this moment, someone walked out from the main hall, flanked by guards. This person was none other than Linyu. He walked confidently, his gaze firm as he looked ahead, when suddenly a voice rang in his ear, Your great enemy is in this place. He then smiled cunningly and said, Reporting to Old Ancestor, the 18th divine son is currently here. As he walked into the crowd, the voice continued to sound in his ear. Then today, I, your old ancestor, will help you kill this thief and remove your inner demon. Hearing this, Linyu couldn't help but smirk happily. The voice continued to urge him. From there, you will soar to the heavens in a single step, and the emperor's path will open wide. Linyu was overjoyed. He bowed low and clasped his hands. Thank you, old ancestor. This action was immediately noticed by passers-by. Linyu bowed his head, his face turning dark. His breath hitched at the crossroads, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Looking down at his clenched wrists, he growled gloomily, 18th divine son, you keep stealing my woman and taking my limbs. This crown prince is blessed by fate, the king returns. Today I swear to cut off your head, even if I die. Amidst the scorching heat that felt like burning fire, the closely packed roofs made the air even more stifling. Even a passing breeze couldn't dispel the sweltering heat. The silence was suddenly broken by a mournful sigh. Why hasn't the 18th divine son arrived yet? In the courtyard, a group of youths was gathering and discussing excitedly. One of them, wearing a headband, spoke up. I heard that although today is the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty's ancestral land Dharma assembly, the 18th divine son has stolen all the attention. Two people standing nearby nodded and joined in. Who cares about the Dharma assembly anymore? Most cultivators here today came for the 18th divine son. Suddenly, someone spoke up seriously. In the past, Yi Fan of the Yi family was known as the #1 person of the human race in the Eastern Wasteland. The words immediately attracted everyone's attention and curiosity. The person paused for a beat and then continued. I wonder how he compares to the current 18th divine son? That sentence was like a spark, causing everyone to unconsciously weigh Qin Shu against a figure shrouded in darkness. If the two were to clash, it would be like water and fire. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the space. The Yi family, Yi Tian, has arrived. Immediately, the sky and earth seemed to storm, and those below looked up in astonishment. A beam of light tore through the clouds and struck the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave that stunned those nearby. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Such intense momentum. As the dust settled, the figure of the person known as Yi Tian appeared. It was a young man wearing a half-mask covering his true features. He wore a blue outfit, radiating charisma, followed by two subordinates. The people who were discussing earlier pointed at him and cheered. We just mentioned the Yi family, and their people really arrived. The appearance of Yi Tian and his two subordinates immediately became the center of attention, drawing whispers. Yi Tian ranked second in the Yi family after his brother Yi Fan, who is also known as the strongest prodigy of the human race in the Eastern Wasteland. Being second in the Yi family, Yi Tian was naturally not weak. At this moment, Yi Tian spoke slowly. His brother Yi Fan had been in seclusion for 3 years, remaining humble for a long time. He scanned the area and continued. I heard that recently an 18th divine son appeared in the Eastern Wasteland, showing off everywhere, perhaps wanting to surpass my brother Yi Fan. Just then, The kingdom lord also walked over leisurely, leaning on his jade cane, his eyes sweeping over the Yi family members present. Then, unable to suppress the smugness in his heart, he smiled cunningly. This kingdom lord created this situation. It's truly becoming more and more stable. Yi Tian aggressively waved his hand, his voice full of arrogance. Where is the 18th divine son? Come out and face me. I, Yi Tian, will teach you that there is always a mountain higher than another. Before Yi Tian could finish his sentence, a domineering voice rang out from behind. The Qilin Saint's son pointed at himself and declared, "He belongs to this young master." Hearing the Qilin Saint's son's firm words, Yi Tian couldn't help but turn around to look. When he realized it was indeed the Qilin Saint's son, he laughed loudly. "Haha, young Master Qilin, even if you are a prodigy of the God clan." He paused, pointed at him, and said, "You do not have the qualification to be arrogant in front of the Yi family." Yi Tian's arrogant attitude provoked the Qilin Saint's son, causing him to glare, his face darkening. Without saying much, he stood up, his hands slowly clenching into a fist, grinding his teeth. "You could try." Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the divine phoenix, heavenly maiden, was leisurely enjoying her tea. Sensing the tension like a taut string and an unnecessary battle about to erupt, she frowned slightly and spoke. "What do you gain by fighting here? The 18th divine son hasn't arrived yet. Perhaps he's too scared to come." At the same time, in another location, the kingdom lord and the left minister were observing the situation. After a while, the kingdom lord asked, "Why hasn't the 18th divine son arrived yet? And the Marquis of Martial Peace, where is the Marquis of Martial Peace?" Suddenly, the kingdom lord sensed something falling from the sky and quickly glanced over. The kingdom lord looked down in confusion, just as a voice rang out, "Here." Seeming to see something horrifying, his face immediately turned black, and he recoiled. The object that had just fallen was the corpse of Chun Fan, blood still oozing from his mouth. The kingdom lord couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, "What?" While the left minister and the kingdom lord were still pale from the shock of Chun Fan's cold body, a majestic voice resounded from the sky. "This divine son didn't expect everyone to miss me this much." At this moment, high in the sky was Qin Shu's group. Xiao Minghua stood right in front, and behind him were Qiu and Sheng, the seventh prince by Zhu Zhu and Chen Tongming. Then he opened his mouth and said, "This divine son has a gift for you." The kingdom lord was still reeling from the severe psychological shock. His face was pitch black, sweat pouring down, and he trembled. "This is the corpse of the Marquis of Martial Peace." Regarding Yi Tian, as soon as he saw Qin Shu, he pointed at himself and introduced himself confidently. "I am Yi Tian of the desolate ancient Yi family. My brother is the Eastern Wasteland's #1 prodigy Yi Fan, who possesses great emperor aptitude." However, despite the grand introduction, he only received silence from Qin Shu. Even Xiu and Sheng standing behind acted as if he hadn't heard. After a long while, he replied coldly, "Your brother might still be a leak." Then he calmly glanced at Yi Tian and continued, "But you aren't even comparable to a leak." These words immediately ignited Yi Tian's combative spirit, making his blood boil with anger. Qin Shu and his people continued walking when suddenly he heard someone call his name, 18th divine son. Glancing over, he recognized the Qilin Saint's son and the divine phoenix heavenly maiden frowning at him. Qin Shu happily responded, "My two old friends have recovered their health. That is truly something to celebrate." After speaking, he didn't react further and turned to leave coldly. Suddenly, another call rang out, 18th divine son. The caller was none other than Lin Yu. He walked forward aggressively, clenching his fists, and declared loudly, "This crown prince has arrived." The bystanders, who had just been watching the drama, dropped their jaws in surprise when they saw Lin Yu appear. It was Crown Prince Lin. Qin Shu turned around, muttering, "Crown Prince Lin?" He seemed to be asking himself who that was. Then, he happily turned to face Lin Yu. Beside him, Xiao Minghua also looked over. He spoke, "So you are the true leak. The limbs this divine son cut off have grown back now." Hearing these words, Lin Yu ground his teeth in anger. "You only have a sharp tongue. Qin Shu, today I will finish you." Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. His gaze fell on Xiao Minghua standing beside Qin Shu, who was also looking at him. Lin Yu couldn't hide his joy and exclaimed, "Minghua, you are here too." But the joy didn't last long as Lin Yu remembered something. He put on a sympathetic look and said, Manhwa, I know you were forced by the 18th divine son to become his servant. Then he frowned, looking determined. Today I will kill him and return your freedom to you. Xiao Mingwe heard this and just frowned at him, her thoughts unknown. Then Lin Yu thumped his chest and declared bravely, Mingwe, come to me quickly. With me here, I won't let a shameless person like the 18th divine son harm you anymore. Finally, Xiao Mingwe couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Crown Prince Lin. She stepped forward, extending her hand in a gesture to protect Qin Shu. She looked straight at Lin Yu and said, Please have some self-respect. If you dare to insult my master, don't blame me for being impolite. Her words struck Lin Yu like a bolt of lightning. Sweat ran down the sides of his face, and he looked at Xiao Mingwe in disbelief. He shouted, What? He raised his hand, staring at her with eyes full of disbelief, and stammered, What did you call him? Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. Stupid boy, that little girl obviously doesn't like you anymore. Don't give away your feelings in vain. These words immediately made him reflect. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingwe stepped forward stubbornly, spreading one hand to shield Qin Shu, and declared heroically, All my life, I, Xiao Mingwe, belong to the 18th divine son. The 18th divine son is forever my master. Hearing this declaration from Xiao Mingwe, Lin Yu felt betrayed. He cursed, Damn it! Then he shouted loudly, Qin Shu is unforgivable. Xiao Mingwe fell silent after speaking, sensing the killing intent around them thickening. The Kingdom Lord couldn't help but be shocked. He had received 2 consecutive shocks in less than an hour. The crowd outside, their faces darkened and expressions unclear, voiced their thoughts. In front of the Kingdom Lord of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty, the 9th princess actually said such things. Is this a slap in the face to the Kingdom Lord? The Kingdom Lord and the left minister stood on the Grand Hall. He looked at Xiao Mingwe and Qin Shu, shouting angrily. Xiao Mingwe, don't forget that you are a princess of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty. Then his face darkened, and his words became heavier, acknowledging someone as master. How can you say such shameless words? I order you to come to the Kingdom Lord's side. He saw Qin Shu and Xiao Mingwe continue walking, then heard her mocking reply. Ridiculous. Only he didn't know that on this side, Xiao Mingwe's face was dark as she gritted her teeth, speaking with grievance. When you took away my Lunar King body, did you consider me a princess? Then Xiao Mingwe glared wide-eyed behind her, declaring coldly, From now on, the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty has nothing to do with me. Then her eyes widened even more. Why do you have to order me? The Kingdom Lord immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this. He shouted, Detestable! Xiao Mingwe, do you think the 18th divine son can be your backer? Unable to suppress his growing anger, he continued to yell, So you want to climb this big tree? Hearing him say this, Xiao Mingwe and Qin Shu turned around. He tilted his head to look at him, while she said confidently, Sorry, that is exactly what I think. What do you do to me? The Kingdom Lord glared at her and Qin Shu, driven mad by her final provocation. Qin Shu also refused to stay silent. He spoke arrogantly. This divine son also thinks so. Kingdom Lord, what can you do to me? At this moment, the Kingdom Lord looked down and saw Lin Yu behind Qin Shu and Xiao Mingwe. He suddenly spoke up, Crown Prince Lin. This startled him. Then the Kingdom Lord looked down and set a condition. If you like Xiao Mingwe, I give her to you. If you could take her away today, then she is yours. These words immediately made Lin Yu extremely excited. Next, he lowered his head and stepped forward, saying, Today. Hearing him speak, Xiao Mingwe and Qin Shu turned their heads vigilantly. Then he looked up, golden light radiating around him, and declared with immense confidence, Mingwe is definitely mine. Lin Yu took out a sword from somewhere. He held the sword up, a layer of light enveloping his entire body. He looked at Qin Shu and Xiao Mingwe, provoking. 18th Divine Son, come here. Seeing Lin Yu so agitated, Qin Shu just closed his eyes and waved his hand, saying, You are not qualified yet. Seeing Qin Shu not daring to step forward, Lin Yu gripped the sword in his hand tightly, looking at him with a smug gaze. What do you mean? Realizing Qin Shu had no intention of fighting him, he continued, Unless you don't dare to accept this Crown Prince's challenge. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Shu's figure, which was standing there, suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, Lin Yu saw Qin Shu appear high up, hovering in midair. He said, "Today you want to challenge me." Pausing for a moment, Qin Shu glanced at Lin Yu below and continued, "Arrogantly becoming my enemy." Lin Yu looked up at him with hatred, though there was also a bit of fear in his heart, hearing him say, "You can all come at once." These words were addressed to everyone present. They shouted in unison, "What? The 18th divine son wants to dominate the heroes alone?" Then those people shouted again, "Qui dans sa son, divine phénix et venli maiden, y tient, crown prince là." The people named above were both angry and surprised. They all felt looked down upon by Qin Shu. But then, Qin Shu smirked and said, "I don't just want to target you few." The people below looked up at him in anger, but he calmly said, "I want to target all of you." White smoke fluttered. From a god's eye view, we can see Qin Shu's arrogant back. Below, hundreds of people looked up in fury, yet he continued to provoke. "Anyone here who wants to make a move against me is trash." Then, regarding no one, Qin Shu raised his hand to make a dislike gesture, declaring arrogantly, "This divine son alone will take on all of you." Some people below suddenly shouted and applauded enthusiastically. One guy was so excited he raised his hand to praise. "Well done," someone else exclaimed. "The 18th divine son is worthy of being the #1 arrogant person in the Eastern Wasteland." Saying these words, regardless of the outcome, forces others to admire him. On Qin Shu's side, Bai Zhizhong, Qiu Anxing, and Zhen Tongming, who were watching, were also extremely excited. Zhen Tongming was so excited he shouted, "To be a man, one must be like the 18th divine son. This is a true hero." Over at Lin Yu's spot, seeing Qin Shu standing gallantly in the air, he couldn't help but roar in anger. "Qin Shu." Then he gritted his teeth tightly and said, "You are too arrogant." Lin Yu couldn't take it anymore. His power erupted, creating streaks of electricity around him. He shouted madly, "Do you still view this divine son as an existence you can slaughter at will?" The people outside were immediately shocked seeing this scene. Crown Prince Lin's aura was very strong, completely different from before. After all, he is the crown prince of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom. With the foundation of an ancient kingdom, Crown Prince Lin's rise would naturally be simpler. Seeing this scene, the Kingdom Lord said with great excitement, "Could this be the aura of the Dragon Elephant ancestor?" Then, thinking more about it, he muttered with delight, "If that is truly the case, it seems Crown Prince Lin has obtained a great opportunity." The current situation was Qin Shu hovering in the sky, while Lin Yu below used spiritual power to create 2 protective layers around himself. Someone outside commented, "The 18th divine son has encountered a strong enemy." Meanwhile, Lin Yu raised his sword and shouted, "The current me is not someone you can climb over." After speaking, he held the sword up with both hands, his legs springing off the ground to jump incredibly high, while he smugly added, "And not someone you can provoke." Qin Shu watched Lin Yu approaching. Not only was he unafraid, but he was also excited, saying, "Your physical strength seems a bit special." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, at this moment, a layer of glowing golden mist appeared in the center of his chest. It was the forbidden supreme bone." Qin Shu reached his hand forward, infusing spiritual power into it, and said, "It is." This action made Lin Yu freeze, looking at him in confusion. Suddenly, the word trash rang out. A palm appeared, looking very much like the Buddha's palm. Facing that golden palm, Lin Yu was no different from a tiny mosquito. Lin Yu was still dazed, not understanding what was happening, and cried out in panic, "What?" Immediately, Qin Shu used one hand to control the massive palm, slamming it down and smashing Lin Yu onto the tiles below, creating a huge tremor. He added another phrase, "Go down." As soon as the palm created by Qin Shu's skill hit the ground, it caused a terrifying explosion, and those nearby were affected and blown far away. The crowd in the distance stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Seeing this scene, the Kingdom Lord gritted his teeth. What? Defeated so quickly? He still maintained the striking posture. The people below praised in awe. The 18th divine son, at such a young age, possesses such great power. Is this on par with the biological son of an ancient great emperor? Those slightly closer were also significantly affected. One person who managed to stand firm said with a dark face, "Too terrifying." The 18th divine son is merely at the spirit realm cultivation base, yet every move brings a feeling like that of an immortal. From within the hazy white smoke, Lin Yu was still standing firm after the slam just now. Only the ground around him had sunk to form a pit. He muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Yu, his face scratched, gritted his teeth and said, how can he be so strong? Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang in his ear. You underestimated this brat. Then a soft blue light in the shape of a sphere emitted from the center of his chest, whispering, with my understanding as an ancestor, I see that this guy is entirely very peculiar. It recalled the scene of Qin Shu smirking and said, I'm afraid his cultivation method, body, divine soul, and even his opportunities are all very rare. He has become so strong that he has no weaknesses. Hearing this, Lin Yu did not lose heart. He said, I must destroy him, no matter the price. Ancestor, help me. Immediately after, that whispering voice rang in the ear of the motionless Lin Yu, the tone sounding somewhat resigned. Fine, I, the ancestor, will immediately deploy a secret technique to help you enhance your physical strength instantly. Lin Yu didn't speak. He felt the power flowing through his body, and a soft light emitted around him. The voice continued steadily in his ear. Directly use strength to shatter 10,000 dermas, destroy him. At this moment, Qin Shu looked down from high above at the motionless Lin Yu and said arrogantly, This divine son said for you all to come at once. Then he held out 2 fingers, waving them back and forth while saying, Crown Prince Lin, you alone are not enough, not even enough to interest this divine son. On the side, the Qilin Saint Sun and Divine Phoenix Heavenly Maiden stood watching Qin Shu in midair. The Divine Phoenix Heavenly Maiden said, He has become stronger. Hearing this, the Qilin Saint Sun couldn't help but curse in anger. Damn it, I thought my own progress was fast enough, but it turns out he is even faster than me. Beside him, the Divine Phoenix Heavenly Maiden was equally angry. Yi Tian looked up at the sky and mused. The 18th Divine Son is indeed not simple, but he still cannot compare to my brother, Yi Fan. He has been titled the Emperor's Son and is destined to become the great emperor of this era. A moment later, Lin Yu suddenly laughed loudly, golden lightning radiating around him. Then Lin Yu turned his head up and said, Qin Shu, don't be smug. After speaking, he flew straight up, his eyes determined as he shouted, Next, this crown prince will demonstrate my strongest aspect. Qin Shu above glanced down and calmly analyzed. Interesting, his physical strength has increased, and it has surged 2-fold in an instant. Next, he lowered his head and smirked, saying, There's a secret on Crown Prince Lin. It seems he has obtained some special method to increase physical strength. Pausing for a moment, he continued, This is exactly what I need. Ignoring what Qin Shu said, Lin Yu charged forward recklessly, speaking with immense confidence. No need for others. I alone am enough to kill you. Then he let go of the sword. Immediately, the hand that had wielded the sword was reinforced, forming a super large punch. Lin Yu also used a move quite similar to Qin Shu. A massive arm clenched into a fist pulled from where he stood towards where Qin Shu was hovering. Seeing this scene, the Kingdom Lord exclaimed, At least 50 strength of physical power, indeed worthy of the dragon elephant ancestor. Then the Kingdom Lord laughed cunningly. That brat Qin Shu, back then a quasi-emperor, secretly moved against you, but didn't succeed. This time let's see what you can do. The people below couldn't help but marvel at Lin Yu's strength. Someone pointed up and said, It seems Crown Prince Lin's true opportunity lies in physical strength. Someone replied, Crown Prince Lin's physical strength is simply not something cultivators of the same realm can withstand. Over here, 2 people were discussing. One said, Legend has it that the ancestor of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom was a dragon elephant great demon. Its body was as hard as a true dragon, and it once participated in the war for the great emperor title. On this side, a middle-aged man also looked up and exclaimed, It seems all the accumulation of the dragon elephant ancient kingdom has erupted within Crown Prince Lin. The Divine Phoenix Heavenly Maiden frowned and asked with slight worry, Young Master Qilin, can you withstand this level of physical strength? The Demon Qilin Young Master also frowned. After a moment of thought, he replied, Barely. I didn't expect a human to possess such massive physical strength. These words made the Divine Phoenix Heavenly Maiden ponder. At this moment, Lin Yu controlled the fist created from his power to rush towards Qin Shu, simultaneously saying, Kneel down and apologize. He stared at Qin Shu, feeling he would definitely win. So he said, "Otherwise, you will die." To the side, Xiao Mingyue looked up worriedly. She clenched her hands and cried out anxiously, "Master." Beside her were the 12th prince and Jin Tongming. Hearing Xiao Mingyue's worried tone, Jin Tongming looked at her and said confidently, "The 9th princess need not panic. This is nothing to the 18th divine son." The 12th prince beside him yawned and covered his mouth, saying, "This crown Prince Lin probably doesn't know how formidable the divine son is." Then the 12th prince, eyes half closed, said, "Competing with physical strength? Truly ridiculous." On Qin Shu's side, he frowned and muttered, "Light of a firefly." Then Qin Shu used one hand to emit a ring of fire and rushed forward, shouting loudly, daring to compete for brilliance with the moon and stars. He struck a fist forward while shouting excitedly. The moves of Lin Yu and Qin Shu collided, creating a powerful shockwave. Immediately after, flames radiated from Qin Shu's punch. His terrifying power scared Lin Yu into retreating and raising his arms to shield himself. He screamed, "What?" Immediately after, a loud noise rang out. The massive hand created by Lin Yu's power shattered completely. At the same time, he fell, while Qin Shu remained standing in place. Lin Yu fell, his back hitting the ground hard, coughing, cough, cough. The system notification sounded. System reminder, you have received a strand of Emperor Dao luck. Qin Shu stood still, thinking silently. To be able to receive Emperor Dao luck from Crown Prince Lin proves that he has the potential to contend for the Emperor position. It seems the opportunity Crown Prince Lin obtained is indeed extraordinary. Lin Yu looked up at Qin Shu from below and said unconvinced, "Why?" His whole body was heavily injured, to the point he didn't have the strength to stand up. Why did he still lose? He looked up in anger. A voice rang in his ears while light emitted from his chest. How is this possible? This kid's physical force is so strong, at least 60 dragon strength. This even surpasses me at the same period. On the other side, someone crushed a wine cup and said angrily, "Damn it." This person was Yi Tian. He glared and shouted. He stole the spotlight again. The people around Yi Tian were also startled and frightened by the power he released. On another side, Xiao Mingyue shouted happily with a beaming face, "Divine Son is unparalleled." Jin Tongming, the 12th prince, and Xiao Anqing were also extremely happy and somewhat proud. At this moment, Qin Shu stood in midair. He looked down at where everyone was standing and said arrogantly, "Come here." Qin Shu spoke while pointing his finger. "You all come up together." The youths below were furious hearing Qin Shu's challenge, but no one had the courage to step forward. They gritted their teeth and said, "Damn it." The Qilin young master and divine phoenix, heavenly maiden, stood to one side looking at Qin Shu and said arrogantly, "Damn it, this is due to your own arrogance." Having said that, he activated his skill, creating a massive green dragon. Its mouth opened to accumulate a large sphere. The Qilin young master shouted from behind, "This young master is coming." On the other side, the divine phoenix heavenly maiden spread her wings, shooting out bright golden feathers from them, and ordered, "Attack!" The green dragon controlled by the Qilin young master rushed towards Qin Shu, the sphere in its mouth growing larger and larger. He faced it calmly. Qin Shu simply said confidently, "Divine body battle armor." Immediately after, a golden light radiated around Qin Shu. With a boom, a massive explosion occurred in the sky where Qin Shu stood, golden light radiating in all directions. At the same time, a shout was heard, "Block it for me." The Qilin young master and divine phoenix, heavenly maiden, stood below, looking up. After the dust settled, Qin Shu appeared with golden armor on his body, looking like a transforming superhero. Seeing this scene, the Qilin young master gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, we couldn't cause any damage to him." Suddenly, a voice rang out, Let me. The Qilin young master and divine phoenix, heavenly maiden, also looked behind. Yi Tian angrily held his weapon. He shouted, 18th divine son, taste my Yi family's god spear. Don't think you are truly invincible." Seeing Yi Tian rushing over, Qin Shu also engaged. He extended a hand, golden rays of light appearing from it, and said, "Just in time." As Yi Tian rushed and holding his spear, Qin Shu also took out his own spear and said casually, "This divine son also has a spear." Seeing his opponent also had a spear, Yi Tian pulled back his weapon, his face becoming even more unpleasant as he shouted loudly, Watch the spear. Dazzling blue light radiated from the spear. Then both of them thrust their spears towards each other. The golden spiritual power radiating from Qin Shu clashed with Yi Tian's blue spiritual power. Feeling it was ineffective, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it." Immediately after, Qin Shu unleashed his power. Golden light radiated everywhere, and Yi Tian, being weaker, was knocked down to the ground. Then he sat up, one hand propping the spear on the ground, his face dark as he said, "How is this possible?" Yi Tian was naturally unconvinced. He clutched his chest, stood up, and shouted. This strike of his far exceeded his current cultivation. That spear has a problem. He looked up at the armored Qin Shu holding the golden spear and shouted furiously. It is a long spear, even more mysterious than my Yi family's god spear. Suddenly, the spear in Qin Shu's hand moved back and forth. This immediately made Qin Shu look down in surprise. Then Qin Shu held the spear up in front of his face and said, "The god-slaying spear is actually reacting. This is the first time this divine son seems to be able to sense its emotions. It seems to want to eat the long spear in Yi Tian's hand." The spear in Qin Shu's hand seemed to have spirituality. It shook vigorously, as if agreeing. Qin Shu's eyes lit up, and he said, "Right, the god-slaying spear wants to eat it." Below, the Qilin young master rushed forward shouting, "Attack together." Behind him, the divine phoenix heavenly maiden, along with Yi Tian and Lin Yu, were also advancing. The Qilin young master looked forward gloomily and said, "Today, this young master will discard all pride to destroy you." The divine phoenix, heavenly maiden's face was dark, and the Qilin young master was also extremely furious. Both shouted in unison, slash. Not only them, but Lin Yu also glared and shouted, "I'm not resigned, slash." All four of them frantically rushed towards Qin Shu, who was standing in the arena. The people outside were extremely excited seeing this, and said, "The 18th divine son, fighting the four great prodigies alone, spectacular." Someone exclaimed, "This kind of aura?" Even though he might lose, someone boldly expressed an opinion. "It's also an honor. I don't know why, but I really hope the 18th divine son can win and create a legend." The four of them, Divine Phoenix, Heavenly Maiden, Qilin Young Master, Yi Tian, and Lin Yu, all disregarded everything and rushed to fight Qin Shu. Although Qin Shu was very strong, facing four people at the same time caused him quite a bit of trouble. They attacked frantically, and Qin Shu quickly blocked, no one yielding to another. Originally, 1 against 4 was extremely difficult, yet Qin Shu said smugly, "I'm going to harvest leeks." After speaking, the spear in Qin Shu's hand glowed, radiating an immense source of power. Then a circle of golden light appeared around Qin Shu. The power radiating from it forced the other four to distance themselves, and he shouted, "Cut." The divine phoenix, Heavenly Maiden, was injured by this move of Qin Shu to the point of spurting blood. The Qilin young master was luckier. He used his hand to block Qin Shu's counterattack. Yi Tian over here was also injured not lightly. He grimaced in pain and shouted. But the one who suffered the most damage was Lin Yu. One of his arms was cut off, and he screamed with a horrified face. No. At this very moment, as Qin Shu was sweeping through them alone with his spear, the system notification sounded. "System notification, you have obtained a strand of Emperor Dao luck." Then it repeated. "System notification, you have obtained a strand of Emperor Dao luck." The Qilin young master felt something was wrong. He tore his sleeve, and from the shoulder, his arm transformed into the leg of a green reptile. He cursed angrily, "Damn it." The transformed hand grew larger and larger. He reached out his hand while jumping up, saying, "Destroy, this is the Qilin arm skill." Seeing this, Qin Shu only snorted. Then he activated the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Force skill. Behind Qin Shu, a massive golden elephant with 6 tusks appeared. The Qilin young master jumped towards Qin Shu, who extended his leg to stomp on the Qilin young master's hand. The transformed hand of the Qilin young master clashed with Qin Shu's leg, followed by a cracking sound, extremely painful. The Qilin young master screamed in pain, clutching his smashed arm. "My hand." The Qilin young master still hadn't recovered his wits. He leaned back, unable to accept it, and wailed. "Why?" At this moment, a spear flew in accompanied by a loud shout. "Watch the spear." Qin Shu sensed danger. He quickly glanced over, thinking to himself, "Ambush." As soon as Qin Shu looked over, he saw Yi Tian holding a spear rushing down from above. Yi Tian knew he had been discovered and shouted, "Don't hope to escape." Qin Shu used his bare hand to stop Yi Tian's spear, causing a bright light to appear at the point of impact, and he even smiled. Seeing Yi Tian risking his life like this, Qin Shu smirked. This divine son doesn't even bother to fight with spears against you. Yi Tian was equally surprised. He said in disbelief, "What? What kind of defense is this?" After hearing Qin Shu despise him, Yi Tian roared, "Actually daring to look down on me." Next, Yi Tian gripped the spear tightly, and the spear emitted a dense blue light. "I must make you regret until you have nowhere to cry." Yi Tian charged forward with the spear, shouting at the same time, "Yi family divine spear, heaven cold, earth freeze." As soon as the spear tip touched Qin Shu's hand, it caused his arm to freeze. Not only that, but it also spread upwards at super speed. In an instant, Yi Tian, holding the spear, had completely frozen Qin Shu. After finishing, Yi Tian pulled the spear back and said smugly, "Haha, this is the ultimate technique of the Yi family divine spear, containing 10,000-year-old cold energy." Yi Tian looked at the frozen Qin Shu and smiled triumphantly. "Even if this doesn't freeze you to death, don't even think about escaping this prison of ice." Over on the side, Crown Prince Lin looked up anxiously. Holding his severed arm with one hand, he asked, "Was it successful?" The Qilin young master on the other side also held one of his arms, looked up, and said, "While he is bound, let's attack together and destroy him completely." But the divine phoenix, heavenly maiden, clutching her stomach, said, "Destroying him probably won't be that easy." Just as she finished speaking, Yi Tian stabbed his spear towards the block of ice containing Qin Shu, shouting, "Perish." The Qilin young master stood up and shouted, "Hack him to death." Unlike the determined appearance of the other three, the divine phoenix, heavenly maiden, flapped her wings and flew up, saying, "The gap is getting bigger and bigger. What is the point of killing the 18th divine son like this?" Having said that, she turned and flew away, leaving behind the words, "This heavenly maiden is leaving first." Suddenly, the block of ice containing Qin Shu cracked. Immediately after, Qin Shu broke free from the ice's confinement. He reached out towards Yi Tian's spear tip and said, "Come out." Qin Shu's hand tightly grasped Yi Tian's spear. With one hand holding Yi Tian's spear, his other hand wielded his own spear and stabbed into Yi Tian, causing him to hunch over and vomit blood, crying out, "What?" Yi Tian stiffened and glanced down. The golden spear tip had pierced his abdomen. He spoke with difficulty. "How could you?" The Qilin young master below, who had been observing the situation, couldn't help but be surprised. Seeing Yi Tian stabbed by Qin Shu, he suddenly said, "Here it is." The divine phoenix, heavenly maiden, who was leaving, heard the noise and turned her head back, thinking to herself, as expected, how could the 18th divine son be bound so easily? She then turned her head away, spread her wings, and flew up. If one is not elevated and transformed from the very essence, it is absolutely impossible to defeat the 18th divine son. At this moment, Qin Shu's spear was piercing deeper and deeper into Yi Tian's body. "Trash! You don't even have Emperor Dao luck." Qin Shu used his spear to fling Yi Tian far away. Thinking to himself, "The system didn't notify me of obtaining any Emperor Dao luck. It seems this guy Yi Tian isn't worthy of contending for the position of Great Emperor." Yi Tian knelt on the ground and cursed angrily, "Damn it." He held his spear with one hand, while the other clutched the wound on his chest, looking up at Qin Shu with hatred. "If my brother Yi Fan were here, how could it have come to this?" But Qin Shu, standing in midair, didn't care about his words. He extended a hand and commanded, "Spear, come." Immediately, the green spear in Yi Tian's hand trembled. In the blink of an eye, the spear originally in Yi Tian's hand flew into Qin Shu's hand. He thought happily got it. Qin Shu now held two different spears in his hands. He judged coldly, "This spear is quite good. This divine son will take it." Suddenly, Qin Shu's golden spear trembled violently and emitted a golden light. Qin Shu noticed this point and looked down with interest. Then Qin Shu let go of both spears, letting the golden and green spears float in midair. "This divine son will satisfy you, letting you swallow the Yi family divine spear right now." From Qin Shu's golden spear, blazing flames suddenly extended like living tentacles, screaming as they wrapped around the green spear, greedily wanting to devour it as its own. Yi Tian down below could only widen his eyes in horror, shouting in despair, 18th Divine Son. What are you doing? That is my Yi family's divine weapon. Facing his indignation, Qin Shu only raised the corner of his lips in a mocking manner and asked back, doing what? He stood there calmly, looking with satisfaction as his golden-orange spear gradually swallowed the green divine weapon. Provoking this divine son requires paying a price. If there are no leeks for this divine son to harvest, then you must pay with something else. Before long, the Yi family's heirloom spear let out a sorrowful cry and snapped in two, its spirituality completely vanishing. The golden-orange flames, like living tentacles, also released it just in time. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tian's face turned pale. Clutching his wound, he couldn't believe his eyes and howled miserably, no. The Yi family's divine weapon was actually destroyed. Contrary to his pain, Qin Shu appeared extremely interested, stroking his chin in contemplation. The god-slaying spear is indeed swallowing the Yi family divine spear. This is interesting. As the green spear broke in two, a small spatial rift suddenly appeared and then vanished. At the same time, a fiery light, bright as a miniature sun, radiated from Qin Shu's golden-orange spear, causing him to calmly remark, the god-slaying spear is transforming. After the light faded, Qin Shu simply reached out his hand, and the divine spear obediently flew into his palm as if it had spirituality. Feeling the surging power inside, Qin Shu couldn't help but exclaim, I can feel the power of the god-slaying spear increasing. Immediately after, looking at the god-slaying spear in his hand emitting a radiant light, he happily realized before, I could only charge 500 years. Now perhaps I can charge 1,000 years of spiritual power to unleash the strongest strike. The spear in his hand shook violently, emitting a light even more powerful than before, reminding him of Ancestor Yangming's words. Ancestor Yangming once said that the god-slaying spear had hunted high-level god races and was a weapon once used by a great emperor, only it was later sealed. He looked up, unable to hide his excitement, and muttered to himself, it seems the god-slaying spear can rely on devouring certain divine weapons to slowly undo the seal and display its true form or power. Saying that, Qin Shu gently landed on the ground, leisurely carrying the newly evolved divine spear toward the Qilin young master. Seeing his silhouette, the Qilin young master glared and cried out, Qin Shu. Facing the other party's intense reaction, Qin Shu just sneered, his tone full of provocation. Still want to fight? Although filled with sky-high anger, after witnessing Qin Shu's explosive display of power just now, the Qilin young master couldn't help but be afraid, sweat pouring down his forehead. Seeing him silent and not responding, Qin Shu spoke coldly. This divine son. As the words fell, he stepped forward, the divine spear in his hand glowing with threatening light. That is asking if you want to fight anymore? This terrifying power immediately scared the Qilin young master out of his wits, and he hurriedly shouted, Don't come over here. He retreated a few steps, his voice already carrying a few degrees of endurance. Not fighting anymore. Qin Shu seemed to be waiting for just that. He leisurely walked over and made a demand that could not be taken lightly. Sever one of your arms yourself. This demand was like oil poured on fire, causing the Qilin young master, who was trying to endure, to explode in anger, shouting loudly what? Qin Shu's eyes were sharp as knives as he coldly ordered, Hurry up. The Qilin young master looked hatefully at Qin Shu, who was approaching step by step, and finally couldn't hold back, roaring in indignation, Impossible. Don't bully people too much. Hearing these words, Qin Shu immediately raised the divine spear high, terrifying power radiating everywhere, his voice full of triumph. Then let me help you. Seeing Qin Shu preparing to strike, the Qilin young master panicked and turned to run without hesitation. However, Qin Shu wasn't worried at all. He threw the spear straight out, accompanied by a loud shout. You can't get away. Hearing this, the Qilin young master turned his head back in terror. But just as he turned, the sharp spear tip arrived, stabbing straight into him. The spear embedded itself deep into his calf, causing the Qilin young master to scream in pain, his expression changing constantly. This entire process was captured in Qin Shu's view. Mission accomplished, the spear returned to Qin Shu's hand. He looked at the Qilin young master and sighed. No Emperor Dao luck. It seems this precious leak has been completely ruined. Those around who witnessed the scene just now couldn't help but turn pale, of fear enveloped them, and someone couldn't help but shout, could it be that truly no one can rival the 18th divine son? Hearing the noise of the crowd, Qin Shu put away his weapon, put his hands on his hips, and declared boldly, "Is there anyone else?" The crowd that had been making a fuss just now instantly fell silent, staring at Qin Shu with fearful eyes. To one side, Crown Prince Lin was also enduring significant injuries. Clutching one arm, his whole body trembling, he thought, "Ancestor, I really can't destroy him." Crown Prince Lin and the others looked towards Qin Shu with dark expressions. Amidst this, an old, demonic voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Right now, the help I can give you directly is limited. I cannot help you directly kill the 18th divine son." The voice paused for a moment and then continued temptingly. "However, this ancestor knows a secret place where my corpse lies." In Crown Prince Lin's mind, an image instantly appeared of a robed skeleton lying on a pile of skulls. Finally, a sentence from the ancestor made Crown Prince Lin smile darkly. "As long as you absorb my 1,000-year-old corpse, your physical strength can absolutely be called invincible in this era." Hearing this, Crown Prince Lin stood up and replied, "Since it's like that, I will go find the ancestor's corpse." Qin Shu glanced over and saw Crown Prince Lin quietly leaving. The others also seemed to vaguely realize something. He immediately turned and said to Zhen Tongming standing behind him, "Zhen Tongming, follow Crown Prince Lin. Don't alert the snake in the grass. See where he goes." Zhen Tongming stepped forward and nodded seriously. "Divine son, rest assured." After speaking, he quietly left. Qin Shu couldn't help but smile smugly. The secret on Crown Prince Lin's body. I'm looking forward to seeing if it can become an opportunity for this divine son. Thinking this, he turned his head to look. By this time, Xiao Minghua was already standing behind him, and opposite them were the Kingdom Lord and the Left Minister. He pointed straight at the Kingdom Lord, speaking with oppressive authority. "Kingdom Lord, regarding the matter of you seizing Xiao Minghua's Taiyin King body, shouldn't you also give this divine son an answer?" Being pointed at directly by Qin Shu, the Kingdom Lord couldn't help but be annoyed, growling, "Are you questioning this Kingdom Lord?" Xiao Minghua beside him looked at Qin Shu worriedly and hurriedly said, "Master, now that he has absorbed my Taiyin King body, he has upgraded to a divine king body. Divine son does not need to, for my sake." Hearing Xiao Minghua's worried advice, Qin Shu only replied sternly, "It's fine." Then he crossed his arms and declared loudly, "Correct. I am questioning you. If you don't give this divine son an answer today, don't dream of letting this matter pass." The Kingdom Lord jumped up in anger, shouting, "Impudent." A source of white-blue power suddenly appeared in his hands. At the same time, his face darkened as he growled, "Do you think you are invincible in this world?" Xiao Minghua hurriedly stood in front of Qin Shu, warning anxiously, "Master, be careful." Qin Shu was seen chuckling. Then, quick as lightning, he moved forward, shielding Xiao Minghua just as the Kingdom Lord was rushing over. He confidently declared, "He cannot hurt me." The Kingdom Lord stared at Xiao Minghua, both blaming and angry. "Wretch, the face of the moon-wheeled divine dynasty has been completely lost by you." At this moment, the Kingdom Lord's whole body seemed to fly into the air. His large hand, wrapped in a blazing fire, aimed straight at Qin Shu and Xiao Minghua, arrogantly declaring, "Today I will send the two of you to the West Heaven." Qin Shu just smirked and replied, "Humph, overestimating yourself." Suddenly, a giant hand appeared from nowhere. By the time the Kingdom Lord realized it, the hand was right in front of him. Immediately after, everyone saw the Kingdom Lord being flung aside by someone. He had to put all his strength into his legs to stand firm again, immediately turning around and roaring in anger. However, between Qin Shu and Xiao Minghua, right in front of the Kingdom Lord, another figure was slowly descending. The person who just landed was the gatekeeper. He spoke coldly. "Oh." Seeing the gatekeeper, the Kingdom Lord was also extremely astonished. He exclaimed in panic, "You are the gatekeeper of the Feathering Sect, the man who once withstood a move from a great emperor." Qin Shu, standing behind the gatekeeper, was also surprised to hear this. Withstanding a move from a great emperor. Rumors he had heard immediately surfaced in his mind. The more he thought, the more shocked he was. He hadn't expected the senior gatekeeper to have such a glorious past. One must know that the era of a great emperor symbolizes absolute power. A single hand is enough to suppress the whole world. A single finger can break the universe. The kingdom lord frowned and gritted his teeth, asking, "Doesn't the gatekeeper disregard worldly affairs, only acting when the feathering sect faces the danger of extermination?" Hearing this, the gatekeeper replied indifferently, "I become the Tao protector of the 18th divine son." This answer made the kingdom lord even more angry. He could only curse inwardly. Damn it, how is that bastard so lucky to be able to invite the feathering sect's gatekeeper to be his Tao protector? The gatekeeper stepped closer to the kingdom lord, forcing him to retreat. As he walked, he spoke leisurely. "You have broken the rules by attacking the 18th divine son." After the gatekeeper spoke, killing intent rose around him. "As a Tao protector, I have the right to kill you." Hearing the gatekeeper make such a decision, the kingdom lord's eyes widened, and he shouted repeatedly, "Wait, wait." He glared at Qin Shu, saying, "18th divine son, I will." Then he hurriedly waved his hands at the gatekeeper, saying, "Don't act so hastily." Qin Shu finally spoke up. Well, as if waiting for these words from Qin Shu, he immediately looked delighted and said, "As long as the 18th divine son defeats the prodigies of the Moon Wheel divine dynasty, this kingdom lord is at your disposal." Hearing this, Qin Shu tilted his head and laughed. That Marquis Wuan, or whatever, was already killed by this divine son. Did their Moon Wheel divine dynasty still have any prodigies? Just as he finished speaking, a shout rang in his ears. "18th divine son, this prince challenges you." Immediately after, the princes and princesses of the Moon Wheel divine dynasty fell from the sky, surrounding Xiao Minghua and Qin Shu. 3 princes and 4 princesses looked solemnly at Qin Shu. One prince shouted, "And me." Not only that, a princess pointed at Qin Shu and screamed, "Don't you dare run wild in the Moon Wheel divine dynasty." Xiao Minghua, seeing her relatives, shouted in panic, "Eldest brother, second sister, 8th sister." After looking at them all, she turned to Qin Shu and said, "Master, the 7 of them are all my siblings, the remaining 7 children of the kingdom lord. It's just that their aptitude and cultivation are quite ordinary. I don't know why they dare to challenge master." The onlookers, seeing this scene, discussed in surprise. Is the kingdom lord of the Moon Wheel divine dynasty letting such mediocre princes challenge the 18th divine son? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Isn't this suicide?" At this moment, the kingdom lord suddenly pointed his finger at the sky, closed his eyes, and said confidently, "18th divine son, please watch." Qin Shu looked at him in confusion. Suddenly, right after that, a massive object crashed down. A huge blue sphere fell from the sky right in front of Xiao Minghua, Qin Shu, and the gatekeeper. Because of its immense size, surrounding objects were blasted into the air by the shockwave. Qin Shu clutched his chest, gritting his teeth. "The thing triggering my great life tribulation is this." The blue sphere quickly flew up again. The people below, seeing this scene, said in extreme surprise, "Is this the meteorite of the Moon Wheel divine dynasty's ancestral land? Legend has it that it fell from the moon." The first kingdom lord of the Moon Wheel divine dynasty founded the dynasty precisely because he obtained an opportunity from this meteorite. Qin Shu frowned, looking at the blue sphere, and muttered, "The moon?" He looked up, and Xiao Minghua did the same. Qin Shu asked gloomily, "Does a moon still exist in this world? Why have I never seen it?" Xiao Minghua, standing behind him, said worriedly, "Master, according to the records in the Moon Wheel divine dynasty's ancestral chronicles." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "This world used to indeed have a bright moon, called the Moon Star, but then the red moon event occurred. The entire moon suddenly turned blood red, and something extremely terrifying happened. Since then, the moon disappeared without a trace and hasn't reappeared yet." Hearing this, Qin Shu asked in confusion, "The red moon event, the moon disappeared?" Xiao Minghua said seriously, "Legend says a deity was born on the Moon Star, eventually causing an extremely terrifying event. The detailed situation is not recorded in the Moon Wheel divine dynasty's ancestral chronicles." At this moment, the kingdom lord walked over from behind Xiao Minghua and Qin Shu, saying, "18th divine son, this is the divine stone of my Moon Wheel divine dynasty." Saying that, he raised his hand, emitting a beam of purple light. Void spirits can be born on the divine stone. Hearing this, Qin Shu shouted in surprise, "What?" Immediately after, 7 black lightning bolts struck the blue sphere from the sky, causing black humanoid shadows emitting purple light to appear. The Kingdom Lord said very smugly, "Void spirits are left behind by deities, mysterious and unpredictable. After devouring them, one can be reborn and increase combat power." Having said that, he shouted gleefully, "Go, this is your fortune." Hearing the Kingdom Lord say this, the princes and princesses around him all emitted purple power and stepped forward. He said excitedly from the side, "Devour the void spirits, fight a decisive battle with the 18th divine son." The princesses and princes quickly flew up. In the blink of an eye, they had flown high up, quite far from Qin Shu and the Kingdom Lord. At the same time, Xiao Minghua anxiously advised, "Don't absorb them. I saw in the ancestral chronicles that these spirit bodies are evil spirits. He is just using you." As soon as Xiao Minghua finished speaking, the Kingdom Lord behind her shouted angrily, "Shut up." Meanwhile, the princesses and princes were now standing on the blue sphere. They looked at Xiao Minghua with disgust and said, "Xiao Minghua, you are disloyal and unfilial, unworthy to speak to us. Stop trying to mislead others." After speaking, they all reached out to absorb power from the black shadows. "We do this for the eternal grand plan of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty." On the opposite side, a princess said excitedly, "How could Imperial Father use us? Imperial Father is giving us an opportunity." Those black shadows quickly dissolved as their power was gradually absorbed by the group of princesses and princes. After a while, they formed a purple-black sphere emitting immense power. A princess, after absorbing all the power from the black shadow, could not help but exclaim in joy, "So strong." The other princes and princesses also unleashed their power, saying happily, "Now I feel my combat power has grown more than 10 times compared to before." Seeing this, Qin Shu said, "Is that all? Not even as strong as those leaks." Suddenly, the purple-white power inside them went chaotic. The princes and princesses now felt short of breath and screamed miserably. Some princesses knelt down, surrounded by purple-white rays of light. A princess knelt down, clutching her eyes, screaming, "What is happening? It hurts." A prince glared and shouted, "It's the spirit bodies we just devoured. They are devouring us from inside our bodies." Just a moment later, the bodies of the princes and princesses seemed drained of all life. Their skin turned black, their faces became gaunt, and a princess cried out in pain, "What on earth is this?" Xiao Minghua here said in extreme surprise, "Do you still not understand? You basically cannot devour the void spirits. The void spirits are devouring you." Seeing the other princes and princesses gradually transforming into void spirits, Xiao Minghua continued, "The Kingdom Lord has used your flesh and blood to make the void spirits mature and awaken." The body of a prince had now completely transformed. He said in disbelief, "Impossible." Then his body emitted thick purple smoke, his face completely turning into that of a monster. He screamed in pain, Imperial Father, save me." Beside him, the other princes and princesses were in a similar state. Qin Shu, watching the scene from below, spoke gloomily to the Kingdom Lord behind him. "Kingdom Lord, even a vicious tiger does not eat its cubs." He paused for a moment, then glanced back and said, "Do you not feel the slightest bit of guilt?" The Kingdom Lord placed his hand on his chest, laughed, and said, "I gave them life. Their lives are mine. Now they're just returning them to me." Furthermore, pausing for a moment, his expression turned cruel as he continued, "If children are lost, this Kingdom Lord can still give birth to more." Hearing these words, Qin Shu turned his head, glanced at him, and said with disgust, "To be able to say such words, you really are worse than a beast." The Kingdom Lord stood on the platform, spread his arms, and shouted, "18th Divine Son, scold all you want. They are all prepared for you." Qin Shu replied in disbelief, "What?" At this moment, the 7 princes and princesses, already devoured by the void spirits, jumped down in front of Qin Shu and Xiao Minghua. Their heads no longer had human faces. Not only that, but they also had 2 large horns. They stood up, immediately radiating an extremely eerie purple-red spiritual power. Qin Shu crossed his arms, examined them carefully, and exclaimed, "Indeed much stronger, but still not enough." Hearing Qin Shu say that, the Kingdom Lord closed his eyes, smiled comfortably, and said, "Then 18th Divine Son, keep watching." Immediately after, they jumped up, rushing to tear at each other as if they had gone mad. Qin Shu did not expect this to happen. Xiao Minghua panicked and said, "Enough. You have already devoured their souls. Do you still want to destroy their bodies?" The kingdom lord raised his hands and spoke gloomily. "How is it enough?" He smiled despicably and said, "The 18th divine sun clearly said it was still not enough." Meanwhile, in the sky, they were gradually being sucked into a sphere. Xiao Mingyue and Qin Shu also looked up, and the kingdom lord on this side excitedly continued. "Then let us proceed." Meanwhile, in midair, the spheres sucked in the group of Princess Huang who were being devoured. The purple sphere grew larger and larger. Xiao Minghua looked up and couldn't help but say in shock, "How is this possible?" Qin Shu also couldn't believe it. His face darkened as he said, "Here." The people outside watching this scene were equally surprised. What was being done here? 7 princes and princesses fusing together? Truly devoid of humanity. An observer watching the situation from the start also said indignantly, "Truly disgusting. As a kingdom lord to do such a thing." Meanwhile, Qin Shu, Xiao Mingyue, and the kingdom lord were still staring at the purple sphere that was gradually swallowing them. After a while, a purple monster hand extended from the sphere, and a voice rang out, "This deity descends." On the other side of the sphere, a hand similarly extended. Immediately after, a monster head looking like a dinosaur appeared. The sphere disappeared, and the monster was fully revealed. It had a dinosaur-like head with fins around it and a horn. Its whole body was blocks of muscle, and more notably, the monster walked on 2 legs. It radiated terrifying power while screaming, "Tremble!" The monster tilted its head back, closed its eyes, and took a deep breath. Then it spread its arms, opened its mouth to the widest extent, and roared. This terrifying sound immediately forced the surrounding people to cover their ears, speaking with difficulty. "This sound is truly miserable." 2 people not far away chatted with eyes closed. "To be born in the ancestral land of the Moon-Wheel Divine Dynasty. This is no ordinary monster." The other person sweated as he looked up and said, "Does the 18th divine sun still have to challenge this monster?" At this moment, the system beside Qin Shu sounded. "Beep," temporarily marked a mission. "Go to the ancestral land of the Moon-Wheel Divine Dynasty. Sign in on the meteorite." Hearing the system notification, Qin Shu's eyes lit up. He said, "Sure enough, this extraordinary place must have a temporary sign-in mission." The kingdom lord on the side smiled, so happily his eyes curved. He provoked, "How does the 18th divine sun feel now?" Xiao Minghua looked at him worriedly and cried out, "Master." Then she looked at the green sphere and said, "This monster is very strong. No need to risk your life against him. Master's growth potential is unlimited. Revenge later is also acceptable." Hearing Xiao Minghua say this, Qin Shu just raised his hand to shield her and said, "It's fine." Qin Shu looked down at Xiao Minghua and said with extreme confidence, "This divine sun has yet to meet anyone who forces me to go all out." After speaking, he bent his knees, his whole body emitting golden power. He placed a hand on his chest and said, "Let's test it today." Pausing a moment, he jumped up while shouting loudly, "How is this monster?" Seeing Qin Shu jump up to engage in battle, the kingdom lord curled his lips in a smile. "Little beast, allowed you to live for so many extra years." As he spoke, he raised his hand and said smugly, "Die here today." Qin Shu used force to jump onto the green sphere. When he arrived, he widened his eyes, thinking to himself, "The aura on this meteorite is unusual. It actually caused a reaction in my Taboo Supreme Bone and Taboo Supreme Frame. It seems the disappearance of the moon star is extremely not simple." The monster suddenly appeared behind Qin Shu and roared. Qin Shu turned around and provoked, "Do you know how to speak human language?" The monster replied, "Your body has something I need. I will destroy you." Qin Shu, ask you a question. You're a monster from the moon star, right?" The monster yelled, "What qualifications do you have to ask me? A tiny human cultivator like you?" Qin Shu snorted lightly and replied, "Not answering? Huh? This divine sun has a way to make you answer." Saying that, he pointed his hand towards the monster and shouted, "God Hunting Spear." Only a source of brilliant golden energy erupted powerfully. Seeing this, the monster exclaimed, "This power is very strong." But before it could do anything, the monster was knocked down by the energy source. Immediately after, the monster struggled to sit up, terrified. How is this possible? Why couldn't I dodge at all? Regarding the 18th Divine Sons group, The servant cried out in surprise. It injured it. The 12th prince also spoke up. Such a big display earlier, yet its strength is mediocre. Back to Qin Shu. He was looking at the monster's appearance and said, "Not that simple. This guy isn't heavily injured." The monster also slowly stood up. The wounds on its body were seen healing. It said disdainfully, "You guessed right, small wounds are fundamentally nothing to me." Hearing this, Qin Shu's face showed some surprise. What? To have such terrifying, self-healing ability. The monster continued to roar. "I am an immortal body." Magic power erupted around him. The monster arrogantly provoked. "Qin Shu, like this, you are only scratching an itch for me." The servant felt astonished and said, in an instant, it suffered no loss at all. Seeing the monster's ferocity, the kingdom lord praised. "Worthy of being a deity born from the ancestral land, extremely valiant." Back to the battle. The monster was seen rushing in. Qin Shu gently reached out to recall the spear, but his eyes froze. Seeing the god-hunting spear remain motionless, he whispered, "The god-hunting spear isn't reacting. This meteorite directly severed my control over the god-hunting spear." At this moment, the monster had rushed over, raising its claws in front of Qin Shu. Qin Shu quickly summoned the Dragon Origin Holy Sword. He glided to the side while slashing a fiery curved line at the monster. Then Qin Shu turned his head to look at the monster. He said sternly, "Not over yet." He continued to jump up and shouted, "Slash again." Sword light flashed, sword paths drawing brilliant streaks of light. But it was to no avail as the monster still recovered, even becoming stronger. Qin Shu said, "This guy's strength is much greater." Indeed a monster. The monster, covered in wounds, continued to provoke. "Interesting, isn't it?" And he focused his power to recover. Qin Shu exclaimed, "Is this infinite self-healing ability?" At this time, the 12th prince also worriedly said, "Can't be killed. How to fight then?" The monster jumped up, spreading its arms and continuously asking, "Despairing yet? Lonely? Helpless?" It flew in front of Qin Shu, speaking very narcissistically. "Are you feeling an immense helplessness, about to kneel and beg me?" Qin Shu ignored the monster's monologue. He glanced aside, thinking in his heart, "The system hasn't announced the temporary sign-in success." What had caught his attention all this time was a magic circle on the surface of this green sphere. Do I have to stand in the middle of the meteorite? The monster on this side didn't feel embarrassed when Qin Shu didn't reply. It tilted its head back and continued speaking. "What heaven's pride, divine son, saint's son. In front of me, they are all trash." Suddenly, while monologuing alone, the monster saw Qin Shu jump backward and couldn't help wondering, what is this brat doing? Then the monster quickly chased after Qin Shu. "Want to run? Can you escape?" The chase ended. Qin Shu landed lightly on the surface of the green sphere and said, "Arrived." Immediately, a ding sounded in his head. The system notification sound rang out. "Myriad Realms sign-in system congratulates you on the fragment of the ancestral land meteorite of the Moon Wheel, Divine Dynasty. Sign-in successful. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward. Heaven-destroying 10 swords." Just as the system finished announcing, the magic circle under Qin Shu's feet lit up, radiating colorful light. Qin Shu glanced at the system panel and asked curiously, "Heaven-destroying 10 swords?" At the same time, he recalled that executed Marquis of Martial Peace, Chun Fan, seemed to have used the first 2 forms of the heaven-defying 10 swords against me. It caused quite some pressure on me back then. He looked at the sword emitting fire on the system panel and calculated. Heaven-destroying 10 swords and heaven-defying 10 swords. Pausing a bit, Qin Shu thought further. "I wonder which one is stronger?" At this moment, outside, a sword flew around Qin Shu emitting red light. After a while, Qin Shu sensed the power and exclaimed, "So this is the heaven-destroying 10 swords. Whether in power or miraculous points, the heaven-destroying 10 swords suppresses the heaven-defying 10 swords." Qin Shu grasped the hilt of the sword, thinking seriously, more importantly. Then he opened his eyes, holding the sword ready in a stance before the rushing monster, thinking with extreme confidence, "It can destroy vitality." The monster rushed in madly. Seeing Qin Shu not moving anymore, it shouted, "Why not run anymore? Accepted your destiny of defeat?" Qin Shu opened his mouth to reply, "You really talk a lot." Qin Shu crouched down, holding the sword with both hands and shouting, "Heaven-destroying 10 swords, first form." The power radiating from him made the monster scream in surprise. What? Immediately after, only a golden lightning bolt could be seen stabbing straight into the monster, sending it flying. The monster widened its eyes. By this time, Qin Shu had glided past it. He raised the sword, while the monster behind him had been slashed, black blood spraying out. The monster tilted its head and said, "What use is it? Knowing clearly that I have infinite recovery abilities, does doing this have any meaning?" Qin Shu glanced back and replied, "Look again." The monster looked down in confusion. Seeing its wound being suppressed by dryness, the monster screamed in pain. "How is this possible? My wound is being suppressed?" And the monster threw its head back and roared, "What is happening? Why isn't my wound healing?" Qin Shu walked up to the monster and said with extreme confidence, "Very confused, right?" Then he raised the sword and said excitedly, "Want to try again?" The wound on its shoulder was still bleeding. The monster was now slightly scared. It roared, "You dare!" Qin Shu didn't say another word and jumped up. He jumped above. Below was the monster looking up. Qin Shu shouted, "Heaven-destroying 10 swords, second form." Qin Shu paused for a moment, then shouted the technique name, Starlight Sword Rain. Immediately after, from a beam of light, dozens of swords appeared at once. The monster roared in pain. From the sky, the swords fell onto its body like flaming meteorites. The monster raised its hands in an attempt to shield itself. Why? Why can't I heal the wounds caused by you?" Qin Shu jumped aside, looking at the monster taking the beating, and repeated its question. "Despaired yet?" Qin Shu hovered in midair, one hand holding the sword, his body wrapped in a layer of golden light. His face darkened smugly as he repeated the monster's dialogue. "Are you feeling very helpless?" The kingdom lord on the side, watching this scene, couldn't help gritting his teeth, saying, "The 18th divine son actually broke the infinite recovery of the void spirit. Is it related to that sword technique? That sword technique seems filled with destructive power." In contrast to the kingdom lord's side, the 12th prince laughed heartily, saying, "The divine son is indeed the divine son. Looks like my worry was superfluous." Baizhu beside him also smiled lightly. The monster, after enduring torture from several swords, had many injuries on its body. It looked at Qin Shu. The monster curiously asked, "What is the name of that sword technique of yours?" Qin Shu didn't care at all, approaching while replying, "Why should I tell you?" The sword in hand was raised. Qin Shu's eyes filled with confidence. "Tell me about the moon star. Perhaps I will spare your life." Provoked by Qin Shu's attitude, the monster roared, "Your sword technique has destructive power very similar to the aura when the red moon erupted." After a moment of shock, it seemed to calm down a bit and muttered, "This is impossible. The red moon event is tens of thousands of years away from you. How could it be related to you?" Hearing this name for the first time, Qin Shu asked back in confusion, "The red moon event? Why did it happen?" The monster used his own question to reply, "Why should I tell you?" Seeming to run out of patience, Qin Shu's face darkened, "Because if you don't tell me." Finishing his words, he swung his sword and rushed forward, aiming right at its throat. "I will kill you." A sword path swung out, terrible power knocking the monster away 10,000 jong. At the same time, Qin Shu roared, "Slash." The monster was slashed flying far away, falling sprawled on the ground. Not letting it regain its composure, a sharp sword blade was already at its neck, forcing it to glare. That person was none other than Qin Shu. He pressed the sword tip against its neck, his face icy cold, threatening. "Will you speak?" The monster still acted stubborn. It screamed, "I live by the infection of a deity's aura. Born noble, are mortals like you worthy to threaten me?" Its scream hadn't finished when it went silent, mouth still gaping in shock. It turned out Qin Shu had delivered a finishing strike, leaving its body lying disorderly on the brick floor. The crowd witnessing this scene discussed in horror. The duel between the 18th divine son and the moon-wheel divine dynasty. Ultimately, the 18th divine son wins. A kingdom lord standing nearby lowered his voice to judge. "The void spirit cannot be killed." As soon as the words ended, an illusory object like a soul slowly rose from the monster's mouth, looking exactly like it did when alive. Qin Shu couldn't help but be surprised. That void spirit immediately rushed towards him, but Qin Shu calmly stood still. "If I couldn't destroy you." Immediately, it invaded his body. Qin Shu glared, aura exploding. Then let me become the one who possesses you. A brilliant golden light emitted from Qin Shu's body. From inside, the void spirit's voice echoed. Haha, your physical body is much stronger than those princes and princesses. Responding to it, Qin Shu just smirked in contempt. Useless thing. The golden ball of light on his chest grew brighter. Qin Shu said in a deep voice, "Come in then." He paused a bit, then gritted his voice. Don't dream of getting out. At the same time, his hands clenched tight. Before his chest, a brilliant golden skeleton suddenly appeared. The void spirit inside was terrified to the extreme. It screamed, "This is the aura of the taboo supreme," immediately followed by a miserable scream. "Let me out." Outside, Qin Shu smirked smugly. He frowned, saying, "Dream on." A massive source of light erupted from his person. The void spirit inside exclaimed in horror, "Your skin has a problem." The golden skeleton chest inside Qin Shu became clearer and clearer. The power radiating became more terrifying. The void spirit said in panic, "You dare block me from leaving your body. This is also a taboo aura." It continued to scream in despair. "Let me out." Qin Shu didn't bother responding. He spread his arms wide, closing his eyes to feel the rising power. His expression was extremely comfortable. Entering this divine son's body is entering a cage. An evil spirit like you deserves to die. The void spirit screamed in fear one last time. Places like the Moonstar meteorite can give birth to void spirits. As it was about to dissipate, it stubbornly cursed, "You destroy me. Sooner or later you will be avenged upon." Only then did Qin Shu open his eyes. The outfit on his body had transformed into majestic armor, surrounded by raging flames. Even Qin Shu was a bit dazed after refining the void spirit. He raised his hand to feel the new power in his body. The void spirit's energy was not only absorbed by him, but also triggered his own solar divine body. Tiny purple flames rose from his fingers. Qin Shu was a bit surprised. This power actually caused my solar divine body to produce a kind of transformation. He stared at the hand burning with purple fire, unconsciously muttering, "Constitution is completely natural, born with achievement, cannot change. Could it be that the pure energy of the void spirit can cause my special constitution to evolve?" Thinking of this, he smirked. Then this gets interesting. The people outside looked at him in confusion. What is the 18th divine son doing? Standing there motionless. At this moment, the kingdom lord stepped down from the platform, hands clasped behind his back, declaring loudly, "Humph." Naturally, he is being devoured by the void spirit. Wanting to release the divine body to protect himself is useless. He spoke more and more vigorously. In less than a few minutes, the 18th divine son will be gnawed into a soulless corpse by the void spirit. But right where Qin Shu was, he just breathed out lightly. The outer armor ignited and vanished. Qin Shu thought deeply. All the power of the void spirit has been devoured. The solar divine body has changed. But for it to produce a transformation, the road is still very long. I need a larger void spirit. After thinking, Qin Shu closed his eyes, speaking leisurely, but no rush. He looked up at the sky, eyes determined. At least let me know that a worm can allow the path of my special constitution to evolve. Later perhaps I can find that vanished moonstar. The people below looked up, exclaiming in surprise. The battle armor body has disappeared. How is the 18th divine son now? The kingdom lord on this side didn't say a word, immediately jumping up. In midair, he laughed arrogantly. Naturally, his body has been completely occupied by the void spirit. Qin Shu stood on the high platform. Sensing the kingdom lord landing behind him, he glanced over. However, the kingdom lord was completely unaware that the void spirit had been devoured by Qin Shu. He stepped forward, declaring boldly, "The 18th divine son is dead." He approached, his face darkening, but his voice extremely confident. "The battle between me and the 18th divine son. Ultimately, this kingdom lord is the one laughing last." The scene in the room became tense. Everyone seemed shocked by this information. A purple-haired divine son spoke doubtfully. "The 18th divine son is dead?" A brown-haired divine son, standing next to him, also appeared surprised. "The 18th divine son died. So easily? Why do I feel it's not very real?" Outside, the kingdom lord looked down from above, eyes fixed on the feathering sect gatekeeper standing below. He gritted his voice, saying to him, "You, gatekeeper of the feathering sect, This kingdom lord sacrificed 7 princes and princesses to oppose the 18th divine son, not violating the rule of killing among peers. Just finishing his words, he revealed a sly fox face, laughing smugly, making a request. "You cannot interfere." But the gatekeeper only replied disdainfully, "You flatter yourself." After retorting to the gatekeeper, the kingdom lord crossed his arms, looking down from above at Xiao Minghue's group, showing a reproachful look. "Xiao Minghue, you are the disgrace of the Moon Wheel, divine dynasty." He continued, "Your big backer has fallen. Let's see who can protect you now." Hearing the kingdom lord finish, the 3, including Xiao Minghue, frowned. The 12th prince crossed his arms, smiling contemptuously. He pretended to agree. "The kingdom lord has said so. 9th princess should also give him some face. Answer him." However, Xiao Minghue showed no respect. She decisively told the 12th prince, not answering anything. Xiao Minghue's eyes were now filled with trust. She furrowed her brows, emphasizing every word. "I am just like you all now, believing in the divine son. The divine son is absolutely not dead." At this time, our male lead Qin Shu, who is the 18th divine son everyone spoke of, was still leisurely standing listening to the kingdom lord rambling behind his back. He kept laughing smugly. "18th divine son, dealing with you is truly not easy, but fortunately this kingdom lord prepared fully. You still had to die." He paused a moment, then laughed loudly. Today this kingdom lord is in high spirits." While laughing, he waved his hand to order, "Prepare to set up a banquet for the world." But before finishing the sentence, Qin Shu, who had been silently standing behind him all this time, suddenly swung his hand, slapping his neck. His eyes even carried a bit of sparkle. However, the kingdom lord immediately sensed danger and tilted his head to dodge. Then, he whipped his head back, shouting full of wariness, "Who is it?" Not waiting for him to finish, Qin Shu swung his hand once again, a strike landing, creating a sound. The kingdom lord held his face, dodging. Looking at Qin Shu, who was shaking his hand, he said, "This lowly one dares to curse this divine son. I'll beat you to death." His eyes at this moment looked like they wanted to pierce through the old kingdom lord. After seeing Qin Shu's scratch-free face, the kingdom lord quickly switched from arrogance to panic. He widened his eyes, hand pointing ceaselessly at Qin Shu, screaming in surprise, Why are you okay? Weren't you possessed by the void spirit?" He hadn't finished speaking when Qin Shu launched a precise kick to his stomach. He was immediately kicked, flying far away. Qin Shu looked and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Do I look like I've been possessed?" The kingdom lord was suffering the aftershock of the kick. He fell to his knees, hands supporting on the ground, gritting his teeth, muttering, "Little beast, you are actually unharmed." In another scene, a completely golden spear lying idly on the ground suddenly had a light surrounding it. The spearhead stuck tight and the ground flew up, dragging a powerful aftershock. The spear tore through the wind, flying high. A moment later, it rested neatly in Qin Shu's hand. After summoning his spear, he quickly changed his expression to serious and said to the kingdom lord, "Kingdom lord, you lost." He cast eyes full of killing intent towards him and said coldly, "Now it's our turn to settle the score." On the other side, the kingdom lord was able to stand up. Hearing Qin Shu's sentence, he replied, "Settle the score?" He paused a bit, then continued, "Fine, then let's settle it." Qin Shu quickly pointed his spear at him and stated his demand, "Hand over Xiao Minghue's king body." The space around him seemed to be wrapped in a layer of killing intent. He gloomily emphasized, "You commit suicide to apologize for your crimes." But the kingdom lord was no ordinary person. Upon hearing Qin Shu, he immediately put on a look of disdain and calmly said, "What are you? Do you think you are worthy to threaten this kingdom lord?" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised both hands high, and eerie purple-black energy streams appeared from his palms. Immediately after, a purple magic circle appeared on the green wall beneath Qin Shu's feet. One glance was enough to tell it was an evil art. Having summoned that magic circle, he said, "This is the final gift I have for you." The kingdom lord's face was now distorted by wickedness. He gritted his teeth, laughed, and shouted, "Calamity, rise." After his shout, Qin Shu, standing inside the magic circle, looked surprised and wondered. "This is?" He struggled greatly, kneeling down, trying to dodge the purple flames that wanted to burn him. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, My fate calamity has been triggered again. But something flashed in his mind, and a question within him gradually cleared up. He struggled not to touch the ring of fire and thought. So it was due to this formation. The Kingdom Lord stepped closer to Qin Shu, smugly lecturing him. Ha! The heavenly Tao reincarnation calamity is unsolvable. Let's see how you break it. Hearing this, Qin Shu asked, how did you know this formation would trigger my fate calamity? And where did this formation come from? He did not answer his question, but said, wait until you die. I will burn the answers you want to know for you. Ha! Although in a weak position, Qin Shu still firmly said, who lives and who dies is not certain yet. But immediately after, the Kingdom Lord mocked his thoughts. No need to comfort yourself. Back then, your mother spent a lot of effort to resolve this small fate calamity of yours. But the great fate calamity cannot be resolved. He screamed furiously at Qin Shu, not noticing the steel appearing in the mouth of the fire pit, slowly descending onto his head. Then suddenly, the massive steel fell, crushing the Kingdom Lord, creating a shockwave that made him scream in pain. Qin Shu had stood up by now, breathing heavily. Phew, phew. Meanwhile, the Kingdom Lord lying under the steel was struggling to escape, panicked and confused. This is? Qin Shu, still gripping his spear tightly, smiled and retorted. Is this the unsolvable you spoke of? The Kingdom Lord quickly made a judgment, but perhaps it was too hard to believe, so he muttered in doubt. Heavenly steel. You actually possess a heavenly steel. The scene shifted to the people below. They were discussing the heavenly steel Qin Shu had just summoned. Among them, a man expressed his doubts to the person opposite him, saying, as far as I know, the wordless steel is only held in the hands of the great sex. Everyone questioned the event unfolding before their eyes. A young man with a ponytail spoke up. Everyone keeps tight-lipped regarding the origin of the wordless steel. Just as he finished, the bearded man standing next to him also said, it seems to hide a huge secret. All of them looked up at the steel with admiration and exclaimed, what kind of great opportunity is this to be able to obtain the wordless steel? On the 18th divine sun, miracles appear layer upon layer. The heavenly steel crushing the Kingdom Lord had a golden body shining with metallic light. It towered into the sky. Looking up, one could clearly see clouds dispersing around the peak of the steel. In another scene showing the sky and singing birds, it looked very peaceful. But that peace was immediately broken by a whooshing sound caused by someone flying at breakneck speed. A young man with 2 green horns on his head was diving down from the sky. He flipped and landed on his feet with the fastest speed. Even his voice was drowned out by the wind. He worriedly told himself, it seems this crown prince has arrived late. I wonder how the 18th divine sun is doing. Then, he quickly observed the scene below, but before his feet could even touch the ground, a sight stunned him. Striking his eyes was a massive blue sphere. However, that was not what stunned him the most, but the golden steel towering into the sky, standing upright on that sphere. His thoughts seemed unstable, making his speech a bit disjointed. This is? After a moment of thought, he quickly asserted, isn't this the wordless steel I smashed initially? The Kingdom Lord of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty has also been suppressed. Looking towards Qin Shu, who held the advantage. His mood gradually calmed down, and he exclaimed, the 18th divine sun has mastered this wordless steel. How can anyone fight him now? Meanwhile, the Kingdom Lord still did not submit. He clenched his fists, his throat ceaselessly muttering, I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. He furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with hatred, saying, calculated 1,000 times, prepared for so long, yet this Kingdom Lord still cannot defeat you. He stared at Qin Shu, who was standing calmly, while he himself could only lie on the ground and complain, why is your luck so strong? But suddenly he realized he had missed something. Thinking carefully, he finally realized something was wrong. Immediately, he spoke in a doubtful tone to Qin Shu. Something is wrong. If your luck is so strong, how could you suffer from a bitter fate? Qin Shu did not answer, but coldly warned, cut the chatter. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed at him and interrogated him about the past. Tell me, who attacked my mother back then? How did you know how to trigger my fate calamity? But the Kingdom Lord did not yield and stubbornly shouted, do you think I will tell you? Immediately after, he used force to push against the ground to escape the wordless steel crushing him. He gritted his teeth, and after struggling for a while, he finally sprang up, and the steel quickly flew off him. He swore, "This kingdom lord will kill you even if I have to risk my life." As soon as the steel flew off his body, the gloomy purple energy streams from before appeared once again. They swirled around him, causing fragments from the steel to fly wildly. The energy stream lifted his body high into the air. It seemed the situation made him think the advantage was now in his hands. With that thought, he quickly spoke smugly, "You are truly too careless. At such a distance, even if the gatekeeper wanted to save you, he wouldn't make it in time." The group on the 18th Divine Sun's side, observing the battle, was also extremely surprised. Xiao Minghua panicked and shouted a warning to Qin Shu. "Divine Sun, be careful." However, the situation did not cause Qin Shu to panic. He quickly made a move, throwing the spear in his hand while calling its name. God Hunting Spear. After being thrown, the spear immediately spun violently, creating a ring of fire, inside which orange lightning flashed. Seeing this, the kingdom lord roared madly. "Just an old spear, and you want to stop me?" Then he reached out his left hand to block the path of the god-hunting spear, and with a disdainful attitude, he said, "Naive." A moment later, that disdainful attitude was instantly extinguished as the ring of fire created by the spear grew stronger, causing the spear's rotation to veer off trajectory. It made him exclaim in surprise. "What?" Standing below, Qin Shu explained, "The god-hunting spear has devoured the Yi family's spear soul. Blocking you for a moment should be possible." Hearing Qin Shu's explanation, he gritted his teeth loudly. Damn it! But before he could say another word, his body was suddenly kicked from above, flattening him against the ground. It turned out to be the gatekeeper, calmly pressing his foot down on his head. He mocked him. Stupid. Unexpectedly receiving a kick from the gatekeeper caused his body to suffer a violent shock. Blood spurted continuously from his throat, making him roll his eyes and open his mouth in agony. Afterward, the gatekeeper jumped down from his motionless body. Without hesitation, Qin Shu spoke up to remind him, "Senior, extract his divine king body." Immediately after his reminder, a stream of energy resembling a swirling flame appeared in the gatekeeper's hand. Hearing this, the kingdom lord immediately resisted, saying, "No." He turned his head and warned, "Damn it, this is the Moonwheel Divine Dynasty. Do you dare?" However, that threat did not bother the gatekeeper. He nimbly executed the technique to extract the kingdom lord's divine king body. An orange shadow encasing a distorted symbol was pulled out of his body. It was none other than his divine king body. It seemed the kingdom lord could not believe what was happening to him. He gaped and firmly denied, "This is impossible." But in an instant, he immediately composed himself and shouted orders to the soldiers under his command. "Where are my divine dynasty's million soldiers? Destroy them for me." After his command, the soldiers aggressively rushed at Qin Shu and the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper said disdainfully, "Having many people is useless." Qin Shu also added, "A bunch of trash." The soldiers simultaneously pointed their spears at Qin Shu and the gatekeeper and shouted their mission in unison. "Save the kingdom lord, kill the rebels." Instantly, the kingdom lord was suspended in midair by the gatekeeper. He screamed in terror, his neck squeezed by an invisible force, causing him to struggle violently. The gatekeeper controlled the gripping force in his hand while saying, "The kingdom lord was the one who broke the rules first, attacked the 18th Divine Sun, and burned the bridge first." The gatekeeper immediately delivered his verdict. "Therefore, it is only natural that I destroy you." The kingdom lord powerlessly tried to stop him, saying, No, you cannot kill the ruler of a country." He struggled to point out the gatekeeper's position. "Divine right of kings, you have no right." Before he could finish, the gatekeeper's grip suddenly became stronger. He tightened his hold on the kingdom lord's neck, and then, after a shout of boom, rang out from him, followed by a shockwave from the explosion of the kingdom lord's body. Fresh blood sprayed in all directions, making the scene bloody. The gatekeeper lowered his hand. The kingdom lord's blood splattered everywhere, and he said, "You brought this upon yourself." A soldier witnessing the battle just now became panicked and stammered, The kingdom lord has been killed." The one next to him was also dazed and confused. "What?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. It was the seventh prince walking together with Xiao Minghua. He ordered, "Everyone stop." Hearing the command, the soldiers turned their heads to look back, and shouted in unison. Seventh Prince, Xiao Mingyue announced with a serious face. You have all seen the current situation. Her red eyes pinned the soldiers holding spears as she said, the kingdom lord has passed away. Aside from the seventh prince, the other princes have also sacrificed themselves. According to the principles, the seventh prince shall ascend the throne and become the new kingdom lord of the Moon Wheel divine dynasty. At this moment, all eyes turned to the seventh prince. A soldier, still having doubts in his mind, spoke up. This. Immediately, Xiao Mingyue interrupted the man, her voice cold as iron. Do every single one of you wish to defy the imperial decree? Xiao Mingyue's eyes revealed clear killing intent as she raised her voice to warn each of them. Those who disrespect the new kingdom lord shall be beheaded. As soon as she finished speaking, the soldiers' attitude changed instantly. They panicked and replied, We wouldn't dare. The sound of knees hitting the ground rang out in succession as they knelt down one by one. Then they kowtowed and shouted in unison, Greetings, Kingdom Lord. The seventh prince was still dazed, eyes wide open looking at the scene before him. Standing behind him, Xiao Mingyue saw this and reminded him, Why are you still spacing out? Hearing her voice, the seventh prince, who had been motionless, turned his head blankly and asked, Ninth sister, have I become the kingdom lord? Xiao Mingyue immediately replied, This is all bestowed by master. She seriously emphasized the merits of Qin Shu, who was standing there smiling. Without master, forget about becoming the kingdom lord. Even your life and death would be uncertain. After hearing her words, the seventh prince realized Qin Shu's importance and unconsciously turned to look at the man standing with arms crossed behind him. He thought to himself, Things have come to this point. I can only try my best to accept it. Then suddenly, the seventh prince turned and walked step by step toward Qin Shu. He thought with unceasing admiration, All of this was bestowed upon me by Qin Shu. He has given me another chance to be a human being. When he reached Qin Shu, the seventh prince suddenly bowed his head and clasped his hands, loudly paying respects to Qin Shu in front of everyone. He expressed his gratitude, saying, Many thanks, 18th Divine Son. As the new kingdom lord of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty, I guarantee that the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty will forever hold the 18th Divine Son in the highest regard. Qin Shu listened seriously to the vow of the man bowing before him. After speaking, the seventh prince, now the new kingdom lord of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty, turned to announce to all the soldiers under his command. The former kingdom lord was seduced by evil spirits and murdered many innocent princes. Fortunately, the 18th Divine Son of the Feathering Sect appeared and saved our Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty, preventing us from being controlled and turning our Divine Dynasty into a capital of evil spirits. The soldiers, who had looked suspicious earlier, now obediently bowed their heads to listen to what the new Kingdom Lord was saying. Pausing for a moment, he then issued a command. In the future, the 18th Divine Son shall be treated like the Kingdom Lord whenever he is in our Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty. He declared this while waving his high sleeves, demonstrating his status as the Kingdom Lord. Qin Shu was standing leisurely with his arms crossed when he suddenly heard the deep voice of the gatekeeper behind him. He exclaimed, 18th Divine Son, you have surprised me once again. Turning those mysterious blue eyes toward Qin Shu, he continued, to think you could bring a divine dynasty under your wing. Not to mention other divine sons, even disciples haven't achieved this. The gatekeeper praised him with satisfaction in his mind. It seems I made the right choice in becoming your Tao protector. Hearing this, Qin Shu turned his head to look back. He reached out to control the divine king body that had just been extracted from the old kingdom lord's body and stated his request. I must trouble Senior to put this divine king body back into Xiao Mingyue's body. Hearing Qin Shu's words, the gatekeeper couldn't help but be surprised and advised. That is a divine king body. Although it was formed postnatally, and its power is not equal to a congenital king body. A divine king body is still a special physique ranked in the top 50. At the very least, one can reach the divine king realm. At this point, everyone unconsciously looked at the orange spot of light containing the strange seal. The gatekeeper looked at Qin Shu and continued to ask, this ranks even higher than your solar divine body. Do you not want it for yourself? Even so, Qin Shu showed no interest and calmly replied, it's just a divine king body. Why should I care? Hearing that sentence, the gatekeeper suddenly felt appreciative and praised. Your why should I care is well said. Wasting no more time, the gatekeeper immediately collected the divine king body into his hand and walked step by step towards Xiao Mingwei. He agreed to Qin Shu's request, saying, "As you wish." Having said that, he launched the burning divine king body in his hand towards Xiao Mingwei. As the divine king body flew into her body, she was taken by surprise and called out, "Master." Then, the gatekeeper explained, the divine king body was originally formed by combining your king body and your father's. Therefore, when you absorb it, there will be no rejection. This is also a fortune you've gained amidst misfortune. However, it seems Xiao Mingwei didn't hear a word he said, as she had collapsed, supporting herself with both hands, struggling to endure the pain radiating from within her body. Qin Shu, arms crossed, looked at Xiao Mingwei, who had her eyes closed cultivating, and thought, although the divine king body ranks higher, it doesn't have much effect on me. Pausing for a moment, he continued thinking. Moreover, the special bloodline of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty allows for cannibalizing one's own kin. He thoughtfully recalled the words Moyang's old ancestor had said before. For others to devour someone else's special physique, the risk is extremely high. Moyang's old ancestor mentioned this point long ago. Qin Shu frowned and thought. The important thing is that this divine son truly cannot tell what kind of divine king body it is. He summoned a circular aura of green energy and thought highly of himself. If there is truly anything worthy of me, it would only be a special physique ranked in the top 3. A moment later, Xiao Mingwei suddenly opened her eyes. Xiao Mingyue's divine king body took the form of a blue-haired girl wearing armor, holding a long sword. Xiao Mingwei tried to control the streams of blue energy emitting from her. It seemed quite difficult, so she involuntarily groaned. Ugh, ah? The 12th Prince's group looked up at Xiao Mingwei in utter amazement. The 12th Prince gaped and said, "The 9th Princess's divine king body is complete. It's quite formidable. I am truly envious." A subordinate spoke to himself with a longing expression. "When will I be able to be like that?" Go Ashung smiled and replied, "The divine son is a man of great fortune and countless opportunities. Only by following the divine son will you have a chance." On the other side, after struggling for a while to get used to the new divine king body, Xiao Mingwei was able to stand up and clasp her hands to thank Qin Shu. "Thank you, master. My divine king body is complete." Then, Qin Shu replied to her, "Now that the divine king body is complete, there will be no more obstacles for you to advance to the divine king realm in the future." A moment later, he faced Xiao Mingwei and said, "After we return, come to this divine son's room. This divine son has some work to do on your body." Hearing what Qin Shu said to her, Xiao Mingwei blushed involuntarily and asked in confusion, "Huh?" But when she realized his request, a pink background suddenly appeared behind her with hearts floating around. She shyly agreed, "Ah, yes." After speaking with Xiao Mingwei, he turned and walked toward the gatekeeper. At this moment, the gatekeeper was using his power to coil a stream of purple energy that looked like evil magic. Surrounding that energy were many gusts of wind with a purple glow, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Qin Shu looked at the sphere in front of him and voiced his suspicion to the gatekeeper. "Senior, do you know what this formation is? Why could it trigger my fate calamity?" Hearing this, the gatekeeper shot a stream of energy into the formation. He said, "Let me probe a bit to see." The orange energy rotated around the sphere and slowly merged into it. Qin Shu looked up and involuntarily said, "This is?" When the two had merged into one, the thing inside began to reveal itself. Unexpectedly, inside the formation appeared the afterimage of a person in black performing evil magic. Qin Shu frowned and said, "A person in a black robe." The man in black in the afterimage suddenly stood up and raised his hand, and along with it, rocks and debris flew up in the direction of his hand. The speed of those flying fragments was very fast, like a tidal wave, causing the surrounding scene to tremble. Below, Qin Shu and the gatekeeper stood watching seriously. Not long after, the afterimage ended. The gatekeeper spoke up to explain, "I could deduce these scenes. This formation was carved here not long ago. Perhaps it was to use the Kingdom Lord of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty to deal with you." Facing Qin Shu, he continued, "So the Kingdom Lord of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty wouldn't reveal that person even in death. This is a bit unusual." The conversation was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Mingyue's voice coming from behind. Qin Shu turned back to hear her pleading. Master, please stay in the capital for a few more days so the moon-wheeled divine dynasty can fulfill the duties of a host. The new kingdom lord also chimed in to express his feelings. The divine son has saved us siblings. We have nothing to repay you with. The two of them clasped their hands toward Qin Shu together. Xiao Minghua tried to persuade him. Divine son, please stay for a few more days. The scene shifted to inside the palace where Qin Shu's group was standing. The 12th prince laughed comfortably and said, "These few days here have been truly comfortable." He looked at the kingdom lord and clicked his tongue in praise. It must be said that the moon-wheeled divine dynasty still has deep resources. Just eating heavenly treasures these past few days has allowed me to break through 3 realms continuously. Hearing this, the kingdom lord smiled smugly. On the other side, the subordinate also said, "I also successfully unlocked my cultivation base. Following the divine son, I have stepped onto the path of cultivation." The conversation was still lively. At this moment, Qin Shu suddenly remembered Bai Jiji. He hadn't seen her for a long time. He immediately asked Go Asheng, "Where is Bai Jiji? It's time to leave. Why hasn't she come out yet?" Go Asheng stroked his chin and replied, "Miss Bai hasn't appeared for the past few days. It seems she wasn't even present at the Dharma assembly." Hearing Go Asheng's words, Qin Shu held his head and sighed helplessly. Then suddenly, he clasped his hands behind his back, looked at the kingdom lord with a hopeless expression, and said, "I have a bad feeling." The others also agreed, "We also have a bad feeling." The 12th prince even patted the kingdom lord on the shoulder a few times as consolation. Seeing this, the kingdom lord scratched his head in confusion. "You guys have a bad feeling, so why are you looking at me?" Not wanting to answer, Go Asheng quickly changed the subject and asked, "Kingdom lord, where is the treasury containing the treasures of the moon wheel divine dynasty located?" The kingdom lord pointed suspiciously and replied, "The treasury is right inside the palace. Why do you ask?" Qin Shu didn't answer, but waved his hand and ordered, "Take us there." The kingdom lord led them to a gate guarded by soldiers. He said doubtfully, "How could Miss Bai be inside the treasury? There are heavy guards here. If someone broke in, how could I not know?" Even so, Qin Shu suggested, "Let's go inside and take a look." Hearing this, the kingdom lord proceeded to open the treasury door. As he opened it, he said, "Let me open the treasury door for the divine son to see." Immediately, the wooden door opened, and Qin Shu's group stepped inside. The kingdom lord still insisted, "Miss Bai absolutely cannot be inside, absolutely not." As he spoke, he turned his head to look forward. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes went wide in astonishment at the scene before him. Bai Jiji was curled up inside a swirling aura of blue energy. The kingdom lord was extremely surprised and accidentally lost his composure. What on earth is this? Although he had anticipated it, Go Asheng still helplessly said, "Miss Bai is indeed here." As for Qin Shu, he seemed too accustomed to this, so he said very naturally, indeed not outside of expectations. The kingdom lord retreated step by step in horror, as if he couldn't believe what was before his eyes. If it were before, he should have been surrounded by many rare treasures. But right now, it was completely empty on all 4 sides, without even a blade of grass. He muttered in disbelief, "Impossible." The kingdom lord's face darkened as he continued to question, "Why is the treasury so empty? Where are the spirit herbs and spirit fruits that the moon wheel divine dynasty has accumulated for countless years?" Immediately, he turned his head back and ordered 2 soldiers, "You guys go and check quickly." The soldiers, who were bewildered, heard the order and quickly went to check the surroundings. A moment later, one returned to report, "Your Majesty." He clenched his hands and said. The soldier had a panicked look on his face as he stammered, "The storehouse is empty." The kingdom lord asked suspiciously, "What do you mean, empty?" The soldier clasped his hands in panic, bowed his head, and continued, "Tens of tons of spirit fruits, several tons of spirit herbs stored in the warehouse. And the heavenly materials and earthly treasures the moon wheel divine dynasty has accumulated for countless years are all gone. There's only a pile of seeds left on the ground." The kingdom lord could no longer believe his ears, the corners of his mouth twitching. Immediately after, the kingdom lord, who was standing peacefully, suddenly rolled over and fainted, causing the soldiers to scream in terror, "Your Majesty." The one supporting his falling body also shouted, "Quickly summon the imperial physician." Qin Shu could only helplessly prop his hand up and sigh, looking up at the sky and asking himself, what is going on here? On the contrary, Go Ashung exclaimed in admiration, Divine Son, Miss Bai is truly an extraordinary woman. Qin Shu let out a long sigh and called everyone, let's go. Having said that, he gently jumped up, picked up the sleeping Bai Jiji, and whispered, let's go back. As he flew away, Qin Shu muttered in his heart, ate clean the treasury of a divine dynasty. Surely she's full this time, right? At the same time, at the Yi family, a giant pillar of light suddenly broke through the roof of the tower, piercing straight into the high sky. Its terrifying power tore through the clouds, revealing complex formations operating in layers within the pillar of light. On the roof of another house, a group of people stood watching. The masked leader shouted excitedly, about to come out, waiting for so long, finally waited until this day. He continued with excitement, his voice trembling, my brother Yi, finally coming out of seclusion. The scene shifted back to Qin Shu's group. They were currently flying home in the sky. Qin Shu was still holding Bai Jiji in his arms. Seeing the familiar house below, he spoke up to remind them, we're here. Hearing this, the 12th prince also said impatiently, finally back. I ate quite a few good things in the Moon-Wheel Divine Dynasty this time. But as they got closer, the 12th prince suddenly looked down suspiciously. That is, in front of their gate, at this moment stood a burly man. Although they hadn't landed on the ground yet, they accidentally overheard the person's confession. The burly man expressed his heart earnestly. Little Gio, I know you are in there. Come out and meet me for a bit. A small sound rang out as Qin Shu's group landed on the ground behind the man, but he didn't seem to notice. He continued to plead. Little Gio, you know my feelings for you. For the sake of my sincerity, come out and meet me for a bit. Hearing the name Little Gio, the group turned to look at Xiao Minghua with suspicious eyes. Go Ashung probed. Ninth Princess, did this person come to find you? Xiao Minghua immediately denied. Not looking for me, I don't know this person. Seeing this, Qin Shu guessed the person the burly man was looking for. Not you, then perhaps it is Ninth Divine Son Duan Lingtong. Over there, the burly man was still shouting loudly. Little Gio, I've stood here for 3 days and 3 nights. If you still don't come out, I will barge in. As he spoke, he clenched his fist as if preparing to throw a punch. The 12th prince's face showed admiration, and he exclaimed, staying here for 3 days and 3 nights. I couldn't tell this person was so lovesick. Having said that, he continued to observe. A moment later, the person's voice rang out again, full of determination. If you still don't come out, then I will destroy this place. While speaking, a blue light appeared in his hand, and as he finished the last sentence, the light became gigantic. Except for Qin Shu, the rest opened their eyes wide in astonishment, their mouths agape at this flashy scene. Is there such a move? Qin Shu frowned and shouted loudly, stop. Hearing the voice, the person in front stopped. The person turned around with a voice full of annoyance. You guys want to stop me? However, when the person turned around, Qin Shu's group felt like they were struck by lightning. That delicate fair face, those glittering eyes full of femininity made them dumbfounded. The 3 men in the group were even stunned to the point of nosebleeds gushing out, speechless. Only the 12th prince reluctantly spoke up. Divine Son, if I'm not mistaken, this strong man is a woman. Go Ashing also rubbed his eyes suspiciously. Looks like a woman. Over here, Qin Shu handed the sleeping Bai Jiji to Xiao Minghua. You hold Bai Jiji. Then, he turned his head to look at the burly man and instructed everyone. Let me deal with her. Having said that, Qin Shu quickly stepped in front of the girl, asking as he walked, why do you want to barge into my floating island? The girl didn't answer but asked back, you are the arrogant 18th Divine Son Qin Shu recently, right? Qin Shu remained silent, tacitly admitting it, then asked for her identity. Who is your distinguished self? The muscular girl suddenly flexed her arm, causing green veins to bulge, and she replied grumpily, I am the 8th Divine Son. Having finished speaking, the 8th Divine Son pointed straight at Qin Shu's face, her voice stern. Speaking the truth, I see you and find you very eyesore. She emphasized every word. Really want to take your head off. Qin Shu's face was full of question marks. Bewildered, not understanding why he was being targeted, he asked confusedly, do we have a grudge? The 8th Divine Son still pointed at his face, replying briefly, a deep grudge and great hatred. She clenched her fist, her voice full of pain. You stole the person I love most. The woman's expression suddenly became weak, her eyes filled with tears. The image of her beloved appeared in her mind, and her throat uttered choked words. Ninth Divine Son Duan Lingtong. Hearing this name, Qin Shu's group wore terrified faces, eyes wide looking at each other, as if they couldn't believe what they just heard. Qin Shu asked cautiously, Eighth Divine Son, if I'm not mistaken, you are female, right? His mind was a mess right now. Are the Divine Sons playing this big now? Seeming to be poked in a sore spot, the Eighth Divine Son shouted in irritation. So what if I'm female? Do you look down on me? Love knows no age, gender, or race. The Eighth Divine Son was furious, screaming, Release little Gio now, otherwise today I will go on a killing spree. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from behind her. My business has nothing to do with you. The Ninth Divine Son, the protagonist of the dialogue, finally appeared. She requested the Eighth Divine Son, You should leave quickly. Hearing the familiar voice, the Eighth Divine Son immediately turned around, her angry face suddenly bursting with joy. The background behind her turned into romantic pink with piles of dazzling hearts dancing. She exclaimed happily, Little Gio, finally you were willing to come see me. The Ninth Divine Son put out her hand in refusal, her face tired. Shut up, Eighth Divine Son. Please have some self-respect. The Eighth Divine Son cautiously faced her dream lover, advising with all her words. Little Gio, now you have lost the status of a Divine Son and became a maidservant of the 18th Divine Son. I came to save you. But the response was a grumpy attitude. I don't need you to save me. There will be a day I defeat the 18th Divine Son and leave here by myself. Hearing this, the 8th Divine Son couldn't help but misunderstand. She made her own deductions and suddenly became brutal and spiteful. Little Gio, is it that you have been by the 18th Divine Son's side so long that feelings were born? And you like that pretty boy? Qin Shu remained silent and said nothing. The 9th Divine Son coldly turned back inside, saying indifferently, 8th Divine Son, do not speak nonsense. At the door, she turned her head back and continued, You can leave now. The 8th Divine Son stood dazed and sad. Then suddenly she became irritable, her hateful eyes shooting towards Qin Shu standing behind. It's all because of you. That little Gio doesn't love me. She gritted her teeth angrily and shouted. Qin Shu calmly offered his opinion. Big sister, have you thought about the gender reason? Before he could finish his sentence, the 8th Divine Son rushed towards him, aggressively swinging her fist. I will destroy you. The moment the fist rushed in front of his face, Qin Shu suddenly glared. He immediately raised his hand to block it, his steady voice ringing out, Wait. The 8th Divine Son frowned, asking smugly, Are you scared? Qin Shu calmly explained. This Divine Son does not want to fight a meaningless battle. He pointed his finger, voice full of provocation. Bet. With an extremely cunning face, Qin Shu stated the content of the bet in a deep voice. You win. The 9th Divine Son belongs to you. I win. Your Divine Son island belongs to me. The 8th Divine Son silently thought, but immediately after, she quickly agreed. Okay. Her grumpy voice rang out along with eyes that wanted to chop the opponent into 100 pieces. The story began with a fist from the 8th Divine Son. She gritted her teeth and roared. Can you handle it? Qin Shu also swung his fist up, responding with a challenging face. Try and see. The 8th Divine Son also didn't give in. Come on, try one of my invincible punches. Immediately, the two fists collided, creating a terrifying explosion. Their feet remained firm on the ground, but the surrounding ground seemed about to shatter due to the massive impact force. Qin Shu was quite astonished by this girl's strength. He praised, Not bad. But the 8th Divine Son didn't see it as a compliment, but misunderstood it as sarcasm. She replied, Only not bad? The collision created a strong wind, forcing the onlookers to block it with their hands. Go Ashing exclaimed in surprise, This aura is too violent. Surprisingly able to compete in physical techniques with the Divine Son. A moment later, the two auras merged to create an explosion. The 8th Divine Son and Qin Shu simultaneously jumped back to dodge. This was the first time Qin Shu met a girl with such muscular strength. He clenched his fist, praising in surprise. The 8th Divine Son might be the peer with the strongest physical body I have ever met. As Qin Shu's body landed on the ground, He immediately raised his voice, showing excitement for this battle. Truly interesting. The 8th divine son over there also praised. You're also not bad. Just as the sentence finished, the two immediately jumped up, leaving only after images. Both swung their fists at the opponent once again. He said again, when the 8th divine son used her fist to attack, Qinshu also used his fist to counter. The two exchanged moves continuously, attacks so fast that only after images could be seen. Then suddenly, both sides retreated simultaneously. At this moment, the 8th divine son was completely captivated by the battle. She looked at her hand and said, fighting like this isn't satisfying enough. Qinshu, standing on the other side, agreed, indeed, not interesting enough. He thought for a moment and quickly made a suggestion. Next, how about one punch to decide the winner? Hearing this, the 8th divine son smirked. She excitedly rubbed her wrists and agreed, fine. But suddenly she asked him, 18th divine son, do you know what my other nickname is? Qinshu was curious. Do tell. Just as he finished speaking, the 8th divine son slowly took step by step forward. Those footsteps so powerful, they emitted a green aura. She answered with a face full of pride as she walked. One punch, divine son. The 8th divine son raised her right hand high, a circle of power radiating out. While unleashing the move, she boldly declared, because no one survives a full power punch from me. Finishing her words, she immediately rushed in front of Qinshu with an arm emitting green energy, proving her strength. Qinshu was attracted by the move the 8th divine son just unleashed. He excitedly recognized the power of 60 dragons. The divine sons of the feathering sect are indeed talents. The 8th divine son actually possesses physical strength equal to mine. Qinshu muttered to himself. This makes this divine son even more interested. As he spoke, he pulled his hand back, then suddenly unleashed a strike carrying terrifying power to counter the 8th divine son's punch. Two immense powers collided, creating a powerful shockwave like a bomb explosion. It seemed all the pent-up frustration of the 8th divine son was beaten away. She shouted comfortably, exhilarating. Qinshu also carried an excited mood. He laughed and said, refreshing. When both finished their sentences, it was also the moment the two forces merged. The terrifying scene blew away everything standing nearby. Go Ashung and the 12th prince had to use their hands to brace against the pressure in front of them to avoid being blown away. Both exclaimed in unison, too strong. Go Ashung continued, these two, just by sheer physical strength, are already at the top among the geniuses of the Eastern Wasteland. Witnessing the scene before her, the 9th divine son clenched her fists, her face darkening as she said, the 18th divine son has become stronger. After a long while, Qinshu and the 8th divine son still hadn't determined a winner. Those two auras kept crashing into each other. The 8th divine son was sweating all over, saying, strengths are equal. Let's see who can last longer. Hearing that, Qinshu smiled, speaking of lasting. This divine son, his eyes became serious at this moment, an energy circulating continuously within his body. He continued his previous sentence, has never lost to anyone. Right as he finished speaking, the 8th divine son suddenly widened her eyes in shock. He used one final kick to push her back. It seemed this was the first time the 8th divine son had lost to a man. Drops of sweat fell from her as she spoke in a voice full of astonishment. This divine son has never seen a man who can last that long. Saying this, she collapsed in front of Qinshu. He clenched his fist and asked for her thoughts. How was it? The 8th divine son was exhausted by now. Replying doubtfully, physical strength burst forth in an instant. How can your subsequent effect be so strong? Qinshu didn't like to talk much. He held out his hand in front of the 8th divine son, demanding, talking is useless. Hand over the divine son token. In his mind, he associated this with the image of the perpetual motion Dantian. He closed his eyes and thought, with the perpetual motion Dantian, Laozi has long-lasting endurance. Looking at the 8th divine son's appearance, it seemed she had admitted defeat. She knelt on the ground and said, I have a condition. Hearing her, he asked, what condition? The 8th divine son propped her hands on the ground and bowed her head, in a posture of submission to Qinshu. Let me stay by your side to cultivate on the Yang Branch Island. Okay? Qinshu frowned. He asked suspiciously, you want to come under this divine son's command? The 8th divine son kept her kneeling posture, closed her eyes, and explained, if I can't defeat you, then I will join you. Pausing a bit, she continued, her face blushing, her eyes looking affectionately towards the ninth divine son. That way, at least I have a chance to be in contact with little Gio. The ninth divine son stood motionless with wide eyes after hearing the eighth divine son. But Shu seemed not to understand the ninth divine son's suffering. He quickly agreed to the eighth divine son's proposal. Fine. Immediately, the ninth divine son objected. She screamed, "I don't agree." The eighth divine son stood up in a daze. The ninth divine son was agitated. She stomped over to Shu. Seeing her approach, the eighth divine son called out, "Little Gio." When she arrived in front of Shu, she stood with hands on her hips, saying grumpily, "I say it again, I don't agree." Shu calmly clarified the situation. "Are you unclear about the situation?" He looked straight in her eyes, frankly stating, "Here, what I say goes." The ninth divine son gritted her teeth in dissatisfaction, her face full of anger, snapping, "Shameless." The ninth divine son annoyedly turned her head to go inside, not forgetting to harumph. As she walked, she glanced at the shameless person standing behind her, thinking to herself, "Sooner or later, there will be a day I defeat you." She emphasized every word, "trample you under my feet." The door was slammed shut with a bang. The eighth divine son had been silent until now, but seeing the ninth divine son go inside, she immediately called out loudly, "Little Gio, wait for me." The problem considered resolved, Shu turned his head to address the situation with the eighth divine son. Well, the eighth divine son understood his meaning immediately. She didn't hesitate, but closed her eyes to channel her internal energy. A golden aura surrounded her, and simultaneously her divine son token flew out of her body. She said, "Just as you wished." A long while later, the eighth divine son's divine son token radiated many beams of golden light. The eighth divine son frowned involuntarily. A moment later, she waved her hand, launching her divine son token towards Shu. She acted while saying, "The connection to the divine son token has been severed. Now it is yours." Shu observed the flight path of the divine son token and quickly reached out to catch it. His mouth curled up, asking her with a puzzled look, "The eighth divine son's divine son token is given up so easily. Could it be you have no desire to contend for supremacy?" Hearing Shu's question, the eighth divine son wasn't angry, but replied calmly, "If you hadn't defeated me today, I would naturally have competed for this position of Emperor's son." Pausing a bit, she continued helplessly, "But your strength surprised me greatly." Then she changed her tone as if it were obvious. "How could a woman like me go around fighting and killing with you stinky men?" Shu couldn't believe his ears. He thought helplessly, "Only now do you realize you are a girl?" At this moment, she acted as if she didn't care about the Emperor's son title at all, saying, "Besides, what is a great emperor anyway?" After speaking, the atmosphere around her was enveloped by a pink background, with a bunch of dancing hearts indicating the owner's mood. She said with a face full of happiness, "In my heart, the value of love is higher." Having expressed her feelings, she ignored Shu, who was standing there dumbfounded, and turned her back to run excitedly inside. The heroic warrior appearance from earlier had been blown away by the delicate, ladylike demeanor she just displayed. Waiting until the eighth divine son's figure disappeared from sight, Shu returned to his serious attitude. He looked down at the divine son token resting in his hand and said, "This battle for the emperor son of the feathering sect." His voice was extremely low at this moment. A moment later, he continued, "It is time to bring down the curtain." Saying so, he looked up at the sky. The scene was truly peaceful. A bird flew past, cutting through the air and making leaves flutter. The scene shifted to the next day. Shu was in his room, playing with a small green dragon. He sighed, Tell me, when will you be able to grow up?" Looking into the distance, Bai Jiji could be seen snoring on a chair. It seemed she still hadn't woken up since her last meal. Suddenly, she let out a long breath, then abruptly opened her eyes. She stretched comfortably and said, "Slept so well." What caught her eyes was the image of Shu staring at her. He seemed quite surprised that she woke up so early, so he asked, "You woke up?" Bai Jiji was still in a half-asleep state, asking dreamily, "How long have I slept?" Shu frowned and replied, 3 days and 2 nights. Bai Jiji was now fully awake, immediately putting on her shoes and stepping down from the chair leisurely. Shu faced her, asking suspiciously, "I have never seen you sleep so soundly." Hearing Qin Shu's question, the atmosphere around Bai Jiji suddenly became sparkling, her face extremely happy. She answered innocently, I ate quite full this time, so I slept very well. As soon as Bai Jiji finished speaking, the corner of Qin Shu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Unable to believe his ears, he exclaimed, looking at Bai Jiji's innocent face, that of yours is only called quite full? Qin Shu recalled the desolate scene in the Moon-Wheel Divine Dynasty's treasury and said, You ate the entire treasury of a divine dynasty clean. Hearing him say that, Bai Jiji covered her mouth and laughed mischievously. After joking around for a while, Bai Jiji returned to a serious face, saying, Qin Shu, I feel like I'm about to undergo a transformation. Hearing Bai Jiji speak, Qin Shu asked curiously, What do you mean by transformation? Looking at Bai Jiji's eyes, they were also hazy, not knowing what transformation was. She answered him, I don't know, it's just a feeling. Qin Shu stood in thought for a moment, then asked another question. He asked, Why transform? Bai Jiji looked up at Qin Shu, carefully searching through her memories, but it seemed not easy for her. After thinking for a while, Bai Jiji replied helplessly, I don't know, there are many things I can't remember, but this feeling isn't wrong. When saying this, Bai Jiji's expression suddenly became more pitiful than ever. She said shyly to Qin Shu, Could it be you want to abandon me when I transform? Hearing Bai Jiji's voice filled with grievance, Qin Shu suddenly felt his heart drop a bit. He involuntarily harumphed. Qin Shu reached up to scratch his head, his expression full of confusion. He stammered to deny her question. Here, no way. Just as Qin Shu finished his sentence, Bai Jiji immediately changed her attitude from aggrieved to happy, throwing herself into his arms, startling him. She said cheerfully, I knew you were the best to me. Qin Shu didn't have time to think. His face turned red as a beet, his whole body paralyzed. His hands fumbled, not knowing where to put them. He looked down at Bai Jiji, resting on his chest in confusion, and said, This girl. Qin Shu leaned back to avoid Bai Jiji's hug. He raised his voice shyly at her. Bai Jiji, that's enough. It won't be good if others see. A moment later, hearing no reaction from her, Qin Shu glanced down and was immediately surprised, his face full of question marks. Bai Jiji still seemed quite tired. She quickly dozed off in his arms, making him involuntarily exclaim, This girl. Qin Shu gently picked up the sleeping Bai Jiji. Looking at her sleepy face, he said helplessly, sleeping again. Bai Jiji, dreaming of who knows what, tightly grasped the hem of his robe. However, Qin Shu took no offense. Instead, he smiled gently at her, feigning a scolding tone, Really can't do anything with you. Qin Shu gently placed her back on the bed and quickly turned to leave the room. He spoke softly to the soundly sleeping Bai Jiji, Rest well. The scene shifts to the Fire Branch floating island of the Feathering Sect. A group of people stood around a lake. Crucially, the water in the lake was a gloomy reddish-black, emitting wisps of rather dangerous-looking smoke. Suddenly, a man among them spoke up. Why is there no movement? The time has come. It seemed this person was waiting for something. Just as the man finished speaking, the peaceful water surface suddenly bubbled with air pockets, boiling furiously. A fellow with side-swept hair seemed to lose patience, urgently asking Elder Chen standing next to him, Elder Chen, why hasn't the seventh divine son awakened yet? Hearing the impatience in the other's voice, Elder Chen hurriedly reassured him. Rest assured, the divine son's fortune is endless. He will definitely overcome this tribulation. No sooner had he spoken than a plume of thick black smoke rose from the pond, shaking the calm surface. Immediately, Elder Chun announced to the surrounding crowd, He's here. From within that gloomy cloud of black mist, a young man with red hair slowly floated up. It was none other than the seventh divine son, who had been defeated by Qin Shu. A moment later, the seventh divine son opened his eyes. He looked down arrogantly at the crowd, lined up in a long row, bowing respectfully before him. The people below shouted in unison, Congratulations, divine son, on gaining a new life. Though just revived, the seventh divine son looked far from happy. His eyes were filled with madness. He gritted his teeth and growled, 18th divine son. Unforgivable. This divine son was crippled by him twice. Elder Chan below quickly bowed and spoke with a respectful voice. But the 18th divine son doesn't know that the divine son gets stronger with every defeat. The water in the lake continued to boil, but couldn't drown out the voice filled with hatred of the seventh divine son. He ground his teeth as he spoke, veins bulging on his face. He snarled, "Damn it. Forced this divine son to use a trump card, the 9 cycles undying art. If I don't eliminate the 18th divine son, this divine son swears never to be human again." Elderchin looked up at the person above and said, "The 9 cycles undying art. After 9 cycles, the divine son will be invincible, which is a good thing." However, the old man still maintained a cautious attitude, furrowing his brows as he said, "However, regarding the 18th divine son, this inner demon must be eliminated to avoid affecting the divine son's path to proving the great Emperor Tao." The scene shifted again to another location. Here, too, a group of people surrounded a lake, but in contrast to the gloomy black water elsewhere, the water in this lake glowed gold. The rising aura was also golden. A man observing suddenly exclaimed, "This is..." Before the man could finish his sentence, a pillar of light shot straight up from the lake into the sky at high speed, releasing a pressure that blew everything nearby far away. The observers from earlier were also affected, having to raise their hands to shield themselves from being blown away. A moment later, when the pillar of light had fully ascended to the sky, only a mass of energy remained below, swirling in a circle around where the pillar had just got shot up. The crowd looked up at the sky in astonishment. One person even gaped, involuntarily saying, "How is this possible?" Following everyone's gaze, a massive golden stele engraved with 8 words, "Feathering Sect Heavenly Prodigy Roll," gradually became clear after the light disappeared. Everyone was overwhelmed by the scene before them. One person among them exclaimed, "The Heavenly Prodigy Roll has appeared again." A man in a green robe, standing nearby, widened his eyes and said, "Only in eras with outstanding prodigies does the Heavenly Prodigy Roll appear. The divine sons of this generation are indeed very strong, outstanding prodigies." Saying this, an image of a man holding a spear, his whole body ablaze, simultaneously appeared in everyone's minds. They listed the people who could cause the Heavenly Prodigy Roll to appear one by one. Isn't it said that the strongest are the first divine son and the second divine son? I heard the 5th divine son also returned from the northern plains, but that doesn't seem quite right either. They continued to analyze the 5th divine son situation. The 5th divine son trained in the northern plains for too long. The number of northern plains prodigies he fought is uncountable. His return will surely shock many people. But suddenly, someone spoke up. He shouted, "Don't forget that we also have the 18th divine son, representing our feathering sect. He also has a resounding reputation in the eastern wasteland, beating the god race prodigies until they abandoned their armor." The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became, causing everyone to suddenly recall the image of Qin Shu. The scene shifted to the Yi family. An old man held a roll of cloth in his hand. On the roll was a piece of paper, looking like some kind of announcement. Surrounding the old man was a crowd of observers. The old man looked ahead and said, "My Yi family in this generation." The old man paused for a moment, looking up at the person standing on a platform. Moments later, he declared, "Imperial Son candidate, Yi Fan." The man named Yi Fan looked down arrogantly from the platform, clasping his hands behind his back, standing majestically. Below, the old man continued reading the proclamation. He raised his voice. "From now on, Yi Fan will represent the Yi family to compete with the imperial sons of the world for the position of Great Emperor." The crowd below stood listening seriously. After finishing, the old man looked up at Yi Fan and asked, "Does the imperial son have anything to say?" Given permission, the Yi family imperial son, Yi Fan, finally opened his mouth. "In the past, my Yi family ancestor, Yi Fan, once covered the sky with one hand." Yi Fan's voice rang out, accompanied by a gaze filled with the majesty of an imperial son. He continued, "Today, I am also named Yi Fan, defeating the prodigies of the eastern wasteland." As soon as Yi Fan finished speaking, Yi Tian's excited voice rang out from below. He raised his arm to the sky and said, "My big brother is the best." Yi Tian excitedly suggested to the person on the platform, "Brother, when you go out later, you must destroy the 18th divine son of the feathering sect first. That guy is too arrogant. He dared to call you a useless person." But contrary to his expectations, Yi Fan adopted a harsh attitude and shouted, "Shut up." The excitement from earlier was immediately extinguished by that shout. Yi Tian involuntarily let out a cry of grievance. Yi Fan used a disdainful tone to say, "Do you think any random dog or cat is worthy of this imperial son's action?" Hearing this, Yi Tian immediately explained, "No, brother, it's that guy's too arrogant." He became more agitated as he spoke. "I've never seen anyone so arrogant." Yi Fan kept his hands clasped behind his back, maintaining a haughty attitude as he said, "Wait until he becomes an imperial son, then we'll see. If he doesn't become an imperial son, he is nothing in my eyes." Pausing for a moment, Yi Fan spoke again, his eyes now carrying a gloomy look. "If he becomes an imperial son, naturally I will kill him." The scene shifted again to another location. This time it was the Feathering Sect, Yang Branch, floating island. Qin Shu was currently sitting in meditation with his eyes closed. His hands rested on his thighs, circulating the magic formation within his body, causing a layer of golden energy to radiate, emitting sizzling sounds. He was deep in thought, today calming my mind to thinking about the path ahead. In his heart, Qin Shu constantly recalled images of past battles. He mused, "Now I have many methods. Not only have I acquired many cultivation techniques, recently I also obtained the 10 swords of heaven destruction." Thinking of this, the image of that sword surfaced. His body was enveloped in a golden aura that swirled around him, centered at his chest. 2 divine consciousnesses hovered on either side of him. On the right was a consciousness shaped like a worm with bat wings, and on the left was a consciousness shaped like a tiny person. While associating and thinking, plus the taboo supreme bone and taboo supreme skin divine soul, divine consciousness, there can be many ways to attack. Qin Shu stopped the association in his mind and returned to reality. He closed his eyes and thought, the most miraculous thing to mention. That is probably my second divine consciousness. Since ancient times, I have never heard of a cultivator having more than one divine consciousness. He opened his eyes to look at the tiny, human-shaped divine consciousness flying on his left. Qin Shu recalled the past. Last time I broke through a realm, this divine consciousness didn't change at all. It only generated a type of attack power with a special will. Qin Shu tried to observe the changes in the divine consciousness, but found nothing. It remained in its old state. He continued, thinking, originally, it made me stop opening the heavenly, steel, 8-soul silkworm. With so many methods, the most important thing is still to understand the principles so that my attacks won't be diminished. Images describing the use of divine consciousness constantly appeared in his mind. And the best method to understand the principles is combat. Thinking of this, Qin Shu's mood suddenly became excited. Suddenly, the door behind him burst open. It was Go Ashing rushing in breathlessly to inform Qin Shu. He said, "Divine Son, something big has happened." Qin Shu calmly glanced at the door. He asked, "What is it?" Go Ashung replied with a tense attitude, "The Feathering Sect Heavenly Prodigy role has appeared. This also marks the basic end of the struggle between the Feathering Sect Imperial Sons." Qin Shu stood up. He turned his head, curious, asking Go Ashung, "What is the Heavenly Prodigy role?" Go Ashung quickly replied, "The ranking board before a Feathering Sect Divine Son becomes an Imperial Son." As Go Ashing spoke, he visualized the images of those who would stand at the top of the Feathering Sect. It also means that the board will gather the 100 strongest Divine Sons of all dynasties of the Feathering Sect. As soon as Go Ashing finished speaking, Qin Shu's voice rang out, tinged with excitement. He smiled slightly and said, "The strongest Divine Sons of all eras." Quite interesting. Qin Shu turned around to face Go Ashing. The latter quickly continued. Moreover, the Heavenly Prodigy role contains the divine thoughts of the Divine Sons of all dynasties. Go Ashung frowned at this point. He said, "Winning allows one to take a position on the Heavenly Prodigy role." Qin Shu was attracted by Go Ashing's words. He said with eager anticipation, "Fighting the strongest Divine Sons of all eras, this Divine Son can hardly wait." But Go Ashing suddenly interrupted him, causing him to involuntarily pause. He continued thoughtfully, "There's one more thing. The Yi family, the leader in establishing Imperial Sons, has also raised intentions of competition." Go Ashung furrowed his brows. The Yi family young emperor cannot be underestimated. His ancestor was a great completion sacred body. As he spoke, he visualized the image of the Yi family ancestor. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "I heard Yi Fan also has the fate of the sacred body." Qin Shu exclaimed with a surprised look, "Sacred body." He thought, indeed, If father hadn't been plotted against back then, perhaps I would already be a congenital chaos, sacred body Tao fetus. Qin Shu thought silently. The sacred body is merely one characteristic of my constitution. Go Ashing spoke up, calling Qin Shu back from his deep thoughts. He said, Divine Son, the sacred body is a top 10 super physique. If his body really is the sacred body, then this person will definitely be a powerful enemy on the Emperor Road for the Divine Son. However, Qin Shu didn't seem to care. He just smiled and said that the stronger the enemy, the more satisfying it is to kill them. The scene shifts to the Luo family. It seems the event of the Heavenly Prodigy Roll's appearance has also spread to the Luo family. So right now, a crowd is gathered below a high platform to watch the future Imperial Son of the Luo family perform. On that platform, there are two people. The one standing on the left is Luo Yun, and on the right is Luo Guandao. Luo Yun whispered to Luo Guandao, Guandao, start your performance. Luo Guandao turned to look at his sister, frowning as he said, Sister, I'm a little nervous. Hearing her brother speak, Luo Yun clicked her tongue in annoyance. She said, You're about to become the Imperial Son. What is there to be nervous about? Below, an old man holding a scepter was speaking loudly. My Luo family are descendants of a great emperor. The great emperor of my Luo family once commanded the 9 heavens and 10 earths, remaining invincible. When he reached this point, the image of a white-haired man holding a long sword emitting a majestic aura involuntarily appeared in everyone's minds. Pausing for a moment, the old man continued. The imperial son of this generation of my Luo family is a heavenly immortal Tao fetus. He will certainly reclaim glory for the ancestors. Holding the scepter in one hand, the old man raised his other hand high towards where Luo Guandao and Luo Yun were standing and said, Perhaps everyone already knows the imperial son of this generation of the Luo family is Luo Guandao. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes fixed on the young man standing on the platform. Behind Luo Guandao, at this moment, a halo of light seemed to radiate along with a huge character, making him stand out. Everyone became excited. A pink-haired man said, Heavenly immortal Tao fetus, one of the top 10 strongest physiques. The guy standing next to him also said excitedly, When discussing strong physiques, no one can surpass Guandao of my Luo family. Another person raised their hand in agreement. That's right, the Luo family has hope for a great emperor this time. Unlike the joyous atmosphere below, the atmosphere on the platform was quite gloomy. Luo Yun stood solemnly. She glanced at Luo Guandao and asked, Guandao, do you have anything to say? The air seemed to grow heavier as Luo Guandao, with a turmoil mind, only knew how to lower his head to avoid her gaze. Facing Luo Yun's question, he hesitantly raised his head, his eyes dodging a bit as he looked at his sister, then stammered, Sister, I don't want to be the imperial son. Can I yield it to you? As soon as the sentence was finished, Luo Yun's face immediately darkened. She frowned and shouted, Shut your mouth, leaving Luo Guandao stunned in confusion. Luo Yun crossed her arms, glaring at her brother, her voice full of warning. Remember, you are now the imperial son. This noble status, according to her, was not something Qin Shu could compare to. The image of Qin Shu with his innocent smile suddenly flashed in Luo Yun's mind. Just thinking about it made her feel disgusted, so she turned to grit her teeth and lecture her brother. In the future, you must look at him with a superior gaze. Saying this, Luo Yun didn't bother looking at Luo Guandao anymore, but turned her face away, a flash of cold hatred passing through her eyes. That Qin Shu is not worthy to stand with you. The scene shifts to another place. Amidst the quiet space, a blue-haired young man was lost in thought when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice, Luo Yun, causing him to jump. A man frowned, his scrutinizing eyes full of suspicion. What are you doing? Perhaps because he was too surprised, the blue-haired youth named Luo and stammered in fear. I. The man used a gaze sharp as a dagger, ordering, Speak. Luo panicked and avoided the man's gaze, only daring to glue his vision to the grass beneath his feet, hurriedly denying, No, doing nothing. Unknown when it happened, the man was already standing towering in front of Luo and a thunderous slap rang out on his cheek. The man struck while scolding, You trash, told you to feed the horses here, yet you're loitering. Luo was hit so hard his head tilted. He looked up, his eyes filled with resentment staring at the man. But the man was not only unafraid, but also calmly stroked his beard, uttering a warning full of provocation. "What are you looking at?" After speaking, he launched a kick straight at Luo, forcing him to curl up and use both hands to shield himself, while the man continued to curse loudly. "Still not convinced, huh?" The man used his foot to press down firmly on Luo, not letting him stand up, ignoring the young man's face twisting in pain. With a contemptuous look, he insulted, "Although you also have the surname Luo, you should know your status clearly." The man's eyes glared, his voice lowly as if speaking to an animal. "You aren't even equal to the servants of the Luo family. Your entire lineage are sinners of the Luo family, slaves of the Luo family for generations." Luo ground his teeth in hatred, his eyes looking as if they wanted to incinerate the person stepping on him. A moment later, the man finally left, not forgetting to add a few abusive remarks. "Useless thing. Hurry up and feed the dragon horse until it's full." The imperial son was just crowned. He will ride the dragon horse to patrol the Luo family territory soon. Luo, and then painfully sat up, holding his stomach with both hands. He ground his teeth, muttering in resentment, "I swear if there's a chance, I will definitely kill you." Luo's eyes were bloodshot, veins popping out, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became gloomily terrifying. As soon as the vicious oath ended, a ghostly voice suddenly rang in Luo's ear. "I'll help you." Luo startled and turned his head, speaking vigilantly. "Who?" From behind him, a strange creature unexpectedly appeared. It spoke to reassure him. "Don't be nervous." Quick as a flash, when Luo whipped around, what met his eyes was a creature covered in fur, with a long tail wagging behind and a pair of huge horns on its head. Its eyes were glowing red, its mouth full of sharp fangs opened wide as it introduced itself. "Let me introduce myself. I am Ma Tiandao." As it spoke, its forelegs spread out in a gesture of greeting. Luo asked suspiciously, "Ma Tiandao?" It immediately replied, "I am Ma Tiandao, specializing in finding the child of destiny of this heaven and earth." Then, pointing straight at Luo, "And you are the person I want to find." Ma Tiandao used enchanting words. "Agree to become my host, and I will agree to let you defy the heavens." Luo stood dazed for a long while, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. But the word child of destiny perhaps held an irresistible allure for Luo, and at this moment, he smiled a strange smile, muttering to himself, "Child of destiny, opportunity." Luo looked at the hairy creature in front of him. His face suddenly became dark, his throat emitting a few low, ghostly laughs. "If I am the child of destiny, why do I have to be here feeding horses? Why is the Luo family's imperial son Luo Guandao?" Ma Tiandao crossed its arms and declared smugly, "I am not inferior to Luo Guandao, as long as you have me." It flew down in front of Luo using a tone with intense attraction to mesmerize him. "I will help you defy the heavens and change your fate." But it seemed Luo still didn't completely trust it. He asked with a suspicious attitude, "Why should I trust you?" Ma Tiandao rolled its eyes looking around, suddenly spotting the man from earlier. It then said with a sinister voice, "Right now, I can give you the power to destroy him." Luo immediately dismissed that crazy thought. "His cultivation is higher than mine. That's impossible." Just as the words fell, the man walked over. Thinking the boy was lazily enjoying the breeze, he immediately spewed vicious curses. "Luo, you still dare to be lazy." Hearing the noise, Luo, who was talking to Ma Tiandao, turned to look at him. The man scolded fiercely, "Did I hit you too lightly?" Becoming a target once again, Luo exclaimed in both panic and anger, "Damn it, targeting me again." Ma Tiandao stood observing all this time. Seeing this, it created a stream of black energy and shot it straight into Luo. It acted while speaking, "Now I grant you a bit of power, making you feel what it's like to be strong." Immediately, Luo felt a surge of power swirling deep within his body. It seemed he had never experienced this feeling before, so he involuntarily exclaimed, "This feeling, is this?" Seeing Luo standing motionless, the man became even angrier. He raised his hand, intending to slap him again, screaming, "I'm talking to you." But instantly, Luo caught the man's swinging arm firmly, shocking him to the extreme. Luo squeezed hard, his eyes gleaming with deep hatred. The man stood stunned, gritting his teeth, unconsciously uttering, "You." Only after a moment did he snap out of it, hurriedly warning Luo and, "You dare to resist me?" Luo didn't care. He twisted forcefully, causing the man's arm to make a gruesome cracking sound. He calmly replied, "So what?" The man's face was now distorted with pain, screaming incessantly. Afterward, he yanked his hand back and shouted, "Luo, and don't be reckless." However, Luo paid no heed to the threat and slapped the man with a thunderous strike, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Luo said coldly, "Get lost." After Luo's thunderous slap, the man flew far away and collapsed on the ground. Luo's mood was incredibly exhilarated right now. He mocked the man before, "Hitting me was very comfortable, wasn't it?" Luo smiled wickedly and continued, "Now I want you to pay it all back." Ma Tiandao stood behind witnessing everything, secretly holding its belly laughing in delight. Luo walked step by step towards the trembling man on the ground. He walked and said, "Not knowing your own strength." Luo tried channeling a bit of power in his body, and a gloomy purple flame flared up from his palm. He looked excitedly at the flame in his hand and said, "Is this the feeling of having power?" Ma Tiandao had been watching the whole time. Hearing Luo say that, it asked, "Is it satisfying?" Luo delivered a painful kick to the man's chest while lying on the ground and replied with pleasure, "Very satisfying." Another mouthful of blood spurted from the man's mouth after Luo's kick. Ma Tiandao stood behind, constantly goading, "Killing him will be even more satisfying." Listening to Ma Tiandao, Luo immediately bent down and choked the man tightly, taking him completely by surprise. Seeing Luo's extreme action, the man panicked and warned Luo, "If you dare touch me, the Luo family won't forgive you." But Luo was in a state of extreme excitement. He didn't care about the warning and squeezed even tighter. Only when he saw the look of utter terror on the man's face did Luo let go, causing the man to fall to the ground with a thud, his eyes wide in pain. After a series of vengeful acts, Luo's state suddenly became manic. He roared in satisfaction. "Only today does Luo feel like a human being. The feeling is truly very satisfying." Ma Tiandao was rejoiced to have found a host. It clapped its hands loudly, its mouth constantly congratulating. "From now on, you are a person above 10,000 people." Meanwhile, in a completely different place, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the Feathering Sect's Yang Branch floating island, where Qin Shu was staying. Currently, Qin Shu was walking on the stairs with Go Ashung. He walked and reported the situation. "Divine Son, recently, one could say a lot of things have happened." The unfinished conversation was interrupted by a frantic call from the 8th Divine Son. "Lil Nine, wait for me. Where are you going?" Qin Shu immediately turned his attention to the two of them. The 9th Divine Son was walking hurriedly, and behind her, the 8th Divine Son was running in a panic, her mouth running nonstop. "Wait for me." The 9th Divine Son seemed unable to take it anymore and turned her head, saying angrily, "Can you stop following me?" The 8th Divine Son froze upon hearing that. But she quickly regained her spirits, excitedly saying to the 9th Divine Son, "Except for that, I can agree to anything." The 9th Divine Son was left speechless. She scrunched her face in annoyance. But then she quickly came up with an idea. The 9th Divine Son proposed, "Then let's have a match." She raised her eyebrows, smiling as she stated the terms to the 8th Divine Son. "If I win, you stay away from me a bit." Then she crossed her arms and stated the rest. "If you win, I won't scold you for following me in the future." "How about it?" The 8th Divine Son heard this and quickly asked, "Then how do we compete in terms of feelings?" The 9th Divine Son didn't answer that point, but continued, "Go to the Heavenly Prodigy roll. Let's see whose ranking is higher." Having said that, she turned to look at Qin Shu and said, "18th Divine Son, please be a witness for the two of us." Hearing her finish, Qin Shu immediately agreed. He curled his lips in an excited smile. "All right, this Divine Son just happens to want to go to the Heavenly Prodigy roll to take a look." The next day, Qin Shu's group arrived at the Feathering Sect's Heavenly Prodigy roll. The Heavenly Prodigy roll stood tall and majestic, glittering with golden light, its surface densely carved with characters. And a crowd had already gathered below. As soon as Qin Shu's group appeared, everyone immediately started buzzing. A person standing watch, upon recognizing them, loudly announced, It's the 18th divine son and the 8th divine son. The 9th divine son has submitted to the 18th divine son. They all appeared eager, someone saying, looking forward to the 18th divine son's performance. Amidst the buzzing crowd, a knowledgeable divine son scratched his chin and said, "My feathering sect only produces outstanding talents every few tens of thousands of years. There have been a total of 1,800 divine sons across all generations, among whom there are over 10 peerless heavenly prodigies praised by everyone." He paused for a moment, glanced at the person next to him, and continued, "The old ancestor once said that the divine sons of this generation are all very strong. I wonder how many figures on the heavenly prodigy roll they can ultimately defeat." Another divine son was stirring up discussion about the 10th divine son. He told the person behind him, "The 10th divine son has been in there for an hour. Just now she rushed into the top 500. Why hasn't there been any movement since then?" Just as he finished speaking, a large line of text suddenly appeared on the heavenly prodigy roll. 10th divine son, Zhao Lingyuan, rank 400. That line of text quickly caught everyone's eyes, including Qin Shu's group. They all looked up with wide eyes. A divine son pointed up, exclaiming, "Truly impressive, the 10th divine son has advanced another 100 spots." The 9th divine son, Duan Lingtong, reacted differently from the crowd. She hugged her arms, involuntarily saying, "The 10th divine son has ranked up again." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately took a stance and jumped, flying straight into the heavenly prodigy roll. She frowned, telling herself, "I've lost 3 times before. This time I want to compete with her again." Following the 9th divine son was the 8th divine son. She quickly tagged along, her words echoing the sentiment of the common people. "I am also very much looking forward to it." Qin Shu stood watching the 2 girls from his group rush in first. Go Ashong, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up to explain. He pointed at the board and said, "Divine son, this 10th divine son is a legend. She is one of the 3 female divine sons unique to the feathering sect. Her appearance is peerless, and she has been pursued by many divine sons. The 10th divine son set a rule. Whoever can defeat her can win her heart. But until now, no divine son has defeated her." Speaking of this, images of the 10th divine son standing amidst those defeated by her hand kept flashing in everyone's minds. Go Ashong continued, "Some guess that the 10th divine son's strength might be on par with the first divine son and the second divine son." Hearing him say this, Qin Shu was suddenly startled. The heavenly prodigy roll lit up once again with a line of text. 10th divine son, Zhao Lingyuan, rank 300. The crowd below was surprised once again by her strength. A divine son gaped in astonishment. So fast, she advanced another 100 ranks. Does the 10th divine son intend to enter the historical top 100? A moment later, a black hole suddenly exploded from within the heavenly prodigy roll. From that hole, the 8th divine son, who had just entered, was pushed out. She was thrown out of the board, landing on the ground with a thud, surprising Qin Shu standing nearby. He stood with his arms crossed, his face full of question marks and doubt. "Why did you come out so quickly?" The 8th divine son stood up, both bitter and supporting herself with her hands. She said, "I didn't expect the divine sons of past generations to be so formidable." Hearing her, Qin Shu was quite surprised because, with her strength, she should have lasted longer. He asked curiously, "What rank did you challenge?" The 8th divine son's face was bruised at this moment. She gritted her teeth and replied curtly, 100. "I originally could have directly surpassed that woman, the 10th divine son, but unexpectedly, I was beaten out as soon as I entered." After hearing the 8th divine son, Qin Shu said helplessly, "Charging for the top 100 right from the start, that is indeed quite reckless." Just as he finished speaking, another person flew out from the heavenly prodigy roll at the speed of light, making Qin Shu's eyes go wide with surprise. The 8th divine son exclaimed in shock, "What?" Layers of smoke dispersed, revealing the 9th divine son lying sprawled on the ground. She groaned in pain. The 8th divine son gaped, looking at the 9th divine son. Qin Shu also asked in astonishment, "Did you also challenge the top 100? The 9th divine son had stood up by now. She closed her eyes and calmly replied, "No." But immediately after, she used a decisive tone to say, "I challenge the top 10. Hearing the 9th divine son, Qin Shu with a speechless expression, involuntarily uttered, "Every single one of you is as reckless as the other." Before the three of them could finish chatting, the heavenly prodigy roll displayed a line of text once again. The eighth divine son said, "There's movement again." Huge character struck everyone's eyes. 10th divine son, Zhao Lingyuan, rank 200. While Qin Shu was observing the words on the board, suddenly a blue panel that only he could see appeared right next to him. That blue panel emitted a voice, triggered a temporary mission. It continued its monologue, triggered entry into the heavenly prodigy roll. Mission reward this time. The higher the ranking, the more generous the reward obtained. He glanced at the panel in surprise. Having received the mission notification, Qin Shu's mood immediately became excited. He thought, "This is the first time I've triggered a mission where the reward is decided based on my performance." A moment later, the heavenly prodigy roll seemed to have movement again. Those dense lines of text disappeared. Then came another notification about the ranking of the 10th divine son, Zhao Lingyuan. After this time, everyone's mood was not just surprise but shock. The 9th divine son said wide-eyed, "Zhao Lingyuan has entered the top 100. She frowned. I think I can see the look of smugness on her face. The 8th divine son agreed bitterly. That green tea Zhao Lingyuan really has some strength. If no one suppresses her flames, she'll probably become even more arrogant." Seeing the light emitting from above, the people below looked around and discussed excitedly, "The 18th divine son has also arrived." Hearing this name, everyone was surprised. Suddenly, Qin Shu appeared from amidst the crowd. The people around took the opportunity to ask each other, "Is the 18th divine son going to make a move? I wonder if the 18th divine son can surpass the 10th divine son and enter the top 100? Someone standing nearby shook his head. "I don't think so. Because the 10th divine son's true strength is ranked 3rd among the 18 divine sons. We've stood by watching the excitement the 18th divine son created before, but he has never fought against a divine son with truly powerful strength." In an instant, Qin Shu quickly entered the heavenly prodigy roll. Inside, Qin Shu said to himself, "Entering this time isn't simply for the ranking. More importantly, it is to make my body skills more proficient." Qin Shu looked into the distance, his face full of interest as he shouted, "Challenge the 1,800 positions." Qin Shu thought to himself, "I will have to try my best to increase my combat capability, fighting from the very last person all the way up." Qin Shu moved to the first checkpoint. Someone was already waiting there. That person introduced himself. "This humble one is the 36th generation divine son of the feathering sect, Manhwa, ranked 1,800th. Please advise." Qin Shu also spoke politely in return. 100th generation divine son of the feathering sect, Qin Shu. Please advise. Outside, the heavenly prodigy roll fluctuated constantly, emitting strange sounds. At this moment, two people appeared. They were Yu Tianzi and the 6th divine son. Yu Tianzi asked the 6th divine son, "How many positions do you feel the 18th divine son will challenge?" The 6th divine son clenched his hands tight, replying with a rather unsightly expression. Based on his arrogant and haughty personality, perhaps he will challenge at least the top 100. The heavenly prodigy roll displayed a notification, challenging rank 1,800. This news shocked everyone. Someone said, "The 18th divine son is challenging the last position." Another person, in disbelief, said, "Isn't this inconsistent with the 18th divine son's style?" Seeing the news on the heavenly prodigy roll, the 6th divine son said coldly, "Consider it that I overestimated him. It seems he still has some self-awareness." Inside the heavenly prodigy roll, Qin Shu had defeated the divine son, ranked 1,800th. Qin Shu said, "Challenge the 1,799th position." Immediately after, he moved to the second checkpoint, where the 1,799th divine son was already there. That divine son introduced himself, 16th generation divine son of the feathering sect, Wu Ming, ranked 1,799th. Please advise. This time, Qin Shu proceeded directly to attack. While attacking, Qin Shu introduced himself. Just as he finished introducing himself, the 1,799th divine son was defeated. Qin Shu continued his journey. Outside, everyone was anxiously waiting for news on the board. Someone asked impatiently, "I wonder if there are any changes in the current ranking situation?" The heavenly prodigy roll had news. Tant divine son, Zhao Linjuan, rang 49. Everyone was astonished once again. The 10th divine son entered the top 50. Excellent. Worthy of being the undefeated divine son. Someone walked out from the heavenly prodigy role. It was the 10th divine son. The men around looked at her with admiration mixed with a bit of shy adoration. The 10th divine son panted. She said to herself, rank 49 is already my limit. The 10th divine son continued speaking as she walked. If I want to advance another step, I'm afraid I have to cultivate for many more years. Her every step made the men outside gaze with lingering attachment, unable to look away. The 10th divine son was quite surprised to see her sisters. She asked, 8th sister, 9th sister, why are you two also here? 9th sister and 8th sister heard this question and only gave a forced smile, answering vaguely, we just came over to watch. 8th sister also chimed in, that's right, it's a bit boring, we're leaving first. Just as 9th sister and 8th sister turned away, the 10th divine son said to the two of them, stand still. 9th sister turned back, but 8th sister immediately stopped her, don't turn your head, hurry and go. The 10th divine son still followed, saying to the two of them, why are you two running like that? Before you met me, you both wanted to compete with me, although you guys have never beaten me. The 9th divine son and 8th divine son initially didn't want to get entangled with the 10th divine son, but upon hearing her say this, they gritted their teeth in anger, thinking, the hateful 10th divine son. The 9th divine son turned back, pointing a finger at the 10th divine son's face, and said loudly, if you have the skill, don't use the power of your physical body. Let's see if I can beat you then. The 8th divine son also chimed in. That was me letting you win, yet you actually thought it was real. After saying that, both of them walked away without saying another word. The 10th divine son remained behind, asking persistently with an innocent expression. It's not that you two failed the heavenly prodigy role challenge and are intentionally avoiding me, is it? Seeing the 10th divine son pestering them endlessly, the 8th divine son turned back and said, Zhao Lingyuan, this has nothing to do with rankings. We just don't want to see you. The 9th divine son also said, exactly what ranking, we don't care. The 10th divine son smiled confidently at this moment, placing her hand on her chest and saying proudly, 10th divine son Zhao Lingyuan on the heavenly prodigy role. Historically, the divine sons of the feathering sect rank 49th, but temporarily, I am ranked first among the current divine sons of the feathering sect. May I ask, two sisters, what are your rankings? These challenging words from the 10th divine son made the faces of the 9th and 8th divine sons turn dark, not knowing how to retort. The 10th divine son continued to look at them with that excited expression, adding, I am very curious. The men outside also added, divine son of the 000th generation of the feathering sect, out of 1,800 divine sons, ranking 49th is truly impressive. Others also cheered along. The divine son is invincible. Someone even frantically said, 10th divine son, I want to drink your foot-washing water. The 9th and 8th divine sons looked at this scene caused by the 10th divine son and expressed their anger openly. Hateful, being mocked by her again. The 10th divine son continued to show off her achievements. Although I hope for strong experts to appear in the feathering sect one after another, I personally feel that among the current divine sons, no one can surpass me. In this heavenly prodigy role ranking, I stand first. The 8th divine son seemed unable to stand the 10th divine son's arrogance anymore and retorted, Zhao Lingyuan, don't be so arrogant. The 18th divine son has gone in now. It's not certain that he can't surpass you. Hearing this name, the 10th divine son recalled the past and said, the 18th divine son? Is it the divine son everyone used to know as a piece of trash? I remember I once beat him, and he hugged my leg crying, calling me sister. However, I heard that you two have submitted to him. Is that true or false? These words carried a very clear tone of mockery and disdain. The 9th and 8th divine sons truly couldn't accept it anymore, but couldn't say anything. Seeing no reaction from them, the 10th divine son laughed and said, looks like you tacitly admit it. Submitting to a piece of trash, two sisters, what were you thinking? The 10th divine son put her hands on her hips and said indifferently, it would be better to be maids for me. At least I would treat you two a little better. The 9th divine son couldn't take it anymore and spoke up in rebuttal. Enough, Zhao Lingyuan, don't be too arrogant. The 18th divine son is not as incompetent as you say. You'll see. Saying that, she pointed up at the Heavenly Prodigy roll. The Heavenly Prodigy roll displayed the news. 18th Divine, Sun Qin, Shu ranks 1798th. The 10th Divine Sun looked at the Heavenly Prodigy roll and immediately laughed loudly. She pointed at the board and said, "Is this what you wanted me to see? Ranked 1798th? The 18th Divine Sun truly has ambition." The 10th Divine Sun mocked back with 1,000 times more confidence. This Divine Sun challenged directly from the top 500. "Are you trying to make me laugh?" Inside the Heavenly Prodigy roll, Qin Shu defeated the stages one by one. Looking at the newly defeated Divine Sun, Qin Shu sighed, "Too weak. I didn't expect the lower-ranked Divine Suns couldn't withstand a single blow from me. This provides limited help to me." Qin Shu said to the Heavenly Prodigy roll, "Heavenly Prodigy roll. This Divine Sun wants to challenge from 1797 to 1696. Qin Shu thought, "If I challenge 100 Divine Suns simultaneously, perhaps it will be effective. I just don't know if it's possible to challenge 100 at the same time." After Qin Shu issued the challenge, he moved, and at this moment, the space around Qin Shu changed. 100 floating islands began to merge together, and 100 Divine Suns also appeared. The Divine Suns introduced themselves one by one. 18th Generation Divine, Sun Zhu Yan, seeking instruction. 23rd Generation Divine, Sun Bai Chang Yun, seeking instruction. 91st Generation Divine, Sun Huang Zitao, seeking instruction. The remaining Divine Suns also introduced themselves, and finally, it was done. Qin Shu looked at the 100 Divine Suns in front of him with excitement. He also replied politely, 100th Generation Divine Sun of the Feathering Sect, Qin Shu, seeking instruction. The 100 Divine Suns began to attack Qin Shu. The surrounding space exploded with a powerful force. The 100 Divine Suns seemed to be no match for Qin Shu either. He sent the Divine Suns flying one by one. This feeling made Qin Shu feel very refreshed, and he immediately said, "This is exactly the feeling I wanted." Outside the Heavenly Prodigy roll, as there was no new notification yet, the board still showed Qin Shu challenging from low to high. The 8th Divine Sun couldn't help but say, "What is the 18th Divine Sun doing? Challenging one by one?" The 8th and 9th Divine Suns said to each other anxiously, "I don't know when the 18th Divine Sun will be able to rank within the top 1,000. Then they glanced at the 10th Divine Sun and said uncomfortably, "If this continues, we will be mocked by Zhao Lingyuan." The 10th Divine Sun still hadn't given up on teasing the 8th and 9th Divine Suns. She continued, "This 18th Divine Sun still wants to surpass me? Do you think it's possible? Why don't you two sisters change masters? How about becoming my maids? I will definitely treat you two sisters well." The 8th Divine Sun turned around uncomfortably, glaring at the 10th Divine Sun, and warned her, "Zhao Lingyuan, don't be so confident. The first Divine Sun and second Divine Sun haven't made their moves yet. You aren't necessarily the strongest among the 18 Divine Suns." These words didn't make the 10th Divine Sun angry or ashamed. On the contrary, she became even more arrogant, replying, "Sister is very right. I, on the other hand, strongly hope someone can surpass me. If someone can defeat me on the Heavenly Prodigy roll, there will be a surprise. Unfortunately, among the current Divine Suns, no one can claim this surprise." The 9th and 8th Divine Suns felt that the 10th Divine Sun was up to something, and it certainly wasn't anything good. Yu Qianzi and the 6th Divine Sun, having observed the Heavenly Prodigy roll for a while, spoke to each other. Yu Qianzi asked, "6th Divine Sun, when will you challenge?" The 6th Divine Sun replied silently, "No rush. Let's see how the 18th Divine Sun is doing inside." It's rare to see a side of the 18th Divine Sun that isn't arrogant. This Divine Sun is actually quite interested. 15 minutes later, the Heavenly Prodigy roll still showed no movement. The viewers seemed bored. Someone said, "It's been such a long time. Why hasn't there been any movement inside?" Another person said, "Is the 18th Divine Sun only challenging up to the 1700s? That's the third from the bottom. Can he not rank up anymore?" Someone else doubted. Could the 18th Divine Sun's reputation be just hot air? The 10th Divine Sun yawned lazily and said, "So boring. It's been so long, and the 18th Divine Sun hasn't made a move. Perhaps his ranking won't increase much." Saying that, she still hadn't given up, turning to the 8th and 9th Divine Suns. "Why don't you two sisters come back and talk with me? The 10th divine son squeezed between the two of them, continuing to coax. If you follow me, you'll definitely have a better future than with the 18th divine son. In the future, I will use an undefeated stance to achieve the status of a great emperor. You two sisters will be like chickens and dogs ascending to heaven. The whole clan will benefit. The 9th and 8th divine sons were furious, almost unable to tolerate the 10th divine son anymore. The 9th divine son couldn't control herself and shouted, "Zhao Ling Yuan, you are the chicken and dog. Stop cursing people indirectly here. Do you think we can't hear it?" The 8th divine son also retorted, "Even if the 18th divine son fails, at most 9th, and I will retreat to the mountains. But asking us to be your mates? You're overthinking it." Seeing the heavenly prodigy roll, still showing no movement, the 6th divine son said, "The 18th divine son's performance this time disappoints me greatly. Perhaps I have lost a rival." Yu Qianzi, standing nearby, also thought, 18th divine son, I thought you were the only man I couldn't seduce, but now it seems you aren't worth my seduction at all." The 6th divine son didn't wait any longer. He also moved to enter the heavenly prodigy role. But before he could enter, the heavenly prodigy role reacted. The 6th divine son's eyes were full of surprise, as the heavenly prodigy role displayed a notification. Reading those lines, the 6th divine son couldn't believe it. He was stunned and uttered, "This is..." The heavenly prodigy role displayed a list all at once. The people below were also given a fright. The 10th divine son was dazzled, not understanding what was happening. The 8th divine son also didn't understand what was happening, saying, "What's the situation?" The heavenly prodigy role simultaneously displayed 100 rankings. The 9th divine son beside her added, "Moreover, they all show the 18th divine son challenging successfully." The 9th divine son speculated happily. "Then there's only one possibility." The 8th divine son answered for her. The 18th divine son challenged 100 divine sons simultaneously. Both of them couldn't hide their excitement and pride. The people present below were also discussing buzzing. What? Challenging 100 divine sons at the same time? How is that possible? Someone exclaimed. In previous generations, no divine son has ever done such a thing. Another person excitedly pointed towards the heavenly prodigy role, saying, "The 18th divine son is indeed the most arrogant one." The 6th divine son looked at the heavenly prodigy role in astonishment, but didn't seem too surprised. He said, "Challenging 100 people at once, that is indeed his style. He is indeed still himself." Inside the heavenly prodigy role, the divine sons lay scattered, piled on top of each other. Qin Shu said excitedly, "Awesome, this is the kind of battle I want. Only this can refine myself." Pressing on with the victory, Qin Shu continued to tell the heavenly prodigy role that he wanted to challenge another 100 divine sons. Outside, the 10th divine son still didn't acknowledge Qin Shu. She said arrogantly, "So what if it's 100 divine sons? They're all the weakest, bottom-ranked divine sons. I don't think he's that impressive." The 8th divine son's face was no longer unsightly or angry. Instead, there was a bright smile. She praised the 18th divine son. So handsome. The 9th divine son didn't miss this opportunity. She looked at the 10th divine son and said, "I smell the scent of sour grapes." The 10th divine son was no longer arrogant or dismissive. She began to think the earlier divine sons are stronger. Moreover, they're unbelievably strong. If he has the skill, let him challenge another 100 people in the next round. 15 minutes later, the heavenly prodigy role had another notification. The 18th divine son had successfully challenged ranks 1595 to 1695. The 10th divine son couldn't believe it. Successful again? The 8th and 9th divine sons no longer needed to get angry with the 10th divine son. The 8th divine son asked her, "What's wrong?" "Sister Zhao Ling Yuan," the 18th divine son succeeded. "Do you have anything to say?" The 10th divine son's face darkened. She gritted her teeth in anger and retorted, "What are you smug about? I'm ranked in the top 50. If you have the skill, get into the top 100 before comparing yourself to me." The spectators looked at the heavenly prodigy role as another notification appeared and said to each other, "How is this possible?" He succeeded again. On the heavenly prodigy role was the line, "The 18th divine son successfully challenged the divine sons ranked 900 to 1000. The 10th divine son was getting more surprised, exclaiming, "Truly makes one feel surprised." The 8th and ninth sisters couldn't believe it either. This seemed beyond their expectations. The 8th sister exclaimed, "Success! The 18th divine son has killed his way into the top 1,000. The 10th divine son was astonished for a moment, but then sneered at them, saying continuously challenging 800 divine sons. Even if the 18th divine son's strength isn't bad, but he must have consumed a lot by now. Perhaps the spiritual power in his body is down to a few fractions. It's very hard to advance." Just as the 10th divine son finished speaking, the heavenly prodigy roll had another notification. The 18th divine son successfully challenged divine sons ranked 500 to 600. The 8th and ninth sisters couldn't hide their excitement and jumped up, saying he's in the top 500. The 18th divine son never stops creating miracles, worthy of being him. The two of them continued to be very happy. The ninth sister felt something was off, her face blushing slightly, and stopped. She thought to herself, "So embarrassing, I'm actually getting excited because of the 18th divine son." The ninth sister continued thinking, "Clearly, I should hate him." The 10th divine son was no longer as calm as before. She was worried inside, thinking, what is wrong with the 18th divine son? Fighting continuously for so long. How can he persist? Even if he consumes top-tier heavenly treasures to replenish spiritual power, he shouldn't be able to fight for such a long time. Inside the heavenly prodigy roll, there was a significant tremor as divine sons were sent flying. Qin Shu fought valiantly, taking down the divine sons one by one. The sensation of fighting 100 people at once was intense. Although Qin Shu was tired after the prolonged battle, strangely, a feeling of exhilaration surged stronger than ever. Amidst the chaotic dance of sword lights, he spoke, exhilarating. "After this battle, my experience has increased 100-fold. My overall strength has increased by at least 30. All of this is thanks to my perpetual motion Dantian, providing me with infinite energy. Only then can I be unrestricted and continue fighting without being drained." The figures of the divine sons rushed in like moths to a flame, but the moment they faced Qin Shu, they were mercilessly knocked away, regardless of whether they were alone or combining forces. Observing the situation, Qin Shu silently assessed. The higher the rank, the stronger the divine sons, and they are becoming harder to kill. It seems the number of combatants will decrease next. At the same time, outside, on the heavenly prodigy roll, a shocking notification suddenly appeared. The 18th divine son successfully challenged divine sons ranked 100 to 130. The 10th divine son's eyes were glued to the text. She muttered, "Into the top 100?" And he maintained a one-against-many fight to get into the top 100. The 8th sister didn't miss the chance. She approached with a provocative tone, "10th sister, didn't you look down on the 18th divine son? A quick interview. How do you feel right now?" Contrary to everyone's expectations, the 10th divine son showed no anger. Instead, she calmly replied, "Very good. I thought no one could achieve the surprise I left behind." She turned her face halfway, her eyes gleaming with cunning, and continued, "Now it seems the 18th divine son has the opportunity to open the surprise I left." Hearing this, the 9th sister asked curiously, "What is the surprise you left behind?" The 10th divine son just smiled slightly, answering ambiguously, "You will know when you see it." Inside the heavenly prodigy roll, Qin Shu's next opponent appeared. It was the second-generation divine son, Bok Thursday Tui, who held the 50th rank. He calmly introduced himself, then clasped his hands and said, "Please advise." Qin Shu also returned the courtesy according to custom. 18th divine son of the feathering sect, Qin Shu. "Please advise." As soon as the words were spoken, Bok Thursday Tui swung his sword to attack first. Qin Shu didn't delay either, quickly unleashing moves to counter. The confrontation was somewhat evenly matched, forcing Qin Shu to admit that this opponent indeed had some skill. The two continued to clash, moves exchanged ceaselessly. After a while of probing, Qin Shu decided it was time to determine the winner. He unleashed a finishing blow. And Bok Thursday, Tui's figure dissolved into the void. On the battlefield, only Qin Shu remained, the 18th divine son of the feathering sect, Qin Shu, who had just secured the 50th position on the heavenly prodigy roll. Without resting, Qin Shu moved again, continuing his journey of conquest. Although he had just defeated a series of divine sons, Qin Shu showed no arrogance. He told himself, "Into the top 100. Every step up the opponent's strength increases significantly. I'm very curious who the top one is and what their strength is like. At the next floating island, a figure was already waiting. Looking at the familiar silhouette, it was Zhao Lingyuan. She spoke up to introduce herself, 10th generation divine son of the feathering sect, Zhao Lingyuan. Please advise. But there was something strange about Zhao Lingyuan at this moment. Her eyes glowed with an enchanting blood-red color. Hearing the name Zhao Lingyuan, Qin Shu felt it was very familiar. He couldn't help but wonder, Zhao Lingyuan, isn't this the 10th divine son? It seems her highest peak was challenging the top 49 combat power, which isn't bad. Thinking this, Qin Shu quickly entered a combat state. He took a stance and introduced himself, as usual, 18th divine son Qin Shu. Please advise. As soon as he finished, Zhao Lingyuan on the other side struck. A green sphere flew straight toward Qin Shu. Qin Shu also attacked with the momentum, striking a move into that stream of green light, but something made him feel strange. Although he had knocked the light away, it dispersed and lingered in the air. Qin Shu couldn't help but be suspicious. This is. Immediately after, he coughed a few times. That green light seemed to have infiltrated his body. Countless illusions of Zhao Lingyuan suddenly appeared before Qin Shu's eyes, making him unable to distinguish the real from the fake. He could only silently ask, "What is this?" Then he suddenly realized the 10th divine son's spiritual energy is poisonous. At the same time, Zhao Lingyuan's illusions simultaneously rushed to attack Qin Shu. The young man was also ready to fight. He continuously launched moves at each illusion, but they seemed to have no effect. A flash of surprise appeared in Qin Shu's eyes. What? Are they fake? He attacked continuously, but couldn't touch Zhao Lingyuan. That, on the contrary, he was hit by her illusions. Being attacked unexpectedly, Qin Shu realized this is the real body. Looking at the illusions surrounding him, Qin Shu thought, no wonder the 10th divine son could make it into the top 49. After being hit by the toxin contained in her spiritual power, clear double images will appear ahead, showing multiple Zhao Lingyuans, thus making it basically impossible to distinguish real from fake. If I can counter the 10th divine son's toxin, defeating her won't be hard. But if I can't do anything about her toxin, it will be very troublesome. The more he thought, the angrier Qin Shu became. He gritted his teeth because he temporarily couldn't think of the most suitable method. At this moment, Zhao Lingyuan walked toward Qin Shu, speaking as she walked. Since becoming a divine son, I, divine son Zhao Lingyuan, have never lost. Any active divine son of the feathering sect who can defeat me, Zhao Lingyuan, I can acknowledge him as master. Hearing these words, Qin Shu realized Zhao Lingyuan was indeed arrogant. He silently evaluated, I don't know if this girl is confident or conceited. Does she really think her 3 clumsy tricks are invincible? Qin Shu also stepped toward Zhao Lingyuan. He executed a move, saying, come again. Zhao Lingyuan didn't seem to yield either. She attacked back, still with those streams of poisonous spiritual light. This time, Qin Shu was prepared. He created a shield enveloping himself and said to Zhao Lingyuan, meager talent, let's see what else you can do. However, what made it hard for Qin Shu to believe was that Zhao Lingyuan could still attack through his defensive layer. Zhao Lingyuan emotionlessly asked, how is this move? Qin Shu seemed unable to suppress the pain and shouted a curse. Immediately after, he was knocked flying by Zhao Lingyuan. Qin Shu recognized the move just now. He assessed, is this turning one's own armament into a hedgehog? Suddenly, the little dragon inside Qin Shu's body popped out. It even laughed loudly. Qin Shu was quite puzzled, not understanding why it appeared. The little dragon flew up high. Qin Shu looked at it and asked, what did you come out for? The little dragon looked toward Zhao Lingyuan and the stream of poisonous spiritual energy she emitted, then cheered, yummy. It seemed very interested in this stuff. The little dragon opened its mouth wide, as if wanting to swallow all that spiritual energy. And indeed, every stream of Zhao Lingyuan's spiritual energy was sucked into the little dragon's body. Facing this creature that appeared out of nowhere, Zhao Lingyuan showed no panic. Still with that emotionless face, she said, seen enough yet? Zhao Lingyuan attacked again, but every time spiritual energy was unleashed, the little dragon swallowed it whole. Not looking like it was enjoying this very much. Zhao Lingyuan attacked more and more rapidly, the streams of poisonous spiritual energy flying toward Qin Shu, increasing in number. Qin Shu hurriedly warned the little dragon to be careful. But contrary to this worry, the little dragon took each stream of poisonous spiritual energy into its belly one by one. In just a moment, the little dragon had finished handling it. Looking around, there was now only dust. Qin Shu stood frozen in astonishment. This guy can even do this? Ignoring Qin Shu standing there dumbfounded, the little dragon was lying still on the ground with a full belly. Qin Shu stood for a while, speculating. Does spiritual energy perhaps smell like milk? Realizing the difficult problem was solved, Qin Shu decided, since there's an opening, that this divine sun will subdue you. As he spoke, Qin Shu rushed to attack Zhao Lingyuan. But before he could strike, Zhao Lingyuan was knocked backward by some force. Qin Shu was surprised. He only managed to ask, "What are you doing?" At Qin Shu's feet, the little dragon had rushed toward Zhao Lingyuan, shouting loudly, "Milk, I want milk." Zhao Lingyuan now lay motionless on the ground, showing no signs of attacking back. This scene left Qin Shu standing there helplessly, not knowing what to do. Outside, the heavenly prodigy role, everyone was still waiting, looking toward the board and asking each other, did he succeed? Zhao Lingyuan looked at the situation and secretly rejoiced inside. Just now, the 18th Divine Sun defeated the 50th rank. It's been so long without any movement. It seems he couldn't defeat me at rank 49. The 8th sister behind was furious and scolded Zhao Lingyuan. Zhao Lingyuan, your phantom inside must be as nasty as you are, using spiritual power to interfere. Zhao Lingyuan wasn't angered by these scoldings. She still said complacently, "So what? My special spiritual power is the foundation of this divine sun's invincibility. Since this divine sun dared to leave a surprise, I am confident that no one can defeat me." Zhao Lingyuan was very confident in her speculation and plan. Suddenly, the heavenly prodigy role seemed to have some movement. Everyone looked up very attentively and with some surprise. 18th Divine Sun, rank 49. This was the news displayed on the heavenly prodigy roll. The most incredulous person right now was Zhao Lingyuan. She widened her eyes, wondering, what? The 8th sister at the side took the opportunity to mock, laughing her head off. Is this the foundation of your invincibility? Zhao Lingyuan was full of doubt in her heart, thinking, how could he defeat me? My highly toxic spiritual power is clearly insoluble for ordinary cultivators, unless he encountered a poison-resistant cultivator. Zhao Lingyuan was no longer angry or plotting against the 18th Divine Sun. She said with a face full of interest, the 18th Divine Sun is indeed formidable. This Divine Sun also likes him very much. Saying that, she turned to hold the 9th sister's hand, saying affectionately, "Little 9th, later on, the 3 of us will live together, okay?" This situation made the 8th sister, standing in the middle, unable to get used to it, not understanding what trick Zhao Lingyuan was planning now. The 9th sister couldn't stand this scene and immediately resisted, shouting into Zhao Lingyuan's face, "Get lost." Inside the heavenly prodigy role, Qin Shu was moving between the floating islands. He landed on a new island, speaking as he landed, rushing to the 10th rank of the heavenly prodigy role. In front of Qin Shu at this moment stood a divine sun. He introduced himself, the first-generation divine sun, 7 King Yangming. "Please enlighten me." Looking at the person standing in front, Qin Shu recognized him and was a bit surprised. Rank 10 is actually old ancestor Yangming when he was young. Qin Shu also politely returned the greeting, adding, "Old ancestor Yangming is known as a legendary ancestor, invincible in his youth. Then I must see who is stronger, me or old ancestor Yangming in his youth." Qin Shu appeared quite excited about this stage, having already prepared an attack in his hand. Wang Yangming was very calm. He just gently clasped his hands, creating a protective barrier. Qin Shu's attack and Wang Yangming's defense collided, causing Qin Shu to be blown far away. After that attack, Qin Shu thought to himself, the defensive power is truly strong, worthy of being old ancestor Yangming. Qin Shu continued to attack. He tried hard to break Wang Yangming's defensive layer, but it seemed very difficult. After a while of continuous attacking, Qin Shu was exhausted, panting heavily. Qin Shu raised his hand to wipe the sweat, still panting unceasingly and evaluating. Worthy of being old ancestor Yangming, attacked without budging. After only defending, King Yongming seemed to have decided to strike at this moment. The first move was the thousand-hand Arhut. Many hands appeared in front of Qin Shu as if wanting to suppress him, making Qin Shu unable to receive it in time, only able to shout loudly. What? It has such power? Qin Shu hurriedly entered a defensive posture. However, each hand struck his body one after another. Seeing this display, Qin Shu laughed and said, Old Ancestor Yongming is worthy of being Old Ancestor Yongming, very strong. Qin Shu looked at the situation now and said, Does Old Ancestor Yongming also have this kind of divine ability? Around Qin Shu at this moment was covered by blazing red flames. Standing in the middle of this large ring of fire, Qin Shu was not afraid but smiled confidently, a bit interesting. Qin Shu drew his weapon, adding, Do you think that like this, you can trap this divine sun? Facing Wang Yongming, Qin Shu was very confident. Qin Shu executed his move. Heaven destroying 10 swords, the third sword. He swung his sword straight down, splitting the fire in two. Next move, one sword piercing the heavens. With just 2 sword strikes, Qin Shu broke the confinement and escaped. From above, Qin Shu held his sword and said to Wang Yongming, Old Ancestor Yongming, take this move. Wang Yongming used defense like before, immovable as a mountain. He stood motionless, surrounded by a self-protecting aura. Qin Shu slashed a sword at Wang Yongming. With the protection, King Yongming was unharmed, but it seemed this time was not like the last. Cracks appeared on King Yongming's protective layer. It seemed he couldn't hold on much longer. Qin Shu continued attacking with the next move. One sword slashing the heroes. King Yongming gradually turned into purple lights and dissolved. Qin Shu watched the lights flying in the air and asked himself, It's over. Is this the Imperial Dao luck? A ray of Imperial Dao luck entered Qin Shu's body, and the system also reminded him that he had obtained this ray of Imperial Dao luck. Qin Shu said to himself, I didn't expect that defeating the top 10 could win Imperial Dao luck. It seems that the divine sons in the top 10 of the feathering sect back then could all compete for the existence of a great emperor. Outside, the heavenly prodigy roll quickly brought the news to everyone. The line of text appeared on the board. 18th Divine, Sun Qin Shu ranks 10th. Everyone was shaken, saying admiringly, Truly strong, broke into the top 10. The 8th sister also felt this was unbelievable, only able to utter praise. Truly formidable, killed his way into the top 10. The 9th sister turned to ask Zhao Lingyuan. Zhao Lingyuan, do you still look down on the 18th Divine Sun now? Do you still feel you are invincible? Zhao Lingyuan's face darkened, seemingly angry. But then she put on an admiring look and said, The 18th Divine Sun is different from the past, truly wonderful. I'm looking forward to meeting him a bit. This attitude gave the 8th and 9th sisters goosebumps. Unable to say anything, they could only say helplessly, Your attitude changes really fast. Inside, the heavenly prodigy roll, Qin Shu continuously challenged the divine sons in the top ranks. The heavenly prodigy roll also continuously updated Qin Shu's ranking, from position number 8 up to position number 6, and now currently at position number 5. Outside, everyone followed every step. When Qin Shu entered the top 5, they couldn't believe it, saying to each other, The 18th Divine Sun has fought into the top 5. The 6th Divine Sun looked at the heavenly prodigy roll at this moment and spoke out, Now, I'm very curious. For tens of thousands of years on the Feathering Sect's heavenly prodigy roll, who is the person standing at the top? The 3 of them, Zhao Lingyuan along with the 8th and 9th sisters, also couldn't expect Qin Shu to advance so high. Zhao Lingyuan was so excited she jumped up to celebrate, saying, Is the 18th Divine Sun planning to fight his way to the top one of the heavenly prodigy roll? Suddenly a voice rang out in the air. No matter what rank the 18th Divine Sun ends up at, he simply cannot defeat the person ranked first. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison. In the sky at this moment, a large bird with a golden body was flying. Everyone told each other, Lord Bird has arrived. They all bowed respectfully to this bird. Seeing Lord Bird arrive, everyone immediately asked, Grandpa Bird, why can't the 18th Divine Sun defeat the person ranked first on the leaderboard? Inside the heavenly prodigy roll, Qin Shu seemed exhausted. He was panting and sitting on the ground, lamenting. This battle was truly arduous. A ray of Imperial Dao luck flew into Qin Shu's body again, and the system reminded him, obtained a ray of Imperial Dao luck. Qin Shu felt comfortable receiving the Imperial Dao luck. He enjoyed it and said, "Winning against the top 3 of the Heavenly Prodigy role is unexpectedly much harder than before. No wonder the Feathering sect has stood tall in the Eastern Wasteland for tens of thousands of years without falling. It is all because of outstanding talents and endless prodigies." Qin Shu moved to the next stage again. He was curious what kind of person the second-ranked one was. Something made Qin Shu astonished. In front of him was a divine sun, but this divine sun made Qin Shu feel something unbelievable. He had to exclaim, "No way, right?" That divine sun introduced himself. "Qin Fatian is here. Come and fight." Even the introduction was different from other divine suns, very imposing. Qin Shu froze directly. He said, "Rank 2 of the Heavenly Prodigy role is actually my father, Qin Fatian." After being astonished for a while, Qin Shu also felt it wasn't too strange, so he said, "But thinking about it, it makes sense. Qin Fatian's prestige is famous. Even though I constantly defeat prodigies, people often say I don't lose the reputation of Qin Fatian." Qin Fatian was valiant and didn't speak much. He immediately launched a move and said to Qin Shu, "Fight!" Qin Shu didn't hesitate either, entering the fray quickly. On the floating island, a battle occurred between father and son. Qin Shu and Qin Fatian exchanged blows. Each was attacked and hit by the other, truly evenly matched. After a few probing attacks, Qin Shu said, "Worthy of being my father in this world. Speaking only of combat power, the me of now still cannot defeat Qin Fatian when he was young. Of course, he also has no way to defeat me. But I have the eternal motion Dantian. I can fight forever, always learning and growing in battle." Qin Shu prepared to continue fighting with high spirits. The two continued to rush in a battle with each other. Outside, everyone was now waiting for the results on the Heavenly Prodigy roll while starting to think about this leaderboard. Someone asked Grandpa Bird curiously. Grandpa Bird, conversely, tell us, who exactly is rank 1 on the Heavenly Prodigy roll? Grandpa Bird also answered, "It is the Feathering Great Emperor." Hearing this name, everyone was astonished. It's the Feathering Great Emperor, the only great emperor of the Feathering sect. We guessed it was an expert, but didn't expect it to be the Feathering Great Emperor. After all, the Feathering Great Emperor is too distant from us. Grandpa Bird continued, "Every great emperor was an invincible existence in their youth. The Feathering Great Emperor was no exception. He once dominated an era, making countless prodigies bow their heads. Therefore, the 18th Divine Son can kill his way into the top 3, top 2. But he absolutely cannot defeat the Feathering Great Emperor when he was young. To be precise, for the 18th Divine Son to kill his way into the top 2 is also extremely difficult, because the person ranked second is the 18th Divine Son's father, Qin Fatian. In Qin Fatian's era, he was the one with the most hope of achieving the status of Great Emperor. It was just that due to the changes in the laws of heaven and earth, the Emperor Road had been cut off for 80,000 years. Even though Qin Fatian was excellent, he could not change the laws of heaven and earth. After hearing Grandpa Bird speak, everyone discussed among themselves, "We all know the prestige and deeds of Qin Fatian. He truly is an existence that could suppress the prodigies of his generation." Another group continued, "The Feathering Great Emperor ranks even above Qin Fatian. One can only imagine how monstrous the Feathering Great Emperor was in his youth. The 18th Divine Son is now ranked 3rd, which is already a supreme honor. Entering the top 1 is as hard as ascending to the heavens." Zhao Lingyuan suddenly fell silent in a corner, then turned to ask the 8th sister and 9th sister, 2 sisters, "How far do you think the 18th Divine Son will progress?" The 8th sister asked herself, "Into the top 2? Then answered herself, "Impossible. Qin Fatian is someone who cannot be defeated." But the 9th sister didn't think so. She retorted, "Not necessarily. I've been by the 18th Divine Son's side for so long. The overall feeling is that the 18th Divine Son is a bit strange. He has trump cards, perhaps even a great many, and can use various bizarre methods to defeat opponents. I feel there is a high probability he will create a miracle." At this moment, someone walked up from behind them, accompanying his approach with an affirmation. "It's not a probability, it is a certainty." Hearing the voice, the 9th sister turned around. The speaker was Go Onching. He smiled and continued, "Miss Duan still hasn't seen through the 18th Divine Son. Our family's Divine Son can absolutely defeat his father, Qin Fatian." Go Onching spoke unhurriedly. As for the battle against the feathering Great Emperor, I feel our divine son's chances of winning are even higher. Although the ninth sister believed in the 18th divine son, she did not agree with Go Onshing's opinion. The ninth sister said to him, "You truly have blind worship for the 18th divine son." The eighth sister also added, "Defeating Qin Fatian is as hard as ascending to the heavens. Defeating the feathering Great Emperor is as hard as becoming an immortal." Zhao Lingyuan stood aside without expressing any opinion. Now, her eyes held only admiration for the 18th divine son. She excitedly said, "No matter what happens, I am looking forward to the 18th divine son's next performance." Inside the heavenly prodigy role, Qin Shu had equipped himself with many things for battle. But the situation did not seem optimistic. Qin Shu was exhausted and said, "I have used up all my trump cards. Yet I still cannot deal with my father, Qin Fatian." Conversely, Qin Fatian was still full of vigorous momentum, shouting loudly, "Fight!" Qin Shu stopped Qin Fatian, and he took off his battle armor. Qin Shu calculated something, closed his eyes, and said, "Now, all my cultivation techniques and attack methods are nearly exhausted." Qin Shu opened his eyes. Decisive, time for the ultimate sublimation. As he spoke, Qin Shu unleashed his ultimate move, the aura around him surging powerfully. Qin Shu said, "Next, let me rely on fighting instinct." Qin Fatian and Qin Shu faced each other again. Qin Shu thought to himself, "This is good enough. Now, I will throw a serious punch." After thinking, Qin Shu said to Qin Fatian, "Father, take this move." Saying so, his hand curled into a fist accompanied by power. He punched toward Qin Fatian. The powerful attack shook the surrounding space. Qin Fatian could not block it and was sent flying far away. Seeing this, Qin Shu happily said, "Success." As for Qin Fatian, he lay motionless on the ground, unable to fight back. Qin Shu walked toward Qin Fatian, speaking as he went, "In the heavenly prodigy role, I have gone through 1,800 battles with prodigies from different eras. Not only have my offensive and defensive techniques been polished, but it also allowed me to achieve enlightenment here, sublimating to the limit and creating my own unique cultivation technique. However, I have only created one move. I will name it the Serious Punch." Qin Shu raised his clenched fist, looking at his creation with great excitement. Qin Shu looked toward Qin Fatian, who was standing up again, and said, "It truly condenses all my attacks. It is a punch that unleashes the limit of my attack." Qin Fatian rushed toward Qin Shu, who was standing there, still wanting to attack, but Qin Shu was ready to receive this assault. A shocking collision occurred, the whole sky covered in red and gold colors. Qin Shu was seen standing amidst the light, towering like a god. Qin Shu successfully defeated Qin Fatian. He confidently said, "My serious punch is as fast as lightning, as heavy as a thunderstrike." Outside the heavenly prodigy role, news arrived. 18th Divine, Sun Qin Shu, Rank 2. Everyone shouted in disbelief. The 18th Divine Son has defeated Qin Fatian. People around could not help but admire. Like father, like son. The hero's son is a hero. Each generation is stronger than the last. Grandpa Bird could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Unexpected, even I, Grandpa Bird, did not expect Qin Shu could actually do it. He is even stronger than Qin Fatian was in his youth. Put this way, in the future, the 18th Divine Son might progress further than Qin Fatian. In a desolate place, the wind blew in gusts, and the surrounding atmosphere carried a gloomy color. The ground was covered with animal bones and even demon beasts. In the sky, a massive qilin seemed to be having difficulty moving, and there was a person controlling it on its head. Roars emitted from the qilin repeatedly. The person riding this beast turned out to be Qin Fatian, Qin Shu's father. He was having trouble moving through this land. Finally, he uncontrollably plunged downwards. Qin Fatian recognized something familiar and said, "That is the aura of the feathering sex heavenly prodigy role." Thinking this, he smiled proudly, "Worthy of being my son, stronger than your father. Wait for your father to find the undying divine medicine for you. I will return from the battlefield to the heavens." Saying this, he flew off alone to search, leaving behind the corpse of the qilin torn into many pieces on the ground. Inside the heavenly prodigy role, Qin Shu looked toward a floating island and said, "Next, it gets even more exciting." Finally, I can challenge the first rank. I am truly very curious about how formidable the person ranked first is. Saying so, Shu quickly gathered momentum and moved. He arrived, but Shu was slightly surprised because there was no one waiting around like at the previous checkpoints. He wondered, the floating island ranked first has no one? Before he could get his bearings, gusts of wind rose around him, accompanied by mysterious lights. Soon, a path appeared. Looking at the path in front of him, Shu was stunned for a moment, stammering. There's another Emperor Road here? At this moment, Shu realized he had already stepped onto this road. Shu walked along the Emperor Road. He said, "This Emperor Road seems ordinary, unlike the dense, evil aura of the second Emperor Road." Half an hour later, Shu arrived in front of a golden stone stele. On the stele, it was written, Rank 15, Shu, 18th Divine Son of the Feathering Sect. Looking up at this golden stele, Shu said, "I've encountered this golden stone again." The golden stele changed again. It wrote, Rank 12, Shu, 18th Divine Son of the Feathering Sect. Seeing the ranking change quickly, Shu was quite puzzled. The ranking directly increased by 3 places. Becoming more and more curious, what exactly is this ranking doing? Shu guessed, could it be the number of times ascending the Emperor Road? High above, a bright red moon was suspended, seemingly emitting power all around. Directly below, a person seemed to be waiting for something, constantly saying, "Hurry up a bit, I'm dying of impatience." This senior was holding a long rod in his hand, his gaze fixed on that red moon. Seeing this person, Shu spoke up, "Senior." Hearing someone call, the senior turned around, only to see Shu happily waving at him. He looked at Shu, asking suspiciously, "Unusual, why has this brat come here?" Shu quickly struck up a conversation with the senior. "Senior, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon." The senior also felt it was indeed a bit fast, turning back to say to Shu, "It truly is a bit fast. Where did you ascend the Emperor Road from this time?" Shu replied, "In the Feathering Sect's heavenly prodigy role." The senior was still focused on doing something, but also replied to Shu, "Feathering Great Emperor? So that's how it is." It seems the Feathering Great Emperor still left a portion of opportunity for his descendants. Seeing the senior focused on something, Shu asked him, "Senior, what are you doing?" The senior replied very briefly, "Fishing." Shu looked up in the direction of the fishing rod and was astonished. He exclaimed, "It's the red moon." Shu asked the senior doubtfully, "Senior, could this be the moonlight that vanished from the world during the red moon event?" The senior looked up at the red moon and affirmed, "Correct." Hearing this affirmation, Shu was a bit puzzled. He asked the senior, "The moon star disappeared, yet it appears on the third Emperor Road. What is going on?" "Senior, what are you fishing for on the moon star? Are there fish on a moon star too? It's so far away. Can you catch anything, senior?" Hearing so many questions from Shu, the senior said somewhat irritably, "Kid, you asked too many questions." Just as he finished grumbling, there was movement on the fishing line. The senior immediately refocused on the red moon, pulling the rod back with all his might. He said very seriously, "Still want to run away?" He used his strength to hold the rod tight toward himself. The power radiating around the senior was very intense. He told Shu to pay attention and sit down. Shu obeyed. At this moment, he felt a powerful pressure radiating out. He had to use considerable strength not to be affected and blown away. Seeing this power, Shu immediately thought, "Is this, senior, are you planning to fish the moon star?" The senior was still focused on the moon star, only letting out the words, "Almost successful, hang in there." However, at the critical moment, the fishing line snapped in two. Losing balance, the senior lost his momentum and fell backward, due to inertia. As he fell, he didn't forget to curse, "Damn it." Immediately after, he stood up looking toward the moon star, saying regretfully and dejectedly, "Still the same. A waste of effort." The senior sighed, failed again. "I have the fishing skills, but the line isn't strong enough." Shu watched this scene, thinking to himself, what kind of peerless expert is this, fishing a planet directly? Shu seized the opportunity to ask about the Red Moon event of that year. "Senior, what happened during the Red Moon event back then? Why are you fishing the Red Moon?" He only saw the senior sit down on the spot, looking grumpy and coldly saying, "I don't want to say." The answer took Shu by surprise, leaving him standing there frozen, not knowing what to do. The senior then shooed him away, saying to Qin Shu, "Go quickly, don't bother me anymore." Qin Shu didn't insist further, just scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "All right, then I won't bother Senior anymore." But Qin Shu didn't leave. He just stood there, and the atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. Knowing Qin Shu was still there, the Senior turned around and said in annoyance, "Why haven't you left yet?" Qin Shu said innocently, "Senior, according to the rules, shouldn't I choose an item before leaving?" Seeing someone making demands, the Senior pointed at Qin Shu and retorted, "Here, does what I say count, or what you say count?" Qin Shu bowed politely and replied with a squinting smile, "Of course, what Senior says counts. But rules are rules. A character on par with a great emperor, like Senior, surely values rules. I'm just reminding you a bit. Afraid Senior might have forgotten." Choked by his words, the Senior became even more irritated, his eyebrows knitted tightly and his teeth gritted. He turned back and shouted at Qin Shu to vent his anger. "You really are a shameless thing." Qin Shu smiled thickly and replied, "Senior flatters me." Finally, the Senior could only compromise and said to Qin Shu, "There are no items. Recently, you people have ascended the Emperor Road too much. The items have all been distributed." Hearing this, Qin Shu asked back, "Besides me, are there others who want to ascend the Emperor Road?" The Senior told Qin Shu, "Do you think you're the only one in this world with peerless opportunities? This world does not lack geniuses. During this period, various evildoers have ascended different Emperor Roads. So, kid, don't be complacent. There are always mountains higher than mountains. You must learn to be humble. Don't ask others for items at the drop of a hat." Qin Shu asked again, "Senior, did they also ascend the Emperor Road 3 consecutive times like me?" But the Senior didn't answer Qin Shu anymore, leaving him bewildered, asking again, "Senior, why did you stop talking?" The Senior sighed again. Looking very tired and helpless, he said, "Forget it." Then he took out an object from his robe, finally threw it to Qin Shu, and said, "This is for you. Leave quickly." Qin Shu caught the object, looking at the thing in his hand, radiating a source of energy. Qin Shu found it familiar and said, "This energy is. It's exactly the same as the energy that can promote physique evolution that I obtained after destroying the Void Spirit in the ancestral land of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty." The Senior told Qin Shu, "This is a special energy I fished up from the Red Moon. It has been purified by me, non-toxic and harmless. It can promote the evolution of your physique." Qin Shu wanted to understand the treasure better, so he asked more, "Senior, is this special energy only found on the Red Moon? Why can this type of energy promote the evolution of my special physique?" But the Senior still refused, didn't tell Qin Shu, and even shooed him to leave quickly. Seeing this, Qin Shu didn't ask anything else, put the item away, and turned to leave. While walking, he didn't forget to say, "Senior, see you next time." Qin Shu thought, "I made a big profit this time. The current me is actually still at the superb physique level. My congenital chaos sacred body was destroyed by others. Even though I acquired the solar divine body postnatally, a systematic great completion. But the solar divine body only ranks in the lower reaches among the 108 superb physiques of the heavens, incomparable to those true peerless physiques. If my divine body can continue to evolve, then it will be different." The Senior also stood up at this moment, watching Qin Shu leave. Looking at Qin Shu's back, he said, "See you next time." This kid ascending 3 different Emperor Roads consecutively can be considered rare from ancient times to now. If he comes here again, he can definitely enter the top 10 of the Golden Roll. But then the Senior sighed, saying, "This is an opportunity, but also a responsibility." After speaking about Qin Shu, the Senior said to himself, "Perhaps I should also do something." He stood in front of the golden stone stele recording the rankings just now, looked it over, and said, "Hide one thing." He reached up to the place recording Qin Shu's ranking. Rank 12, 18th Divine, Sun Qin Shu of the Feathering Sect. After a few manipulations, the name on it changed to Rank 12, Number 1 Sect of the Heavens, Invincible Within. Having finished the task, the Senior seemed pleased, saying smugly, "That will do. It fits this kid's shameless personality." Qin Shu walked on the Emperor Road, looking around as he walked, and said, "This Emperor Road was left by the Feathering Great Emperor." While Qin Shu was still hazy about the Feathering Great Emperor's intentions, a figure suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Qin Shu was startled, a trace of surprise rising in his heart as he involuntarily blurted out, Is there someone? That back figure exuded an air of mystery, calmly turning towards Qin Shu, fanning a paper fan, and speaking in a leisurely voice. You've come? Qin Shu immediately asked. Who are you? Under the wind, that person's long hair fluttered, creating a scene full of fantasy. The voice rang out again as that back figure slowly turned around. It was I who guided you to this place. At that moment, Qin Shu seemed to realize something, extreme shock visible on his face. He quickly composed himself, bowed respectfully, his voice full of dignity. Qin Shu, the 100th divine son of the Feathering Sect, pays respects to the Feathering Great Emperor. It turned out that the mysterious figure was the rank 1 powerhouse on the Heavenly Prodigy roll, the Feathering Great Emperor. He just waved his hand casually. No need to be formal, this is just me from my youth, not the real Emperor body. Qin Shu stared at the Feathering Great Emperor standing tall in front of him, overjoyed in his heart, thinking, I can actually meet the real Feathering Great Emperor. Even if it's just the Feathering Great Emperor of his youth, calling me here must have a deep meaning, and the benefits will definitely not be few. The Feathering Great Emperor spoke, breaking Qin Shu's train of thought. According to the rules, let's fight a battle first. Qin Shu didn't hesitate, replying heroically, to be able to spar with the Great Emperor is my honor. The Feathering Great Emperor wasn't polite either. Use your full strength to attack me. However, Qin Shu felt that it wasn't quite right for only him to attack, while the Great Emperor stood still. The Feathering Great Emperor immediately interrupted. Cut the crap. Do you really think you could be on par with this Great Emperor's youth? Although the words were somewhat arrogant, it couldn't be denied that the Great Emperor was an invincible existence of his generation. He adjusted his posture, posing a challenging task for Qin Shu. If you can make me move 1 step, consider it your win. Qin Shu was stunned for a moment, but then quickly regained his spirit, his eyes becoming sharp. Since it's like that, watch this. Finishing his words, he gathered enough momentum and rushed straight towards the Great Emperor. An invisible protective barrier had been deployed by the Great Emperor at some point. Qin Shu's attack crashed into it without causing any damage. The Great Emperor's voice rang out coldly. Is this all the strength you have? It basically doesn't shake me one bit. Provoked by these words, Qin Shu replied with determination. Since it's like that, then I won't hold back. Qin Shu clenched his fist tightly, surrounded by streams of red gold light. He confidently shouted the name of the move. Serious Punch. The punch carrying astonishing power rushed towards the Great Emperor. But he just needed a gentle wave of his fan to block it. Even so, the aftershock from this punch still affected the Great Emperor, making him exclaim, a bit interesting. That serious punch of Qin Shu successfully repelled the Great Emperor, causing him to lose balance and take a step back. Qin Shu hurriedly asked, Great Emperor, are you all right? But in his heart, he couldn't help but exclaim, so strong. Even though the Feathering Great Emperor was only defending, my strongest attack could only make him step back 1 step. Ignoring Qin Shu's question, the Great Emperor looked straight at him and asked, This punch was very strong. Moreover, it had momentum. Did you create it yourself? Qin Shu clasped his hands, replying humbly, Great Emperor truly has vision. The Feathering Great Emperor continued, You're not bad either. Even though my youthful body only has 1/10 of the original strength, you being able to shake me is indeed not bad. It seems the Feathering Sect is developing quite well. Hearing this, Qin Shu felt something was wrong, wondering to himself, Are you praising me or praising yourself? If you are still praising me, why don't I feel happy at all? The Feathering Great Emperor said again, Forget it, seeing the Feathering Sect produce a character like this, I should be happy. Qin Shu became even more confused, thinking, saying that, Were you unhappy just now? Without saying much, the Feathering Great Emperor just pointed his fan at Qin Shu, signaling him to return. At this point, Qin Shu really couldn't understand anymore and blurted out, Huh? The Feathering Great Emperor just asked coldly, Is there a problem? Qin Shu scratched his head, smiling bitterly as he stated his wish. Does the Great Emperor not have any reward? The fishing senior said that meeting the Great Emperor would bring opportunities. The Great Emperor then explained, Originally I wanted to give you some benefits, but seeing that you're already so strong now, I thought about it and decided it's not needed anymore. However, I will let you ask 3 questions, consider compensation. It seemed this Great Emperor still had some humanity. Qin Shu was quite surprised, not expecting to be able to exchange in this way. He immediately seized the opportunity, asking the first question right away. For 80,000 years, why has no one in the world become a great emperor? What exactly happened? The feathering great emperor explained, because the emperor Dao, luck in this world has been hidden away, causing the opportunity to become a great emperor to lack a half portion. So even if an invincible powerhouse appears in the 80,000 years, in the end, they cannot become a true emperor. Qin Shu asked curiously, hit a wisp of Emperor Dao luck? Who hit it? The great emperor immediately interrupted. This is the second question. Are you sure you want this question? Qin Shu naturally couldn't waste the opportunity, so he refused and wanted to change the question. Qin Shu asked the second question. How do I resolve my great fate calamity, and how long can I still live? The great emperor replied, open the 9 wordless steals. As for how long you can live, he added, it's hard to say, because you were originally someone who has died early. But your blessings are profound, allowing you to live on. This is the reason the underworld is looking for you. In short, the great fate calamity must be resolved quickly. Hearing these words, Qin Shu couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being a great emperor, able to see at a glance that he and the underworld had contact. At the same time, in the sky, a giant bird was spreading its wings and flying, with a person standing on its back. The bird asked that person, Fifth Divine Son, you have trained in the Northern Plains' great domain for many years, and have also exchanged blows with countless geniuses of the Northern Plains. Your combat power has increased, and your cultivation has broken through to the true person realm. Returning to the feathering sect this time, you definitely want to take back the position of the disciple. The Fifth Divine Son replied, the overall strength of the Northern Plains' Great Domain's prodigies is indeed stronger than the Eastern Wasteland Great Domain. This Divine Son fought with that top prodigy and still lost more than I won. This time it really opened my eyes. The big bird said again, Divine Son, you are being humble. Those top monsters are indeed hard to deal with, but Divine Son, you are always improving. The Fifth Divine Son did not deny this praise. Instead, a look of absolute confidence flashed in his eyes as he affirmed, you are right. This Divine Son has indeed improved a lot. Returning to the feathering sect this time, the 17 Divine Sons of the feathering sect and the prodigies of the Eastern Wasteland Great Domain. This Divine Son has the confidence to defeat them all. Assuming one day, this Divine Son achieves the position of Emperor's Son, I will return to the Northern Plains to fight those top monsters. Thinking of a bright future, the Fifth Divine Son was extremely interested, his face full of enthusiasm. The big bird took the opportunity to flatter. Divine Son is heroic, peerless in the world. In the beginning, I was also subdued by this aura of the Divine Son and willingly followed you. At this moment, the Fifth Divine Son looked into the distance, thinking about the 10th Divine Son and wondering, I wonder how 10th Divine Son, that little sister, is doing? Remembering Zhao Lingyuan's image, the 5th Divine Son unconsciously opened his heart. Originally, this Divine Son went far away to the Northern Plains just to win Zhao Lingyuan's favor. About to see her again, I'm actually a little excited. This time, Zhao Lingyuan must belong to this Divine Son. After saying this, the 5th Divine Son's face turned red, his cheeks flushing with shyness. Back inside the Heavenly Prodigy role, the conversation between Qin Shu and the feathering Great Emperor had ended. Qin Shu cupped his hands and said, Great Emperor, this disciple has finished asking, so I will take my leave first. The feathering Great Emperor stepped forward, placed his hand on Qin Shu's shoulder, and advised, Brat, after you go out, you must live well. No matter what happens, don't show off. Only by living is there hope. Qin Shu looked at the hand on his shoulder, feeling a bit strange. After thinking for a while, he also spoke, Great Emperor, rest assured, I will definitely live well. Without letting Qin Shu say more, the feathering Great Emperor flicked his hand, using a tone to chase away a guest. Go. Saying that, he pushed Qin Shu into a spatial hole he created. In an instant, Qin Shu's figure disappeared, and his voice could no longer be heard. After Qin Shu left, the feathering Great Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. It's been 80,000 years. Finally, I have waited for this person. Just then, that fishing senior also appeared and said to the Great Emperor, the variable you were waiting for has arrived. It's just that this brat, although a bit peculiar, has a temperament that is too mixed, not of the same Tao heart. It is very difficult. The feathering Great Emperor could only say, the seed has been sown. As for how it goes later, We have to look forward to it. Outside, everyone was glued to the heavenly prodigy role, not wanting to miss any unexpected news. Someone couldn't be patient anymore and spoke up. The 18th Divine Son and the Feathering Great Emperor have been at it for so long. Have they still not decided a winner? Fighting a great battle with the Great Emperor's youthful body, regardless of whether the 18th Divine Son wins or loses this battle, he has already won. The group of Zhao Lingyuan, 8th sister, and 9th sister also agreed with this opinion, sparing no praise. The 18th Divine Son is truly invincible. Zhao Lingyuan added, no matter what, the 18th Divine Son cannot defeat the Feathering Great Emperor. But her voice hid a sense of anticipation, her face more excited than ever. 8th sister immediately interrupted. What the fuck are you looking forward to? What does the 18th Divine Son have to do with you? Zhao Lingyuan didn't explain much, only replying mysteriously. Whether there is a connection or not, you will know in a moment. Suddenly, lotus flowers appeared in the sky, flying everywhere. Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished, stammering. This is... The group of Zhao Lingyuan, 8th sister, and 9th sister were also bewildered. Grandpa Bird also exclaimed in surprise. No way, this brat really did it. The Heavenly Prodigy role also updated the news at the same time. 18th Divine, Sun Qin Shu, rank 1. These words shocked everyone into a daze. Everyone's jaw dropped because they couldn't believe their eyes. Just then, on the Heavenly Prodigy roll, a door slowly opened, and a staircase extended from the door down to where everyone was gathered. The first footsteps appeared. It was Qin Shu. He walked out the door, looked down, and spoke. This divine son is out. The people below had another chance to discuss excitedly. Everyone couldn't stop praising this as a divine miracle. Someone even declared, starting from now, I solely revere the 18th Divine Son. Zhao Lingyuan couldn't control her emotions. She shyly exclaimed, this is the man I want. Grandpa Bird looked at Qin Shu walking down step by step, standing tall, a look of appreciation shining in his eyes. It seems I am seeing a youthful great emperor gradually rising again. Everyone below cheered happily and endlessly, the glory of the feathering sect. Qin Shu had walked down. The people around looked at him with admiration, chanting, the 18th Divine Son is out. Divine Son is mighty. Even the women did not hesitate to express their admiration. 18th Divine Son, I like you. Just then, high up above, the 5th Divine Son had arrived. Seeing the lively atmosphere below, he couldn't help but be curious. The big bird spoke up. Divine Son, there are many people ahead. They must know you are returning, so they specially came here to welcome you. The 5th Divine Son thought so too, and immediately told the big bird, then let's go down there and take a look. The 5th Divine Son landed, approached everyone, and spoke. This Divine Son has arrived. He thought to himself, I didn't expect everyone to be so excited. It seems they have all heard of my prestige. The crowd was still shouting, Divine Son is mighty. Divine Son, are you still accepting followers? The 5th Divine Son was still immersed in the atmosphere he thought was for him, responding excitedly. You are too kind. Everyone is too kind. The group of women was no less excited. Everyone tried to squeeze forward, all wanting to marry the Divine Son. Zhao Lingyuan also appeared, shyly calling out, Divine Son. The 5th Divine Son turned his head and saw Zhao Lingyuan, immediately misunderstanding that she was calling him. Zhao Lingyuan was shy, her eyes innocent as she said, there are too many people, I can't squeeze in. Seeing the person he had missed for so long, the 5th Divine Son couldn't hide his joy and happily called her name. Lingyuan. The 5th Divine Son turned fully towards Zhao Lingyuan, spreading his arms as if to embrace her, saying, Lingyuan, I have returned. However, Zhao Lingyuan ran right past the 5th Divine Son, completely treating him as invisible, and rushed towards Qin Shu, hugging him tightly, which astonished Qin Shu. Zhao Lingyuan did not hesitate to express her feelings. I like someone powerful like you. And this scene directly made the 5th Divine Son freeze, his face changing color, only able to utter, what? Qin Shu looked at Zhao Lingyuan clinging to him, annoyance clearly showing on his face, and said to her, Zhao Lingyuan, let go. Everyone around looked at the two being so intimate without any negative reaction. Instead, they agreed. Someone said, 18th Divine Son, this kind of man who tops the heavenly prodigy role, who wouldn't admire him? It is normal for the 10th divine son to admire the 18th divine son. Even a man like me is very infatuated with him. Another added, after today, even the first divine son and second divine son won't be able to overshadow the 18th divine son's radiance. The fifth divine son finally realized the problem. He said to himself, so everyone just now wasn't welcoming me, but welcoming the 18th divine son. Eighth sister and ninth sister ran over from somewhere, separated Zhao Lingyuan and Qin Shu, not forgetting to scold Zhao Lingyuan. Zhao Lingyuan, what are you doing? Get lost quickly. While speaking, they pushed her away. Zhao Lingyuan disagreed, saying unhappily, what are you guys doing? I am the 18th divine son's person now. Hearing this sentence, ninth sister and eighth sister couldn't take it anymore and got angry, shouting loudly, do you have any shame left? Get lost immediately. Zhao Lingyuan blocked eighth sister and ninth sister, saying cheerfully to the two of them, the phantom I left inside the heavenly prodigy role probably already told the 18th divine son, if he could defeat me, I would follow him and be his person. The fifth divine son heard every single word of these remarks. The more he heard, the more he felt like he was falling into a black hole. His whole body stiffened, unable to speak, only able to repeat two words. What? As for Zhao Lingyuan, ignoring the glares from eighth sister and ninth sister next to her that looked like they wanted to send her flying, she still said to Qin Shu, 18th divine son, I'm not wrong, right? Qin Shu stood there not understanding what was happening. So he said, actually, there was such a thing, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Zhao Lingyuan. She stepped forward and hugged Qin Shu's arm, saying without shyness, then when shall we bow to heaven and earth? Choosing a day is not as good as choosing today. Let's consummate the marriage today. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. Enough. Everyone looked at the person standing in front of them, his whole body radiating the energy of anger. Someone spoke up. Who is this person? Looks a bit familiar. Someone replied, isn't this the fifth divine son? What did he get here? The fifth divine son felt he had lost face due to his misunderstanding, and on top of that, Zhao Lingyuan was expressing excessive admiration for the 18th divine son. Both things combined made the fifth divine son furious. He frowned and thought, detestable 18th divine son. Not only did he steal my show, but he also stole my Lingyuan. Who is this guy? At this moment, the big bird also landed. As soon as it touched the ground, it showed off its authority. My family's fifth divine son has descended here. Why don't you hurry up and pay your respects? The fifth divine son is a rare talent, having considerable prestige in the northern plains. How can he let you look down on him? That 18th divine son, or whatever, quickly come over here and kneel before my divine son. Offer up your knees. Qin Shu didn't take it in at all, his expression remaining very calm. Eighth sister and ninth sister couldn't stand these arrogant words, so they spoke up. Is this a stupid bird? Looking at his brain, he doesn't seem very smart. That big bird continued to speak. Zhao Lingyuan, it is your honor that the fifth divine son likes you. Quickly come over here and follow the fifth divine son. In the future, the fifth divine son will take you to stand at the peak of the eastern wasteland. Saying these words, the big bird thought smugly. These words of mine not only help the divine son regain face, but also consolidate my position in the fifth divine son's heart. After hearing the big bird finish speaking, Zhao Lingyuan's first reaction was to press her face against Qin Shu's chest, whining, 18th divine son, save me. This bird is too fierce, I'm scared. The more the fifth divine son looked, the hotter he felt. He pointed at Qin Shu, scolding angrily. Detestable 18th divine son, I remember you used to be a piece of trash, basically not worthy of my eyes. I didn't expect that now you would dare to steal my woman. Qin Shu then retorted, fifth divine son, do you have any manners or not? The fifth divine son arrogantly waved his hand. Does a giant dragon need to be polite to ants? The big bird, following its master's words, added, that's right, you and the fifth divine son are not on the same level. Qin Shu stepped forward a few steps. Immediately after, he disappeared into mid-air, leaving only the sound of that big bird still showing off. Does the fifth divine son need to speak politely to a piece of trash like you? Qin Shu had appeared behind the fifth divine son and the big bird at some point, but the two of them still didn't know this. The fifth divine son only glanced over when he noticed movement. The big bird screamed to the heavens. Qin Shu had been on its back for some time and was teaching a lesson. Zhao Lingyuan admired him even more. cheering for Qin Shu. Qin Shu grabbed the big bird's 2 wings, broke them, then threw them down to Go Onxing and said, "Take these back to make roasted bird wings for Bai Jizhua." The big bird, having been taught a crippling lesson, screamed in pain, hoping for rescue. "Divine Son, save me." But it seemed hopeless. The 5th Divine Son stood frozen, watching his mount have its wings broken and get beaten. Qin Shu finished dealing with the big bird and remarked, "A weak bird like you dares to be arrogant in front of this Divine Son? Then this Divine Son will fulfill your wish." Qin Shu drew his sword, intending to stab straight down. The 5th Divine Son could no longer just stand and watch. He immediately intervened. "Stop." Even though the 5th Divine Son intervened, Qin Shu had no intention of sparing it. He still stabbed the sword down. The sword was pulled out, blood spurting. The 5th Divine Son couldn't hold back anymore and said, "18th Divine Son, you are truly audacious." Qin Shu didn't care much about the 5th Divine Son, only coldly saying 2 words, "Apologize." The 5th Divine Son didn't understand and asked, "What?" Qin Shu looked at the 5th Divine Son with emotionless eyes and repeated, "Apologize to me." The 5th Divine Son gritted his teeth and retorted, "You killed my bird, and you want me to apologize to you? Aren't you being too unreasonable?" Qin Shu replied, "It was you who were impolite first. You must apologize." The 5th Divine Son reached his limit. He flew into a rage and scolded Qin Shu. So arrogant. Qin Shu struck the 5th Divine Son repeatedly, leaving him no time to react. Finally, the 5th Divine Son was beaten flat onto the ground, with Qin Shu's foot stepping on his face. Qin Shu looked down and asked the 5th Divine Son, "Do you still want to step on my head now?" The 5th Divine Son couldn't believe it, but still tried to speak. "Impossible. This Divine Son returned from the northern plains. I am the invincible one of the eastern wasteland." Qin Shu lifted his foot, not putting the 5th Divine Son in his eyes, and said directly, "Invincible my ass, hand over the Divine Sun Gall." The 5th Divine Son sat up, refusing to compromise. "Keep dreaming. This Divine Son will absolutely not hand over the Divine Sun Gall." Zhao Lingyuan, watching from the side, suddenly interjected, "If he won't give it, then I will." Not just speaking empty words, Zhao Lingyuan took out her own Divine Sun Gall and threw it towards Qin Shu happily. Holding Zhao Lingyuan's Divine Sun Gall in his hand, Qin Shu didn't know what to do at all. Seeing this, the 5th Divine Son shouted unwillingly, "Zhao Lingyuan, why do you want to do this? Do you want to hurt my heart?" Zhao Lingyuan ignored the 5th Divine Son's words, leaning in to hug Qin Shu's arm, and said shyly, "From now on, I am the 18th Divine Son's person. So the Divine Sun Gall is naturally his too. What does it matter?" These words from Zhao Lingyuan made the 3 people feel it was unbelievable, their faces darkening. The 5th Divine Son still said to Zhao Lingyuan, "Zhao Lingyuan, you haven't disappointed my deep affection for you." Zhao Lingyuan had an idea and said to the 5th Divine Son, "5th Divine Son, if you really like me, why not give your Divine Sun Gall to my man?" These blunt words directly made the 9th sister and 5th Divine Son freeze. The 8th sister helplessly sighed. A licking dog ends up with nothing in the end. After arguing back and forth for a while, the 5th Divine Son finally gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it, entrust it to a good match. I admit defeat." Saying that, the 5th Divine Son handed his Divine Sun Gall to Qin Shu. Qin Shu naturally accepted it happily. Looking at the 2 blocks of Divine Sun Gall in his hand, Qin Shu said excitedly, "The harvest today is truly bountiful. This game is finally about to be completed." The 5th Divine Son, although voluntarily giving the Divine Sun Gall to Qin Shu, still reminded him, "18th Divine Son, don't be too smug. I have met many powerful prodigies in the northern plains. Their overall strength still suppresses the eastern wasteland. Wait until the day you leave the eastern wasteland. Only then will you know the world is vast, and you are nothing. The humiliation today, I will definitely repay it double in the future." Having finished speaking, he left. At this moment, a call came from behind. "Divine Son." It was Go Onxing. He ran over in a panic, speaking as he ran. "Divine Son, it's bad. Something happened to Miss Bai." Qin Shu frowned and asked, "What?" A large demon beast was opening its mouth wide, hunting for prey. Xiao Mingyue was focusing on destroying it. Around them, there was not just one, but many demon beasts advancing toward Xiao Mingwei. She also used her sword to slash the demon beasts one by one. The demon beasts rushed over with killing intent. However many came, Xiao Mingwei killed that many. But her strength was limited while the demon beasts were increasing. Xiao Mingwei realized, not good, there are too many demon beasts. I basically can't handle them all. A demon beast rushed past, wanting to enter inside, but was stopped in time. A man grabbed it and shouted, "Stop! If you want to go inside, you have to step over my dead body first." The demon beast turned around angrily and roared. It intended to attack the man, but was immediately attacked by someone. And the group of demon beasts were also suppressed one by one. The person suppressing them was the 18th divine son, Qin Shu. He stood on the roof, casting spells while shouting, "You bunch of animals! What kind of place do you think the Yang floating island residence is? Count every single one of you. I'll destroy you all." Qin Shu and many others had arrived to help. Xiao Mingwei and the man were visibly delighted to see Qin Shu. They called out loudly, "Divine Son." Qin Shu clenched his hand, and the whole group of demon beasts was controlled, floating in the sky. Looking at the demon beasts, Qin Shu wondered, these animals dare to be so bold. What exactly is going on? Go Onsheng, seeing these aggressive demon beasts wanting to rush down below, also wondered, where did so many flying demon beasts come from? The 12th prince said, these demon beasts mostly come from the vicinity of Great Silver Mountain. Go Onsheng, hearing this place name as if he knew something, repeated, Great Silver Mountain? Great Silver Mountain is the territory of the Feathering Sect. The demon beasts inside are all raised by the Feathering Sect. Today, these demon beasts actually attacked the Feathering Sect, and even recklessly attacked the Divine Son's floating island. This is truly too abnormal. Hearing the analysis, Qin Shu immediately made a guess. Could this matter be related to Bai Zhizhua? The 12th prince told Qin Shu, Divine Son, go in and check on Miss Bai, and you'll understand. Qin Shu helplessly walked in, not forgetting to instruct everyone. Look at these demon beasts, clean them all up. Qin Shu opened the door and walked in. Everyone was panicked and speechless. In front of them, no person was seen, only a tightly wrapped cocoon. Qin Shu asked, why is it like this? Is this Bai Zhizhua? Xiao Mingwei replied, that's right, this is Miss Bai. It looks like a cocoon. Miss Bai's cocooning speed was too fast for us to react. Miss Bai's whole body has been completely enveloped by this white cocoon. The 12th prince added, most importantly, this cocoon also emits a faint fragrance. Those demon beasts seem to find it very hard to resist this scent, so they want to rush in even at the cost of their lives. After hearing this, Qin Shu told everyone to step back. He rushed up alone and said, Bai Zhizhua's life or death is currently unclear, so the safest method is to first break the cocoon and save her. Qin Shu held his sword and slashed at the cocoon stroke by stroke. Qin Shu used quite powerful moves to slash. The slash hit the middle of the cocoon, but caused no change. Seeing this situation, Qin Shu frowned and said, the Longyuan Saint's sword actually didn't cause any damage to it. Qin Shu sensed Bai Zhizhua's aura inside the cocoon. Qin Shu said, Bai Zhizhua's aura inside the cocoon is stable. It seems there is some kind of transformation. Temporarily, she seems fine. In the end, I can only rely on Ancestor Yangming. Wait for Ancestor Yangming to return to see if he can get Bai Zhizhua out of the cocoon. The 12th prince spoke about the situation outside. Divine Son, this cocoon emits a special fragrance that only affects demon beasts. Right now, I'm afraid many demon beasts have gathered outside. A voice came from outside. Divine Son, it's bad. The 8th sister and 9th sister ran in while speaking. We just finished killing the flying demon beasts, but now there are more and more demon beasts outside. Moreover, from the direction of Great Silver Mountain, the roar of giant beasts can be vaguely heard. It seems the demon beasts in Great Silver Mountain are all agitated. The 12th prince also sensed something. He added, with my heavenly demon body, I indeed feel that the demon beasts in Great Silver Mountain are fluctuating. If the demon beasts inside are all targeting Miss Bai, this matter is afraid to be a bit troublesome. The 12th prince was worried. After all, the ancestors and the Feathering Sect Master were all outside fighting for the Bronze Ancient Hall. No one could suppress the demon beasts in Great Silver Mountain. Qin Shu's anger was ignited. He gritted his teeth and huffed, saying recklessly, I don't care why those demon beasts are attracted here, but if they dare to touch Bai Zhizhua, I will slaughter the entire Great Silver Mountain. Qin Shu ordered everyone, You guys go out and deal with the demon beasts first. Xiao Minghua stay. Seeing everyone had gone out, Xiao Minghua asked, Master, why did you keep me back? Qin Shu looked Xiao Minghua over and said to her, You come here. Xiao Minghua. This divine son wants to borrow your body to use for a bit. Xiao Minghua's face blushed. Her eyes were glistening, not understanding Qin Shu's meaning, so she asked again. What? Qin Shu repeated. This divine son wants to borrow your body to do something. Saying that, he put his hand on Xiao Minghua's shoulder and asked her, Do you trust this divine son? Xiao Minghua lowered her head, replying shyly, Currently, Minghua is the master's person. Whatever the master does to Minghua, Minghua will not resist. Hearing this, Qin Shu ordered, All right, lie down. Xiao Minghua didn't understand much, but lay down anyway. Qin Shu asked again, Ready? Xiao Minghua didn't dare look straight at him, closing her eyes and replying, Master, I am ready. Please be gentle. Qin Shu didn't say much. He cast a spell. Only then did Xiao Minghua understand what Qin Shu wanted to do and suddenly asked, Master, what are you doing? Qin Shu replied, Are you very surprised? Today, this divine son will verify a speculation in his heart, helping you reach the divine king realm within a day. Xiao Minghua knew Qin Shu meant well, but said dejectedly, This is truly unexpected. Xiao Minghua's entire body was surrounded by golden lights. She exclaimed in disbelief, What? Qin Shu looked at Xiao Minghua before him, thinking to himself, The divine king body ranks in the top 20 of the 108 supreme physiques in the heavens, ranking much higher than my solar divine body. Once possessing the divine king body, a cultivator can cultivate all the way to the divine king realm. As long as resources are sufficient, they can cultivate straight through without encountering any bottlenecks. This is the terrifying aspect of the divine king body. Qin Shu continued to cast spells on Xiao Minghua. A while later, Qin Shu asked, How do you feel? Xiao Minghua replied in surprise, I feel my cultivation level rapidly increasing. It's so magical. Qin Shu continued to transfer power into Xiao Minghua. She noticed another change and said, Spirit realm, my cultivation has broken through to the spirit realm. Qin Shu smiled slightly, thinking, I have the perpetual motion Dantian. Energy is endless and inexhaustible. And the energy in the Dantian is the purest cultivation energy, so I can directly replenish energy for Xiao Minghua, helping her body absorb it quickly without causing her body to explode from being unable to bear it. In ancient times, great emperors could help others with empowerment, rapidly increasing their cultivation. Many descendants of great emperors, after receiving empowerment, could reach the terrifying saint realm if they were outstanding. My energy replenishment technique works on the same principle as empowerment. A moment later, Xiao Minghua had broken through to the true person realm. Xiao Minghua's cultivation was still rising ceaselessly, from earth-human realm up to heaven-human realm, to superhuman realm. Finally, Xiao Minghua erupted. She shouted loudly, officially reaching the divine king realm. The aura Xiao Minghua created when reaching the divine king realm was so oppressive that even Qin Shu had to exclaim, Such a strong aura. Xiao Minghua's eyes flashed, shooting out a beam of light. That beam of light turned directly into sharp fragments embedding into the pillar. Looking at the sharp fragments embedded in the pillar, Qin Shu wondered, Is this the divine king realm? Then smiled, indeed very strong. Xiao Minghua, from high above, said happily, Master, I have broken through to the divine king realm. When she landed, a single step caused a section of the floor to collapse. Qin Shu had to intervene. He explained, Although your realm has arrived, you still cannot completely control this power. Xiao Minghua knelt down, shattering another patch of tiles. She thanked Qin Shu. Divine Son has bestowed a great opportunity upon me. I don't know what words to use to express my gratitude. Qin Shu immediately assigned the current important task to Xiao Minghua. He said, For now on, you will protect Miss Bai until she comes out of the cocoon. How about it? Looking towards the cocoon, Qin Shu calculated, I have a Tao protector, so if Miss Bai stays by my side, she naturally won't be in trouble. But in a few days, I have to go complete a mission and leave here, so someone must protect Miss Bai. Xiao Minghua accepted the mission, reaffirming, As long as I don't die, Miss Bai will be fine. Qin Shu could finally rest assured to go do his mission. He added, I will transmit a cultivation technique to you. the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Force. Xiao Mingwe heard the strange name and asked, a cultivation technique? Qin Shu knew Xiao Mingwe was still hesitant, so he explained immediately, rest assured, this cultivation technique of mine has no realm restrictions. It will upgrade according to your realm, the power transitions, and upgrades. Hearing this, Xiao Mingwe clasped her hands to thank Qin Shu. After dealing with Xiao Mingwe, Qin Shu looked towards Miss behind the cocoon, thinking this girl could eat so many spirit fruits from so many warehouses at once. Does she also need energy to level up like Xiao Mingwe? If that's true, then I could conversely charge her with some energy as well. Xiao Mingwe had learned the cultivation technique Qin Shu transmitted. She happily showed off to Qin Shu. Qin Shu pointed outside, telling Xiao Mingwe to go out and take a look. Outside, the 12th prince and everyone were fighting the demon beasts. Seeing Qin Shu come out, the 12th prince ran over to report the situation. Divine Son, there are more and more demon beasts, and they're getting stronger. We basically can't kill them all. Xiao Mingwe seized the opportunity and said immediately, leave it to me. Saying so, she rushed towards the demon beasts without a second thought. The 8th Divine Son worried for Xiao Mingwe, but could only tell her be careful, because those demon beasts were not easy to deal with. Xiao Mingwe's eyes glowed brightly. She pointed her finger at the sky. Then a massive power appeared, covering the entire group of demon beasts. Xiao Mingwe gently said one word, extinguish. The demon beasts were immediately suppressed, emitting miserable screams. Then they fell down one after another. The 8th Divine Son looked at Xiao Mingwe, exclaiming in surprise, it's the king's blazing flame. This is the Divine King realm. The 9th Divine Son also couldn't believe it, saying, are you really Xiao Mingwe, the 9th princess? How can your cultivation be? Xiao Mingwe smiled in response to everyone's doubts. It's me. Thanks to Master, I was able to advance to the Divine King realm in one step. The 9th Divine Son looked towards Qin Shu in disbelief and called his name. Qin Shu then thought to herself, only ancient great emperors could perform empowerment to forcibly raise someone's cultivation. Can the 18th Divine Son do it too? The 8th Divine Son heard this and felt that following the 18th Divine Son was indeed a great opportunity, a correct choice. Qin Shu spoke to the 12th prince, confirming if these demon beasts came from Mount Ain. The 12th prince stated with certainty, definitely. Receiving the answer, Qin Shu did not hesitate to say, set off, slaughter Mount Ain. Deep inside Mount Ain, a light flashed past. There was a great commotion in the forest. Demon beasts were scrambling to get out. They were aggressively running forward, but suddenly something appeared, blocking the path. The arrival was Qin Shu. Holding a spear, Qin Shu said, I am the 18th Divine Son of the Feathering Sect. Whoever comes forward dies. Swinging the sharp spear, Qin Shu decisively slashed a line and pointed straight at the growling herd of demon beasts. However, his killing intent seemed useless. They didn't tremble at all, but continued to rush forward madly. Without hesitation, Qin Shu and the 12th prince also charged forward, bringing with them the determination to wipe out this mob of monsters. Before long, the battlefield was covered in the corpses of demon beasts lying in disorder. Some were even dismembered into pieces. Amidst the messy pile of bodies, Qin Shu and the 12th prince stood firm, carefully observing the surroundings. The 12th prince rubbed his forehead slightly and spoke, Divine Son, these are all low-level demon beasts. There are still many high-level demon beasts in Mount Ain that haven't appeared yet. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant black shadow suddenly enveloped both of them. A massive demon beast with superior rank appeared. It questioned Qin Shu, why does the 18th Divine Son want to stop us? Qin Shu asked back coldly, where do you want to go? The ferocious demon beast replied, naturally, we want to go devour the person transforming into a cocoon inside the Feathering Sect. Qin Shu didn't expect the news of Miss by transforming into a cocoon to have reached the ears of these demon beasts. He frowned and pressed. You even know this? Who told you? The demon beast replied with a firm voice, no one told us. This is a memory engraved in our bones. We must devour her. Every word carried heavy killing intent. Qin Shu had no intention of tolerating it. He emphasized each word. What if I say, I don't allow it? The demon beast was not polite either. It roared back, then don't blame us for being ungracious. Qin Shu lightly twirled the spear in his hand, sneering, so what if you're ungracious? You're nothing but a bunch of animals raised by the feathering sect. This provocation reached the demon beast's limit. It immediately incited its kind, roaring, "Charge! Gods block, kill gods. Buddhas block, kill Buddhas." The herd of demon beasts seemed to be fueled with fire, becoming even more aggressive as they rushed up in droves. They screamed to each other, "Destroy the 18th divine sun." The whole group simultaneously targeted Qin Shu and charged. Qin Shu only uttered a disdainful sentence, "Not knowing your own strength." Having said that, he also made his move. The spear in Qin Shu's hand turned into a lightning bolt, darting forward. Each sharp thrust pierced through the demon beasts one by one, giving them no chance to dodge. One by one, they fell under Qin Shu's brutal attacks. Immediately after, Qin Shu utilized his ultimate skill, heaven-destroying 10 swords. 10 sharp sword energies slashed down just like that, leaving the demon beasts only enough time to scream in pain before vanishing. As for Qin Shu, he stood there like a towering god of war, his face cold as ice, revealing no emotion. 15 minutes later, a remaining demon beast still stubbornly held onto hope. It roared, "18th divine sun, you can't stop us. 10,000 demon beasts of Manga. I'll see how long you can endure." At the same time, deep inside the demon beast cave, 2 leaders were sitting on the main seats. They looked at each other with sinister smiles. The bird-shaped demon beast spoke up, "Are we just going to let the 18th divine sun run wild like this?" The other demon beast also appeared concerned. "After all, nominally we belong to the feathering sect. The 18th divine sun is someone with hope of becoming an emperor's son. He is indeed somewhat troublesome." The bird demon beast continued with a voice full of resentment, "Remembering how glorious we were back then, being suppressed here for 10,000 years, it should end now." The demon beast with large horns nodded. "The variable has arrived." Who could have expected the person transforming into a cocoon to appear in the feathering sect? Moreover, having an unusual relationship with the 18th divine sun. This feathering sect is too small for us. The bird demon beast's eyes flashed with calculation. It replied, "Then we must let him chop down 10,000 demon soldiers of Mount to see how many he can handle." Outside, the herd of demon beasts continued to frantically attack Qin Shu. Their numbers were increasing. Ninth Sister couldn't help but worry as she saw them gradually being surrounded. But Qin Shu didn't think so. He smiled and replied, "No, they're the ones who have been surrounded." Qin Shu turned to look at the 12th prince and said, "Yuan Hong, as far as I know, your heavenly demon body is one of the paths of demon body evolution, requiring the absorption of massive energy from demon beast internal cores, correct?" The 12th prince immediately understood, his face relaxing into a big laugh. "Is that so?" He looked at the swarm of demon beasts surrounding them and announced in high spirits, "Then today is your feast." 1 hour later, Qin Shu led 8th Sister and 9th Sister, declaring loudly, "Today, we slaughter in all directions here." 8th Sister and 9th Sister originally had this intention too, so they were extremely excited and ready for battle. In contrast, the demon beasts no longer had the sky-high morale they had at the start. Every single one of them showed clear signs of fear. The 12th prince began to utilize his ability to absorb internal cores. In just a moment, he had harvested a large number of cores from the demon beasts, causing them to collapse instantly. The 12th prince assimilated many demon cores. Absorbing such a large amount of demon cores helped the 12th prince evolve into the golden-horned earth toad. He transformed into his true form, a gigantic golden toad. The herd of demon beasts looked at the towering golden toad before them and dared not make a rash move, only able to stand and watch with bewildered and fearful faces. Qin Shu raised his voice provocatively. Who could get more demon beast cores? But right at this moment, a voice full of power projected over 18th divine sun. "Don't you dare be insolent." The ones who had just arrived were a giant spider and a massive snake spirit. The 12th prince hurriedly ran over and whispered, "Divine Sun, these are the 2 great demons of Mount. Their cultivation has already entered the true human realm." Hearing this, Qin Shu showed no fear. Instead, he smirked, "True human realm? Haven't killed one yet, let's try today." Seeing Qin Shu being so astonishing, the snake spirit shouted angrily, speaking arrogantly. The spider spirit added, "Mount is not a place where you can behave so wildly." They spoke loudly, but not long after, Both the snake spirit and the spider spirit were lying at Qin Shu's feet in a miserable state. Qin Shu stabbed his spear into the ground and ordered coldly, "Scram back. Don't arrogantly try to devour the one transforming in the cocoon anymore, and I might spare you." The snake spirit cried out in pain. "That is impossible. Devouring the one transforming in the cocoon is an imprint carved deep into the bones of our demon race. It cannot be disobeyed." Qin Shu put on a helpless expression. "Then you can't blame me." Saying that, he stabbed his spear down without mercy. After killing the two great demon beasts, Qin Shu immediately gave the internal cores to the 12th prince. The 12th prince couldn't believe his eyes and stammered, "Divine Son, these are great demons. Their internal cores are extremely precious items, yet you are giving them to me just like that?" Qin Shu had no intention of changing his mind. He affirmed once more, "They are all yours." The 12th prince was visibly overjoyed and thanked Qin Shu profusely. He added, "Yuan Hong following you is truly due to my ancestors accumulating virtue." Inside the demon beast cave, the two leaders sat silently, unable to speak a word. The large-horned demon beast asked impatiently, "What is the situation?" The bird demon beast immediately used its vision to observe. Its vision projected towards the forest. It narrated as it observed. "Still killing, has already exterminated tens of thousands of the demon race." The large-horned demon beast sighed. "This 18th divine son is indeed extraordinary, worthy of being Qin Fation's son. However, he is also reaching his limit. Let's wait a bit longer and see." 3 days later, the large-horned demon beast had gradually lost patience because the 18th divine son still didn't know when to retreat. The bird demon beast used its vision to observe again, but this time it felt the situation seemed wrong. It said with a surprised voice, "This guy seems to get stronger the more he fights." Nearly half of the demon race has been slaughtered. The large-horned demon beast gritted its teeth in anger upon hearing this, for having underestimated the opponent. The bird demon beast worried, if this continues, the demon species of Manga will fearfully be killed off by him. Putting aside the matter of the 18th divine son, they told each other, "The time has come. We should reveal ourselves." Outside, demon beast corpses were piled as high as mountains. A series of demon cores were extracted. All the spoils of war belonged to the golden toad. It opened its mouth wide to receive the food. Each internal core was swallowed by it. The golden toad said delightedly, "My heavenly demon body has evolved once again, becoming the flying sky toad. My cultivation has also broken through to the earth-human realm, following the true human realm." The golden toad was excited to continue fighting, while Qin Shu remained steadfast. As long as the demon species of Mount De'Int do not stop, this divine son will continue to kill. Just then, a majestic voice came from the sky, "18th divine son." "Stop right there." Qin Shu paused, raising his head to look up. Everyone wondered, "This is?" The two leading demon beasts had come out. The 12th prince suddenly fell to his knees, saying in panic, "My body cannot control itself." Qin Shu didn't understand what was happening as he wasn't affected. He asked, "What's wrong with you?" The 12th prince gritted his teeth and replied, "The aura these two are emitting is terrifying to me. My heavenly demon body feels it is extremely terrifying. These two, I'm afraid, are heaven-defying level great demons." The two demon beasts created an oppressive aura, causing Qin Shu to also feel a few degrees of wariness. 8th sister and 9th sister could no longer endure it. 9th sister exclaimed in horror, "At least great demons above the divine king realm. Absolutely terrifying." Qin Shu was unwilling to yield, thinking angrily, "Damn it." He decided to use his forbidden trump card, the Supreme Bone. Qin Shu's chest instantly glowed brightly. This sudden change in Qin Shu surprised the two demon beasts somewhat. The bird demon beast remarked, "This 18th divine son is a bit interesting." But it didn't pay too much attention, immediately continuing, "But only a bit interesting, that's all." The bird demon beast raised its voice to order, 18th divine son, retreat. Facing these two great demons, Qin Shu showed no fear and still shouted firmly, "The demon swarm of Mount De'Int retreats first." The bird demon beast was displeased. It frowned and replied, "I am not negotiating. This is an order." Qin Shu absolutely refused to compromise. He asked back, "Ordering me? Based on what?" The bird demon beast replied arrogantly, "Based on the fact that I can blow you into smoke and dust with a single breath." Qin Shu frowned. The bird demon beast thought Qin Shu didn't believe what it said and reacted grumpily, "You don't believe it?" But Qin Shu did believe it. It seemed he would give up, but immediately after, Qin Shu's eyes became strangely determined. But this divine son is not afraid. Looking at the two great demon beasts before him with their oppressive aura, Qin Shu thought to himself, "These two are peerless great demons. Absolutely the most terrifying opponents I have ever met. I wonder if Senior Gatekeeper is a match for them." The large bird demon beast felt Qin Shu was too arrogant and breathed out a breath. Just one breath made it impossible for Qin Shu to stand firm. He was pushed back, even vomiting blood. Since one of its moves was quite strong, but Qin Shu only vomited blood, the two great demon beasts were somewhat surprised, wondering, only vomited blood? This guy's defense is also a bit interesting. The bird demon beast asserted, he won't last 3 breaths. Qin Shu was injured. At this moment, a voice transmitted over, "Two demon seniors, please stop." The person appearing was the gatekeeper of the feathering sect. The bird demon beast saw this person, recognized him, and said, "It's you, the junior gatekeeper of this generation. You're not qualified enough to stop me." The gatekeeper didn't say much. He asked the two great demons directly, "You two, the 18th Divine Son's father is Qin Fation. Perhaps you know him, but he is also the disciple of old ancestor Mo Ming. Do you know that or not?" This name caused a reaction from the two great demon beasts. The bird demon beast repeated, "Mo Ming?" The large horn demon beast also said, "If he is the disciple of that kid Mo Ming, it really isn't easy to resolve." Even if Qin Shu was Mo Ming's disciple, these two great demon beasts wouldn't let it go so easily. The bird demon beast still wanted to make things difficult and proposed a condition. "If you can advance 3 steps under my pressure, this matter can be negotiated." The gatekeeper protected Qin Shu, replying, "Two old ancestors, you are joking. You were once peerless demons who followed the feathering great emperor. This junior dares not take even a single step in front of you." Qin Shu didn't expect these two great demon beasts before him to have once followed the feathering great emperor. Their background was indeed huge. Seeing no one compromising with its demand, the bird demon beast spoke directly. "Then don't blame the demon swarm of Mount Da'in for devouring that person transforming in the cocoon. Normally it would be fine, but mentioning the person in the cocoon made Qin Shu furious. He stepped forward and shouted, "This divine son does not allow it." The bird demon beast didn't even put Qin Shu in its eyes. It said, "I don't need your permission. 18th divine son, in front of us, you are nothing." Qin Shu stared at the two great demon beasts, his brows furrowed. The gatekeeper sighed and asked Qin Shu, 18th divine son, "Is that girl truly so important to you?" Qin Shu's eyes were determined, replying affectionately, "Very important." The gatekeeper asked further, "Even at the cost of your life?" Qin Shu did not change his answer. "That is correct." The gatekeeper asked no more, only replying, "I understand." Saying that, the gatekeeper negotiated with the two great demon beasts, "Two old ancestors, can you give me some face and let this matter go?" The large bird demon beast asked back, "What kind of thing are you that I have to give you face in front of me?" The gatekeeper took step after step closer to the two great demon beasts, speaking as he walked, "If that's the case. You two, I am the 18th Divine Son's Tao Guardian." He spoke a sentence full of offense. "If you dare touch a single hair on him, I will definitely pay it back tenfold." Qin Shu didn't expect the gatekeeper to do this, and called out in panic, "Senior." The bird demon beast was already angry, its whole body emitting an aura as it said, "A junior coming from who knows where, daring to threaten me. I'm afraid you have never seen my monstrous flames before." The bird demon beast let out a scream, and the gatekeeper also fearlessly retaliated. The pressure created by the two of them caused those around them to be suppressed as well. The 12th prince lamented, "Are they fighting? Just this pressure is about to crush us to death." 8th sister added, "When gods fight, mortals suffer. We are dead for sure." The gatekeeper said to them, "You all leave this place first." Saying that, he cast a spell on Qin Shu's group, and immediately after, the whole group disappeared. Seeing Qin Shu being taken away, the bird demon beast became furious. It declared the current gatekeeper as its target, stating that destroying the current gatekeeper would serve as an announcement of this seat's official return. Saying so, it took flight, aiming straight for the gatekeeper, intending to kill him. Facing these two great demons who had once followed the feathering great emperor, the gatekeeper showed no fear. He stood straight, hands clasped behind his back. As the demon beast attacked, he uttered only one word: guard. Instantly, the demon beast's attack could do nothing to the gatekeeper. The bird demon beast said, "You shouldn't have guarded, because by doing so, you're forcing this seat to act personally. You won't have a chance to resist." Having said that, the bird demon beast rose up, splitting into multiple clones of itself. Inside the gatekeeper's protective illusion, the 12th prince looked at the scene outside and said worriedly, "These two demon ancestors definitely have a background." 8th sister agreed, "This aura is truly terrifying." They were worried whether the gatekeeper could block it. Meanwhile, the bird demon beast had already flown over. The gatekeeper remained as calm as ever. He created a circle around himself and repeated, "I have said before." On the other side, the bird demon beast rushed in filled with killing intent, wanting to send the gatekeeper to heaven. Fire emitted from the gatekeeper's eyes as he continued, "That I must return it tenfold." Saying that, the gatekeeper flew up. He used a single kick, striking the center of the bird demon beast's chest, sending it flying backward with a face full of disbelief as it exclaimed, "What?" The bird demon beast was knocked into the rocky crags, almost completely unable to offer any resistance. Qin Shu watched this scene and asked himself in astonishment, "Is he that fierce?" 9th sister said doubtfully, knocking away a demon race member who followed the feathering Great Emperor. Gatekeeper Senior is truly strong. After taking a hit, the gatekeeper was completely unharmed and unscathed. Conversely, the bird demon beast, who was so arrogant and ferocious at the start, was now panting heavily. But it hadn't given up yet. The bird demon beast rushed forward again, shouting loudly, "This seat will definitely slash you." The gatekeeper didn't say much. He simply cast a spell, dropping a sentence, "Overestimating yourself." The two rushed at each other, two forces colliding to create a massive shockwave. Everyone was dumbfounded because it was so powerful. The gatekeeper stood tall in the air like a god, while the bird demon beast was beaten to the ground, cursing resentfully, "Hateful Junior, you have thoroughly angered me." The large-horned demon beast, who had been sitting silently watching the battle until now, finally spoke up. "Tens of thousands of years have passed. Although this heaven and earth has not produced another great emperor, the strong ones beneath the great emperor are getting stronger and stronger. The foundation of the feathering sect is becoming more sufficient. This seat is very pleased." The large-horned demon beast also began to transform, seemingly wanting to enter the fray. The gatekeeper didn't care much, only giving a cold humph. The large-horned demon beast continued, "As your ancestors, as sages of the feathering sect, we cannot be offended." The surrounding space seemed to be swallowed up and covered by the large-horned demon beast, but the gatekeeper remained calm. He created a circle around himself, but something was wrong, catching the gatekeeper's attention. This time, there seemed to be a mistake in calculation, so the gatekeeper was hit by the attack. He thought to himself, "Miscalculated." Qin Shu saw the move the demon beast used was somewhat familiar and said, "This is that method I saw on the feathering Great Emperor, because the feathering Great Emperor sent me onto the Great Emperor's road, just like that. To be able to use the Great Emperor's methods, this demon race member isn't ordinarily strong. Gatekeeper Senior is in danger." Speaking up to this point, Qin Shu's face clearly showed tension. Immediately after, just as Qin Shu guessed, a straight line pierced through between them, and the gatekeeper was knocked back accordingly. Qin Shu anxiously ran to the gatekeeper and asked, "Senior, are you all right?" The gatekeeper had to admit at this moment 2 people. "I can't beat them." The gatekeeper stood up, and everyone asked after him with worry. Those 2 great demon beasts' aura became increasingly oppressive, telling Qin Shu's group, "Atone for your crimes." Qin Shu stood in front, raising his hand to stop the 2 great demon beasts, saying, "Wait, I agree to your request to walk 3 steps before you." The gatekeeper stepped forward to stop Qin Shu. "No. 18th Divine Son, I want to take you away. They cannot stop me. There's no need to yield." Qin Shu didn't want anyone to sacrifice themselves or get hurt for him. He said to the gatekeeper, "Senior, I won't go. Bai Zhu will be devoured by them. Just let me try once." Saying that, Qin Shu moved forward. The bird demon beast asked Qin Shu, 18th Divine Son, have you thought it through? You will lose your life doing this." The large-horned demon beast advised with good intentions. The one transforming into a silkworm will eventually become a karmic obstacle. 18th Divine Son, You should retreat. Out of respect for Yang Ming, I will consider this matter as never having happened and give you a way out. Qin Shu was not swayed by these words. He said, talking is useless. Come, I'll take it. The bird demon beast thought Qin Shu was overestimating himself and crossed its arms in mockery. Ignorant junior. Even if you were special, in front of this seat, you were just an ant. Qin Shu used the supreme bone, equipping armor as well. He took the first step forward. The bird demon beast spread its wings in challenge. Come then. You just need to advance 3 steps, and this matter will be considered dropped. Qin Shu replied, fine, I hope Senior can keep the promise. Having said that, Qin Shu tried to take each step. The pressure created by the demon beast was very strong. Qin Shu was pressed down until he had to kneel. Everyone outside called out worriedly, Divine Son. Seeing that Qin Shu hadn't given up, the bird demon beast reminded him, if you dare to advance 1 more step, it will definitely cause your death. But who was Qin Shu? He certainly wouldn't give up. Qin Shu gathered his strength to stand up and continued. Seeing things weren't going well, the gatekeeper intended to act. But Qin Shu said, it's fine, this divine son can endure it. He continued to take the 2nd step. Although he could still walk, this pressure was truly making it hard for Qin Shu to endure any longer. He grimaced in pain and uttered, so tired, it's like draining all the strength from my entire body. Qin Shu was exhausted, sweat rolling down his face. He had taken the 2nd step. Seeing Qin Shu absolutely refusing to give up, the demon beast continued to mock, ignorant. If you want to hand over your life, then take your 3rd step. Facing the challenge, Qin Shu laughed loudly. He retorted to the demon beast, then watched closely. For the 3rd step, Qin Shu lifted his foot, stepped forward and placed it down. However, this 3rd step made Qin Shu struggle. He said, worthy of being a peerless demon ancestor. Is this trying to force my body to explode? At this moment, waves of pain struck, and Qin Shu cried out. Everyone outside saw that things were bad, their faces full of worry. Qin Shu collapsed, unable to endure it. The bird demon beast, creating the suppression from above, noticed something on Qin Shu's shoulder at this moment. Qin Shu's shoulder attracted the demon beast's attention. It landed on the ground. Simultaneously, all the pressure suppressing Qin Shu disappeared. The large bird looked at Qin Shu, recalling what it had just seen, and wondered, what was that just now? The large-horned demon beast also realized something. It said, this breath, if you and I are not sensing incorrectly, the 18th divine son has erupted with the breath of the feathering great emperor. The bird demon beast directly asked Qin Shu, is the breath on your body from the feathering great emperor? This question also surprised Qin Shu. He thought, feathering great emperor? Could it be? Qin Shu remembered when he was on the Great Dao Road, the feathering great emperor had placed his hand on his shoulder. The gatekeeper said, previously the 18th divine son charged into the heavenly prodigy role and even took 1st place. The 2 great demon beasts asked back in disbelief, 1st place on the heavenly prodigy role? Doesn't that mean the 18th divine son defeated the feathering great emperor of the adolescent period? The more it spoke, the more the bird demon beast couldn't believe it. It retorted, impossible. Great emperors are existences invincible in their generation. The 18th divine son couldn't possibly do it. The large-horned demon beast added, that year we followed the feathering great emperor, we were extremely familiar with this breath of his. This cannot be wrong. Looking at the 18th divine son, the feathering great emperor doing this has a purpose. Qin Shu didn't forget the important matter. He reminded the 2 great demon beasts, 2 seniors, since I have done it, the demon multitude of Mount Da-in should withdraw and cannot advance another step. The large-horned demon beast resignedly accepted, saying forget it. Since the 18th divine son has won, this matter will be temporarily considered past. The large-horned demon beast added, however, 18th divine son, I must still warn you. If the person transforming into a cocoon is a calamity, star-causing disaster, the demon kind of Mount Da-in can be suppressed. But the demon kind in this world cannot be counted. You cannot kill them all. Qin Shu wondered about the disaster and asked back, what do you mean by disaster? The bird demon beast said, if you stubbornly want to protect this person, in the future, the entire feathering sect will be implicated by you. Think carefully about it. Saying that, both great demon beasts left. The gatekeeper asked them, where do the 2 old ancestors intend to go? The large-horned demon beast replied, since this seat has emerged, Naturally, it is to return to the feathering sect to take charge of the cosmos once again. The two great demon beasts having left, Qin Shu turned to ask the gatekeeper, Gatekeeper Senior, what is the situation with the bronze ancient hall now? Before waiting for the gatekeeper to answer, Qin Shu thought to himself, now the situation is to take one step and plan the next. Try to complete the mission to upgrade my strength. Only then can I cope with more unexpected situations occurring in the future. The gatekeeper then answered Qin Shu, the fighting situation is intense. Almost all sect master level figures of the Eastern Wasteland are participating in the struggle. There are even peerless experts from other great regions arriving. In short, it's a mess over there now. The old ancestors of the Feathering Sect are all still heading there. Qin Shu asked further, is there still no one entering the Bronze Ancient Hall now? After asking, Qin Shu thought again. The system's instruction is to sign in at the mission by entering inside the Bronze Ancient Hall. Only then can the sign-in be successfully completed. The gatekeeper replied, can't get in. Old ancestor Yang Ming used his supreme physical body to forcibly push open a crack in the Bronze Ancient Hall. But the Bronze Ancient Hall is the most mysterious place in this world. How could it be easily entered? However, recently the sect masters are discussing a ceasefire, preparing to unite to enter the Bronze Ancient Hall. Perhaps it won't be long before the door to the Bronze Ancient Hall is completely opened. Qin Shu had returned to the place whereby Zhu Zhu had transformed into a cocoon. Xiao Mingwei saw Qin Shu return and immediately reported, Master, Miss Bai still hasn't made any movement. Qin Shu recalled the words of the two great demon beasts, that the one transforming into a cocoon is a calamity. He wondered himself, just what kind of background does Bai Zhu Zhu have? At this moment, a voice calling for Qin Shu came from outside. It was the 17th divine son, Zhou Tongming. He was covered in injuries, holding onto the doorframe just to stand steady, saying, Divine son, I have returned. After speaking, he collapsed to the ground. Qin Shu asked worriedly, what happened? Who injured you? Zhou Tongming gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and said, Divine son, I have important news. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Tongming fainted. Zhou Tongming was taken back to his room, where the 12th prince and Qin Shu were treating his wounds. They had to say, the injuries are this serious. How can this be? Who had injured Zhou Tongming so heavily, almost taking his life? Zhou Tongming recovered slightly and wanted to speak. Qin Shu asked him, you were tracking Crown Prince Lin, so why are you so heavily injured? Zhou Tongming clutched his chest to report the situation. Divine son, I tracked Crown Prince Lin and gained a huge harvest. Qin Shu did not care much about this. He only wanted to know who had injured Zhou Tongming. Seeing the need to speak, Zhou Tongming replied, it was people from the Heavenly Tao Academy. Hearing this name, the 12th prince said somewhat angrily, the Heavenly Tao Academy? You actually met them. Has this group emerged into the world again? The 12th prince explained to Qin Shu, Divine Son, the Heavenly Tao Academy was previously a rival of our Feathering Sect, but unlike our Feathering Sect, the Heavenly Tao Academy will close its mountain gates and completely hide away every so often, only emerging at certain times. Qin Shu asked, who is a bit more powerful? The 12th prince replied generously, of course, it is our Feathering Sect. After all, we had a great emperor, while the Heavenly Tao Academy only had a quasi-emperor. At this moment, Qin Shu turned to Zhou Tongming and told him to explain the specific situation. Zhou Tongming recounted, for the past few days, I have been secretly tracking Crown Prince Lin. He went into the extremely vast 100,000 Great Mountains. Later, Crown Prince Lin arrived at a ravine. It was extremely secretive there. Afterward, I learned that it belongs to the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Tao Academy. At that ravine, I sensed an extremely intense aura of dragon power. Hearing about the aura of dragon power, Qin Shu asked again in doubt, as this is something extremely rare. Zhou Tongming replied firmly, Divine Son, there is no mistake. Moreover, I guess that where Crown Prince Lin went is the burial place of the Dragon Elephant, great demon ancestor of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom. The ancestor of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom was once a Dragon Elephant Great Demon. Back then, he competed with the Feathering Great Emperor for the position of Great Emperor, failed, and died. His whole body is a treasure, helpful for strengthening physical power. It's just that after searching for tens of thousands of years, his specific whereabouts have never been found. This Crown Prince Lin must have obtained accurate information to go there. The more he spoke, the more unwilling Zhou Tongming became. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't know what kind of luck Crown Prince Lin encountered. Fortunately, the Divine Sun was one step ahead and sent me to track him. Otherwise, we would have missed such a great opportunity. Qin Shu listened while thinking. He turned around and made a decision, since that is the case. We cannot delay. We will go there immediately and deal with the Heavenly Tao Academy while we are at it. Qin Shu left, but did not forget to instruct Xiao Mingwei, saying, Xiao Mingwei, I leave by Zhu in your care. Xiao Mingwei accepted the order. Qin Shu stepped outside, and someone outside ran up to beg, Divine Sun, I want to go with you. His expression was very earnest about following. Qin Shu asked him, Why do you want to follow? The man replied, The Divine Sun is a person of great fortune. Following by your side brings great opportunities. Previously, the Ninth Princess and Yuan Hong both obtained quite a few benefits. I want to grow quickly so I can lend the Divine Sun a hand in the future. Qin Shu did not refuse and told him, Since that is the case, then come along. The 12th prince transformed into the Round Toad and carried everyone on his back. On the back of the Round Toad, Qin Shu asked Zhou Tongming, The Heavenly Tao Academy and the Feathering Sect have always been rivals. Where does this grudge come from? Zhou Tongming replied, This requires mentioning a secret. Rumor has it that back then, the Feathering Great Emperor and the female head of the Heavenly Tao Academy were both existences with hopes of achieving the status of Great Emperor in that era. Later, feelings developed between them, and they promised each other that both sides would become Great Emperors. However, when entering the final step, the female head did not succeed. The Great Emperor of the Feathering Sect achieved the position of Great Emperor, while the female head could only stop at the Quasi-Emperor realm. Later, the Feathering Great Emperor disappeared without a trace. He never went to see the female head. The female head visited the Feathering Sect several times, but the Feathering Great Emperor never appeared. After that, the Heavenly Tao Academy blamed the Feathering Great Emperor for stealing the female head's emperor position and, moreover, for being a heartless man. From then on, the relationship between the two factions fractured. Hearing this, Qin Shu analyzed, the Feathering Great Emperor was a heroic youth. He probably wouldn't have stolen the female head's emperor position. Furthermore, is the emperor position so easily stolen? Perhaps the Heavenly Tao Academy just didn't want to accept that their own great emperor failed to prove the Tao and felt unbalanced in their hearts. Zhou Tongming said he thought so too. But then he added, however, the strength of the Heavenly Tao Academy is truly extraordinary. Although their overall strength is not equal to ours, when speaking of individual combat power, we actually lose more than we win. Because every time their mountain gate opens, it is when the monsters of the Heavenly Tao Academy appear, causing attention throughout the entire Eastern Wasteland. Outside on the streets, people were already discussing the appearance of the Heavenly Tao Academy. The 6th Divine Sun and the Yao Fairy were also present there. People gathered together, discussing back and forth. Have you heard? The mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Academy has opened. This news has already spread throughout the entire Eastern Wasteland. The Heavens Chosen of the Heavenly Tao Academy have spoken up, wanting the Heavens Chosen of our Feathering Sect to be unable to lift their heads in this generation. The Heavenly Tao Academy is truly too arrogant. Our Divine Sons in this generation are all super powerful existences. Hearing these discussions, the Yao Fairy asked the 6th Divine Sun, 6th Divine Sun, what do you think of this matter? The 6th Divine Sun replied, Right now, the face of the Feathering Sect, and even the young generation of this Eastern Wasteland, has been snatched away by the 18th Divine Sun. His eyes narrowed as he continued deeply. Even the face of the other disciples isn't that great. The Yao Fairy understood the 6th Divine Sun's meaning, but still asked, Does the 6th Divine Sun want to surpass the 18th Divine Sun? The 6th Divine Sun replied, That is natural. Otherwise, how could I be worthy of Junior Sister Mier's true feelings for me? The 6th Divine Sun held the Yao Fairy's hand, his eyes lighting up as he said, I have said it before, there will definitely be a day when the 18th Divine Sun kneels before you in regret. The Yao Fairy asked again, How do you plan to do it? The 6th Divine Sun replied, Naturally, by using the Heavenly Tao Academy as the first target. Every time the Heavenly Tao Academy opens its mountain gate, their Heavens Chosen will definitely be world-shocking. If I defeat all of them this time, I will definitely become famous throughout this eastern wasteland. The Yao fairy, with seductive eyes, offered encouragement. Divine Son, go ahead and do it. Mir will support you forever. The sixth Divine Son laughed happily and confidently replied to her, now, my immemorial mortal body and humanoid weapon martial skill have both reached great success. Plus the supreme body art that Mir gave me. I am even more confident. Qin Shu's group of 3 moved on the winged frog. Upon arrival, the frog released a massive source of power onto the ground, cracking a portion of the earth. Zhou Tongming knelt, clasped his hands, and politely said to Qin Shu, Divine Son, this is the place. The 12th Divine Son did the same as him. 2 figures riding on immortal swords quickly rushed towards Qin Shu, coldly asking them, who are you? The 2 descended slightly, but still stood high above Qin Shu's group. Zhou Tongming was slightly panicked and voiced his speculation. Divine Son, looking at the way these 2 are dressed, they are disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy. The 2 stood high up, looked down, and spoke. Recently, our Heavenly Tao Academy has reopened its mountain gate, and the Book Spear Hall has returned to the world once again. That person put on airs and coldly ordered, this place has been sealed off. Since you have not received an invitation, leave here quickly. Qin Shu paid no attention to the 2 Heavenly Tao Academy disciples. He asked Zhou Tongming, what is the name of the person who hit you? He replied, Meng Chuan. I heard he is the 3rd ranked of this generation in the Heavenly Tao Academy. Qin Shu narrowed his eyes slightly, nodding as if acknowledging him. He looked up towards them and asked in a firm tone, where is Meng Chuan? The disciple angrily cursed. You dare to directly call senior brother Meng by his full name? Who do you think you are? The other side also gnashed his teeth in fury. The 2 impulsive figures rushed down together, shouting loudly, capture these people and take them back to atone for their crimes before senior brother Meng. Qin Shu summoned his weapon and muttered disdainfully, you don't know your own limits. The 2 of them hadn't even touched a hair on Qin Shu's head. One strike sent a Heavenly Tao Academy disciple flying far away. His face darkened, roaring in his heart, what? A fierce rage flared up, but the coldness from Qin Shu's blade touched his throat. The proximity of death made him tremble and beg, spare my life. Qin Shu maintained his posture, the blade not leaving the opponent's throat, and issued an order, go back and call Meng Chuan here. His gaze, sharp as a knife, pierced straight into the man, and his icy voice rang out, otherwise, I will cut you down right now. The disciple who was spared immediately ran for his life in a panic, occasionally looking back in extreme fear to see if Qin Shu was chasing him. Not long after, Meng Chuan led a group of Heavenly Tao Academy disciples, arriving aggressively. He clasped his hand behind his back with a superior demeanor and spoke arrogantly, you just wait for me. His face darkened, and his tone was full of irritability. Who is the one daring to be unruly in this place? Qin Shu looked up straight at him, his eyes full of provocation. Come here, you bunch of weaklings. As soon as he finished speaking, all 4 of Qin Shu's group immediately rushed in to attack Meng Chuan. Zhou Tongming even burst into delighted laughter. Haha. Meng Chuan was beaten until he was dazed, pain making his mouth hang open. The 17th Divine Son and the 12th Divine Son jumped into the air at the same time, preparing to deliver a decisive kick. Both shouted in unison, let me hit first. Although taking heavy blows, Meng Chuan still stubbornly provoked, come at me together. The 4 of them were not polite at all, continuously raining stormy blows upon Meng Chuan. He cursed angrily, damn it. He screamed in grievance, are you guys really attacking all together? You have no martial ethics. Let me go, you bunch of shameless people. Meng Chuan was beaten flat on the ground, unable to lift his head. Zhou Tongming dusted off his hands and exclaimed, this fight was very easy. Another person smirked, that's right, we met an idiot. Having said that, all 4 turned their backs and left. The Heavenly Tao Academy disciple hurriedly helped the disfigured Meng Chuan up. He asked anxiously, senior brother Meng, are you all right? 2 disciples supported Meng Chuan back to the sect, having made up their minds that if this vengeance was not taken, they were not gentlemen. Meanwhile, at a rugged ravine filled with jagged rocks, the old ancestor inside Lin Yu spoke, we have arrived, this is the place. Lin Yu placed his hand on the symbol in the center of the door. Even though he used all his strength, the door did not budge. Lin Yu's expression was a bit unsightly. He thought to himself, why won't it open? His old ancestor explained, Back then, I was trapped in this place. Fearing that others would find my physical body, I specially set up a defensive formation. He reaffirmed, naturally, ordinary people cannot open it. Lin Yu's old ancestor reassured him that there was still a way to open the door. However, I have a way to break it. Just follow my method. At the Heavenly Tao Academy, on a high platform swept by the wind, two people stood side by side, gazing into the distance. The man looked at the person beside him with deep affection. Junior sister, the Heavenly Tao Academy has now reopened its mountain gates. You and I can enjoy the beautiful scenery of this world to our heart's content. He was the chief disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy, Gu Tianshu. The platinum-haired woman replied, Senior brother, the most important thing is that you and I can experience the countless prodigies of this world. She was the other chief disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy, Feng Rushue. Gu Tianshu confidently said to Feng Rushue, the Heavenly Tao Academy has just opened. Everyone is vying for prominence. In this eastern wasteland, I am certain that we are the strongest. Before, that so-called divine son of the feathering sect, you saw him too. Facing Meng Chuan, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Feng Rushue completely agreed. Senior brother is absolutely right. We have lain in wait for 1,000 years. The strength of you and I has surpassed the prodigies of all eras of the Heavenly Tao Academy. She also believed in the idea that she was invincible in the world. Emerging this time, I do not believe that there is anyone in this era who is invincible against you and me. Gu Tianshu kept his hands behind his back and called out gently, Junior sister. Gu Tianshu's cheeks also flushed pink. He hesitated like a young boy confessing to the girl of his dreams for the first time. Wait until the book Spirit Hall appears, and we obtain the Holy Spirit, defeating the prodigies of the myriad races. You and I will become Tao companions, how about it? Feng Rushue suddenly blushed crimson, her whole body trembling slightly. She lowered her head slightly, avoiding Gu Tianshu's gaze, and whispered, Senior brother. Gu Tianshu continued to express his feelings. Junior sister, you and I are both the strongest chief disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy in this generation. We are inherently a perfect match. He spoke to dispel the awkwardness between them. This is a destiny ordained by heaven. Junior sister, you don't need to be shy. I want to hear you agree with me personally. Feng Rushue turned her head to look at him, her face as red as a tomato, and gently called his name, Senior brother. She had accepted this proposal to become Tao companions. I am willing. After receiving her consent, Gu Tianshu's eyes became even more affectionate. He affirmed firmly, Junior sister, rest assured. Gu Tianshu, will definitely not be like the feathering great emperor back then, becoming a man who lets his love down. He took Feng Rushue's hand and pledged, I will treat you well from beginning to end. She replied gracefully, Senior brother, I believe you. Feng Rushue looked up at him, smiling as she said, I also firmly believe that you can inherit the heaven's luck and step onto the emperor's path. Senior brother is the person with the strongest aptitude I have ever met. You will definitely attain the position of great emperor. As the two were immersed in their romance, they were interrupted by two disciples. Meng Chuan called out to them, Senior brother Gu, Senior sister Feng. Meng Chuan pushed away the person supporting him and hobbled toward Gu Tianshu and Feng Rushue. Gu Tianshu looked at him, his voice a bit cold. What happened? Meng Chuan lowered his head, avoiding that gaze, and muttered, I got beaten. Gu Tianshu's voice softened a little. Beaten by whom? Meng Chuan was a bit irritable. Senior brother, don't worry about it. After I heal my injuries, I will go take revenge. Gu Tianshu did not give up and demanded, Speak. His face darkened. Who beat you? Gu Tianshu wanted to personally demand justice for his brother. Meng Chuan looked reluctant to speak, but seeing Gu Tianshu's darkened expression, he gritted his teeth and said, People from the feathering sect. Gu Tianshu looked unbelieving and asked, The feathering sect? Didn't you just defeat a divine son of the feathering sect? Aren't the divine sons of this generation all a bunch of amateurs? How'd you get beaten like this? Meng Chuan explained the reason. I told them to attack together. Who knew they would actually attack together? Both Gu Tianshu and Feng Rushue were speechless, thinking to themselves, why is this guy so stupid? Meng Chuan was still resentful, his hand unconsciously clenching into a fist as he confidently said, Those people have no martial ethics. Wait for me. Once I heal, I will wipe them all out. As he prepared to leave, Gu Tianshu spoke up, Stop. Gu Tianshu reasoned with Meng Chuan. The Heavenly Tao Academy has just opened its mountain gates. Every move you make relates to how the world views the Heavenly Tao Academy. Gu Tianshu's expression became resolute, determined to seek revenge. I will personally go out and teach those shameless people of the Feathering Sect a lesson. Feng Rushue hurriedly stopped him. Senior brother, the book Spirit Hall is about to appear. You absolutely cannot leave here easily. Her eyes were firm. If you miss the opportunity of the book Spirit Hall's appearance, wouldn't that be a regret for a lifetime? Gu Tianshu remained very determined. If I don't go, won't that let the Feathering Sect look down on us? Feng Rushue smiled and suggested, let me go instead. Gu Tianshu turned his head and said to her, Junior sister, if you go, naturally I am at ease, but if you miss it. Feng Rushue cared more about his great cause and retorted, Senior brother, in this world, only one person can become an emperor. She continued affectionately, I am willing to do as the original head did back then and yield this opportunity to senior brother. She voiced her concern, I only hope we do not repeat the tragedy of the feathering great emperor and the original head from back then. Gu Tianshu took her hand, his voice softening as he confidently affirmed, Junior sister, please rest assured. He embraced Feng Rushue by the waist, his tone firm, I absolutely will not let you down like the feathering great emperor did. Before long, Feng Rushue was riding on an immortal sword, her face cold as ice, saying to Meng Chuan, let's go. At the Feathering Divine Hall, 2 beastmen sat on high seats, with a group of people standing solemnly below. The Eagle Beastman spoke, I didn't expect the Heavenly Tao Academy to jump out. He recounted the humiliation of the past. Back then, they insulted the reputation of the Feathering Great Emperor. It is truly an unforgivable crime. The Antelope Beastman also spoke up, as followers of the Feathering Great Emperor, we must protect the dignity of the Feathering Great Emperor. The Great Emperor must not be offended. The Eagle Beastman solemnly ordered, pass down the order. A person below stepped forward to report. The prodigies of this generation of the Feathering Sect will deal with the Heavenly Tao Academy with full force. The Eagle Beastman replied to him, revealing his ambition clearly. We must suppress their generation so they cannot lift their heads and dare not spread rumors about the Feathering Great Emperor. He took out a jade stone enveloped in flames and continued, whoever defeats the chief disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy, this seat will reward with a Divine King pill. All the disciples below knelt down and shouted in unison, we obey the decree of the old ancestor. On the highest peak of the Feathering Sect, a majestic bell rang out, spreading a beam of light that covered all things. The gatekeeper heard this sound and speculated, this bell sound, could it be the sect issuing the feathering order? Those around were also extremely surprised. Another disciple affirmed, sure enough, it is the bell sound issuing the feathering order. Suddenly, from the sky, countless arrows of light shot down. They grazed past everyone, causing them all to freeze in shock. A disciple happily shouted, the feathering order. Does this want us to go suppress the prodigies of this generation of the Heavenly Tao Academy? Another person exclaimed, the reward is truly heaven-defying. Another disciple smiled, squinting as he raised his hand high. The Divine King pill is a pill of the Divine King rank. For cultivators of our generation, it is a supreme divine medicine. A person who is still clear-headed spoke up to everyone. So what if the reward is great? Can you even fight against the prodigies of the Heavenly Tao Academy? He naturally did not count on a group of disciples like them. Raising his index finger, we can only look to the divine sons. Suddenly, from high above, a rock floated not far from the sect. What is that? Everyone present stood frozen in place with surprise. From the high heavens, a brilliant golden light shot down onto that rocky outcrop. A disciple asked in confusion, what's wrong? Another disciple had a similar question. What happened? From the clouds, drops of pale golden rain began to fall. A disciple could not believe his eyes and stammered, heaven-descending spirit rain, I know. He continued, it is the second divine son. He has come out of seclusion. The group of disciples happily reached out to touch those drops of light. A blonde-haired man said excitedly, the heaven-descending spirit rain is a phenomenon only the second divine son has. Rumor has it that when the second divine son was born, spirit rain fell for 3 days and 3 nights. He muttered to himself about the benefits of this phenomenon. Countless spiritual beings benefit, and cultivation bases grow rapidly. From a cloud, a source of rainbow-colored power shot down. All the disciples were once again stunned, disbelieving their eyes, and exclaimed in panic, "Rainbow Bridge phenomenon." Afterward, a young man appeared. That was the second divine son. He confidently looked at everyone, and a voice rang out, "The second divine son has been in seclusion for many years and has finally come out." The second divine son smiled confidently and muttered, "Heavenly Tao Academy, this divine son is coming." Inside the main hall of the feathering sect, the two beastmen still sat on the high seats. The eagle beastman asked the one beside him, "How do you feel about the second divine son?" The antelope beastman replied, "A natural emperor's seed." He explained further, "Spirit Rain and Rainbow Bridge. Only a talent with laws adding to their body can give birth to this kind of phenomenon." The antelope beastman narrowed his eyes and continued, "No matter which era he is born in, he is a person capable of competing for the position of great emperor." The eagle beastman glanced at the person beside him and asked, "How is he compared to the 18th divine son?" The antelope beastman stroked his beard and replied to him, "If the congenital chaos sacred body Tao fetus of the 18th divine son were still there, the 18th divine son could still win." He closed his eyes, expressing regret as he continued, "Unfortunately, although the 18th divine son has deep fortune, he is ultimately congenitally deficient." The eagle beastman also nodded in agreement. He placed his hope on the second divine son, hoping that the second divine son's trip to the heavenly Tao Academy this time could suppress them. He recalled the era of the feathering emperor and said angrily, "This grudge our feathering sect has endured for tens of thousands of years." This bearded man stroked his beard, sighing, "This fellow's progress is too slow. The gap between him and the 18th divine son is growing larger and larger." He determined, "It is time to add a bit of pressure on myself." He thought about dealing with the Heavenly Tao Academy to get the Divine King Pill to increase his cultivation base. He confidently said, "If I can get that Divine King Pill, my cultivation method might directly reach small success, rejuvenating me overnight." Then that divine son lifted his foot, soared into the high sky, muttering to himself, "Heavenly Tao Academy, this divine son is coming." The disciples below widened their eyes and shouted loudly, "The divine sons have all gone. Let's go join the fun too." Others also spoke up, "No matter what, we must go deal with that Heavenly Tao Academy." Then they all rushed forward, determined to take revenge for the smearing of the feathering great emperor. Suppressing our geniuses for generations, it's time for them to pay it back. After a while, Crown Prince Lin had opened the door. He happily muttered to himself, "Success." The old ancestor inside his body said, "Let's go in. Absorb my supreme physical body, and your physical strength will upgrade significantly." Crown Prince Lin's confidence increased, replying, "Okay." After a while, Qin Shu's group also arrived. He said to everyone, "Just in time, let's go in too." Inside was a dark space without light. Crown Prince Lin asked, "Old ancestor, what is this place?" "It's so special, surrounded by ancient carved inscriptions." The old ancestor answered Crown Prince Lin, "I don't know. Perhaps it's related to the Heavenly Tao Academy. But even the Heavenly Tao Academy probably doesn't know about this place to this day, which is why I, your old ancestor, chose this place to bury myself back then." Crown Prince Lin voiced his doubts, asking the old ancestor in his body, "What is the origin of the Heavenly Tao Academy? There is clearly no great emperor, yet the disciples within the academy are top geniuses of the Eastern Wasteland as soon as they emerge." His old ancestor recounted some rumors. It is said that the Heavenly Tao Academy was established because a teaching gentleman picked up a heavenly book that fell from the sky. That teaching gentleman originally had no cultivation, but after hearing a sound of wood chopping, he ascended day and night, thereby comprehending the heavenly book and achieving the supreme great Tao. Qin Shu appeared out of nowhere and asked, "So what happened to that scholar afterwards?" The 12th divine son explained, "Later, the disciples of that teaching gentleman established the Heavenly Tao Academy." He continued, "From then on, he left this continent." Qin Shu still had some doubts and asked, "Then where is that heavenly book?" The 12th divine son continued to recount. It is said to have been placed in a place called the Book Spirit Hall. Every time the Heavenly Tao Academy opens its mountain gates to enter the world, the Book Spirit Hall appears once. The 12th divine son added, "The most outstanding disciple in the academy can comprehend the heavenly book and obtain good fortune." Crown Prince Lin widened his eyes in horror. Old ancestor. Appearing before him was a giant elephant. It was the dragon elephant corpse. Crown Prince Lin couldn't believe his eyes, asking himself, "Is this your dragon elephant corpse?" The old ancestor inside his body spoke up. "That's right." Crown Prince Lin was a bit bewildered, wondering, "It's this huge?" Crown Prince Lin asked in confusion. "Old ancestor, with such a massive spirit and body, and such terrifying physical strength, how did the people of that year lose to the feathering great emperor?" His old ancestor sighed helplessly and replied, "Sigh, the feathering great emperor's strength was indeed outstanding, but the terrifying thing about him didn't lie in his strength." Crown Prince Lin was a bit puzzled. "Not in his strength. Then what was it?" Crown Prince Lin's old ancestor explained. "The most terrifying thing about the feathering great emperor lay in his shamelessness." The old man was still resentful about the past, leaving Crown Prince Lin a bit speechless about this person. Suddenly, a stone stele appeared in front of him. Crown Prince Lin called his old ancestor. "Old ancestor," he said with some shock, "this stone stele is." Crown Prince Lin smiled brightly like it was a harvest season. He knew what this was. This was the legendary wordless stele. Crown Prince Lin looked at the shining golden stele in front of him, thinking to himself, although the wordless stele is magical, at least no one has been able to comprehend it yet. The old ancestor continued, "Only a few sect master-level figures have comprehended a few uses. As for this piece of wordless stele, it was already erected here when I arrived." Crown Prince Lin's old ancestor told him, "Back then, your old ancestor was already running out of oil, so I didn't research it anymore." Crown Prince Lin looked at the wordless stele before his eyes, excitedly muttering to himself, "This is a great opportunity. Not only did I get the supreme corpse of the old ancestor, but I also got a piece of the wordless stele." Crown Prince Lin's hands unconsciously clenched tight. He secretly made up his mind, muttering to himself, "Wait until I get out." Crown Prince Lin's face darkened. He called out the names of a few people considered strong, that 18th divine Sun Qin Shu, that Eastern Wasteland genius, or whatever. Crown Prince Lin's eyes clearly revealed ambition. He smiled cunningly. "They will all be beaten to death by me." Suddenly, Qin Shu walked in, having heard everything he just said. He spoke up and asked, "Is that so?" Crown Prince Lin was slightly startled, turned his head to look, and asked, "Who is it?" Qin Shu's group of 4 appeared, still with that arrogant appearance. Qin Shu greeted Crown Prince Lin. "Crown Prince Lin, long time no see. Did you miss me?" Crown Prince Lin's face darkened slightly. He asked in astonishment, 18th Divine Son, "Why are you here?" Qin Shu raised his hand to stroke his chin, replying with certainty, "It must be a special fate." Crown Prince Lin was a bit afraid and said loudly, "Qin Shu, I warn you, the opportunities here are all mine." The corpse of this dragon elephant great demon was also left by my old ancestor. Crown Prince Lin acted arrogant, but the fear hidden deep in his eyes could be seen. He closed his eyes tightly. "I advise you to leave here quickly, otherwise this crown prince will not spare you even if I have to risk my life." Qin Shu closed his eyes, raised his index finger, and replied to him, "Bullshit. This dragon elephant great demon was clearly left to me by my family's feathering great emperor." His face gradually darkened, smirking as he threatened Crown Prince Lin, "If you don't leave here, this divine son will also risk his life against you." Crown Prince Lin gritted his teeth in anger, only able to clench his palms, speaking unwillingly. "You are shameless." Qin Shu walked past Crown Prince Lin with a confident face. He was a bit scared, sweating profusely, and mentally asked his old ancestor, "Old ancestor, what do we do now?" Qin Shu also walked up to the shining golden stone stele, looked at it for a while, and voiced his guess. "What is this stele for?" Qin Shu smiled, brightly looking at the stone stele in front of him, muttering to himself, "Wordless stele, it's the wordless stele again. Look, I discovered another wordless stele here." Qin Shu beamed, gave a thumbs up towards Crown Prince Lin, and praised, "Crown Prince Lin, you really are a strong-growing bunch of leeks, constantly bringing me surprises." Crown Prince Lin's face turned black with anger. He was unwilling to have everything snatched away. Crown Prince Lin's old ancestor instructed him, "First, you must stall him. As long as you absorb this corpse, you can kill the 18th Divine Son today." Crown Prince Lin spoke up with a proposal. "Qin Shu, this wordless stele is yours. I won't touch my old ancestor's corpse. How about that?" Qin Shu shamelessly told him, "Everything here belongs to this divine son." Crown Prince Lin was furious, gritting his teeth and cursing silently. Damn it. He shouted loudly, "Don't bully people too much." Crown Prince Lin asked his old ancestor, "Old ancestor, is there any way? This 18th divine son definitely won't yield the dragon elephant corpse to us." His old ancestor gave instructions. Think of a way to get inside the body of the dragon elephant corpse. Crown Prince Lin's old ancestor said, Your old ancestor can control a part of the corpse's power and can buy you a little time." Qin Shu stood in front of him, calling his name, Crown Prince Lin. He pointed forward with a provocative expression. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for messing with this divine son from the beginning." Crown Prince Lin gritted his teeth in anger, hateful. The voice of a certain group that had just entered rang out. It's really lively. Meng Chuan confidently mocked the brats of the feathering sect. He raised his face arrogantly. Meng Chuan, found you. Let's see how I deal with you all this time." Feng Rushua looked at the corpse statue in front of her, eyes widening. She had a serious expression, muttering to herself, "Such a large dragon elephant corpse hidden here, yet my heavenly Tao Academy didn't know." Feng Rushua said with certainty, "Moreover, the aura of the heavenly book is concealed here. This place is definitely related to my heavenly Tao Academy." She secretly speculated, could it be that this is the place where the heavenly book descended in the legends? Thinking of this, Feng Rushua's face seemed to darken. Feng Rushua's expression seemed to turn pitch black as she made up her mind. No matter what, outsiders are absolutely not allowed to enter here. She said loudly, "Everything here belongs to the heavenly Tao Academy." Her eyes gradually became sharp as she looked at the group. "Unrelated people, leave this place." Qin Shu found it amusing and smirked, since always it has been me plucking other people's peaches. Qin Shu smirked, gave a thumbs down, and spoke disdainfully. "I didn't expect there would be a day when someone wanted to pluck this divine son's peaches. This woman is truly shameless." The Heavenly Tao Academy disciples gritted their teeth in anger as their senior sister was insulted. "Didn't you hear senior sister Feng speak? Leave here quickly." The 12th divine son stood up to protect Qin Shu. "What the hell are you guys to dare tell us to leave?" As for him, he closed his eyes, still with that arrogant look. Feng Rushua began to get angry, stepped forward, and asked in an annoyed voice, "Not leaving, right?" Her face darkened slightly, and she said confidently, "Then today, I will let you be buried in this place." Meng Chuan was still furious about the previous humiliation. He proposed to take revenge. "Senior sister, let me go first." Qin Shu's group did not take those words seriously. The deux devins son laughed loudly. The other three also clearly showed confidence on their faces. Meng Chuan was a bit scared. The last time he was beaten by the group, his soul almost scattered. He shouted, asking them, "What are you doing?" Meng Chuan demanded, "Not this time. Solo fight. You guys pick one person to come up." He seemed afraid of being beaten up by the group. Qin Shu arrogantly stepped forward, one hand on his hip, and said, "This divine son is here." Meng Chuan readied his fighting stance, smirked, thinking he could win this battle, and said arrogantly, "Then I'll use you to start the slaughter." But he didn't know this was his doomsday. Saying that, he quickly rushed forward, preparing to use his elbow to attack him. "Let me show you the invincible appearance of Meng Chuan." Qin Shu didn't react to him at all. The disciples enthusiastically cheered for him. "Senior brother Meng is mighty." Another one looked down on Qin Shu's strength, saying, "Beat that amateur from the feathering sect to death. Show the prestige of our heavenly Tao Academy." But with just one move, Meng Chuan was sent flying several meters. Qin Shu continued to speak. The disciples who were cheering just now also froze, not daring to move a muscle. A loud explosion rang out, stones flying everywhere. Meng Chuan was beaten again, lying on the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it, why is this guy so strong?" After watching the battle, just now, Feng Rushua drew a conclusion about Qin Shu. The disciples of the feathering sect this generation don't seem as weak as I imagined. She aggressively pointed at Qin Shu, saying loudly, "State your name." "I don't cut down nameless people." Qin Shu smiled and stated his identity. "I am the 18th divine son of the feathering sect." He introduced himself with abundant confidence. "Remember this divine son's name well, because this will be the existence you must revere in the future." The disciples angrily cursed Qin Shu. "You shameless and arrogant thing." Feng Ruxiue is one of the two chief disciples of our Heavenly Tao Academy. Beating you is like cutting vegetables. Qin Shu's three companions saw the Heavenly Tao Academy disciples acting like that, laughed loudly, and remarked, "A bunch of idiots." One of them proudly said, "My divine son's prestige has spread throughout the eastern wasteland. Your chief is only worthy of becoming a maidservant for my divine son." The disciples saw Feng Ruxiue humiliated like that, excitedly cheered, "Senior Sister Feng, do your best." Qin Shu's side was not outdone. The three shouted in unison, "Divine son, do your best." Feng Ruxiue lightly lifted her jade heel, preparing to use light footwork. She quickly rushed towards Qin Shu, preparing to strike him with a palm, her eyes determined. "I don't have time to waste with you. Let's end the battle right now." Qin Shu kept his disdainful attitude, raising his face, replying, "I will do as you wish." He only needed to raise his arms horizontally to send Feng Ruxiue flying far away. She cried out in pain. But Feng Ruxiue quickly regained her balance, kneeling on one knee on the ground. The disciples were slightly surprised, calling her Senior Sister Feng. Feng Ruxiue raised her hand to stop them, signaling she was fine. She stood up, saying seriously, "Just now I only used 50 of my Tao. I didn't expect him to be able to block it." Qin Shu looked at his palm, sighing, "No Emperor Tao luck." He smiled mischievously at Feng Ruxiue, muttering, "Seems the hit wasn't hard enough." Feng Ruxiue became serious, took out a brush, preparing to use full power to deal with Qin Shu. The disciples excitedly shouted in unison, "It's Senior Sister Feng's demon punishing brush." Feng Ruxiue quickly used the move book transmitted for 10,000 generations to activate the demon punishing brush. The 12th Divine Son was slightly afraid, speaking up, "Divine Son, this is an attack method only the Heavenly Tao Academy possesses." He recalled the image from before, slightly panicked, and continued, "The text attack is weird. Need to be on guard." Qin Shu looked at this technique, pondering, "This is actually somewhat similar to my Tremor character talisman. It just looks much more powerful than the Tremor character talisman." He remained very calm with his hands clasped behind his back. Qin Shu looked for a long time, seriously considering whether the origin of the Tremor character talisman was related to the Heavenly Book. Feng Ruxiue seriously waved her hand, "Destroy." A large character prepared to crash down on his head. Crown Prince Lin felt this was the opportunity, excitedly muttering to himself, "It is now." Lin Yu scrambled quickly, running towards the dragon elephant corpse while the other two were fighting. The mouth of the dragon elephant corpse opened wide. Over at Qin Shu's side, Feng Ruxiue's brush technique gradually enveloped him. Qin Shu threw a powerful punch, saying firmly, "I strike." However, his fist easily passed through. Qin Shu was slightly stunned. He dazedly realized, this is a spiritual attack. Meng Chuan laughed heartily, asking excitedly, "Dumbfounded now, right?" He confidently said, "How can you see through the methods of my Heavenly Tao Academy?" Feng Ruxiue was also quite confident she would win, saying arrogantly, "Humph, the Destroy character specializes in attacking the Divine Soul. This battle is over." But she didn't notice Qin Shu's expression gradually changing, turning dark. Qin Shu lowered his face slightly, speaking up, "Over my ass." He looked up, staring straight into Feng Ruxiue's eyes, smiling smugly. Qin Shu thought to himself, although this Destroy character is very magical, it basically cannot shake or dissipate my divine soul. Feng Ruxiue saw Qin Shu was still safe and sound. She was slightly panicked, asking loudly, "You're actually fine?" Qin Shu turned his attention elsewhere, saying to Feng Ruxiue, "But there are important matters at hand." Qin Shu looked towards Ling Yu standing in front of the dragon elephant corpse, saying to her, "Still have to seize this dragon elephant corpse. Can't let Crown Prince Lin snatch it first." Qin Shu quickly channeled internal energy, flying into the air towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu was slightly surprised to see Qin Shu standing above his head. Lin Yu, though slightly panicked, was still clear-headed enough to run away. He quickly ran into the mouth of the dragon elephant corpse. Afterward, Qin Shu also chased after him, jumping into the dragon elephant's mouth. Feng Ruxiue was slightly surprised, shouting loudly asking both of them, "Where are you running?" Then she also jumped into the mouth of the dragon elephant corpse with the other two. Afterward, the mouth of the dragon elephant corpse closed, like a barrier preventing anyone from entering. Inside, Qin Shu slowly landed on the ground. He was slightly stunned, realizing something. Qin Shu looked around, evaluating, worthy of being the dragon elephant great demon. The body forms a space of its own. Feng Rushua also appeared in front of Qin Shu, saying aggressively, "Let's see where else you can run." Qin Shu's face was expressionless, his tone somewhat disgusted. "This divine son has no time to fight with you right now. I have more important things to do. If you know what's good for you, then get lost." Feng Rushua replied firmly, "I said everything here belongs to the Heavenly Tao Academy. You are not allowed to be arrogant here." Qin Shu crossed his arms, speaking threateningly. "Little girl, I see your skin is itching. Do you believe I'll spank your butt?" Feng Rushua paid no mind to those words. She pointed her hand back, summoning power with a serious face. Then Feng Rushua launched power toward Qin Shu, shouting heroically, "Fight!" Qin Shu's face gradually became serious, asking her, "Do you really think this divine son can't do anything to you?" He quickly punched into the air, saying coldly, "Get lost." Then everything around him was blown away by the force of that punch, including Feng Rushua. Feng Rushua couldn't believe her eyes, spitting out some blood, unreconciled, muttering, "What?" The system reminded, gained a wisp of Emperor Dao luck. Qin Shu looked at the wisp of Emperor Dao luck in his hand, speaking as if he had predicted it. Sure enough, there is Emperor Dao luck. Then he lifted his feet to run and find Lin Yu. Qin Shu didn't forget to leave a challenge. "Wait until I get the opportunity of the dragon elephant corpse, then I'll come back to humiliate this leak." Feng Rushua, heavily injured, muttered with determination, "Damn it, I cannot lose the prestige of the Heavenly Tao Academy. I must defeat the people of the Feathering Sect." Lin Yu had entered deep into the body of the dragon elephant corpse. A giant golden demon core floated in the air, emitting a massive aura around it. Lin Yu looked at it and was slightly stunned, frozen in place. He stood opposite the demon core, exclaiming, "What a large demon core." Lin Yu was still very shocked when the old ancestor in his body spoke up to introduce, "The physical strength of this old ancestor's corpse is all concentrated in this demon core." He continued, "Absorb it, and you'll gain very strong physical power." Lin Yu still asked his old ancestor with some concern, "Old ancestor, what if the 18th divine son catches up?" Lin Yu's old ancestor answered him with certainty, "Don't worry. Inside my corpse forms a space of its own. I can barely mobilize some of the power of this body." The old ancestor continued to propose, "I will arrange some obstacles to stop the 18th divine son. If the 18th divine son is unlucky, he might even be killed here." Qin Shu had stepped into the place, laid with traps. Qin Shu was slightly surprised, looking around him. He exclaimed, "It's all fog around. Continuing like this isn't a solution." He wasn't afraid at all, placing his hand on his mouth, summoning a tiny person. Qin Shu muttered, "Second consciousness, come out." His second consciousness quickly released a source of power. It gradually illuminated a large area, enough to form a small path for Qin Shu to walk. Qin Shu quickly jumped to the other side. Just as he speculated, "My second consciousness is indeed false, able to see through the effects of truth." Before long, Qin Shu had overcome the fog trap caused by Lin Yu's old ancestor. Qin Shu was very confident, intending to land on the ground. His pupils suddenly shrank. Qin Shu felt something unusual, saying in horror, "Not good." Appearing before his eyes was the foot of the dragon elephant corpse, preparing to stomp him into a pancake. Qin Shu widened his eyes, stammering, not knowing what to do. The foot of the dragon elephant corpse stomped down hard on the ground. Qin Shu was unfortunately pinned down by it. Feng Rushua also appeared beside the foot of the dragon elephant corpse. Feng Rushua was also slightly surprised, stammering to herself, "This is?" A thought suddenly popped into Feng Rushua's head. A strike from the dragon elephant great demon? She watched Qin Shu's figure being crushed by the giant foot, secretly thinking he would find it hard to escape death this time. Horror rose in her heart. Such a strike, the 18th divine son, is probably done for. But Qin Shu proved the opposite, shattering all doubts. With just one arm, he braced himself to fully withstand the sky-falling stomp of the dragon elephant great demon, then slowly pushed up the giant foot pressing down on him. A sky-shaking shout rang out from him, "Up!" That majestic scene made Feng Rushua completely petrified, her mind a mess, this. She couldn't believe what she just witnessed. A big question rang in her mind. What kind of strength is this? The corners of Qin Shu's mouth curled up into a confident smile as he clenched his other fist. A stream of unparalleled power erupted. creating blinding rings of light that pushed the giant foot away. He roared a sound that shook the heavens and earth. Get lost. Feng Ruxiue was still stunned to the point of daze. She muttered in suspicion, "Is this the divine son of the feathering sect?" Leaving behind her astonishment, Qin Shu puffed out his chest in pride, striding inside. After witnessing Qin Shu's terrifying strength with her own eyes, Feng Ruxiue secretly evaluated, he is very strong. If I use my full strength, I don't know if I would be his opponent. Faith in her own abilities began to waver. Another question arose in her mind without an answer. If the divine sons of the feathering sect are all this strong, how could they have been suppressed by our heavenly Tao Academy for tens of thousands of years? Full of suspicion, she hurriedly chased after his back. After a moment of contemplation, she came to another conclusion about the feathering sect, or perhaps in the feathering sect. Only the 18th divine son is this strong. Moving deeper inside, both Feng Ruxiue and Qin Shu suddenly stopped, frozen in place. This time, the giant tail of the dragon elephant great demon swung over, attempting to crush both of them. Qin Shu showed no sign of flinching. He drew the long sword at his waist, unleashing a horizontal sword slash straight at the onrushing tail. Still with absolute confidence in his power, he told himself, "Want to stop this divine son? No way." Meanwhile, in another place, Lin Yu was writhing in pain while being imbued with power. A massive surge of magical power flooded into his body, making him scream uncontrollably. "Ah, it hurts so much." The ancestor inside him gently advised, "Bear with it. With the ancestor here, you don't need to worry about your life. If it were an ordinary person, their body would have exploded long ago." Lin Yu listened, trying to circulate his internal energy to control the dragon elephant great demon to attack Qin Shu. He glared, screaming in pain, "Aya!" The ancestor's echoing voice rang in his head again. "Do you want to defeat the 18th divine son?" Lin Yu's eyes were bloodshot, etched with resentment, and he gritted out, "I dream of it." The ancestor continued to goad him. "Do you want to trample the 18th divine son underfoot? Reclaim your lost dignity? Make him kneel before you in regret?" These words were like a stimulant, pushing Lin Yu's endurance to the limit. Though sweat poured down, he gritted his teeth and replied, "I do." Qin Shu, with a face cold as stone, pierced through the rock layer with his sword. Not a single word of their dialogue escaped his ears. He spoke disdainfully, "Keep dreaming." Lin Yu was startled and turned around, astonished to see Qin Shu appearing right in front of him. He silently exclaimed, "How could he arrive so fast?" Qin Shu was now standing opposite Lin Yu. The ancestor inside Lin Yu's body uttered helplessly, "The important thing is that the 18th divine son not only arrived, but is also completely unharmed. My obstruction couldn't do anything to him." The old man came to a terrifying conclusion about Qin Shu. This kid is truly invincible. But in response, Qin Shu maintained his inherent arrogant expression. Qin Shu stood with arms crossed, looking straight into the other's eyes, and said softly, "Crown Prince Lin, if I guess correctly." He smirked and continued, "The remnant soul of the dragon elephant ancestor is inside your body, right?" His expression was challenging, as if saying, "Dare to deny it, and see if I don't deal with you." Having his secret exposed, Lin Yu ground his teeth in anger, thinking, "Even guess this?" Qin Shu continued to apply pressure, his tone full of provocation. Not speaking means tacit acceptance. Saying so, he casually walked past Lin Yu, confidently throwing out a challenge. "Want to stop me? Do you have the ability?" Lin Yu could only grit his teeth and endure, standing frozen like a statue. Qin Shu walked up to the demon core, admiring it with interest and exclaiming, "A large inner core, full of physical body power. This is a big harvest." Knowing he couldn't do anything, Lin Yu humbled himself, suggesting in a low voice, 18th divine son, let's negotiate. We can absorb this inner core together." Qin Shu turned his face back, his tone firm as if stamping his ownership. "It is all mine." Lin Yu's anger flared up again, his face darkening as he pointed at Qin Shu and accused, "This inner core contains surging physical power. One person basically cannot absorb it all." Qin Shu didn't bother to care. He waved his hand to dismiss him. "That is my business. Even if I can't finish absorbing it, I won't let you have any. Get lost." Lin Yu's face was now blacker than the bottom of a pot, but he was completely helpless against Qin Shu. Qin Shu glanced at him, thinking to himself, "Small matter. You are my enemy. a mortal enemy. Killing you is mercy enough, letting you increase your strength? Dream on. Lin Yu trembled with rage, his hands unconsciously clenching tight. He said hatefully, bullying people too much. Not knowing where he got the courage, he roared, "I'll fight you to the death," and rushed toward Qin Shu. But before he could even touch Qin Shu, he was sent flying far away by a palm strike from his opponent. The system sounded a reminder, gained a strand of Emperor Path luck. Lin Yu fell sprawled on the ground, his face dirty, but his eyes still burned with hatred. Seeing Qin Shu preparing to absorb the demon core, Lin Yu shouted, "Stop!" He didn't give up, staggering to his feet and walking towards Qin Shu. He muttered furiously to himself, "Bullying people too much. If possible, I am willing to trade my life for his." His ancestor spoke up again, "Let him absorb it." Hearing this, Lin Yu vented his anger on the ancestor. "The 18th divine son is already strong. If I let him absorb the inner core, I will lose my day to shine. I'm not resigned to being suppressed forever." The ancestor then explained the reason. "You know how surging the physical power in my inner core is. The current 18th divine son basically cannot absorb it all." Lin Yu's ancestor continued, "Just let him absorb freely. We will watch him explode and die." Lin Yu finally understood, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Good. Lin Yu looked at Qin Shu absorbing the demon core and muttered, "Then I will wait and see." Qin Shu was always watching Lin Yu's every move. Seeing him lower his head with a strange smile, Qin Shu felt this matter wasn't simple. He thought, this Crown Prince Lin definitely has some plot with the dragon elephant ancestor inside his body. Or should I just deal with him now? But then he decided to spare Lin Yu's life. He muttered, "Forget it. Raising a bundle of leeks isn't easy." He just coughed up some Emperor Path luck, proving he still has value to be raised for a while longer. Qin Shu raised both hands high, shouting loudly, "Absorb for me." A huge aura was immediately absorbed through his mouth. Qin Shu's whole body was now wrapped in a brilliant light. He exclaimed, "The aura of physical power is truly abundant." Qin Shu focused on another matter, telling himself, "This physical power is the hardest to obtain. Let's see how much dragon power I can grow today." The massive power continuously flowed into Qin Shu, making him shout in delight. Qin Shu clenched his palms, happily saying, 70 dragon power. He lowered his face slightly, wondering, 75? The power flowing into his body made Qin Shu stronger and stronger. He excitedly counted the dragon power gained, 80, 85 dragon power. The dragon elephant corpse showed no sign of stopping. Qin Shu was slightly stunned. Realizing something, his eyes widened as he spoke in surprise. Qin Shu muttered to himself, "The physical power flowing from the inner core has increased speed." Qin Shu's hair stood up like Son Goku's head, and he happily counted the dragon power gained. 90 dragon power, 95. After a while, it reached 100 dragon power. Feeling it was enough, Qin Shu slightly closed his eyes, exclaiming, 100 dragon power temporarily reached the limit of absorbing dragon power. Continuing to absorb will only be harmful, not beneficial. However, something unexpected happened. The power from the dragon elephant corpse continued to flow into his body. Qin Shu was startled, asking himself, "What is happening? Why can't I stop?" The ancestor inside Lin Yu laughed loudly. "Ha! How can my inner core be so easy to absorb? Once you absorb it, you can't stop." He continued. Qin Shu still had to brace himself against that abundant source of power. Lin Yu stood watching the show with delight. "Haha, 18th divine son, you brought this on yourself. I want to see you explode and die from the physical power." He gloated inwardly. Qin Shu clutched his chest, seemingly about to reach his endurance limit, muttering to himself, "It really is a bit troublesome." He gripped his chest tight, reassuring himself, "But no need to fear, I have the skin and bones of the taboo supreme being." Qin Shu speculated, "I can temporarily withstand it." He narrowed his eyes, muttering calculations, thinking of a way to solve this trouble. Lin Yu walked closer, mocking, "Haha." Qin Shu was still clutching his chest, struggling to resist the massive power. Lin Yu gloated sarcastically, "Why aren't you talking anymore? Weren't you very arrogant? Weren't you very proud? Be provoked, dumbfounded now." Lin Yu roared in rage, stealing this crown prince's opportunity. He rejoiced at this result. "Serves you right, this crown prince hates that I can't eat your flesh and drink your blood." Lin Yu continued to berate, Letting you explode and die is considered a bargain for you. Finally, Qin Shu couldn't take it anymore. He delivered a heaven-shaking punch to Lin Yu's face. Qin Shu scolded with slight anger. Too noisy, get lost. Lin Yu was knocked flying far away, falling face down on the ground. He sat up abruptly, holding his swollen face, complaining, "Bastard. You're about to die and still dare to hit me?" Qin Shu had now figured out a way. He summoned the origin absorbing bead. A bright red gem appeared above his head, absorbing the power from the demon core in Qin Shu's place. Lin Yu smirked, thinking Qin Shu was just flailing about. He laughed loudly, "Haha. Taking out a pearl? Do you want to save your life?" His eyes looked as if he was waiting for a good show. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Keep dreaming. Let me tell you, you are dead for sure." Lin Yu's ancestor spoke up in exclamation. This 18th divine son is truly too naive. He looked at Qin Shu using the origin absorbing bead. Mocking, physical power can only be contained by a physical body. How can an artifact absorb it? Lin Yu, emboldened, agreed with a smirk. "Haha. I see he is desperate and acting recklessly." Qin Shu paid no mind to the chatter of the two. He still seriously executed his plan. After accumulating enough power, Qin Shu muttered, "Absorb for me." Lin Yu laughed even harder, slandering, pretending to show off. But the power from the dragon elephant corpse's physical strength was easily sucked into the origin absorbing bead. Lin Yu couldn't believe his eyes. He asked himself, "What is that?" Lin Yu almost lost control, asking the ancestor loudly, "Ancestor, what exactly is this? Didn't you say physical power can only be contained by a physical body?" Lin Yu's ancestor didn't answer, but only asked him, "Is that the origin absorbing bead?" The ancestor wasn't sure of his thought, so he explained, "The origin absorbing bead is an item of a great emperor." Lin Yu was slightly stunned to hear this information. Upon looking closely, the ancestor stated firmly, "Absolutely correct. I didn't expect the 18th divine son to possess such a wondrous item as the origin absorbing bead." The massive physical power was just sucked into the origin absorbing bead with ease. The physical power continued to be drawn out. Qin Shu looked at the small origin absorbing bead, exclaiming, "It is said the origin absorbing bead has endless uses. Now it seems truly magical. This massive physical power will be stored in the origin absorbing bead first, then slowly absorbed later." Lin Yu could only stand there, watching Qin Shu use the bead to suck up all the physical power. Suddenly, a mighty voice rang out, demanding, "Stop right there for me." Feng Ruxue raised her hand forward, signaling to stop. She declared ownership. "Everything here belongs to the Heavenly Tao Academy." Not knowing where Feng Ruxue got the courage to shout at someone many times stronger than herself, "I order you to stop. Do not absorb anymore." Qin Shu paid no heed to that demand. He turned his head to mock. "You really don't know when to quit." Feng Ruxue still spoke up to stop him. "Stop." She intended to rush up and attack, but Qin Shu, after obtaining the physical power of the dragon elephant corpse, had become more domineering. He moved behind her back as fast as lightning. Feng Ruxue sensed the aura behind her. She turned her head to look at him with eyes that wished they could stab him to death. However, before she could do anything, Feng Ruxue was grabbed by the neck by Qin Shu and lifted high up. Her face darkened, unable to believe her eyes, asking herself, "What? How can you?" Qin Shu seemed to read her thoughts. He smiled and said, "Wondering why I'm so strong?" Qin Shu replied with a frivolous tone, "That's because this divine son was just toying with you before." When he saw Feng Ruxue running out of air, Qin Shu finally let go of her. Feng Ruxue couldn't believe her eyes, muttering unwillingly, "Impossible." She still didn't give up. She tried to attack Qin Shu again and again. However, Qin Shu could easily dodge, while Feng Ruxue was on the verge of collapse. Qin Shu had an emotionless expression but acted like a genuine pervert. He didn't hesitate to slap Feng Ruxue on the buttocks. She was slightly surprised to be hit there and froze on the spot. After regaining her composure, Feng Ruxue blushed in embarrassment, turned her head to look at Qin Shu, and asked in panic, "Huh?" Qin Shu showed no mercy and continued to spank her curves. Feng Ruxue was too ashamed to speak after being violated. She was still blushing a bit, pointed at Qin Shu, and shouted angrily, "You!" Qin Shu kept his disdainful expression, moved behind her, and spoke, "You what? You brought this on yourself." He still didn't let up, continuing to hit that area. Feng Ruxue turned her head in anger, looking at him with eyes that wished she could chop him up for dogs to eat, and gritted her teeth. "Beast! Having been violated too many times, she gradually lost her cool, wanting to kill the scoundrel in front of her. I'll fight you to the death. Fan Rushue felt something was wrong and wondered. Huh? Qin Shu had caught her hand. Fan Rushue was confused and muttered, "What is this?" In front of her was Qin Shu's handsome face. He held her hand as if they were dancing, with a scholarly smile. Huh? Qin Shu intended to do something else. He reached out his hand. He placed Fan Rushue prone on the ground, showing no mercy, and spanked her buttocks continuously, asking, "Do you still dare to provoke this divine son?" Fan Rushue was beaten and screamed with a flushed face. Her face was still red, but with some black lines on her forehead, she threatened, "I will definitely hack you to death." Seeing her like this, Qin Shu increased the force of his hand, muttering, "Seems you're still not convinced." Qin Shu continued to spank her buttocks continuously. Finally, Fan Rushue couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy. "Stop hitting." She was aggrieved to the point of tears, looking submissive, and stammered, "Ah." Qin Shu still paid no mind to the woman beneath him and asked frivolously, "Convinced yet? Do you still dare to be disrespectful to this divine son?" Fan Rushue wanted to cry, but had no tears, replying, "I don't dare anymore. I'm convinced." Qin Shu, like a hooligan bullying a girl from a good family, said, "This divine son told you before, from now on, I will be in existence you must respect." After dealing with Fan Rushue, the origin absorption orb had also finished absorbing the flesh power of the dragon elephant corpse. Qin Shu reached out to retrieve the origin absorption orb, exclaiming, "The vast flesh power will be stored in the origin absorption orb first, to be slowly digested later." Seeing that nothing could be gained, Lin Yu's old ancestor advised him, "The momentum is gone. Leave here quickly." Lin Yu still had an angry, scowling expression, gritting his teeth. Qin Shu saw that he still had some use, so he demanded, "Stand still." Qin Shu moved as fast as lightning to block his path. Lin Yu flew into a rage, shouting, "Qin Shu, all the opportunities have been snatched by you. What more do you want?" But Qin Shu didn't care. He swung his fist and punched Lin Yu in the face. Lin Yu was punched painfully into the air. Qin Shu kept an emotionless expression and said coldly, "What more do I want? I definitely have to deal with you." After punching Lin Yu, the system reminded, obtained a wisp of Emperor Dao luck. Qin Shu realized that fighting Lin Yu could yield Emperor Dao luck, so he enthusiastically trampled him. System reminder, obtained a wisp of Emperor Dao luck. System reminder, obtained a wisp of Emperor Dao luck. System reminder, obtained a wisp of Emperor Dao luck. Qin Shu was preparing to hit Lin Yu again when Lin Yu's old ancestor couldn't stand by and wait for death. He spoke up, "18th Divine Son, stop." He introduced himself, "I'm the Dragon Elephant Old Ancestor." Qin Shu smiled as if he had achieved his wish and spoke to the old man, "Dragon Elephant Old Ancestor, finally you speak." Qin Shu thought to himself, "The Emperor Dao luck on Crown Prince Lin has basically been sucked dry by me. I'll stop after fighting to drain all his luck." The Dragon Elephant Old Ancestor begged on Lin Yu's behalf, "Spare Crown Prince Lin's life." Qin Shu still didn't let go of any benefit. He asked the Dragon Elephant Old Ancestor coldly, "Fine, but what will you use to exchange for his life?" The Dragon Elephant Old Ancestor said, "My entire Dragon Elephant corpse is a treasure. Although the most important opportunity, the flesh power, has been taken by you." He proposed an exchange. "However, this Dragon Elephant golden tendon of mine is also a powerful treasure. I can give it to you." Qin Shu looked face to face with Lin Yu, feeling it still wasn't enough, and asked the old man, "Anything else?" Crown Prince Lin was beaten black and blue. His eyes suddenly turned green. The Dragon Elephant Old Ancestor continued to propose, "The Old Ancestor can teach you a part of a body cultivation technique. After practicing, the flesh power obtained can be fully utilized." Qin Shu gave a thumbs up, smiling as bright as a flower deal. A green jade pendant was taken out from Lin Yu's body. The Dragon Elephant Old Ancestor introduced it. "This technique is stored in the jade pendant. It is called the body book." Qin Shu caught the jade pendant. The Dragon Elephant Old Ancestor continued, "I, the Old Ancestor, obtained it by chance in a forbidden land." The Dragon Elephant Old Ancestor kept his word. He said, "The technique is incomplete, but extraordinarily miraculous. You will know once you practice it." Qin Shu looked at the jade pendant in his hand and exclaimed, "Body technique. Truly a powerful technique." The old dragon elephant controlled Lin Yu's body, raised his hand high, and muttered, "Dragon, elephant, golden tendon, extract." From high above, there was a brilliant golden point. It shot down towards Qin Shu. Qin Shu looked at the internal power source before him and exclaimed, "Is this the gold of the dragon elephant corpse? Just one strand has such momentum." Qin Shu was also slightly fearful of this power, muttering to himself, "No wonder it was a great demon that once vied for the emperor's throne with the feathering great emperor." Qin Shu reached out, collecting every golden strand of the dragon elephant corpse. The old dragon elephant immediately introduced it to him. The dragon elephant golden tendon could be called the strongest treasure in this world without exaggeration. "This is a treasure second only to the inner core of my corpse," he asked. "Now, can you let Crown Prince Lin go?" Having obtained the desired results, Qin Shu finally agreed to let Lin Yu go. "Go." He bid him farewell. "Crown Prince Lin, see you again someday." Lin Yu didn't want to stay. He lifted his feet and used light footwork to fly away. He said go. Lin Yu, with a bruised face, grunted resentfully, "Humph, humph." While leaving, Lin Yu asked the dragon elephant old ancestor, "Is there any use in running like this?" The old dragon elephant replied helplessly, "In this entire life, I can never be an opponent for the 18th divine son anymore." However, the dragon elephant old ancestor seemed to think of something and asked Lin Yu, "Are you afraid of death?" Lin Yu was slightly stunned to hear this question. Lin Yu's eyes gradually darkened. He laughed eerily and replied, "Haha, at this point, as long as I can deal with the 18th divine son, what is there to fear about death?" The dragon elephant old ancestor proposed to him the ancient bronze palace. Lin Yu was a bit confused, but still agreed to go there. "Then let's go to the ancient bronze palace." Legend has it that the ancient bronze palace is the abode of immortals, one of the greatest mysteries of Zhou heaven, occasionally appearing in space-time rifts. It is a land that characters of the sect master level would risk their lives to fight for. Inside, there are opportunities to ascend to the heavens in a single step. After hearing the dragon elephant old ancestor recount this, Lin Yu's eyes revealed a look of interest. He decided, if that's the case, then let's go to the ancient bronze palace. Fang Rushue was still a bit wary and confused. She snorted coldly. Fang Rushue turned her back and walked away without yielding. Being humiliated like that was quite enough. Qin Shu's eyes were sharp, and he said coldly, "Stand still." "Did I say you could go?" Fang Rushue was irritable and replied, "What more do you want? Was humiliating me not enough?" She didn't understand why she couldn't leave. Qin Shu must be overthinking. His face darkened slightly, explaining to her, "This is the territory of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Would this divine son let you go back to call for help?" Qin Shu calmly clasped his hands behind his back and proposed, "Stay obediently by this divine son's side." Fang Rushue was so angry her whole body trembled. Fang Rushue paid no mind. She used her light footwork to fly up and replied firmly, "Dream on." Qin Shu said nothing, his face darkening, smiling yet not smiling, making it unclear what he was thinking. Not long after, Fang Rushue fell to the ground again. She twisted and asked, "What do you want to do?" Qin Shu no longer had that scoundrel expression, but was cold-blooded. He moved behind Fang Rushue indifferently and answered, "Spanking." Qin Shu showed no mercy to the lovely beauty beneath him. He was still very rough with her. Fang Rushue was continuously violated. Unable to resist, she could only let Qin Shu do whatever he wanted. Fang Rushue turned her face in anger, gritting her teeth and calling Qin Shu 18th divine son. She had her pride, but being constantly trampled by Qin Shu, she became angry and shouted, "You shameless thing! Sooner or later, I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Qin Shu said nothing and reached out to grab the dragon elephant golden tendon. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, asking her, "I see you're asking for a beating, aren't you?" Fang Rushue knew what he intended to do to her. She blushed slightly, her whole body trembling weakly in waves, yet she still asked, "What do you want to do?" Qin Shu clapped his hands together. After a while, Fang Rushue was tied up like a rice dumpling. She complained angrily, "Hateful, to treat me like this. You might as well just kill me." System reminder. Obtained a wisp of Emperor Dao luck. Qin Shu was now like a perverted hooligan. Speaking up, killing you would be very boring. Slowly torturing you is more fun. Outside the dragon elephant corpse, someone on Qin Shu's side saw that he and Fang Rushue had been inside for a long time without coming out and worriedly wondered The divine sun still hasn't come out? Meng Chuan closed his eyes, answering him confidently. Senior Sister Fong also went in. If Senior Sister Fong unleashes her full strength, that 18th divine son of yours probably won't be able to come out either. He still had faith in Fong Rushua. Speaking up, maybe the 18th divine son has already been hacked to death. Then, the mouth of the dragon elephant corpse opened. Qin Shu was dragging Fong Rushua out. Qin Shu still wore that arrogant expression. He threw the bound Fong Rushua onto the ground. Meng Chuan couldn't believe his eyes, shouting in question, "What is this? What? Senior sister?" The follower on Qin Shu's side took the opportunity to mock him. "Ha! Are you brats from the Heavenly Tao Academy still bragging? Your senior sister has been tied up by our divine son over there." Meng Chuan was slightly angry but could only grit his teeth and endure. He cursed inwardly in anger. Damn it! The whole group prepared their stance to attack Qin Shu, demanding, "Release senior sister." Fong Rushua was still worried for their safety and suggested, "Leave quickly. You're not his match." However, he was too late. Meng Chuan was still thrashed by Qin Shu. He said coldly, "Scram." Not only was Meng Chuan sent flying, but the rest of the group also got hit, and they all fell to the ground. Meng Chuan spat out blood after taking just one hit. He thought to himself, "What kind of physical strength is this? I basically can't resist it." Meng Chuan knew he couldn't do anything with his strength, so he scrambled to run back and call for reinforcements. Return to report to the sect. Qin Shu didn't let them off and prepared to attack, asking them, "Believe?" But Fong Rushua quickly shouted, summoning the heavenly book divine technique. A calligraphy scroll appeared above her head. The cave couldn't withstand it, and large rocks began to fall. Meng Chuan saw the rocks falling and got a bit scared, muttering to himself, "She can actually display the heavenly book divine technique." He said to everyone, "Let's go." Outside the sect gate of the Heavenly Tao Academy, the disciples of the Feathering Sect spoke up, "People of the Heavenly Tao Academy, come out. My Feathering Sect has come to pay a visit to the mountain." Those people didn't know where they got the confidence to provoke the Heavenly Tao Academy. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Others also chimed in. Could it be they are afraid of us? Inside the Heavenly Tao Academy, the disciples were sitting together, cultivating. Gu Tian Shu smiled faintly, thinking, the Book Spirit Hall manifests in these few days. Entering the Book Spirit Hall this time, he was quite confident in his own ability, thinking, I can definitely establish the foundation to become an emperor. Surely Gu Tian Shu hadn't heard the saying, there is always a mountain higher than this one. A disciple went to Gu Tian Shu and respectfully reported the situation outside the sect. Chief Senior Brother, there's a group of Feathering Sect disciples clamoring outside. Gu Tian Shu smirked upon hearing this, wondering where they got the courage to come here and cause trouble, and replied, the Feathering Sect in this generation actually has a lot of courage. He said firmly, then let's go deal with them. The disciples cultivating with him earlier also followed with high spirits. Outside, the Feathering Sect disciples had waited a bit too long and became disgruntled, continuing to provoke. The disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy seem incompetent. Why don't they dare to show their faces? They were still very confident in their own abilities and decided to smash the door and rush in. If no one comes out, then we will rush in. Saying that, the whole group of idiots aggressively rushed toward the sect gate. Before they could reach it, they were blown far away by an oppressive aura. Gu Tian Shu and his fellow disciples walked out majestically. He said with an expressionless face, if the Book Spirit Hall wasn't about to manifest, we wouldn't even bother with you. How could we watch you be so insolent? It was obvious which side was stronger. One could only blame the Feathering Sect disciples for being too stupid. The Feathering Sect disciples were still very eloquent, suggesting a friendly match. Cut the crap. Since you've come out, then follow the old rules. Our two sides will have a match. Gu Tian Shu showed disdain, clasping his hands behind his back, and replied, you people are all too trashy. I have no interest in making a move. The disciples on the Feathering Sect side all assumed fighting stances. Gu Tian Shu raised his hand forward, ordering his fellow disciples, you guys teach them a lesson. Inside the cave, a stream of green aura moved to surround Fong Rushua and Qin Shu. It swept up several rocks. Qin Shu looked around, slightly panicked, and asked her, what are you doing? Fong Rushua smiled and replied, naturally, it's to perish together with you. She had gone crazy. Qin Shu grabbed Fong Rushua by the neck and cursed, crazy woman, stop. Having reached a dead end, Feng Rushue was fearless and explained the Heavenly Book Divine technique. Once the Heavenly Book Divine technique is activated, it cannot be stopped. A protective layer formed around the two of them. The 12th Divine Son called out to Qin Shu with some fear. Divine Son. Qin Shu didn't want to implicate them and ordered, "You guys go out first." The other didn't care about his own safety and asked him, "Divine Son, what about you?" Qin Shu remained very firm. "I'm fine. You guys just go first." They quickly ran out. Rocks fell down more and more like rain. The 12th Divine Son turned his head and said something. "Go." Qin Shu realized something. He was slightly stunned and turned his head to look at Feng Rushue. She had managed to untie the rope and was hovering in midair. Feng Rushue raised both hands high, using the Heavenly Book Divine calculation. Qin Shu didn't let her execute the technique. He rushed to the barrier and shouted, "Open." He tried to pierce through it. Qin Shu was slightly scared because it had no effect. Feng Rushue explained from above, "Don't struggle anymore. The Heavenly Book Divine technique is an unsolvable technique of the Heavenly Tao Academy. We are completely surrounded by the Divine Techniques Guard." She decided to perish together. Seeing Qin Shu still persisting, Feng Rushue continued to explain, "Once touched, the physical body will shatter. You humiliated me like that. Perishing together with me is a bargain for you." Qin Shu didn't listen and still wanted to try resolving the move. He crossed his arms and tried to break it again, saying confidently, "Perish together with me? You're overthinking it." In front of him, a source of golden power formed, covering Qin Shu. After a moment, Qin Shu's clothes shattered, revealing a solid, muscular body underneath. Qin Shu explained, "The supreme taboo skin can withstand this Heavenly Book Guard." Feng Rushue couldn't believe her eyes, wondering, how is this possible? Even the divine techniques on the Heavenly Book cannot cause damage to him. After a while, Qin Shu was able to overcome Feng Rushue's formation. He turned back and said to her, "You slowly enjoy your divine technique." Then he adjusted his clothes. Qin Shu noticed the wordless steel in front of him. He said, "Collecting this wordless steel allows leaving here." Qin Shu continued to summon the Origin Absorption Orb and ordered it. "Origin Absorption Orb, collect it for me." The bead suddenly grew large, hovering in midair, emitting a powerful aura around it, slowly sucking the wordless steel inside. Before long, the wordless steel was swallowed into the Origin Absorption Orb. Qin Shu looked at this wordless steel and evaluated. Just like the first wordless steel, the wordless steel is still struggling, not wanting to be taken. The struggle of the wordless steel didn't change the result. Eventually, it gave up and submitted. After successfully absorbing the wordless steel, the Origin Absorption Orb shrank back down and was retrieved into Qin Shu's palm. He happily gripped the Origin Absorption Orb tightly in his hand. Success. Feng Rushue, seeing him accomplish this earth-shattering feat, exclaimed, "This 18th Divine Son actually collected another wordless steel. Others might not know, but my Heavenly Tao Academy knows that the wordless steel has a great origin, coming from the same place as the Heavenly Book." After completely collecting the precious items, Qin Shu quickly ran out. Feng Rushue looked at Qin Shu's retreating figure and speculated, "The 18th Divine Son is probably even more terrifying than Senior Brother." Suddenly, an explosion occurred. Feng Rushue closed one eye because the light was too bright. Qin Shu was also slightly surprised and turned back to look. The two were transported to another place. Qin Shu was slightly panicked, looking around, asking himself, "Where is this?" At the Heavenly Tao Academy, a disciple of the Feathering Sect was beaten, flying far away. Gu Tianshu personally attacked him, speaking with disdain. "Just you small fry are worthy of challenging my Heavenly Tao Academy? Indeed, as Senior Brother Fong said, you are all trash." Gu Tianshu continued to slander their sect. The Feathering Sect really is getting worse with each generation. The Feathering Sect disciples were still stubborn, speaking in a defiant tone. "Damn it. Our Feathering Sect's idol hasn't arrived yet. Don't you dare be arrogant." Gu Tianshu stood in front of them, asking back, "Feathering Sect's idol?" He found it quite amusing, smirked, and continued disdainfully. "So what if he comes? It's just adding another defeated opponent." A Feathering Sect disciple stood up, preparing to attack Gu Tianshu, shouting angrily, speaking arrogantly. Finally, the 6th Divine Son also made an appearance. Beside him was the 4th Divine Son. When the sect disciples saw the two appear, their mood changed. The crowd cheered excitedly upon recognizing the appearance of two famous figures, the fourth divine son and the sixth divine son. Other disciples immediately placed their full trust in them, cheering enthusiastically. Two divine sons make the prestige of our feathering sect resound and defeat them. The fourth divine son turned to his fellow disciple. Who goes first? The sixth divine son's eyes flashed with determination. He decided, leave it to me. Gu Tianshu maintained his inherent arrogant appearance. He waved his hand disdainfully. No need. You can all come at once. This temperament made the sixth divine son unconsciously think of Qin Shu, which made him even more determined. He slowly approached, speaking coldly. This arrogant personality of yours is actually very similar to the 18th divine son whom I hate. Finishing his sentence, the sixth divine son huffed coldly. He stomped his foot on the ground in anger, unleashing his rage. A punch rushed aggressively straight toward Gu Tianshu, carrying a declaration of war. But I actually want to see if you are like him, if you have the capital to be arrogant. Gu Tianshu kept that cocky face, responding with a contemptuous wave of his hand. What 18th divine son? Is he even worthy of being compared to me? The two rushed at each other, exchanging moves in a flash. When the distance shortened, Gu Tianshu leaned in close, gritting his voice. Gu Tianshu, am Gu Tianshu. I'm not like anyone else. The words were like a knife stabbing straight into the sixth divine son's self-esteem, making him seethe with anger and grind his teeth. Immediately after, Gu Tianshu used his leg to block the step and then threw the opponent far away with a straight hand. He spoke arrogantly. If you don't come together, one slap of mine can crush you. Witnessing Gu Tianshu easily defeat the sixth divine son, the fourth divine son couldn't help but exclaim, the heir of the Heavenly Tao Academy is actually this strong. No wonder the feathering sect has lost more than one in the struggles with the Heavenly Tao for generations. Although blown away, the sixth divine son still maintained his balance after the attack. His hand unconsciously clenched tight because he was unwilling to accept it, muttering in resentment. Damn it! The sixth divine son did not hesitate, summoning his weapon, shouting loudly, human form weapon. Immediately, two sharp swords appeared in his hands. The sixth divine son clasped his hands together and leaped high into the air. Facing the powerful move, Gu Tianshu did not panic at all, merely evaluating faintly. A bit interesting, but is that all? He smirked in contempt, extending his hand as if bestowing a favor. Lie down for me. The sixth divine son suddenly realized something was wrong. A terrifying power from Gu Tianshu covered the entire arena. Meanwhile, in a mysterious place, Qin Shu and Feng Rushue were standing in the center. In front of them was a book protected by a solid layer. Qin Shu squinted to observe for a long time, unable to help wondering, a book? After observing carefully, Feng Rushue seemed unable to believe her eyes. She muttered, how is this possible? Quickly composing himself, Qin Shu clasped his hands behind his back and walked leisurely towards the door. Regardless of where this was, he had to see if he could get out first. He clenched his palms, channeling all his internal energy to push the door. However, it did not budge in the slightest. Qin Shu did not flinch. He summoned his spear. He gathered all his strength, threw the spear with force, and shouted, open up for me. The spear flew forward, stabbing into the door, but only penetrating slightly before becoming powerless, unable to break it. Qin Shu seriously re-evaluated the situation. This great hall is unusual. A full power strike from the night god spear in my hand didn't even shake this hall. He turned his head to look at Feng Rushue and asked directly, where is this? Feng Rushue looked up, replying with an unhappy expression, I don't know. Qin Shu immediately rushed over, his hand tightening around Feng Rushue's neck. He looked at her sideways, his voice cold as ice. Entering here must be related to your use of the heavenly book divine technique. Do you think this divine son is a fool? Will you speak or not? Feng Rushue would rather die than submit. Kill me then. Qin Shu sneered, continuing to press her. Not afraid of death. Do you think this divine son can't do anything to you? Qin Shu's spear flew out, as fast as lightning. The clothes on Feng Rushue's body were torn to shreds. With a poker face and no interest in female charms, Qin Shu continued to swing his spear, tearing apart every piece of fabric on her body, threatening, If you don't speak, this divine sun will strip you naked. Feng Rushue hurriedly used her hands to cover her body, cursing angrily. You bastard. The spear did not stop tearing the final pieces of clothing. Seeing her still keeping her mouth shut, Qin Shu's face darkened, and he gradually lost patience. Will you speak or not? Feng Rushue was on the verge of tears, hands still trying to shield her body, and finally surrendered. Stop. I'll talk. Feng Rushue voiced her speculation. This place is likely the Book Spirit Hall. Although it's my first time entering, the aura here is probably correct. Qin Shu asked coldly. Book Spirit Hall? Feng Rushue explained in detail. The Book Spirit Hall is the most sacred place of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Every time the Heavenly Tao Academy opens its mountain gate, the Book Spirit Hall appears once. She continued, outstanding disciples in the Academy can enter to comprehend the Heavenly Book. Those with great destiny can obtain a Book Spirit. Qin Shu still had a question. Why do we enter here? Feng Rushue offered a guess. Perhaps it is related to my previous location. The Heavenly Book Divine Technique can only be cast when the literary chi is dense. I had sensed the aura of literary chi there before. She continued, if I'm not mistaken, that might be the legendary place where the Heavenly Book descended. The place where the Heavenly Book descended likely has some connection to the Book Spirit Hall, which is why we entered this place. Qin Shu temporarily believed her words and decided to seize this opportunity. If we can't get out for now, then this divine sun will see if I can obtain the greatest opportunity of your Heavenly Tao Academy. Feng Rushue felt this brat was young and naive, so she said, You're overthinking it. She explained, the real Heavenly Book is in the Book Spirit Hall. Although it is just a projection, it is still very obscure. For an ordinary person to want to comprehend the Heavenly Book, that is just a daydream. Qin Shu said nothing and walked towards the floating Heavenly Book. He reached out to touch it. Feng Rushue didn't believe he could do it and said angrily, Ignorant fool, the Heavenly Book is for comprehension. How can you grab it with your bare hands? This behavior is truly disrespectful to the Heavenly Book and will definitely trigger a backlash from it. Qin Shu did not respond. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. He looked at the little figure in his hand, wondering, the second divine consciousness has appeared again. Then he crossed his arms, controlling the second divine consciousness to release power towards the Heavenly Book. After a while, beads of sweat appeared on Qin Shu's forehead. He muttered joyfully, It's working. Qin Shu loudly demanded, Come here to me. The Heavenly Book immediately flew into his palm. Feng Rushue was so shocked she couldn't believe her eyes, wondering, What is that? She was stunned, muttering to herself, holding the Heavenly Book in hand. This is something no one in the Heavenly Tao Academy has ever achieved. She looked at Qin Shu holding the Heavenly Book with disbelief. Qin Shu opened the book to read, then sighed. Although this Heavenly Book is in my hands, the writing is as ugly as chicken scratch. I basically can't understand anything. Feng Rushue saw that he couldn't read it and secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, he isn't a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy. He basically cannot understand the text on this Heavenly Book, nor can he comprehend it. She thought to herself, everything you do is just futile. Just then, the gaze of the second divine consciousness projected onto the Heavenly Book, enveloping it in a layer of golden light. When Qin Shu read it again, he was extremely excited because he could understand the content. He couldn't help but praise his second divine consciousness. Is my second form actually this magical? It allows me to read and understand the text on this Heavenly Book. Feng Rushue still couldn't believe it. She widened her eyes and shouted, Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Heavenly Book obeys him. This proves he understands the text on it. How can he do that? She was unreconciled. Meanwhile, outside the Heavenly Tao Academy, Gu Tianshu trampled the feathering sect disciples under his feet, leaving them lying scattered on the ground. He scolded coldly. I told you to attack together, but you didn't listen, bringing humiliation upon yourselves. The sixth divine son, trampled under the enemy's foot, gritted his teeth in unwillingness. Did I lose this miserably? Gu Tianshu then noticed the fourth divine son. The old man was also beaten black and blue, cursing angrily. Damn it! Before long, he was easily pinned to the ground by Gu Tianshu's foot. The surrounding disciples watched Gu Tianshu take on the whole group alone and ceaselessly insulted the feathering sect. I didn't expect the divine sons of the Feathering Sect to be only this capable. They couldn't defeat senior brother Gu Tianshu. Just a bunch of trash. Others praise Gu Tianshu. Senior brother Gu is too strong. In this era of great strife, senior brother Gu and senior sister won't have the advantage. The fourth divine son roared in anger. Stop looking down on the Feathering Sect. My Feathering Sect has heaven's chosens. Finally, he had to acknowledge Qin Shu, placing all hope in him. Wait until the 18th divine son arrives. He will definitely reclaim face from my Feathering Sect. Hearing this, Gu Tianshu smirked, his tone disdainful. 18th divine son, I've heard of this person more than once. He didn't take Qin Shu seriously. No matter how much you brag in my eyes, he's just like you. All trash. Meng Chuan's group had also returned to the sect. Meng Chuan called out loudly. Senior brother Gu. Gu Tianshu looked at his fellow disciples, who were beaten black and blue and barely looked human. He was both angry and surprised. What happened? Who beat you? They replied in unison. It was the 18th divine son of the Feathering Sect who beat us. Gu Tianshu couldn't believe his ears and asked again, the 18th divine son? The fourth divine son, lying on the ground, laughed loudly, full of pride in Qin Shu. The 18th divine son has indeed arrived. He didn't disappoint me. Gu Tianshu was furious and kicked him again. Too much talk. He remembered Feng Ruxue and asked them, where is junior sister Feng? With her there, how could the 18th divine son easily lay a hand on you? The group was embarrassed, lowering their heads to avoid Gu Tianshu's gaze, stammering. Well, Gu Tianshu lost patience and shouted, speak. Meng Chuan finally spoke up. Senior sister Feng was captured. Gu Tianshu widened his eyes, asking back. What? He was extremely surprised, asking himself in disbelief. Who did it? Junior sister Feng is the chief disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Who would dare to do such a thing? Could it be some old immortal from a great sect? He didn't know the person who captured Feng Ruxue was the one he had been mocking. Meng Chuan bowed his head, not daring to look straight at Gu Tianshu, and stuttered fearfully. It was also the 18th divine son. Gu Tianshu was stunned in disbelief, his face distorting into an ugly expression. He vented his anger on the fourth divine son. Although in pain, the old man still mocked Gu Tianshu. That hurts. Capturing one of the two chief disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy. The 18th divine son indeed never disappoints us. Although he appeared proud of Qin Shu on the surface, inside he felt a bit unreconciled. Is the gap between me and the 18th divine son really that big? Gu Tianshu stubbornly refused to believe it. He muttered to himself, how can that be rational? He was furious, his eyes red, gritting his teeth as he ordered, take me there immediately. Gu Tianshu secretly resolved, I want to kill this brat with my own hands. Then, with a dark expression, he dragged Meng Chuan and a few other disciples to find Qin Shu for revenge. He ordered the others, watch these people closely for me. Wait for me to return and deal with them. Qin Shu's three companions were standing outside the entrance to the cave, but it had been blocked by rocks and soil. Zhen Soming looked at the cave entrance, wondering in a slight panic. What's the situation here? The divine son and the disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy disappeared together. The 12th divine son trusted Qin Shu greatly. He told the other two, the divine son has good fortune. He's probably fine. The most important thing now is to find where the divine son is. Gu Tianshu's group used light Qigong to move in front of them. Meng Chuan looked left and right, but still didn't see anyone. He asked in slight fear, where is senior sister Feng? As soon as Gu Tianshu arrived, he aggressively wanted to fight, asking loudly, where is the 18th divine son? Come out and die. Zhen Songming saw him being so disrespectful to Qin Shu and scolded him angrily. Who do you think you are to dare speak to our family's divine son like that? Gu Tianshu didn't say much and quickly made a move. Zhen Songming was choked by the neck, screaming in pain. Gu Tianshu lifted Zhen Songming up, demanding coldly, speak. Where is the 18th divine son? The 12th divine son jumped high. He used a move. Flying Sky Toad. The 12th divine son's eyes turned green. He controlled the toad to stomp its foot hard on the ground. Gu Tianshu easily dodged. He praised, you have some skill. Within the Feathering Sect, you are considered the strongest I've met. He laughed cunningly and continued. However, The first person of the heavenly book in 10,000 years is me. He raised his hand in front of his face, saying confidently, "You still won't do." Power was released, rushing towards the 12th divine sun. He controlled the toad to open its mouth wide, mocking Gu Tianshu. The first person in 10,000 years? You're truly shameless. The toad shot out green liquid to block it, but Gu Tianshu's power was too great. Before long, it was hit and blasted far away. Zhen Songming proposed to Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong, I'll block him. You go quickly, go find the divine sun. Yuan Hong heard this and quickly ran away immediately. Gu Tianshu gradually lost control. He raised his hand high, released power, and laughed. Many large stone slabs fell from the sky, and Qinshu's 3 people fell face down on the ground. Gu Tianshu showed no mercy, stepping on Zhen Songming's head. He smiled brilliantly and asked, "Can you stop me or not?" The toad was fuming with rage, muttering to itself, "Damn it, you guys wait for me. I will go find the divine sun." Gu Tianshu realized it was about to leave. He turned his head and demanded, "Want to go? Stay here for me." Without saying much, he quickly attacked the toad. His power formed a coil of rope that bound the toad tightly. The toad, slightly angry, ordered, "Open up for me." It managed to break the binding rope. Its eyes gradually changed, becoming more terrifying. Gu Tianshu could do nothing but watch it fly away. He exclaimed, "This big toad has some strength. I'll kill it next time." He then treated the others like sandbags and attacked them. Zhen Songming was beaten black and blue by him. Meng Chuan, after going to scout, returned to report the situation. Senior brother Gu, senior sister Fang's whereabouts are unknown, and we don't know where that 18th divine sun took her. What should we do? Gu Tianshu, with a scowling face, said to Meng Chuan, "The book Spirit Hall will descend immediately. Take these 2 back first, and guard the disciples of the feathering sect closely for me." His face was as gloomy as a thundercloud, and he secretly made a resolve. If Junior Sister is harmed by the divine sun, even by a single hair, I will take their lives. They truly do not know their own limits. Inside the book Spirit Hall, Qin Shu was sitting and comprehending the heavenly book with his second divine consciousness beside him to assist. Fang Rushua looked at Qin Shu sitting in comprehension and exclaimed, "He not only understands the heavenly book, but is also comprehending the divine book. A feathering sect disciple, like you can actually comprehend such a high-level divine book of the Heavenly Tao Academy." Even among the disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy throughout generations, those who could do this number fewer than 10. She certainly could not have expected this situation. Qin Shu looked at his divine consciousness and thought to himself, "My second divine consciousness was once put into the brilliance by the humanoid immortal medicine, capable of guiding to the true emperor. Is this the reason I can smoothly comprehend the heavenly book?" He questioned himself, and Qin Shu also understood. However, this heavenly book is not some cultivation technique, but rather some obscure words of heaven and earth. It speaks of the laws of heaven and earth. Previously, I had absorbed quite a few rules of heaven and earth into my body. These words of heaven and earth seem to be helping one guide the laws of heaven and earth. Fang Rushua spoke up. "It's a waste of effort. Even if he is comprehending the heavenly book, he definitely won't be able to fully comprehend it. She staked her own honor on this bet. Otherwise, my Heavenly Tao Academy will completely bow down before the 18th divine sun." Qin Shu did not respond. Before long, his hair stood on end. Qin Shu, who had not spoken for a while, used his actions to prove it. Many rays of light emitted from around him. Fang Rushua stared blankly on the spot, muttering, "This is the law of heaven and earth condensing." After successfully comprehending, Qin Shu spoke. Sure enough, comprehending the heavenly book is comprehending the rules of heaven and earth. He reached out his hand and continued. "If that's the case," Qin Shu said, "then collect." Then he reached out and collected all that light. Fang Rushua witnessed Qin Shu's actions just now. She couldn't believe her eyes, muttering to herself, "He actually succeeded in comprehending the rules of heaven and earth in the heavenly book. This is something countless heavens chosen of the Heavenly Tao Academy couldn't do." Fang Rushua asked herself, unconvinced, "Why is it like this?" Qin Shu opened his eyes wide, realizing something was wrong. Not right." He continued talking to himself. The rules of heaven and earth comprehended from the heavenly book seemed different. After realizing the truth, Qin Shu spoke confidently. It let me comprehend a few things. Qin Shu was able to create a formation circle in the middle of the room. He ordered Feng Rushua, kneel. That formation circle pressed down on her. Feng Rushua asked herself in confusion, what is this? She lost control of her body and knelt on the ground. Qin Shu held a pen in his hand and laughed loudly. Ha! I understand what is called the literary qi of the Heavenly Tao Academy. So holding the pen of exorcism actually means the laws of heaven and earth are written in the book. He played with the pen and continued. Moreover, there seems to be greater mysteries in this heavenly book, only I haven't been able to comprehend them thoroughly yet. Feng Rushue's face darkened, and she asked for Qin Shu's identity. Who exactly are you? Why can you do things that even the Heavenly Tao Academy cannot do? Qin Shu switched to narcissist mode and asked, have you started to admire this divine son? Feng Rushue remained very stubborn, replying obstinately, admire you? Are you dreaming? Qin Shu didn't care much, turned his back, and instructed, continue comprehending. He summoned his divine consciousness and demanded, let the laws of heaven and earth come a bit more intensely. Outside, the toad was tracking Qin Shu's whereabouts. The 12th divine son had transformed into human form. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The 12th divine son exclaimed, humph, this Gu Tian Shu is truly very strong. Even though I evolved into the flying immortal toad, I'm still not his opponent. He clutched his injured body and came up with a plan. Now that they are captured, I must find the divine son quickly. But where do I find the divine son? Something flashed across the sky, and the 12th divine son looked up at that person. Appearing before his eyes was the second divine son. The 12th divine son happily called out to him, second divine son. The second divine son heard someone calling him and glanced in that direction. Humph. He jumped in front of the 12th divine son and said, 12th divine son. The 12th divine son explained, second divine son, I have now lost my status as a divine son and am following the 18th divine son. He was slightly embarrassed and continued, my name is Yuan Hong. The second divine son smirked and said, again with the 18th divine son. I didn't expect that just as I came out of seclusion,